I was controlled by a strategy system. Let a useless transmigrator take over my body. They are like a dog. Humbly begging for a mere glance and pity from the so-called female leads. Using my identity as the top chaebol heir. They are like a dog. I shook my head inside. These people truly can't tell who's the boss. Rather than degrading yourself to be a simp, better to stay aloof and train dogs from above. Humbly begging for a mere glance and pity from the so-called female leads. Using my identity as the top chaebol heir. Dare to bet? Let me go back, within 3 months. Dare to bet? The system heard and mocked, mere ants. I shook my head inside. But the 10 saviors you carefully selected haven't even touched the zippers of their skirts yet. After a brief deathly silence, the system agreed. 48 hours, first phase mission failed. You'll suffer 10 times worse than them. Deal. After a flash of white light, I slowly opened my eyes and found myself standing before a mirror. But the 10 saviors you carefully selected. The wrist still bears the scars left by a certain time traveler who slit their wrists for the heiresses of those chaebols. How annoying. These people truly can't tell who's the boss. Humbly begging for a mere glance and pity from the so-called female leads. Let a useless transmigrator take over my body. The glass bottle filled with 1,000 paper cranes exploded right by his ear. I shook my head inside. The wrist still bears the scars left by a certain time traveler who slit their wrists for the heiresses of those chaebols. I stepped down the spiral staircase, crunching over shards of broken glass underfoot. Father Mu, who was reading the financial report in the dining room, didn't even look up. I shook my head inside. They are like a dog. Dare to bet? Morris College. The ultimate cradle of power and wealth in Continent A. But the 10 saviors you carefully selected. Humbly begging for a mere glance and pity from the so-called female leads. Dropping out means being completely abandoned by the Mu family. I shook my head inside. I shook my head inside. Next month's monthly exam. Let a useless transmigrator take over my body. Dare to bet? The aura of this person before me feels all too familiar. Dare to bet? How annoying. If I fail, I voluntarily relinquish all inheritance rights and shares. The glass bottle filled with 1,000 paper cranes exploded right by his ear. You'll suffer 10 times worse than them. The wrist still bears the scars left by a certain time traveler who slit their wrists for the heiresses of those chaebols. Humbly begging for a mere glance and pity from the so-called female leads. A top-tier sports car parked outside Morris College. You'll suffer 10 times worse than them. After a brief deathly silence, the system agreed. Dare to bet? As the brightest rising star of Morris College. But the 10 saviors you carefully selected. How annoying. Isn't that our young Master Mu? If I fail, using my identity as the top chaebol heir. As the brightest rising star of Morris College. Father Mu, who was reading the financial report in the dining room, didn't even look up. How annoying. By the way, I heard you also touched Minister Bai's piano. The aura of this person before me feels all too familiar. As the brightest rising star of Morris College. Father Mu, who was reading the financial report in the dining room, didn't even look up. Dare to bet? Humbly begging for a mere glance and pity from the so-called female leads. As the brightest rising star of Morris College. If I fail, as the brightest rising star of Morris College, you'll suffer 10 times worse than them. Next month's monthly exam. Dare to bet? As the brightest rising star of Morris College. They are like a dog. Not yet concluded. Harsh laughter erupted around me, and I chuckled softly. Not yet concluded. Next month's monthly exam. Next month's monthly exam. Better to stay aloof and train dogs from above. Unbelievably wide-eyed. Next month's monthly exam. Let a useless transmigrator take over my body. Dare to bet? Using my identity as the top chaebol heir. But the 10 saviors you carefully selected. How annoying. I shook my head inside. Not yet concluded. Let a useless transmigrator take over my body. I slightly turned my body, and the lunging boy lost his balance. These people truly can't tell who's the boss. Father Mu, who was reading the financial report in the dining room, didn't even look up. Not yet concluded. But the 10 saviors you carefully selected. The wrist still bears the scars left by a certain time traveler who slit their wrists for the heiresses of those chaebols. As the brightest rising star of Morris College. Father Mu, who was reading the financial report in the dining room, didn't even look up. You'll suffer 10 times worse than them. Enough is enough. A clear, icy yet bewitching voice rang out without warning. Deal. Isn't that our young Master Mu? As the Minister of Supervision for the Student Union. Dare to bet? Father Mu, who was reading the financial report in the dining room, didn't even look up. The glass bottle filled with 1,000 paper cranes exploded right by his ear. But the 10 saviors you carefully selected. I crossed my arms. His gaze roamed freely over her body. Shin Xingqing felt my piercing gaze. Father Mu, who was reading the financial report in the dining room, didn't even look up. The 13th disruption of campus order. These people truly can't tell who's the boss. I shook my head inside. These people truly can't tell who's the boss. But the 10 saviors you carefully selected. The student union has the authority to expel you. I voluntarily relinquish all inheritance rights and shares, but the 10 saviors you carefully selected. As the Minister of Supervision for the Student Union, the rest still bears the scars left by a certain time traveler who slit their wrists for the heiresses of those chables. As the brightest rising star of Morris College. Isn't that our young Master Mu? Morris College. I was controlled by a strategy system. Father Mu, who was reading the financial report in the dining room, didn't even look up. Not yet concluded. Dare to bet? How annoying. Humbly begging for a mere glance and pity from the so-called female leads. Xin Xingqing suddenly snapped back to reality and looked down. But the 10 saviors you carefully selected. Rather than degrading yourself to be a simp, you'll suffer 10 times worse than them. If I fail, dare to bet? Using my identity as the top chable heir. Let me go back, within 3 months. By the way, I heard you also touched Minister Bai's piano. I voluntarily relinquish all inheritance rights and shares. Next month's monthly exam. Not yet concluded. The system heard and mocked, mere ants. The better the good news. Humbly begging for a mere glance and pity from the so-called female leads. The moment Dan Xijin stepped into the Z-class classroom, the air seemed to freeze for an instant. What had happened at the school gate that morning had already spread throughout the entire school. Complex gazes from all around her, some filled with disgust, others with contempt, and still others with curiosity lavished upon her. Dan Xijin ignored them all and walked straight to her corner. What are you trying to pull? You're just a good-for-nothing who's about to be expelled. A boy with dyed yellow hair deliberately mocked her loudly. He was the class monitor of Class Z, named Li Wei, and one of the suitors of Zhang Lily, the girl with the big curly hair who had been beaten up that morning. Dan Xijin paused in her steps. She slowly turned around, her seductive peach blossom eyes locking onto Li Wei. There was no anger, no shame, only a bone-chilling coldness. You, her voice was soft but piercing, you're being too loud. Li Wei's heart lurched, and his back was instantly soaked in cold sweat. He refused to accept it. How could he be intimidated by a single glance from this loser? Did I say something wrong? He shouted, trying to drown out the eerie chill. You're just a toad trying to eat swan meat, begging for scraps from those young masters. In their eyes, you're not even worth being a clown. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Li Wei's voice abruptly stopped. A few strands of hair, severed at the roots, drifted down beside his cheek. He stiffly turned his head to see a steel pen deeply embedded in the wall behind him, less than an inch from his temple. Dead silence. Dan Xijin had already seated herself elegantly, propping her chin with one hand and idly twirling another pen between her fingers. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile, but her peach blossom eyes held not a trace of warmth. Sorry, she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper, my hand slipped. Slipped? The air in the classroom froze. No one dared to breathe. Li Wei's face was as pale as paper, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. It's okay, Dan, he heard his own dry, trembling voice. The bell rang. The incident came to an end. The class was a financial investment course taught by an elderly professor in his 70s. Hand in your homework from the last class. Dan Xijin frowned and finally found a piece of paper tucked between the pages of his untouched textbook. The assignment was an extremely complex case study analysis report on a cross-border merger and acquisition. However, the background of this assignment was intriguing. It seemed to have some connection to the Lan family. The professor didn't hold much hope for the students in Class Z. This was just a routine collection of assignments. The people around him handed in their reports one by one, and the professor merely glanced at them without pausing for a single assignment. Their work was worlds apart from that of the S-class. This assignment had been given to him by Lan Xijin, the chairman of the Lan family, with the intention of supplementing the Lan family's cross-border acquisition plan in C continent. However, the submissions were far inferior to what Lan Xijin had written himself. It must be said that Lan Xijin was the second genius he had encountered in his decades of professional career. Of course, the first. The professor glanced at Dan Xijin in the corner of the classroom, who was frantically finishing her assignment. The most financially gifted person he had ever seen in his life was her, who, at the age of 15, had led the Dan family from the brink of collapse to become one of the 4 major families under the 8 great financial clans. The acquisition report she wrote at 15 is still circulated and studied within the industry to this day. But such a genius. Single Xijin, aren't you planning to hand in this assignment either? Dan Xijin didn't look up. Her slender fingers gripped the pen, the tip moving swiftly across the complex financial data reports and equity structure diagrams, circling and underlining, occasionally jotting down symbols and formulas that no one else could decipher. Her speed was astonishing. She wasn't solving problems, she was dismantling them. Dismantling this meticulously designed trap, searching for its most fatal flaw. The professor was annoyed by her indifference, furrowing his brows as he stepped down from the podium. However, he paused when he reached her side. Dan Xijin's pen drew the final sharp curve on the paper, leaving a small dark smudge of ink. She set down her pen, and with a gentle push of her fingertips, the report paper covered in complex symbols slid toward the professor. Hand it in, she said casually, as if she were merely tossing away a piece of scrap paper. Chapter 3, Merger Report Challenge or Threat? The professor looked down and his pupils suddenly contracted. The paper was densely covered with mathematical formulas and arrows, all pointing to the most hidden flaw in the merger case, a fatal trap that even Lan Xijin had overlooked. And Lan Xijin not only found it but also highlighted it with a red pen and added a line of small text. Short selling, leverage 115, net profit margin 300%. This wasn't an assignment, it was a threat notice. If she were to intervene in the Lan family's merger based on this plan, the losses for the Lan family would be incalculable. The professor's hands trembled uncontrollably, and the paper rustled between his fingers. He suddenly looked up at Dan Jiying with a gaze as though he were looking at a monster. How could you? Dan Jiying propped her chin up with one hand, lazily raising her eyes. What? Does the professor think my solution has a problem? Her tone was light, but it caused the temperature in the entire classroom to plummet. Everyone held their breath, even Li Wei covered his mouth tightly, daring not to make a sound. What did this report mean? It meant that Dan Jiying had shattered the Lan family's carefully planned merger strategy in just one class period, no, not even a full class period. Her solution wasn't just about completing the assignment, she had turned the original acquirer into a lamb led to the slaughter. The professor's expression changed repeatedly before he finally took a deep breath, carefully folded the paper, and spoke in a hoarse voice, "This report. I will personally hand it over to President Lan for review." Lan Xijin? Lan Xijin? The entire class erupted in chaos. The unattainable student council president, the next heir to the Lan family, Lan Xijin? Dan Jiying merely smiled lightly, "As you wish." She turned her head to look out the window, the sunlight streaming through the glass and casting a warm glow on her cheek. Just as she was thinking about meeting this student council president. After class, the entire Z class was deathly quiet. The once bottom of the class underachiever had suddenly transformed, leaving everyone wondering if they were dreaming. Student council office. President Lan, here are the reports from Class C to Class Y. The assistant carefully placed the thick stack of papers on the desk. Lan Xijin didn't even lift his head, his gaze fixed on the financial model in front of him. Classes C to Y? Just background noise. He had assigned this task because of a lingering sense of unease deep within him, but all the reports seemed to confirm that he was overthinking it. There's one more thing. Minister Bai damaged another antique piano from last century in the music room today. The committee member spoke cautiously. The behavior of the culture minister was not something he could criticize lightly. Give him the receipt and have him reimburse the student union account at the same price. The cost of a piano was nothing to them, and he didn't want to delve too deeply into the mind of such a music enthusiast. President Lan. The professor burst into the office, forgetting even the courtesy of knocking. His voice trembled slightly as he nearly rushed in, presenting a report with both hands as if offering a sacrifice. Please review it immediately. Lan Xijin's slender fingers paused, then finally lifted his gaze. The smoky gray eyes behind his glasses swept over the professor's pale face, flashing a cold, appraising glance. He took the thin sheet of paper. The moment his gaze touched the paper, the air seemed to freeze. Lan Xijin's gentle and refined aura vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of pressure that made it hard to breathe. The knuckles of his fingers clenching the report turned white from the force, and his thin lips pressed tightly together. A fatal flaw. A flaw he had overlooked. Who wrote this? His voice was low and steady, yet it sent a chill through the room. Class Z. Lan Xijin. The professor's voice was barely audible. Lan Xijin froze for a moment, his smoky gray eyes flickering slightly. He was well acquainted with that name. 3 years ago, she had been sitting in his current seat. But overnight, she had transformed into a different person, plunging from the clouds into the mud, from someone he had desperately tried to surpass into the very type of person he now despised most. This report. Had she been pretending and lying low all these years? The morning passed in a calm yet turbulent atmosphere. Lunchtime. Dan Jiying walked into the secluded Luoshan pavilion in the university department, enduring countless probing, disdainful, or fearful glances. The environment was elegant and Chinese style, exactly to her liking. A waiter led her to a secluded window seat in the back. Sunlight filtered through the carved wooden windows, casting a soft glow around her. She casually ordered a few light dishes, propping her chin up with one hand, her gaze drifting aimlessly toward the courtyard outside the window. Xinshao's sweet, syrupy voice suddenly broke the silence. Dan Jiying's eyes flickered. Not far away, Xinshaw, the heir to the Qin family who had once thrown her into the pool, was seated with a stunningly beautiful woman with a fiery figure and meticulously applied makeup. The girl clung to him like a limp rag, her fingers painted with bright red nail polish tracing circles on his chest. Xinshaw, will you accompany me tonight? The trailing notes were drawn out, sweet and lingering. Xinshaw's lips curled into a careless smile as he casually patted the girl's back. Be good, I have something to do. The woman pouted her red lips, refusing to give up. Mr. Qin always does this. Is it because you have someone else in your heart? She glanced meaningfully toward the cold, ethereal figure by the window. I heard that Miss Shan, the eldest daughter of the Shan family, has changed her temperament today and is quite cunning. Could it be another trick she's pulling to catch Mr. Qin's attention? Xinjua's narrow eyes finally lifted lazily, following the girl's gaze to the figure by the window. The sunlight outlined her cold profile, her long eyelashes lowered, as if she were alone in the world. There was no obsession, no flattery, only a kind of extremely uncomfortable indifference. Xinjua let out a low, mocking laugh, his voice dripping with contempt and amusement. He playfully pinched the chin of the girl in his arms. Her? His gaze lingered on Shan Jiying, filled with the aggressiveness of a predator sizing up its prey. Does she even deserve it? His voice was not loud, but it echoed sharply in the quiet restaurant, drawing more eyes to the table. When they saw it was Xinjua, they pretended to look away, but their ears were fully focused on the commotion. People like her make me feel sick just looking at them. Dan Jiying finally turned her head slowly. She showed no anger or embarrassment at being insulted, instead leaning back lazily into the chair, her posture relaxed like a cat basking in the sun. Those seductive almond-shaped eyes, filled with scrutiny, slowly scanned Xinjua from head to toe. That gaze was like she was appraising a substandard product. She parted her red lips. Dirty. A collective gasp echoed throughout the entire restaurant. Xinjua's amused smile froze instantly. This woman, who had once chased after him like a dog begging for scraps, dared to humiliate him in public with such a look and such a tone. Dare to call him dirty? Dan Xiying. Xinjua violently pushed the girl in his arms away, stood up abruptly, and in a few strides, his towering figure loomed over Dan Jiying's table, casting a shadow over her. He leaned forward, placing both hands on the table, his body so close that they could almost feel each other's hot breath. An overwhelming sense of aggression engulfed her. He stared intently into Dan Jiying's eyes, searching for any trace of the familiar obsession, fear, or panic he once knew. There was none. In those beautiful peach blossom eyes, there was even a hint of mockery and condescending pity. Hoof. Xinjua laughed bitterly in anger, his laughter cold and bone-chilling, filled with madness that threatened to destroy everything. You sure do look the part, don't you? He lowered his voice to a whisper. Do you think changing your cold, icy exterior will catch my interest? Playing hard to get? He suddenly leaned in closer, his scorching breath nearly touching her face, his voice filled with utter humiliation and certainty. Even if I'm as dirty as you say, he emphasized the word deliberately, I'll never touch you, not even once, in this lifetime. Chapter 4, The New Heir Emerges. My pleasure. Dan Jiying met Xinjua's gaze, her seductive peach-colored eyes showing no trace of emotion. If Mr. Qin has no further business, I shall be dining. Xinjua let out a cold snort and turned abruptly, striding toward the restaurant entrance. The abandoned woman stumbled after him in her high heels, calling out in a sweet voice, Mr. Qin, you haven't tea eaten yet. Change the location, Xinjua said without looking back. It's making me lose my appetite. The brief commotion subsided, and Dan Jiying seemed to have merely brushed away a speck of dust. She turned her gaze back to the exquisite meal presented by the waiter, her posture lazy and relaxed. Task deadline, 44 hours 32 minutes. A cold mechanical voice rang out, reminding her of the unfinished task at hand. This was no time to enjoy the meal. Dan Jiying seemed oblivious, stirring the thick soup in the porcelain bowl with deliberate slowness. The afternoon language class was as natural to her as breathing. A field she had mastered by the age of 15, the 3-year hiatus was merely a layer of dust. She propped her chin up with one hand, her gaze drifting aimlessly out the window, while the fingers of her other hand elegantly twirled a pen. The bell rang. A student council member wearing a badge on his chest entered the Z classroom under the silent stares of everyone, walking straight to the corner. Single Jiying, the student council member's voice was formal and respectful, but the tension in his eyes was evident. President Lan has invited you to the president's office for a discussion. Dan Jiying slowly raised her gaze. She only gave the person a fleeting glance, her voice cold and indifferent. Tell Lan Xijin, she paused, her lips curving into a faint smile, if he wants to see me, he should come himself. Have that person come personally? However, the entire Z class fell silent. In just half a day, this woman had shattered the word impossible with absolute strength and ruthlessness. No one dared to question, no one dared to breathe. As evening fell, Dan Jiying walked toward the low-key black sedan at the school gate. Inside the car, Chen Bo, the chief butler of the Shan family, respectfully handed her a white handkerchief. Miss Shan, please clean your hands. The family head and Lin Chuan young master are waiting for you at the main residence. The words Lin Chuan young master were spoken with particular clarity. Dan Jiying's motion of wiping her fingertips paused imperceptibly. Dan Lin Chuan? Her distant cousin, the outstanding graduate of Morris Academy, who had gradually taken her place during the years she was away. The family's intentions were clear. The car drove into the grand main mansion of the Dan family. The hall was brightly lit, the atmosphere heavy. Mr. Shan sat upright in the main seat, his brows furrowed, a cigar burning between his fingers, emitting wispy wisps of smoke. Several family board members sat on either side, their eyes filled with scrutiny and doubt. But the most striking figure was the one standing beside Mr. Dan. Dan Lin Xuan. He was exceptionally tall, dressed in a perfectly tailored dark gray bespoke suit that accentuated his tall, straight posture, giving him an even more stern appearance. His face was handsome, with deep-set features, and a pair of spotless silver-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Behind the lenses, a pair of deep amber eyes rested calmly on the figure of Dan Xijin as she entered the room. That gaze briefly swept over her, devoid of any warmth or emotion, as if scanning an object before moving on, leaving behind only a distant, unyielding coldness. "You're back," Mr. Shan's voice broke the oppressive silence, tinged with fatigue and a complex scrutiny that defied description. "Look at this commotion." Dan Xijin curved her red lips slightly, her gaze calmly sweeping across the people in the hall before finally locking onto Dan Linchuan's perfect yet icy face. "Were you waiting for me?" Dan Linchuan pushed his silver-rimmed glasses up his nose, the lenses hiding the emotions in his eyes. According to the board's resolution, Dan Fu spoke in a solemn tone, effective immediately, Dan Linchuan will temporarily assume all your rights and obligations within the family. He looked at Dan Xijin, his eyes flickering with a hint of helplessness and heaviness. As the family head, personal emotions must yield to the greater good of the family. Dan Xijin's reckless behavior over the past 3 years had already cost him too much influence. In 1 month, Dan Fu's voice carried an unwavering resolve: if you fail to rank among the top 3 in the monthly exams at Morris Academy, Linchuan will officially take over all affairs. Dan Linchuan's amber eyes fixed on her through his glasses. "Reports of your recent repeated violations of school rules and disruption of order have been submitted to the board of directors. The 1-month grace period your uncle secured for you is contingent on your behaving yourself." His voice remained steady. The hall fell into complete silence. The board members exchanged glances, and Dan's father remained silent. Dan Xijin stared at him silently, her seductive peach blossom eyes swirling with an icy chill that seemed bottomless. She suddenly let out a soft laugh, the sound echoing clearly and painfully through the silent hall. "Acting interim," she repeated with a playful tone, her voice brimming with unhidden sarcasm and contempt. "My things have never been something I like others to touch." She tilted her head slightly, her expression innocent. "If you dare to touch even a single thing of mine in the next month, or try any underhanded tricks behind my back." Her voice was soft, like a lover's whisper, "I will kill you with my own hands." Dan Linchuan's pupils contracted slightly behind his glasses, but his cold, perfect face remained utterly unruffled. His jaw tightened, his voice as cold, steady, and flawless as ever. "My duty is to protect the interests of the Shan family. That is all." Dan Xijin's lips curled into a sinister smile, no longer looking at anyone. She turned and left decisively. The next day. Task deadline, 23 hours 55 minutes. "It seems I need to change the way I remind them. The price for neglecting a task is a small punishment." The cold system prompt was accompanied by a faint yet undeniable electric current, instantly piercing every bone in his body. A stinging pain like needles spread through her veins, corroding every inch of her skin. This was a warning from a higher dimension, punishing her for neglecting her task. "Hoof." Dan Xijin let out a faint, mocking laugh in the solitude, her demonic eyes flickering with understanding. "Losing your composure, are you? It seems even beings from higher dimensions aren't without weaknesses." Ignoring the discomfort in her body, she walked confidently through the majestic gates of Morris Academy. Dan Xijin. A voice as clear and refreshing as a mountain spring echoed from behind her, instantly silencing the surrounding chaos. Chapter 5, The Humiliating Bet. Dan Xijin paused slightly, then turned slowly. Lan Xijin was making his way through the automatically parting crowd, walking toward her. The pure white uniform of the academy was worn by him with the elegance of a royal gown, and the golden eagle emblem symbolizing supreme power shone brilliantly in the morning light, almost blinding those who looked at it. His high, straight nose and smoky gray eyes appeared gentle and warm at first glance, but upon closer inspection, they were deep and piercing, exuding an air of absolute control. The uniform hugged his perfect, towering figure, resembling the most exquisite statue of a Greek god. Every movement exuded the timeless elegance and overwhelming presence of an ancient noble family. The system has a keen eye." Dan Xijin sneered inwardly. "Chairman Lan, it's an honor to have you here." Dan Xijin raised his eyebrows slightly and met his deep, unfathomable smoky gray eyes with a tone that was just the right amount of aloofness and a hint of amusement. "What important matter could possibly warrant your personal presence?" Lan Xijin's lips curled into a perfect yet utterly emotionless smile. "Mr. Dan, I found your financial report from yesterday quite intriguing." His gaze locked onto her. "Would you do me the honor of joining me in the student council office for a chat?" Dan Xijin returned the same flawless smile, but her eyes were as cold as ice. "I cannot refuse such a kind invitation." Under the gaze of countless eyes filled with jealousy, curiosity, and shock, Dan Xijin followed Lan Xijin into the Student Union Tower, the symbol of the college's power core. On either side of the corridor, priceless masterpieces hung silently, while ancient and expensive Eastern porcelain served as pedestals for vases containing Erdequin glacier blue roses. The opulence and grandeur here were identical to those of 5 years ago when she had been in charge, yet there was an unfamiliar, icy chill lingering in the air. Dan Xijin, Lan Xijin did not sit down. He stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, his back to the morning light, casting a tall, imposing silhouette against the glass. I don't like wasting time beating around the bush. You should be well aware of what your report means to the Lan family's core project, which has been in the works for years. Lan Xijin did not respond, instead leaning lazily against the sofa, her slender fingers casually resting on the armrest, her fingertips occasionally tapping the expensive leather. Those seductive almond-shaped eyes, filled with a knowing gaze that seemed to see through everything, stared silently at him. Lan Xijin turned around, his smoky gray eyes sharp as knives behind his glasses, piercing straight into her. If I want you to keep the contents of this report completely confidential and ensure the smooth progress of the Lan family's project. He paused, each word echoing clearly in the silent air. I can grant you one condition. This was a deal, and it was also his confidence in controlling the situation. Lan Xijin's promise. Lan Xijin finally spoke, her voice cold and tinged with a hint of lazy mockery. It sounds so expensive, worth the immense effort and determination the Lan family has invested in this grand plan. She deliberately dragged out the tone, her gaze sweeping over Lan Xijin's perfect yet icy face like feathers, as if appraising the value of a commodity. Lan Xijin's eyebrows furrowed imperceptibly behind his glasses, and a cold, sharp gleam flashed in his smoky gray eyes. Asking for the moon? He sneered inwardly, calculating the price the other might demand and the contingency plans for using extreme measures if necessary. However, Lan Xijin changed the subject, her red lips curving into a breathtaking smile. This secret, I can indeed keep it tightly sealed. Lan Xijin's gaze sharpened. What do you want? His voice remained calm, but the tension in the room seemed to drop another notch. Lan Xijin leaned forward slightly, resting her elbows on the edge of the wide desk, her hands folded beneath her chin. She looked up at Lan Xijin, who stood bathed in the play of light and shadow, her smile brimming with unabashed teasing and aggression. I want to make a bet with you. I'll bet that you'll be the top student in the grade on next month's midterm exams. She paused, savoring the fleeting ripple in Lan Xijin's eyes, before dropping an even heavier bomb. The stakes? If you lose, the student council president's position is mine. Her gaze carried a nearly blasphemous admiration, sweeping boldly from his sharply defined jawline down to his Adam's apple, across his broad chest encased in his uniform, and down to his narrow waist. Finally, it settled on his deep, enigmatic smoky gray eyes, and her red lips parted slightly. And you, be my bedmate. A wave of intense, almost uncontrollable disgust and deep mockery surged through Lan Xijin's heart like poisonous vines. So, after all this time, it was all for this? All the talk of return, talent, and threats, the ultimate goal was still this body and those filthy, delusional desires. The gaze behind his glasses turned icy cold, and he forced the disgust and mockery deep into the abyss of his soul with sheer willpower. Target Lan Xijin's favorability 50. The system's cold prompt flashed clearly through Lan Xijin's mind. Her smile remained unchanged, even more seductive. She didn't care about his disgust, nor did she care about his mockery. She leaned back lazily against the chair, her hands resting on the table, her gaze as discerning as that of the most critical buyer, examining the merchandise with pure admiration. She surveyed Lan Xijin from head to toe once more, slowly and deliberately. That gaze was like assessing a perfect work of art, cold, focused, devoid of any desire, yet more humiliating than any naked lust. Her slender fingers held a pen, gently tracing his contours. This body was indeed flawless. She was satisfied. That was all. Lan Xijin clearly felt her movements. It wasn't admiration, it wasn't obsession, it was a pure, cold objectification. A gaze that saw him as a pawn, as a trophy. This was more than mere obsession, it made him feel utterly violated. The office was deathly silent, with only the two of them exchanging silent glances that collided fiercely in the air, sparking invisible sparks. After a long while, Lan Xijin finally spoke, his voice low and steady, yet it sounded as though it had been pulled from the bottom of a frozen lake, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. All right. He agreed. But this did not mean he was willing to sell himself for gain. His consent stemmed from the absolute confidence deep within his bones, a confidence that crushed everything in its path. Lan Xijin couldn't win. Even if she suddenly awakened with her extraordinary talent, the gap she had fallen behind over the past 3 years could never be bridged in just half a month. The peak she believed she had reached was nothing more than a milestone along his path. As for the rumors that she had been lying low for 3 years, he didn't care. Think about the past 3 years. She stood at the school gate holding cheap paper stars, waiting desperately for change where she chased after Bai Shi at a banquet only to be dragged away by security. She cut her wrists for Bai Qinan, begging him for a single glance. These 3 years have not only ruined her own reputation but also the crucial upward path for the entire Shan family. Such a devastating price, all for a laying low? Absolutely absurd. 100 harms and not a single benefit. What if you lose? Lan Xijin's voice carried a cold, judgmental tone, her smoky gray eyes fixed intently on her, like a hawk locking onto its prey. Chapter 6, First Phase Task, Completed. Lan Xijin's red lips curved into a sinister smile, as if she had already foreseen the outcome. Me? I will treat this report as if it never existed and will not touch a single thread of the Lan family's merger plan. She paused, slowing her speech, her voice filled with the resolve of one who had nothing left to lose. And I will voluntarily and permanently withdraw from Morris Academy, never to set foot in the succession line of the 8 great financial clans again. No, Lan Xijin leaned forward slightly, his hands resting on the table, casting a shadow that completely engulfed Dan Jiying. His voice was low and slow. I want you to kneel at the central plaza of Morris Academy, before all the faculty and students, and admit your 3 years of foolishness, baseness, and your disgusting obsession with me. Then, leave Morris forever, leave a continent. You shall never set foot here again. Only such a wager could alleviate the shame of being scrutinized by that gaze. She looked up at the shadow looming over her eyes showing no fear. Her pale cheeks flushed with an unhealthy red from extreme excitement, and the veins on her slender neck pulsed faintly. That was the madness of a gambler staking everything he had. Excitement? She was excited? A madwoman. Finally, Shan Jiying parted her red lips and uttered a clear syllable, all right. The dust settled. An invisible contract was formed between the two. On the gambling table, what was at stake was supreme power, the future of a family, personal freedom, and a cold, humiliating trophy. You seem excited. From my analysis, you shouldn't be so confident in winning against him. That's what makes it interesting, isn't it? I don't like boring bets. Task deadline 15 hours 43 minutes. As the afternoon school dismissal approached, that cold, ghostly voice rang out again, accompanied by even more intense pain. Dan Jiying glanced up at the clock on the classroom wall. There were still 30 minutes left before school let out. If he missed the school's curfew, it would indeed be quite difficult to go to the Bai family's residence to complete the task. Morris Academy East Wing, Music Room. The air was filled with the unique scent of pine resin, old sheet music, and rose essential oil. Bai Shi. The most enigmatic target among them, a pure artist who had completely dedicated his soul to the notes. By the piano, a slender figure stood in the interplay of light and shadow. Bai Shi wears a meticulously tailored white uniform. He lowers his head slightly, his long fingers resting lightly on the piano lid, resembling a painting from the last century, elegant yet tinged with a hint of sadness. I told you, this isn't a place you should be. His voice was devoid of warmth, each word dripping with exhaustion and a sense of dismissal. Dan Jiying seemed not to hear him, her gaze sweeping over the piano lid to the scattered yellowed pages of sheet music. The notes were scribbled beyond recognition, with various correction marks, strike-throughs, and angry scratches jumbled together in chaos. Here, her voice was clear and cold, the E minor 7th chord resolves to a minor dominant 7. You changed it 17 times, using augmented sixths, diminished sevenths, even trying the whole tone scale, but you're still not satisfied. Tell me, what are you trying to express? Dan Jiying's hand gently rested on his shoulder, her voice as enchanting as a mythical sea nymph. Target individual Bai Shi emotional fluctuation value, 35. Get out. Bai Shi's voice emerged from between his clenched teeth, trembling on the brink of collapse. His fingers, as perfect as a work of art, were now clenching the knee of his suit pants with such force that it seemed he was trying to suppress the raging storm churning deep within his soul with the pain of his flesh. Dan Jiying not only did not retreat but took a half step forward. She extended a slender, cool fingertip and gently traced the back of his cold, tense hand. Music doesn't lie, Bai Shi. Her voice was like a lover's whisper, carrying a magical power that pierced the soul. Let me guess, what is flowing through that melody? Her fingertip lingered on his trembling wrist, feeling the wild thud of his heartbeat. Is it fear? Her voice was light, yet it felt like a heavy hammer. Is it brutality? Her fingertip pressed slightly harder. Is it deep-seated hatred? The last 2 words were almost whispered into his icy ear. Bai Shi's body convulsed violently. He tried to pull his hand away, but it was held firmly in place by Shan Jiying's fingertips, which seemed gentle but were utterly unyielding. No, it's not, he denied hoarsely, his voice shattered, but it sounded more like a desperate moan. You despise this piano, despise these damned notes, despise the musical genius Bai Shi that others see. Her gaze pierced through his trembling shoulders, as if she were looking directly into the dark corner of his soul where a small boy was curled up. Because her voice suddenly became crystal clear, tinged with a ruthless finality, your mother, the pianist hailed as a once-in-a-century genius. You came to music because of her, you wore the crown of genius because of her. Her fingertips felt his pulse momentarily stop before racing wildly again, yet because of her you hate everything the piano brings to chains and shadows. So you will never be able to complete it. Dan Jiying's gaze fell back to the scattered sheet music debris on the expensive piano, his voice tinged with a mocking pity, this requiem dedicated to her soul. Shut up. Target individual Bai Shi emotional fluctuation peak, 85. Mission complete. Bai Shi's agonized wails intertwined with the cold mechanical sounds. Indeed, pain was also an emotional fluctuation. Dan Jiying stared at Bai Shi, his eyes still cold and aloof. He reached out and grabbed the sheet music from the piano lid. No. Bai Shi's pupils dilated instantly. It was his last desperate attempt to redeem himself. Rip. The sheet music, which held all of Bai Shi's love, hatred, struggle, pain, despair, and the last faint glimmer of redemption, was torn into countless fragments in Shan Jiying's hands. Paper shreds drifted down, landing on the gleaming piano lid and the expensive carpet. Time seemed to freeze completely in that moment, as if it had ceased to exist. Baishi opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Chapter 7, Interested in her? Yes. Baishi's gaze was fixed on the last fragment of paper in Lan Xijin's fingertips, where a symbol had been erased countless times. It resembled the hollow, despairing eyes of a dying creature, staring blankly at him. The last pillar supporting his crumbling world collapsed with a thunderous crash at the slightest tug of Lan Xijin's fingertips. All the twisted love and hatred, the pitiful begging and unwillingness, along with the last shred of proof that he was not a cold instrument but a living human being, were reduced to dust. Now, Lan Xijin's voice was icy. Do you hate me so much that you wish to tear me to pieces and bury me with your sheet music? Get out! The hoarse syllables forced their way out from between Baishi's clenched teeth, each one hiding the rage on the brink of erupting, the last vestige of restraint before madness. One more step, and he would drag this woman before him and die together. Lan Xijin lowered her eyes, casually brushing away the paper fragments with her fingertips, and walked straight past Baishi, heading toward the silent, ancient piano under the spotlight. She smoothly lifted the piano lid. No! Baishi lunged forward, his target locked on her vulnerable throat. He had to stop this worthless creature from defiling his piano. Just as his fingertips were about to touch her icy strands of hair, Lan Xijin's fingertips fell. Not a strike, but a gentle touch, like a feather. Ding! A single note, pure as the melting spring water of a snow-capped mountain. Baishi stumbled awkwardly, his knees crashing heavily onto the ground. He knelt on the carpet, his eyes fixed on the silhouette at the piano. The notes flowed once more. No longer a clear spring, but deeper, slower, soaked in an indescribable sorrow. Baishi's half-kneeling posture froze. The furious red in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by a sense of bewilderment. This melody. Memories surged forth. A dim, blurry, long-forgotten afternoon. When he was 9 years old, the only piano competition he had ever lost in his life. A high fever made every breath a searing pain in his throat. The world twisted and spun, leaving only the endless fear and coldness of failure. He had played 3 notes wrong. It was all because of this damn illness. It was all because he was so weak. His mother, how disappointed would she be? The woman who had placed all her ambitions and dreams on his shoulders. Then, footsteps? Soft, hesitant. Then, the faint click of the piano lid being carefully lifted. And then, that melody. It was like a clumsy yet incredibly gentle hand, trying to soothe his fear and pain. In his feverish delirium, he couldn't even tell who was playing, but he remembered the sense of protection that the melody brought him, a feeling he hadn't felt in ages. After recovering, he had tried countless times to capture its vague outline on the piano keys, but to no avail. But now, it flows so clearly from Lan Xijin's fingertips. This melody, Lan Xijin's voice was cold, was written by your mother before that bet. From as far back as he could remember, his mother had been the brightest star on the continent. Until he was 7, when she lost a high-stakes gamble, betting her permanent withdrawal from the art world. From then on, she became cold and transforming all her ambitions and dreams into heavy shackles, crushing them onto his tender shoulders. Day after day, year after year, the piano keys became instruments of torture, his talent a curse, and he became the tool to fulfill her ambitions. So, did she ever love the real him, the one who could fail, get sick, and feel fear rather than just a cold vessel for her talent? Scorching tears burst forth like a dam breaking, falling in large drops, instantly soaking the expensive carpet beneath him. Target individual Baishi emotional fluctuation peak, 97. Lan Xijin's hands left the piano keys, her fingertips curling slightly. She stood up and walked away. Wait. Baishi's hoarse voice echoed from behind. Lan Xijin did not turn back. I hope you can let me hear it. Her tone was flat, yet carried an unquestionable command, the true requiem you have composed. The task was completed well. Thanks for the compliment. Lan Xijin curved her lips slightly, but her eyes held little warmth. The feeling of being choked was truly unpleasant. As a reward, you may ask me for one favor. Like helping you cheat on the midterm exam? The mechanical voice remained flat, but the mockery lurking between the words pierced Lan Xijin's senses with precision. Thanks, but no thanks. She deepened the curve of her lips, her eyes filled with a cold, confident disdain. However, there is one thing I do need your help with. Oh? Help me remove the scar on my wrist. Lan Xijin raised her wrist, her slender right fingers gently brushing over the scar on her left hand. The scar, having been treated with expensive herbs, had gradually faded, resembling a faint thorn tattoo. It's unsightly. She wanted to erase every mark those clowns had left on her body, bit by bit. I hope you won't regret this choice. A warm sensation spread from her wrist as the thorn tattoo slowly faded away. She gently shook her slender wrist, as smooth as white jade, and said, "Thank you." Student Council Office. Lan Xijin sat upright behind the large desk, his fingertips tapping the surface absent-mindedly. The faint, rhythmic tap sound betrayed the turmoil raging beneath his calm exterior. "Bring me the disciplinary record of Lan Xijin," he said in a low voice, his tone devoid of emotion. "I want to take a look." Bai Qingnan, standing nearby, was placing a freshly signed disciplinary department document into a folder. Upon hearing this, he paused imperceptibly before slowly lifting his head. Disciplinary record? Bai Qingnan's voice carried a hint of coldness and curiosity. You know her achievements over the past 3 years better than anyone. Why are you suddenly so interested in her? Lan Xijin's fingertips paused on the desk, his smoky gray eyes fixed on Bai Qingnan through his glasses. He keenly detected the hint of displeasure in the other's tone, displeasure directed at the instruction itself. Rather than that, I'd like to ask you when. Lan Xijin leaned forward slightly, exuding an even stronger sense of pressure. You started reacting so strongly to her affairs? I'm just curious. A worthless Z-class student about to be expelled, what value does she have that would make you waste your precious time sifting through those meaningless trash files? Lan Xijin met Bai Qingnan's icy gaze, his smoky gray eyes swirling with hidden emotions. He remained silent for a moment, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the desk once more, as if weighing his options. Finally, he leaned back into the wide chair, relaxing his posture slightly, and the corners of his lips curled into an extremely faint smile. Perhaps, it's because of the feeling she gives me. Lan Xijin's gaze drifted to the dusky evening outside the window, his voice low. She's changed. Chapter 8, Personal Entanglements. Changed? Even Lan Xijin, the man who had always been calm, always in control, and had always regarded Shanji as a source of shame and dust, was saying that she had changed? The office fell into complete silence. Bai Qingnan's gaze returned to Lan Xijin's flawless face, trying to decipher more hidden information from the slightest expression. He found nothing. The Shan family. As dusk fell, a red luxury sports car rolled over the meticulously manicured lawn and came to a stop in the center of the main mansion's courtyard. Dan Jiying leaned against the car door, gently rubbing her wrist where the scars from old wounds had been meticulously erased. On the second floor, in the study with its large floor-to-ceiling windows, a tall, handsome figure stood there motionless. Dan Linchuan lowered his head slightly, his eyes fixed on the figure in the courtyard through the silver-rimmed glasses. Dan Jiying felt the piercing gaze and suddenly looked up. Their eyes locked. A faint, unashamed smirk curled the corners of Dan Jiying's lips. She didn't even bother to change her posture, simply raising her right hand lazily, her index and middle fingers together, and aimed at the figure behind the window on the second floor, as if firing an invisible bullet, a casual and flirtatious flick. The gesture exuded an air of unparalleled arrogance. Then, she no longer looked at the window, turned around, and strode toward the main entrance of the mansion with her long, straight legs. Almost at the same moment she stepped through the door, steady footsteps echoed from the spiral staircase. Dan Linchuan was descending the stairs at a leisurely pace. He was still wearing that perfectly tailored dark gray bespoke suit, his posture as straight as a solitary pine tree. Dan Linchuan stopped midway down the stairs, towering above her. His gaze swept from the tips of Dan Jiying's hair to the tips of her shoes, finally resting on her breathtakingly beautiful face. It has been 4 hours and 28 minutes since Morris Academy dismissed for the day, his voice rang out, low and steady. He raised his left wrist slightly, glancing at the priceless watch on his wrist, his movement exuding an unspoken sense of authority. From the academy to here, at normal driving speed, Dan Linchuan's gaze locked back onto Dan Jiying, his amber eyes behind the glasses as deep as the ocean, excluding regular traffic congestion. The error should be within 15 minutes. You should have arrived no later than 3.5 hours ago. What were you doing? Dan Jiying raised his eyebrows slightly, the mocking curve of his lips deepening, exuding a lazy attitude. Oh? Since when? Dan Jiying tilted his head slightly. Has my schedule required me to report every detail to you, the temporary replacement? Linchuan, cousin. It's my duty. 4 words, spoken with authority. He descended the remaining steps one by one, eventually coming to a stop directly in front of Dan Jiying. Ensure that before you. Dan Linchuan leaned forward slightly, close enough for Dan Jiying to clearly see his reflection in his glasses. Prove yourself. The core interests of the Dan family are not harmed. He straightened up, his voice steady but each word like a hammer. For example, avoiding you getting involved in certain trivial personal entanglements. Personal entanglements? Foolish actions? She repeated Dan Linchuan's words, her voice light and airy. Indeed, for the despicable things those fools had done, such an evaluation was already quite lenient. Dan Jiying's eyes held no anger, only an abyss of indifference. She didn't even pause her steps, merely casting a cold glance at Dan Linchuan as they passed by. You may rest assured, her voice was cold and devoid of emotion. I was merely visiting the cemetery to pay my respects to an old acquaintance. As they passed each other, a faint flicker of emotion flickered in the depths of Dan Linchuan's amber eyes. Cemetery? Old friend? Study. Dan Jiying leaned against the chair, her eyes rare in their seriousness. Today, she had made a bet with Lan Xijin, and the next midterm exam was in just 2 weeks. She had looked at his grades over the past 3 years, almost perfect in every subject. Mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, these cold logical symbols and natural laws were firmly etched into her memory. The official languages of the 4 continents, she had mastered by the age of 12. Humanities, history, and artistic literacy, the foundations had been firmly established by the time she was 15. Even after losing 3 years, the framework of these fields remained unshakable. With a little review, she would be more than prepared for the exam. Only 2 subjects remained, and her delicate fingertips tapped lightly on the desk with a pen. Politics. The politics exam at Morris College has never been about reciting textbook doctrines. It tests one's insight into the ever-changing political landscape. Those fools' empty minds were filled with nothing but filthy thoughts about how to manipulate those men. Through their clouded perspectives, they knew nothing of the slightest shift in the power dynamics across the continent over the past 3 years. Before she was dragged into that void, the continent was divided into 4 regions. A continent, ruled by the 8 great financial clans, it is the undisputed dominant power in terms of territory, economy, and military strength. B continent, the ancient royal family has existed for 2 centuries. 3 years ago, new elite factions emerged like mushrooms after rain, restless and ambitious. Now, will the royal family make a last-ditch effort to regain power, or will a new king be crowned? They have no idea. C continent and D continent, the weakest regions, they formed an alliance to survive. Over the past 3 years, has this alliance grown stronger, or has it already been secretly infiltrated by the new powers of a continent or B continent? The absence of this critical information is like walking blindfolded on the edge of a cliff. Within half a month, she must grasp all the power shifts that have occurred across the continent over the past 3 years. Financial investment. Equally deadly is the ever-changing financial market. 3 years are enough to bring down once mighty giants and propel unknown newcomers to the top. Which companies have risen during her absence to become new pillars or potential threats? Which established financial conglomerates are plagued by internal turmoil and on the brink of collapse? 2 weeks. She must devour the earth-shattering changes in the political and financial landscape of the continent over the past 3 years within these 14 days. Under the spotlight, her eyes betrayed no hesitation, only the resolute determination of one who has burned all bridges. Time is her most precious commodity at this moment. Chapter 9, Dropout? Impossible. The next day, in the afternoon. The sunlight from the east wing of Morris College shone on the expensive ancient trees, casting long shadows. Dan Xijin walked straight toward the depths of the academy. She had not attended the morning music appreciation class but had instead spent the time in the family study collecting recent materials. Every second was precious to her. As she stepped into the central courtyard, a figure blocked her path. It was an officer from the disciplinary inspection department. The silver badge on his chest reflected a cold gleam in the sunlight. He held a thin sheet of paper in his hand, his expression stern and official, but his eyes betrayed a hint of tension. Single Jiang, the officer's voice was tight as he handed her the paper. You have accumulated 50 absences, reaching the maximum limit. This is the expulsion notice personally signed by Director Bai. Please sign for it. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Expulsion, she murmured, her voice trailing off. That smile was too vibrant, instantly shattering the student affairs officer's carefully maintained composure. His ears turned red, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he avoided her direct gaze, his voice growing even softer. The director has instructed you to proceed to his office immediately to complete the necessary procedures. He paused, then added, he is waiting for you. Dan Xijing's fingertips gently brushed against the thin piece of paper. It felt so fragile and ridiculous in her hands. She didn't even bother to look at what was written on it. Withdrawal? By Qin Nan, is this how you start things? Interesting. Your clever use of rule loopholes ends here. Let us see how you plan to please a target who despises you so deeply. Second phase task activated, raise the target's by Qin Nan favorability to 30. Task deadline, 72 hours. The office of the Inspector General was located on the top floor of the Student Union's exclusive office building. The staff member stopped at the door, knocked, and heard a gentle yet distant voice say, "Come in." The door opened. The office was large yet exceptionally tidy, almost sparsely furnished. Bai Qinan sat behind a large desk. He was still wearing his white uniform, with the iris badge representing the supervisory department pinned to his chest. Upon hearing the door open, he lifted his head. Seeing Shan Jiying, his expression remained unchanged, still maintaining his stern, businesslike demeanor, showing no trace of the 80 goodwill rating. "Miss Shan, please sit down." He gestured to the chair across from his desk, his voice as smooth as polished jade. "The procedures require your personal confirmation and signature." Dan Jiying did not sit down immediately. She stood in front of the desk, gazing at Bai Qinan across the wide surface. She examined him calmly, as if trying to pierce through his gentle facade to see the undercurrent beneath. She held the withdrawal notice between her fingertips, placed it gently on the smooth desk surface, and pushed it toward him. "Mr. Bai," her voice remained cold and emotionless, "this gift seems rather sudden?" Bai Qinan's gaze fell on the notice. College regulations, black and white on paper, clear and straightforward. 50 unexcused absences trigger the automatic withdrawal mechanism. His voice was cold, as if stating an objective fact, his gaze behind the glasses calm and unruffled. "I am merely enforcing the rules, single student. Sign here." I will personally handle the subsequent file archiving and withdrawal procedures. He gestured toward the blank space in the lower right corner of the notice. Rules? Dan Jiying's red lips parted slightly, forming a mocking curve. Her voice was as cold as ice crystals falling on a plate. They're nothing but chains used to bind those powerless ants with no say in the matter. Dan Jiying picked up the cup of coffee steaming on the left side of his desk. Her posture carried a deliberate hint of ambiguity as she took a sip of the dark brown liquid. Molokai Island coffee beans, she suddenly spoke, her voice still gentle, paired with maple syrup. The corners of her lips curled into a cold, almost icy smile. Didn't you say yourself that you hated this taste the most? How do you know? The calm facade shattered instantly. Bai Qingnan suddenly stood up, knocking over the chair beneath him. His large hands clamped down on Shan Jiying's slender wrist with such force that it felt as though he was trying to crush her bones. A crisp sound echoed as the coffee cup shattered on the cold floor. The scalding dark brown liquid splashed everywhere, instantly soaking a small patch of his trousers. His body leaned forward slightly, and for the first time, his usually icy face twisted in intense emotion. Anger, fear, a whirlwind of emotions raged in his eyes. And at the very center of this chaotic vortex, there was an even more intense, suppressed emotion. What the hell? His voice was hoarse and low as he stared intently at Shan Jiying. Let go. A low, icy voice cut off Bai Qingnan's unfinished words. The heavy office door had been pushed open at some point. Lan Xijin leaned against the doorframe, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic floor, Bai Qingnan's contorted expression and his tightly clenched hand gripping Dan Jiying's before finally settling on Bai Qingnan's face. His deep, smoky gray eyes flickered with a cold warning. Jing? Bai Qingnan suddenly turned his head, his brows furrowed, but his hand tightened around Dan Jiying as unconsciously. What are you doing here? Lan Xijin did not answer his question. He simply stepped inside. He stopped a few paces away from the two of them, his gaze calmly resting on Bai Qingnan's tightly clenched hand. For now, don't fire her. Bai Qingnan's pupils contracted sharply. He took a deep breath, his gaze behind his glasses sharp as a knife. Are you interfering with the supervisory department's work for her sake? Lan Xijin's lips curled into a faint, icy smile. I'm sorry, but I must do this. Lan Xijin's voice was low, yet it carried an unwavering tone of authority. Ding, ding. Two calm knocks on the door sounded abruptly. Immediately afterward, a voice as gentle and melodious as a spring breeze drifted in, tinged with a hint of perfectly timed curiosity. Oh? What's going on here? Everyone's gaze immediately turned toward the door. She stood elegantly by the door, as if he had just happened to pass by. He had changed into a clean white uniform, making his complexion appear even paler. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes scanning the chaotic floor and the three people with their varied expressions, especially Bai Qingnan's hand, which was still tightly clutching Shan Jiying's hand. Bai Qingnan's brows furrowed even more tightly, his voice filled with extreme irritation and a hint of caution. What are you doing here in the inspection department again? At that moment, he was like a cornered beast, any slight disturbance making him even more anxious. Bai Shi's gaze finally landed on Bai Qingnan's tightly clenched wrist. A smile that was almost innocent curved his lips. Me, he chuckled softly, his gaze flickering toward Shan Jiying. I'm here to ask you for someone. Chapter 10, Birthday Party Invitation Gesture of Goodwill or Plot? A pleasant, light laugh pierced the suffocating tension in the office. Humph. Dan Jiying's lips curved into a seductive smile as her gaze swept over Bai Qingnan's pale face, finally resting on his wrist, which was white from clenching so tightly. It seems, Mr. Bai, her voice carried a hint of mocking insight, that I am indeed not the kind of person who can be easily bound by your rules. As the words fell, her wrist twisted at an incredibly sharp, fish-like angle. Bai Qingnan felt an irresistible force surge through his fingers, which were suddenly released and sprang open. He stared in shock at his palm, as if he had just grasped a wisp of cold air. Dan Jiying casually withdrew her wrist, leaving a deep red mark on her fair skin. She nonchalantly shook her wrist, as if brushing away a speck of dust. Her seductive peach-colored eyes flickered with a playful smile as she casually swept her gaze over the various expressions of Lan Xijin and Bai Shi. Thank you both, she said. Her voice was soft but clear, carrying a sense of control and almost condescension. With that, she turned away without looking at anyone else. Her figure vanished beyond the door, leaving behind a room in disarray and three men with conflicting thoughts. A heavy silence descended once more. I need an explanation. Bai Qingnan collapsed back into the wide leather chair, his voice hoarse with exhaustion and suppressed anger. He raised his hand to remove the glasses from his nose and rubbed his tightly furrowed brow. Lan Xijin's smoky gray eyes flickered with a complex light, and his thin lips pressed together. In half a month. His voice remained low, you will know everything. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the lingering anger and hidden panic on Bai Qingnan's face, before adding, I'm sorry, but this matter concerns the core secrets of the Lan family. I cannot explain further at this time. The Lan family. Bai Qingnan's voice was soft, as if he were contemplating the weight of those two words. He slowly raised his eyes and turned his gaze toward Bai Shi, who was leaning against the doorframe, seeming detached yet omnipresent. His expression was cold. And you, Bai Shi? Don't tell me she's also involved in your Bai family's shady secrets? No, Bai Shi replied crisply, his face still adorned with that mask of tenderness bordering on perfection. It has nothing to do with the Bai family. His gaze shifted to the doorway where Lan Xijin had disappeared, his eyes flickering with a hint of unyielding curiosity and determination. It's just, there are some questions whose answers I need to clarify from her, for now. That melody, that unpublished piece belonging to his deceased mother, which existed only in his feverish memories, an 8-year-old child could never have known it. This doubt had deeply rooted itself in his heart, leaving him unable to let it go. Bai Qingnan leaned heavily against the chair back, as if all his strength had been drained from him. He waved his hand wearily, his voice heavy with exhaustion and lingering frustration. Go out, all of you, go out first. Let me be alone. Lan Xijin gave Bai Qingnan a deep look, his expression complex and hard to read. In the end, he said nothing, turned around, and left with steady steps. Bai Shi, however, bowed slightly to Bai Qingnan, his lips still curled into that flawless, gentle smile, and he too withdrew gracefully. The heavy doors of the inspection department closed silently once more, completely sealing off the outside world. Dead silence. Bai Qingnan slumped in the wide leather chair. The office was filled only with his heavy breathing and the deep brown coffee stain on the floor, emitting a sweet yet bitter scent. His gaze was fixed on the stain, his eyes hollow and filled with pain. She was right. Moroccan coffee beans paired with maple syrup. Even though he didn't care for the bold, bitter taste of the coffee, he had made it a habit. Because this flavor was hers, her favorite flavor. Was she back? Or were those disgusting, foolish creatures who had taken over her body, studying their past in detail to target him, even going so far as to mimic her habits, setting another trap? Target individual Bai Qingnan experiencing severe fluctuations in goodwill. 85, 83, 87, 80. The cold system prompt flashed and flickered deep within Lan Xijin's consciousness. You don't seem surprised at all? The system's voice carried a hint of inquiry. Oof. Dan Xijin curled her lips into an absolutely confident smile, her eyes flashing with coldness. Why should I be surprised? Oomph, well done. The system's voice, in just 2 days, you managed to get both Lan Xijin and Bai Shi, two target individuals, to speak on your behalf and make an exception for you. This ability to please your prey is beyond my expectations. Thank you for the compliment. Dan Xijin's voice remained utterly calm, as if stating a fact. Back to Class Z. When Dan Xijin's figure appeared at the classroom door, the once bustling classroom fell silent, as if someone had pressed the mute button, plunging into an eerie stillness. She ignored the commotion and walked straight to her window-side seat. On the desk lay a pure white invitation card. The paper felt smooth to the touch, with the edges adorned with intricate lily patterns outlined in subtle, luxurious gold thread. Dan Xijin leaned back lazily in her chair, picking up the invitation with 2 fingers. She opened it to find elegant, flowing script inside. Sincerely inviting Miss Dan Xijin to attend the birthday banquet of Miss Su Qingya. Date, June 5, 7 p.m. Location, Su Family Mansion. The signature at the bottom was in Su Qingya's own handwriting, neat and forceful. Su Qingya, birthday party? Miss Dan Xijin murmured the name softly. The heiress of the Su family, president of the student union, a figure renowned for her versatility and adaptability within the succession ranks of the 8 great financial clans. Over the past 3 years, those time travelers seem to have never truly crossed paths with the Su family heiress in any notable way. The Su and Dan families, on the surface, maintained a polite yet distant relationship, each minding their own business. This sudden, prestigious yet understated invitation. Is it a gesture of goodwill in response to shifting winds? Or, a meticulously planned banquet, waiting for her to step into the trap? Dan Xijin's fingertips gently tapped the icy cover of the invitation, her eyes as deep and mysterious as an abyss. Whatever it was, this chess game was becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 11, Just Bored. Second year, Class S, University Division. The afternoon sun streamed through the large arched windows, bathing the luxurious and bright classroom of Class S in warm light. A young woman with fiery red hair Gongqi sat slumped on a clean desk, her long legs swinging back and forth, her face brimming with unhidden contempt. Qingya, have you lost your mind? Gongqi's voice carried a sharp tone of disdain as she rolled her eyes at Su Qingya, who was elegantly organizing her notes across the room. You actually sent an invitation to that single Xijin? Aren't you afraid she'll chase after Jean and the others at your carefully planned birthday party and turn the whole place into a mess? Su Qingya paused her movements, lifting her face, which was as delicate as porcelain. Her pure white uniform made her skin appear as white as snow, and her demeanor was gentle and graceful. She curved her lips into a perfect, angelic smile, her voice soft and melodious. Achi, don't say that. Over the past few days, there have been some rumors about her at the academy, and they seem a bit different this time. Maybe, we could become friends? She paused, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, her tone tinged with a touch of innocence and anticipation. After all, she is the heiress of one of the 8 great families. Humph! Snorted derisively, jumping off the table and crossing her arms. Give it a rest. I know you too well. You never let go of anyone who might be useful, eager to weave everyone into your network. But as far as I know, she has already been kicked out of the Shan family as succession line. The new heir has already taken her place in the family. Su Qingya's smile didn't waver, and she even seemed more gentle. She gently picked up the invitation card with the gold-embossed iris pattern on the table, her fingertips brushing over Dan Zhiying's name. Her voice remained soft but carried an unwavering certainty. Achi, it's just an invitation. We should see it with our own eyes before making a judgment, shouldn't we? Let us just wait and see. After school, Morris Academy Library. Dan Zhiying closed the heavy, dusty book, its pages still carrying the scent of old paper and ink. Morris College Library lived up to its reputation as a continent's first library, with shelves like forests, housing many rare editions, classified documents, and political reports that were not allowed to be digitized, all quietly resting here. She was particularly interested in several internal assessment reports from the past 3 years regarding key changes in energy policy, but unfortunately, even within the Shan family, no complete versions had been preserved. As her fingertips glided over the yellowed pages, the cold numbers and decision-making logic outlined the hidden currents of power. After returning the books to their original places, she left the quiet, dusty room, her footsteps making no sound. Morris College main gate. In stark contrast to the solemnity of the library, the grand golden gates of the college were now crowded with students leaving school. The air was filled with a mix of excitement and a touch of nostalgia, as if everyone were watching a play. The focus was on a sleek, limited edition silver sports car. The driver's side window rolled down, revealing Qing's sharp features and a hint of impatience. One hand casually rested on the steering wheel, his fingers clearly defined, while the other was tightly gripped by a young woman outside the door. She was dressed provocatively, her makeup flawless but smudged from tears, her face red and swollen. Mr. Qin. What did I do wrong? The girl's voice was trembling with tears, her mascara smudged on her cheeks, leaving messy black streaks. She was practically clinging to the car door, leaning forward with a desperate expression. Please tell me. I'll change. I'll do anything. Don't break up with me, please. Let go. Qing's voice was low and cold, with a metallic edge. His brows furrowed with impatience. He didn't even bother to look at the girl properly. The girl shuddered at the icy tone, her body shrinking slightly, but she immediately clung to it like a lifeline, mustering every ounce of strength to force out an even more pitiful expression, her voice sweet and trembling. Mr. Qin, you said yesterday that you like me this way, did you forget? So what? Qin finally turned his head, his gaze sweeping over her tear-streaked face. His eyes held no warmth, only pure disgust, as if he were looking at a toy that had lost its appeal. You're tired of it now. He stated it matter-of-factly, as if he were commenting on the weather. You have 3 seconds to let go. 3. Such cold, heartless words, treating emotions like discarded shoes, fell on the ears of the onlookers without causing much genuine surprise. Whispers even carried a hint of numb acceptance, as if to say, I knew it. Qin was the most approachable of the few high and mighty princes in the student council. As long as you were pretty enough and had a hot enough body, he usually didn't turn anyone down. However, his interest had a pitifully short shelf life, rarely lasting more than a week. Tragically, there were always girls dreaming of being Cinderella, rushing forward one after another, naively believing they would be the one and only special existence, only to end up as a laughingstock. 2. The cold countdown echoed like a death knell. The last glimmer of hope in the girl's eyes faded completely, and overwhelming fear and humiliation crushed her. She let go of his hand and stumbled backward, watching helplessly as the cold car door slammed shut. The next moment, the deafening roar of the engine echoed like the howl of a beast, shattering the evening's tranquility. The silver sports car shot forward like an arrow, instantly transforming into a dazzling streak of light, vanishing into the distance, leaving behind only the acrid smell of exhaust and the girl standing motionless, her soul shattered. The onlookers murmured a few incomprehensible sighs before gradually dispersing. Dan Zhiying stood in the shadow of a nearby column, arms crossed, coldly watching the farce come to an end. Her eyes were calm and still, like the surface of a frozen lake, reflecting everything before her and the equally painful memory she had deliberately buried deep within her heart. Over the past 3 years, they had used her body, just like this girl, to become the laughingstock of the crowd, stripped of their dignity under Qing's icy gaze. She withdrew her gaze indifferently, as if brushing away a mere speck of dust. The shame of the past left no ripple in her eyes, only the icy coldness that had settled over time, growing ever more piercing. Chapter 12, Attending the Birthday Party. Over the next 2 days, Shan Zhiying's figure completely vanished from Morris Academy. She locked herself in the study of the Shan family, surrounded by mountains of ancient texts and archives piled on the desk, and the complex data streams scrolling across the screens. The air was filled with the scent of old paper, ink, and an almost stagnant atmosphere of intense focus. With the midterm exams approaching, she needed absolute silence to organize the information. Her absence, however, became the perfect breeding ground for rumors within the academy. The expulsion incident had been resolved in such an odd manner, with the disciplinary committee even tacitly acknowledging the privileges she possessed, an anomaly in itself. Speculation ran rampant. The most prevalent version was filled with salacious speculation. Some swore they had witnessed the intimate interactions between Bai and Dan Xijin, claiming that her privileges were obtained through some unspeakable deal. Even more malicious rumors suggested that the Shan family had finally had enough and exiled this disgraceful daughter to an obscure branch of the family, sparing her formal expulsion only to preserve the family's reputation. Of course, there are also scattered mentions of Bai Shi and Lan Xijin, the two influential figures rumored to have protected her. However, this version is too outlandish to be credible and has spread the least widely. The only clear fact is, at Morris Academy, the student council and its core members represent the ultimate authority. Their will was like law, capable of easily determining the fate of even the honorary principal. Therefore, regardless of whether this privilege originated from Bai Qingnan, Bai Shi, or Lan Xijin, no one dared to openly question it, only daring to ferment jealousy and suspicion in private whispers. June 5, Su Family Mansion. As night fell, Su Family Manor was ablaze with lights, resembling an eternal city that never sleeps. Luxury cars symbolizing wealth and status streamed into the estate gates, their engines rumbling through the meticulously manicured gardens. The Su family has been steadily building its strength in recent years, with its influence growing rapidly. They have secured a firm foothold in 4 of the 8 major conglomerates. Tonight is not only Su Qingya's birthday banquet but also a meticulously orchestrated debut stage for the Su family's versatile and charismatic heir, a silent gathering to build momentum for the succession. The arrival of Dan Xijin was like a drop of ink in a bustling dance hall. She wore a floor-length black velvet gown, as deep as the night. The intricate gold thread embroidery patterns shimmered with understated luxury under the lights, a masterpiece crafted by 15 top artisans over countless hours of meticulous handwork. Her jet black hair was casually swept back, revealing a graceful, swan-like neck of unparalleled elegance. Her makeup was minimal, but her seductive almond-shaped eyes shimmered with an icy, dazzling glow under the dazzling lights, overshadowing the surrounding jewels and exuding an air of aloofness that seemed to look down on everyone else. Miss Shan, your presence truly honors our humble abode. Su Qingya, like a blooming moonlight lily, wore a pure white floor-length gown, her smile gentle and graceful. She stepped forward immediately, her voice soft and flawless. Miss Su, happy birthday. Dan Xijin nodded slightly, her lips curving into a formal smile, and handed over a deep red velvet gift box. As the lid opened, the warm, deep emerald green glow of the gemstone shone through, revealing a priceless gemstone necklace lying quietly on a velvet cushion. Both the quality and cut were of the highest caliber. Su Qingya took the box, her eyes brimming with surprise and admiration, her brows arching gently, her voice growing even softer. Miss Shan, you've gone to such trouble. This gift is exactly what I've always wanted. I am deeply grateful for your kindness. She handed the box to the attendant behind her with graceful poise. Just then, boom! A deafening, aggressive engine roar echoed from the distance, growing louder as a jet-black supercar, its body shimmering in the night, executed a daring drift and came to a smooth stop in the center of the courtyard, drawing all eyes to it. The door swung open, and Xinjue stepped out first. His perfectly tailored dark suit couldn't hide the rebellious spirit in his bones. A smirk played at the corners of his lips as he walked around to the passenger side. A stunningly beautiful woman with a curvaceous figure, heavy makeup, and a tight sequin miniskirt stepped out of the car, her posture seductive as she wrapped her arm around Xinjue's waist. Xinjue scanned the crowd with his gaze. When his eyes landed on the calm, black figure beside Su Qingya, his smile froze instantly, his brows furrowing involuntarily, and his eyes flickered with unhidden contempt and disgust. Ignoring everyone around him, he wrapped his arm around his new companion and strode toward them with purpose. His voice was not loud, but it was clear enough for everyone within a circle to hear, dripping with deliberate sarcasm. Su Qingya, the taste of your birthday banquet is getting worse and worse. How could you let such trash in here to spoil the view? Your taste is truly getting worse and worse. His gaze was like a cold blade, slicing through Shan Xijin with utter disdain. Qingya, your uncle is waiting for you over there. It seems like he has an urgent matter. Dongqi's voice interjected at the right moment, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Su Qingya still wore a perfect smile on her face. She apologetically glanced at Dan Xijin and Xinjue, her voice still gentle. Xiaozhua, today is my birthday. Don't make my guests feel uncomfortable. She gently patted Xinjue's arm before turning gracefully and leaving with Gongqi by her side. Got it. Xinjue replied impatiently, but his gaze remained fixed on Shan Xijin, who was about to turn away. He released his female companion, took a step forward, and his towering figure cast a menacing shadow over Dan Xijin. His voice grew even lower, filled with warning and curiosity. Dan Xijin, he stared into her icy eyes, searching for any trace of the familiar obsession or panic, but saw only an abyss of indifference. What the hell are you up to? Lan Xijin. Bai Shi. He uttered those two names with a hint of disbelief and sarcasm. You actually managed to get those two arrogant fools to speak on your behalf? He leaned forward slightly, his hot breath carrying a strong sense of aggression toward Dan Xijin. But I'm not them. Put away those unwarranted thoughts, or else. All that met his words was complete silence. Dan Xijin didn't even bother to look up at him. She merely turned her face slightly, her seductive peach blossom eyes casting a cold, indifferent glance at him. Her expression was calm and unruffled, as if he were nothing more than a bothersome, unworthy puff of air. The indifference in her eyes was more devastating than the harshest mockery. Without hesitation, she turned away, her black velvet skirt sweeping in a sharp, cold arc as she walked straight toward the dimly lit, relatively secluded backyard of the estate. From start to finish, she did not pause once, nor did she utter a single word, as if Qin Zhuo and his threatening words had never existed. Qin Zhuo froze in place, his face turning an ugly shade of red. He felt as though the punch he had built up with all his strength had landed on cotton, not even causing a ripple on the other person. This feeling of being completely ignored and treated as if he didn't exist was the second time he had experienced it, and both times were because of the same woman. The crowd around them, engrossed in their conversations, began to whisper about the scene. The worthless man who had been chasing after Qin Xiao had simply ignored him. Could the rumors be true after all? On the spiral staircase, a white figure stood silently, gazing down at the scene. The gentle smile on her lips was replaced by a serious expression. "You're quite convincing, but it's just a ploy to tease him," the red-haired girl beside her said, her voice rare in its lack of confidence. That woman's gaze was too cold. Even if she was acting, it meant her acting skills were already masterful. Achi, let's keep watching. Chapter 13, Rescuing Someone from Drowning. By the backyard pool, far from the noise and glamour of the front hall, Dan Xijin held a glass of red wine from a waiter's tray, standing by the poolside, quietly gazing up at the moon in the night sky. The liquid in the glass shimmered with a deep, gem-like red under the moonlight, but she only took a symbolic sip, her brows briefly furrowing in subtle disdain for the low alcohol content. The world of climbing, flattery, showmanship, and open and covert struggles for fame and fortune unfolding in the front hall was temporarily irrelevant to her. In the eyes of most of the powerful, she remained the worthless heiress who was about to be disowned by her family and tarnished by scandal. This temporary invisibility paradoxically brought her a rare sense of peace. The steady footsteps behind her grew louder, emitting a faint rustling sound. The person seemed to deliberately slow their pace. Dan Xijin did not turn around, simply swallowing the last sip of red wine in her glass. Her gaze remained fixed on the cold moon on the horizon, as if everything behind her had nothing to do with her. The night breeze blew by, bringing a hint of coolness and a faint, almost imperceptible, familiar scent. By Qin Nan's favorability 30. Task deadline, 1 hour 32 minutes. The cold notification echoed in her mind. Dan Xijin. The voice rang out, no longer the crisp, businesslike tone of the inspector general, but instead carrying a strained, hoarse undertone of hesitation. The caution in that voice was like touching a fragile, long-forgotten treasure. Dan Xijin finally turned around slowly. Her seductive peach blossom eyes, like a cold pond in the night, stared calmly at the person approaching. Bai Qin stood a few steps away. The moonlight fell on his spotless white suit, yet it couldn't dispel the heavy, tense aura surrounding him. Minister Bai? Dan Xijin's voice remained as cold as ever, tinged with a hint of deliberate distance and a barely perceptible hint of amusement. What a coincidence, you're out here, getting some fresh air. Her tone carried a hint of teasing. Bai Qin completely ignored the slight sting in her words. He took a step forward, closing the distance between them, and the faint scent of his blue robe created an oppressive atmosphere. I remember. His voice was soft, tinged with a nostalgic quality, but his gaze was sharp as a knife, fixed intently on Dan Xijin's eyes. At my 10th birthday party, someone else also found it utterly boring, took me out of the bustling banquet hall, and sneaked us to the swing set in the backyard to get some fresh air. He paused, each word feeling like he was peeling away a layer of an old scar. The air seemed to be sucked out of the room, leaving only the faint sound of night wind rustling across the water. Dan Xijin's fingers, clutching the red wine glass, twitched ever so slightly. This almost imperceptible movement was like a boulder dropped into a calm lake, sending towering waves crashing through Bai Qin heart. He caught it clearly. In those icy peach-colored eyes, there seemed to be a faint ripple spreading out. Is it you? Bai Qin spoke with a voice strained to the brink of a scream, filled with an almost desperate longing and certainty. His body leaned forward slightly in excitement. Dan Xijin. You're back. The real you. Mr. Bai, Dan Xijin's voice remained calm, yet tinged with a deliberate coldness, as if stating an objective fact. Are you drunk? What nonsense are you talking about? She tried to build a wall of indifference to keep his surging emotions at bay. Nonsense? Bai Qin let out a cold laugh, filled with self-mockery, pain, and a determination to go all in. He suddenly reached out, his movements lightning fast, snatching the glass of red wine from Shang Jiying's hand before she could react. He didn't even glance at the glass. He tilted his head back, his Adam's apple bobbed violently, and he downed the remaining wine in one gulp. A deep red liquid trickled out from the corners of his lips, sliding down his taut jawline and dripping onto the snow-white collar of his shirt, spreading into a small, glaring crimson stain. Almost instantly, the effects of the alcohol began to show on his pale face. A flush of unnatural redness spread rapidly from his neck to his cheeks, even staining his earlobes. His eyes grew unfocused, yet they burned with a nearly destructive intensity as he stared intently at Lan Xijin. He forced a smile, tinged with alcohol and bitterness, his voice hoarse, "I am indeed drunk." Before he could finish, he no longer looked at Lan Xijin, but his feet began to step backward one step at a time. One step, two steps. Behind him was the shimmering swimming pool. Bai Qinnan. Dan Jiying's pupils contracted sharply, her cold voice tinged with urgency for the first time. "I've had enough." Bai Qinnan faced her, his lips curling into a nearly agonizing smile, his eyes filled with unbearable pain and a desperate longing akin to a moth drawn to a flame. "I've had enough of watching a monster wearing your shell strut around like a monster." His final step left his heels suspended above the smooth marble edge of the pool. His body, under the suddenly narrowing gaze of Dan Jiying, with the resolve of a martyr, suddenly leaned backward. Plop! A massive splash erupted instantly. The icy cold pool water engulfed the white figure in an instant. Target individual Bai Qinnan experiencing severe emotional fluctuations. Affinity 30 severely fluctuating warning. Abnormal values. Dan Jiying stood by the poolside, her body stiffening for a moment. The icy night wind swept into her lungs, carrying the chill of the splashing water. Under the moonlight, the water churned violently, and the white suit beneath the surface resembled a cloud rapidly sinking into the depths. Reason told her that Bai Qinnan was doing this on purpose, using his life to force her. The system's icy warning rang sharply in her mind. The commotion beneath the water's surface was growing weaker. Damn it! A low curse escaped her tightly pressed lips. The next moment, the priceless black velvet gown, like the wings of a raven, sliced through the moonlight in a resolute arc. Plop! A larger splash erupted. The icy pool water instantly engulfed her body, sending a bone-chilling coldness straight to her head. Dan Jiying held her breath, eyes wide open, and swam frantically toward the faint white figure sinking beneath the water, guided by the last glimpse of its direction. Her black hair spread out in the water like seaweed, and the heavy skirt dragged behind her. The underwater world was a chaotic blur of light and shadow. She saw him Bai Qinnan, his eyes closed, lifeless, slowly sinking toward the depths of the pool. Alcohol and the icy pool water seemed to drain all his strength in an instant. She suddenly accelerated, reached out, and grabbed his arm with all her might. Her fingertips finally touched the cold fabric. She used every ounce of strength to pull his heavy body toward her with all her might. The other hand wrapped around his armpit, clutching his chest tightly, dragging him upward with all her strength. Splash! Two figures emerged from the water, drenched and disheveled. Dan Jiying coughed violently as the icy air filled her lungs. One hand clung desperately to Bai Qinnan's heavy body, while the other frantically grasped the edge of the pool, her nails nearly digging into the cold marble. Her black velvet dress, soaked through, clung heavily to her body, outlining the taut lines of her strained muscles. Bai Qinnan, clutched tightly in her arms, suddenly began to cough violently, expelling several mouthfuls of pool water. His dazed eyes slowly opened, filled with the disorientation and tears of someone who had nearly drowned. The icy water had washed away the flush from his face, leaving only a terrifying pallor. He turned his head slightly, his soaked bangs clinging to his face, his neck unconsciously tilting backward, revealing the area near his collarbone on the left side. Moonlight filtered through the water droplets, clearly illuminating a faint, crescent-shaped scar. Dan Jiying's gaze fixated on the scar. Bai Qinnan seemed to sense her gaze. His lips moved slightly, his voice faint and almost drowned out by the sound of water. Dan Jiying, I won. Chapter 14, Emotions Too Deep to Express. The icy pool water soaked through her clothes, but the biting cold couldn't compare to the heaviness in Dan Jiying's heart. She clung to Bai Qinnan's soaked body. The face that had always worn a gentle mask was now as pale as paper, covered in droplets of water. Only his bloodshot eyes were fixed on her, filled with the wild joy of regaining what was lost and a desperate plea so intense it nearly burned her. This was the second time she had saved him. Memories surged uncontrollably. 10 years ago, in the lavish banquet hall of the Bai family, a birthday party had been meticulously arranged for him. Yet, at a single glance from her, he disregarded his father's warning gaze and took her away from the boring hall, sneaking into the quiet backyard. That brief moment of breathing room came at a terrible cost. Afterward, the enraged head of the Bai family had his only son locked in the cold, gloomy ancestral hall and forced him to kneel for 24 hours straight. When she heard the news, an unfamiliar emotion called guilt surged in her heart for the first time. She rushed to the Bai family estate to see him. What she saw was him stumbling out of the ancestral hall, his face pale and terrifying. As he crossed the courtyard toward his room, his legs gave way, and he fell headfirst into the icy pool. The water surface only bubbled briefly before quickly returning to calm, as if nothing had happened. Without a moment's hesitation, she jumped in after him. As she struggled to swim, she finally grabbed hold of his sinking body. He showed no reaction, his eyes tightly closed, like a lifeless doll. In desperation, she opened her mouth and bit down hard on his chest near his collarbone. That deep bite mark was forever etched into his skin. Bai Qinnan's affinity, 85. Mission complete. The mechanical voice carried a hint of expected calm. As a teenager, Bai Qinnan had always silently followed that dazzling figure. Every move she made was enough to captivate everyone's attention. Falling in love with her seemed like the most natural thing in the world. He was no exception. But he never spoke of it, content to simply watch her from afar, believing that was the greatest mercy fate could offer. Until 3 years ago, after a sudden high fever, everything changed. Dan Xijin awoke, but the gaze she cast upon him was. Her gaze was wrapped in a layer of deliberate sweetness, carrying a blatant temptation. In that moment, Bai Qinnan's heart felt as though it had been clenched by an iron fist, followed by overwhelming joy. He thought. Until that night, when she stumbled to find him. The strong smell of alcohol filled the air, her carefully styled hair was disheveled, and her collar was torn open slightly, revealing a small patch of skin. Her eyes were glassy, her face flushed an unnatural red. The moment she saw Bai Qinnan, she threw herself into his arms. Qinnan. I feel so terrible. Only you can help me. I love you. I've always loved you. Do you know that? Her fingers, painted with vibrant nail polish, restlessly traced his back, and her hot, alcohol-scented lips drew closer to him. Bai Qinnan's mind went blank, overwhelmed by an overwhelming sense of happiness and desire that swept over him like a tidal wave. He froze in place, his blood seemed to flow backward, all his senses focused on the warm body in his arms and the kiss about to fall. However, just as those lipstick-stained lips were about to touch him, a strong, cheap, overpowering scent of perfume shattered his ecstasy. She hated that pungent scent. The corner of his eye clearly caught sight of her hand, which had been wrapped around his back, instinctively and deliberately extending toward her ear, as if to tease the non-existent strands of hair. But the real Shanzhaing, when nervous, thinking, or emotionally stirred, never made such unconscious gestures. She would always use her slender fingertips to gently rub her earlobe. It wasn't her. The woman before him, with her dazed eyes, exaggerated movements, and the unfamiliar, cheap scent wafting from her, was not her. He mustered all his strength and violently pushed her away from his embrace. The force was so great that she let out a startled cry, stumbling awkwardly a few steps before crashing heavily onto the cold floor. From that day onward, Bai Qinnan became the calmest and most ruthless bystander. He put on a polite and refined facade, carefully plotting his every move, and eventually ascended to the position of Inspector General. He watched coldly as the impostor occupying Shan Jiying's body wore a fawning, fake smile, swarming around Lan Xijin, Xinhua, and Baishi like flies drawn to rotten meat. Watching her repeatedly abandon the pride of being the heir to the Shan family and perform various despicable, nauseating acts in front of those men. Watching her gradually become the biggest laughingstock of the entire upper-crust society. Hatred grew wildly day after day in this relentless torment. He hated this monster. He imposed the strictest rules to discipline her, glared at her with the coldest eyes to torture her, and used the power of the surveillance department to restrain her. But he never truly expelled her from Morris Academy, because he was waiting for the Real Dan Xijin to return. Now, he has waited long enough. Help! Someone's drowning! The commotion by the pool finally drew a crowd. Screams pierced the quiet backyard, instantly igniting the crowd. Footsteps and whispers grew louder as people rushed toward the scene, quickly surrounding the once secluded corner. When Dan Xijin dragged Bai Qinnan, who was soaking wet and nearly unconscious, up onto the poolside, the first thing she saw were countless pairs of eyes, some filled with shock, some with curiosity, but most with unhidden contempt. Cold droplets of water trickled down Dan Xijing's jet-black hair and heavy velvet skirt, forming dark stains on the ground. Bai Qinnan coughed violently, his face as pale as paper, too weak to stand steadily. When the crowd recognized the face of the person who had fallen into the water, an unspoken understanding spread through the air. Whispers echoed like the hissing of venomous snakes. It's her again. Dan Xijin. She never learns. Wasn't the lesson from being thrown into the fountain by Qin Xiao last time enough? Now she's even tangled herself up with Minister Bai? Minister Bai is so unlucky to have run into such a madwoman. She must have harassed him and started a fight before falling in. Look at Minister Bai, she's ruined him. Miss Su is so pitiful. Her birthday was ruined by this love-struck fool. One after another, piercing glances, like poison needles, stabbed densely into Shan Jiying's body. Bai Qinnan had just regained his senses after nearly drowning when he heard the barrage of accusations. He struggled to straighten his body, his pale lips trembling as he prepared to shout. A cold yet unusually strong hand suddenly pressed down on his soaked wrist. Dan Xijin didn't even glance at him, she merely pressed down firmly. Her gaze swept calmly over the faces before her, each one filled with malice. Her seductive peach-colored eyes showed no trace of embarrassment or panic, only a chill that froze the bones, as if the chaotic crowd before her was nothing more than a swarm of ants. Defend himself? To these people? A faint, icy curve tugged at the corners of her lips. She preferred to use absolute strength to crush these people under her feet. Chapter 15, Xin Su's engagement? Just then, a warm, dry, soft cashmere shawl gently fell onto Dan Jiying's cold, soaked shoulders. Miss Shan, are you okay? Su Qingya's gentle voice rang out at the perfect moment. She had somehow made her way through the crowd and approached, her face bearing just the right amount of concern, with not a trace of anger over her birthday being disrupted. She gave Dan Xijin a reassuring smile. "Let me take you upstairs to the guest room to change into some clean clothes." Her gaze shifted to Bai Qinnan, who was equally soaked. "Qinnan, the butler is waiting for you over there." She gestured for the waiting butler to approach. Dan Xijin did not refuse, tightening the shawl around her shoulders and nodding slightly. "Thank you, Miss Su." Su Qingya gently took hold of Dan Xijin's arm, leading her away from the chaos and commotion under the gaze of countless eyes, as if escorting an important guest, her posture elegant and graceful. Miss Su is truly kind. Not only did she not get angry over her foolish actions, but she even came to help her out. Indeed, the two of them are like heaven and earth. Behind them, the whispers and gossip did not subside upon Su Qingya's arrival. Instead, her gracious and forgiving actions only served to solidify Dan Xijin's misdeeds, and the rumors grew even more brazen. Bai Qinnan listened to the unbearable gossip around him, his face darkening so much it seemed like water could drip from it. On the second floor, in a lavishly decorated yet hastily arranged guest room. "Miss Dan, please wait here for a moment," Su Qingya said softly, turning toward the wardrobe. Soon, she emerged holding a neatly folded, exquisitely crafted evening gown. The dress was a deep midnight blue, its fabric shimmering with delicate, star-like glints under the light. The design was simple yet exuded a sense of high-end sophistication, clearly a top-tier custom-made piece. "This is a new design I just received. I haven't had a chance to wear it yet. The size should be perfect." Su Qingya placed the dress on the soft bed, her smile flawless. "I'll have someone take your wet clothes to be dried." "Thank you." Dan Xijin's gaze lingered on the exquisite gown for a moment before he replied calmly. Su Qingya thoughtfully stepped back and gently closed the door. In the shadows of the corridor, Gongqi immediately approached, her face betraying her disgust and confusion. "Qingya, why are you being so nice to her? Look at what people are saying outside." She must have been clinging to Bai Qinnan, driving him to jump into the pond. Gongqi lowered her voice, speaking quickly and urgently. The perfect gentle smile on Su Qingya's face faded slightly, replaced by a calm, almost sharp insight. She shook her head slightly, her voice low and firm. "Achi, it's not that simple." "I saw it." "What did you see?" Gongqi was taken aback. Bai Qinnan's eyes. Su Qingya's gaze fixed on the closed door of the guest room, as if piercing through it. The way he looked at her. It wasn't disgust, nor the anger of someone who had been harassed. It was collapse. It was the ecstasy of regaining something lost, and the pain and regret that ran deep to the bone. She paused, then looked at Gongqi, who was stunned. "Do you think someone who was harassed to the point of falling into the water would react like that?" Gongqi opened her mouth but couldn't speak. She recalled Bai Qinnan's dazed expression when he was dragged ashore by Shan Jiying. Indeed, that was not the attitude of someone toward a harasser. Then, what exactly happened? Su Qingya's eyes grew deep, and she put on her flawless gentle expression again. "I don't know. But this Miss Shan from the Shan family seems to have become very, very interesting. Let us go. The banquet must continue. The main event is about to begin." Changing into her midnight blue haute couture gown, as deep as the night sky, Dan Jiying reappeared in the banquet hall. Her wet hair was swept up, revealing her slender neck. The icy gown made her skin as white as snow, and her demeanor was as cold as frost. Her appearance once again drew everyone's attention, but this time, the disdain was mixed with a hint of uncertainty. Su Qingya stepped onto the main stage at the right moment, bathed in the spotlight like a sacred goddess. "Thank you all for joining us tonight to celebrate my daughter Qingya's birthday," Su's father spoke with a steady voice, exuding the authority of one who had weathered countless silent battles. "On this occasion, I would like to announce that I have officially transferred 30% of Su Group's shares to Qingya. I kindly ask everyone to continue to support my daughter in the future." A suppressed gasp and enthusiastic applause erupted from the crowd below. 30% of the Su Group shares. This was not merely a birthday gift, it was the Su family's declaration to all of a continent that Su Qingya, the cunning and capable heiress, had officially become the undisputed leader of the Su family. The aura of power and wealth instantly enveloped her, making Su Qingya even more radiant. She gracefully accepted the congratulations with a composed smile. Then, Su's father changed the subject. "At the same time, the Su family and the Qin family are also here to announce some joyful news." All eyes instantly turned to Qin Zhua, who was standing below the stage, casually playing with a lighter while holding his new female companion. After discussions between the two families, it has been decided that the younger generations, who have long shared mutual feelings, will set a date for their engagement. Boom! The news was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the entire banquet hall. A strategic alliance between the Su and Qin families. However, the two main protagonists whose names were mentioned reacted in a way that was hard to read. Qin Zhua merely lifted his eyelids lazily, his long fingers still fiddling with the black gold lighter. He glanced at Su Qingya on the stage and curved his lips into a careless smile, which served as his response. The woman in his arms giggled and whispered something in his ear, and he leaned in with even greater interest, seeming more amused by her words than by the announcement made moments ago. Su Qingya stood on stage, her face still adorned with her perfect, gentle smile, nodding and waving to the congratulatory crowd below. Her eyes, however, remained calm and unruffled, as if this marriage alliance capable of reshaping the power dynamics between the two major conglomerates had little to do with her personally. Though the crowd was surprised, they understood the truth. Marriages between the 8 major conglomerates were simply a routine arrangement of interests. Emotion? That had never been the primary consideration. After a brief exchange of whispers, even more enthusiastic applause and congratulations erupted, drowning out the underlying tension of the superficial harmony. Mission objective: increase the target character Qin Zhua's favorability by 20. Task deadline: 7 days. Dan Jiying's gaze fell on Qin Zhua, who was laughing wildly with a beautiful woman in his arms. His eyes betrayed no attempt to hide his scrutiny, disgust, and a hint of the cold, ruthless resolve imposed by the task at hand. Chapter 16, Qin Zhua Playboy or Mad Dog? Qin Zhua suddenly looked up, catching that icy gaze piercing through the chaos. It was her again. That damn look again. His narrow eyes narrowed dangerously, and the carefree smile on his face froze instantly, replaced by the ruthless killing intent of a gangster family, his aura growing icy cold. Mr. Qin, the woman nestled in his arms, shivered from the sudden chill, her voice trembling. However, a white figure darted forward faster, blocking Qin Zhua's piercing gaze from reaching Lan Xijin. Bai Qinnan's face was still pale from the water, but his eyes had regained their clarity, even flickering with unresolved anger and a nearly instinctive urge to protect. Qin Zhua watched the scene before him, his anger turning to laughter. He took a step forward, close enough to smell the lingering chill of the pool water on the other's body. His gaze darted back and forth between the two, his lips curling into a malicious grin. Bai Qinnan, his voice was not loud, but clear enough for those around him to hear. Did the pool water fry your brain? You're protecting this trash? He paused deliberately, his gaze sweeping over Lan Xijin before returning to Bai Qinnan's face, his tone dripping with contempt. Or is it true, as the rumors say, that the two of you, Minister Bai has quite the unique taste, picking up others' rejects? Or have you forgotten her past behavior? Forgotten how she acted like a heat-driven animal, chasing after different men like a begging dog? Every word tore open the fresh wound on Bai Qinnan's heart, which had only just begun to scab over after confirming her identity. White Qinnan's eyes blazed with anger, nearly erupting from his eyes. Just as he was about to lose control, a cool hand gently rested on his shoulder, pushing him away slightly. Dan Jiying stepped forward, standing almost directly opposite Qin Zhua. She tilted her head slightly, and her seductive peach blossom eyes finally captured Qin Zhua's distorted face, twisted by rage. Her eyes held no anger, no shame, only a cold, almost pitying mockery, as if she were looking at a mad dog barking wildly. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice soft yet instantly drowning out all the whispers. After just announcing the engagement, are you planning to disrupt Miss Su's birthday party with that sharp-tongued face? Xiao Zhua. On stage, Su Qingya's gentle voice rang out at the right moment, like a flowing spring, yet carrying a hint of icy chill that could not be ignored. She continued to smile, but her gaze fixed on Qin Zhua was icy, devoid of any warmth. From now on, her voice echoed clearly through the microphone, each word striking the hearts of everyone present. Please guide me. These words served as both an announcement of the arranged marriage and a warning and constraint on Qin Zhua's current uncontrolled behavior. Qin Zhua's movements came to an abrupt halt. He glared at Lan Xijin, his eyes filled with hatred, as if he wanted to devour her whole, then shot a fierce glance at Bai Qinnan. Finally, under the invisible pressure from Su Qingya, he suppressed the rage that was about to consume his reason, turned abruptly, and strode swiftly toward the podium. He roughly grabbed Su Qingya's outstretched hand, his posture stiff. Bai Qinnan's tense body finally relaxed slightly. He immediately turned to look at Dan Jiying, his eyes filled with fear and overwhelming concern. You were too impulsive. His voice was low, trembling slightly. Qin Zhua is no ordinary playboy. Over the past 3 years, he has climbed out of the Qin family's muddy swamp, and his methods are so ruthless that you can't even begin to imagine. He took a deep breath and whispered quickly, the Qin family patriarch's womanizing is an open secret. His illegitimate children are too numerous to count on one hand. Qin Zhua's mother was just a powerless courtesan. Back then, she secretly gave birth to Qin Zhua, carried the child to the Qin family's doorstep, but the Qin family didn't even bother to acknowledge her, treating her like they were taking in another stray dog. Bai Qinnan's voice carried a hint of gravity. He rose to power through sheer determination and astonishing combat talent, fighting his way out of hell. In the family's internal power struggles, he crippled one of his half-brothers with his own hands, and the other spent a month in the ICU before barely clinging to life. By stepping over the blood and flesh of his own brothers, he secured his position as heir. Provoking him is like provoking a true mad dog. Dan Jiying raised an eyebrow slightly, showing no fear in her eyes, but instead a hint of curiosity. What? Are you scared? No. Bai Qinnan immediately rebutted, his lips tightly pursed, his gaze firm yet complex. I just don't want you to get involved in any danger. Protecting her was an instinct ingrained in his very bones. Targets Qin Zhua affinity, 120. If you think you can't do it, why not spend the remaining 7 precious days of your life enjoying yourself instead? The cold, mechanical voice carried a malicious tease. Dan Xijing's lips curled into a cold, confident smile, her seductive peach-colored eyes blazing with a warrior's fire. This kind of challenging task, I love it. The banquet finally came to a close in an eerie, tense atmosphere. This night was destined to become the hottest topic of conversation among the upper crust for weeks to come: the shocking alliance between the Su and Qin families, and the enigmatic relationship between Dan Xijing and Inspector General Bai Qinnan. Though no one could hear their conversation, everyone noticed the starkly different, even protective gaze Bai Qinnan directed at Dan Xijing. It was anything but dislike. Before long, the highlight of Morris Academy, the monthly assessment, was just around the corner. This 3-day rigorous ordeal was like an invisible battlefield, testing the knowledge, character, and family heritage of every heir. The monthly exam results were not only publicly displayed throughout the school but also determined the brutal class mobility rules. Only students whose overall scores exceeded 80% of the target class could advance to a higher class. The entire Academy's 26 classes form a rigid pyramid. The S class at the pinnacle holds nearly unattainable seats. Because that means you must rank among the top 5 in your grade to enter Class S. This is not merely a battle on the exam hall floor, but the ultimate showdown of the resources and meticulous cultivation invested by families over 2 decades. In recent days, Lan Xijin has immersed herself entirely in her studies. The intricate power shifts and capital movements across the continent over the past few years have gradually become clear in her mind. The final 2 crucial pieces of the monthly exam puzzle have finally been securely embedded into the meticulously constructed map she has built. Chapter 17, The Gift from the Gods. The monthly exam at Morris Academy was like a silent battlefield. Lan Xijin sat in the most remote corner of the Z-class exam room. Glances of curiosity, scrutiny, and anticipation swept over her like searchlights, some bright, some dim. From the expulsion scandal that shook the disciplinary office a week ago, to the incident at the Su family estate's pool, and finally, her public confrontation that pushed Xinzhua to the brink of rage. This once derided love-struck good-for-nothing heiress of the Shan family now had the entire academy on edge with every move she made. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Could someone who had been marginalized by her family and languished at the bottom of the academy truly stir up a storm in this fate-deciding monthly exam? The exam consists of 10 sessions, 9 high-intensity written tests and a 3-day comprehensive strategic decision-making simulation exercise. The total score is 1,000 points, representing the gateway to a higher class or the precipice of a downward spiral. The first exam, an in-depth analysis of classical music theory. The exam paper was distributed, and the question read, analyze the emotional implications of the improvised variations in Baishi's recent unpublished concert. The difficulty is extremely high, requiring exceptional musical sensitivity and a profound understanding of Baishi's personal style. A collective sigh of frustration filled the exam room. The students in Class Z furrowed their brows. The question was as incomprehensible to them as ancient script. Only Dan Xijing remained calm, his expression as still as water. She picked up the exam paper, scanned the question, and began writing without hesitation. The pen glided across the paper as if she had rehearsed it 1,000 times. She precisely analyzed the 27th measure of the third movement, explaining how Baishi used shattering chord collisions and wandering rhythms to concretize the bone-chilling pain and struggle, each word sharp and piercing to the soul. In less than half an hour, the pen stopped. She stood up, placed the completed exam paper calmly on the lectern under the stunned gazes of everyone in the room, and turned to leave the exam hall. The students of Class Z exchanged confused glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Half an hour, and she gave up? It's still that single shadow. She couldn't keep up, could she? Ugh, I wasted my time hoping for something. S-class exam room. Lan Xijin put down his last stroke, unconsciously rubbing his temples with his fingertips. His deep gaze pierced through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, just catching the pure white figure below. She walked with composure, her destination clear: the piano room. The melodious and profound piano music flowed like moonlight, already spreading out from the open window of the piano room. At this exam time, the only person who could freely enter and exit the piano room and be exempt from this subject was Baishi. His musical prowess and honors had long surpassed the Academy's constraints, even granting him the privilege to grade the exam papers for this subject. Inside the piano room, Baishi's slender fingers danced across the black and white keys, completely immersed in his own musical world. Single Xijing's footsteps did not interrupt the flowing melody. She sat quietly on a white carved chair beside him, her elbows resting on the armrests, her palms cradling her chin, her gaze fixed on the Steinway piano. The fingers of her other hand unconsciously tapped the smooth armrest in time with the music. As the piece came to an end, the final note faded slowly into the air. Baishi raised his eyes, his mysterious purple eyes meeting Shanzhaing's. There was no surprise in his expression, only a hint of understanding and a smile. You're just in time. What did you hear in the piano playing just now? His voice was gentle. Is this an extra test? Lan Xijin raised an eyebrow. Baishi's lips curved into a gentle smile, but his words carried an air of authority. If you answer correctly, I'll make an exception and give you full marks in classical music theory. Oh? A hint of amusement flashed in Shanhaiying's eyes. Does that count as cheating? No, Shi shook his head gently. This is the legitimate right granted to me by Morris Academy. Dan Xijin closed her eyes slightly, as if savoring the lingering melody. After a moment, she spoke. It's like the whispered prayers of a devout nun at the altar, a prayer offered to God, ultimately transforming into the blessings bestowed by divine grace. Her description was precise and poetic. Shi's purple pupils flashed with genuine admiration. Gift from God. That's exactly the name. He paused, his fingertips gently brushing the piano lid, his voice growing lower. My mother, her unpublished masterpiece. Dan Xijin listened quietly, not interrupting. This was the requiem she composed for a person. Shi's gaze drifted out the window, tinged with a hint of nostalgic confusion. But even now, I still don't know who that person was. He turned his gaze back to Dan Xijin, his eyes regaining their gentle resolve. I am drawing strength from this piece, seeking answers. Soon, I will let you hear the requiem I composed with my own hands. It was a promise and a declaration. Dan Xijin's lips curved into a faint smile, her eyes still lost in thought. This melody, she had heard it before. After her mother's funeral, when she had cried herself into a faint and been carried away by the butler, she had faintly heard the melody played on an unfamiliar instrument in the distance. Ethereal and sorrowful, it pierced the soul. She had not known its name at the time, but now she realized that the melody carrying such grief had been composed by Shi's mother. Could the answers she sought be found within the Bai family? The next global macroeconomic forecast was as sharp as ever, based on the intensifying energy rivalry between Region A and Region B. Predict the price trends of key strategic minerals over the next 3 months and the devastating impact on the core industries of the 8 major conglomerates. A collective gasp and suppressed cries of despair filled the exam hall. This required an enormous amount of real-time data, keen insight into the turbulent undercurrents of international politics, and precise forecasting of economic trends, a task of hellish difficulty. Single Xijin remained unfazed. Her mind operated like the most sophisticated computer, instantly processing the vast sea of information she had absorbed over the past few days. She did not follow the textbook's conventional wisdom but took a bold, unconventional approach, introducing a key variable that mainstream analysts had deliberately ignored or underestimated, a plan that the continent had announced 20 years ago but had never implemented. The results of the model simulations contradicted all authoritative predictions but exuded a cold, ruthless, and spine-chilling internal logical persuasiveness. Another half-hour passed, and she finished her answers, stood up, and handed in her paper. The atmosphere in Z-class had grown eerie. Watching Shan Xijin leave early again, the initial mockery and doubt had evolved into a faint, absurd hope that even they didn't want to admit. The bell signaling the end of the morning exam rang, marking the official start of the highlight of the entire midterm exam period, the comprehensive strategic decision-making Santable simulation. Over the next 3 days, all examinees would have to race against the clock between their written exams to strategize and make decisions on this virtual battlefield. All screens within the University Department of Morris College would display the real-time political and economic landscape of the simulated sandbox, along with the rankings of the top 50 students. Each student is assigned different resources and must navigate a deadly maze of intelligence, allies, and enemies in a brutal game of survival. Morris College never claims to be fair. Your starting point is largely determined by the class you are in. This is the brutal rule silently instilled by the college. The past determines the present, and social class is difficult to overcome. In Class C, the influence that Dan Xijin possesses is like an abandoned city in a resource-deprived wasteland. With scarce initial funds, outdated technology, and powerful enemies closing in, this almost seals the fate of everyone in Class Z in every sandbox simulation to become the first to be devoured on the plates of the upper-tier classes like Class S and Class A. Damn it! This again! Starting with Hell Mode? What's the point? These bastards are moving fast. Chapter 18, Z-Class's Resources. The angry shouts of Z-Class students and the sound of controllers being slammed onto the table echoed in the room. On the holographic screen, the dim points of light representing Z-Class students' influence were being devoured and divided by the greedy predators surrounding them at a visible speed. A sense of despair permeated the Z-Class area. Shan Xijin's gaze swept calmly across the large screen. First place, Lan Xijin, 86 million points. Second place, Su Qingye, 39 million points. Third place, Bai Qinnan, 38 million points. She glanced down at her score on the control device in her hand. 968th place, Dan Xijin, 6,452 points. Her gaze slowly swept over her classmates, some angry, some dejected, some numb. Her slender fingertips gently tapped the cold metal desk, producing a crisp, rhythmic tapping sound. The sound was faint, yet it oddly pierced through the chaotic complaints, drawing everyone's attention. The air fell silent. Eyes filled with fatigue, doubt, resentment, and a final glimmer of hope focused on her. Dan Xijin's red lips parted slightly, and her clear voice, carrying an unusual penetrating quality, rang out clearly in everyone's ears. Her gaze swept over the young faces marked by defeat. Do you want to win? Win, someone snorted derisively, with a hint of self-mockery. What do you have to win with? You started with nothing, and all your resources were taken by force? Exactly. It's always like this. Just accept your fate. Dan Xijin didn't get angry. Instead, the corners of his lips curled into a nearly demonic smile, his eyes flashing with unmatched confidence. What if I told you I could lead you to victory? You, what do you mean? Someone finally snapped out of it, asking cautiously, their voice trembling slightly. Why should we believe you? The surrounding voices grew louder, filled with distrust. Your strategic course grades weren't much better than ours. Even if you're different now, who has to say you're not just using us as cannon fodder to claim the scraps for yourself? Betrayal like this has happened before. Humph. Dan Xijin let out a vague snort, her voice devoid of anger, instead tinged with a nearly pitying regret. You're right. Anyway, you've grown accustomed to being the ones eliminated, accustomed to being declared failures at the starting line, accustomed to repeating the same script day after day, being plundered, being trampled upon. Then you wrap that unwilling heart in so-called lack of ambition and indifference to maintain the last shred of your pitiful dignity, isn't that right? You. These ruthless, piercing words were like a red-hot branding iron, instantly burning many faces red and igniting a shameful rage in their eyes as their facades were exposed. The students of Class Z, who appeared cynical on the surface, knew the truth better than anyone else. Those who had entered Morris Academy were all burdened with their families' expectations and the brutal internal competition. Who would willingly remain a stepping stone forever? But the harsh reality had shattered their illusions time and again, forcing them to don the cloak of uselessness to numb themselves and fight against despair. What do you need us to do? A cold yet resolute female voice broke the oppressive silence. Everyone turned to look at the girl who had always been quiet and almost invisible in Class Sui. She pushed her black-framed glasses up her nose, and the gaze behind the lenses was unusually bright, filled with a desperate determination, fixed directly on Lan Xijin. Dan Xijin's gaze fell on Lin Wei's face, and the sinister curve of his lips deepened. She surveyed the room, her voice calm yet unwavering. It's simple. Hand over all your resources. Hand them over to me without reservation. As the words fell, a brief silence followed, then an uproar erupted like boiling water. Single Xijin, have you lost your mind? The first to erupt was the girl with the big curly hairstyle. She slammed her hand on the table, her voice shrill and piercing, her fingers painted with bright red nail polish almost touching Lan Xijin's face. She still harbored resentment over the slap she had received at the school gate earlier. Why should we give you all the resources? Who do you think you are? Class monitor Li Wei also furrowed his brows, his expression displeased as he spoke, his voice tinged with suppressed anger and obvious distrust. Single Xi, this demand is outrageous. Just because you say so, you want us to bet everything we have? You should at least give us some tangible guarantees, right? He tried to maintain the rationality of a class monitor, but the doubt and resistance in his tone were evident. Though the others remained silent, their tightly pursed lips, evasive glances, and fingers clenched around the controllers made their stance clear. They were unwilling and afraid. Facing the outraged crowd, Dan Xijin merely glanced sideways, his icy gaze sweeping over the girl with the big waves and Li Wei. There was no anger in her eyes, only a condescending indifference, as if she were looking at two noisy insects. Because, her voice was colder than before, as if it had been dipped in ice, clearly drowning out all the noise. I can do what you cannot. Her tone was decisive, leaving no room for negotiation, and she didn't bother to explain or persuade. The fleeting, morbid curiosity to see the expressions on the faces of the S-class elites was not worth wasting her breath on these rejects who weren't even brave enough to take a chance. Li Wei was speechless, his face burning with embarrassment at her arrogant confidence, but the flame of resentment in his heart was suddenly stoked by the words "do what we can't." He forced himself to speak, his voice weakening slightly, with a hint of struggle. Well, at least, there should be some kind of guarantee, right? Stability and profits at the same time? Dan Xijin curled her lips into a mocking smile, cutting him off abruptly. Her eyes were filled with impatience. Li Class Monitor, has the world ever offered such a good deal? You! Li Wei was slapped in the face by this harsh reality, his face flushing red. His throat felt blocked, and he couldn't utter a single word in response. He could only glare at Lan Xijin in shame and anger, his chest rising and falling violently. The air froze once more, leaving only the heavy breathing of the Z-class students and the flickering of the light points on the screen, representing their dwindling influence. In the oppressive silence, that cold yet resolute female voice rang out once more, carrying a determination to go all in. Dan Xijin. Sue stood up, pushed her black-framed glasses up her nose, and her eyes behind the lenses shone brightly. Without a moment's hesitation, she operated her terminal and instantly transferred all the data representing her initial resources to Dan Xijin's control permissions. All my resources, her voice was soft but clear, echoing through the silent exam hall, are now yours. This action was like throwing a boulder into calm, still water. The girl with the big waves of hair gaped in shock. Li Wei suddenly turned to Su Wei, his expression complex, shocked, confused, and a hint of bewilderment at the boldness of her gamble. The other Z-class students all turned to look at Su Wei, then at Lan Xijin, their faces filled with turmoil. Lan Xijin's gaze fell on Su Wei. The icy depths of her eyes finally flickered with a faint, almost approving glow. She nodded slightly, saying nothing more, and directly accepted that meager yet crucial resource that represented trust. Chapter 19, The First Opponent. Suwei's desperate gamble was like a stone thrown into stagnant water, creating ripples of despair in the oppressive atmosphere of Class Z. In the dead silence, only the crisp, rhythmic clicks of single Xijin operating the terminal could be heard, along with the cruel flickering of the light points on the screen, representing the other Z-Class faction's resources fading rapidly. Forget it, I'll give it to you too. A boy who had been driven to the brink of despair, his eyes bloodshot, clenched his teeth and handed over his resources, which were nearly depleted by the greedy crowd. Damn it, let's gamble. Give it. Streams of data representing the high-stakes gamble flowed like a trickle, swiftly converging into Lan Xijin's terminal. Though the total remained meager, at that moment, nearly a third of the remaining, unconsumed embers of Z-Class had quietly gathered in her hands. The curly-haired girl gaped at Suwei's calm yet resolute face, then glanced at Lan Xijin. Her astonishment hadn't faded, but it was now tinged with confusion. They're all crazy. They've all lost their minds. She didn't understand. Why? Why did these people trust someone who had once been at the bottom like madmen? Class Monitor Li Wei stared intently at the screen, where his territory was being attacked by two B-class factions and was on the brink of collapse. The veins on his temples throbbed. He opened his mouth but was interrupted before he could speak. Li Wei. Jiang Lily glared at him, her fingers digging into her flesh. He was her only ally in the class. Li Wei bit his lip but ultimately remained silent. Nearly 4/5 of Class Z handed over their meager resources to Lan Xijin. Glancing down at the rankings on the terminal, he saw his own name at 588th place, with 120,344 points. Compared to the top-ranked players with scores in the millions, this was barely enough to fill a tooth gap. Dan Xijing raised her head, her cold gaze sweeping over the exhausted, despairing faces that still clung to a faint glimmer of hope. Next, I have one task for you all. Her voice was calm but unwavering. Tell everyone that I have deceived you all of your resources. A brief moment of silence. The expressions on everyone's faces shifted from shock to numbness. They had grown accustomed to her shocking statements. But, to claim publicly that they had been deceived? This was almost equivalent to cutting themselves off from the entire competition. From now on, she would have no allies left, becoming the target of everyone's arrows, seen as an easy prey by all those who coveted her. Did she really intend to rely on a mere 120,000 points to face the entire brutal hunting ground alone? Dan Xijing offered no explanation. As the news of Z-Class being deceived spread like a plague through the competition channels, the predatory glances that had been feasting on the remnants of Z-Class and Y-Class suddenly shifted their focus to her, the easy target. Greed is always the dark side of human nature. The first to act on his intentions was Sun Ili from Class B. Rank 125, Sun Ili, resource score, 125,000 points. A full 10-fold gap. In Sun Ili's eyes, Lan Xijing's 120,000 points were nothing more than a crumb from the edge of his vast resource pool. He didn't need allies and didn't bother waiting for others to act first. A Z-Class student labeled a fraud and left isolated and helpless? It was like a points package delivered right to his door. Sun Ili's actions were swift and efficient, fully demonstrating the tactical prowess of a B-class elite. His strategy was common yet effective, a standard tactic used by larger factions to absorb smaller ones. By exploiting the significant economic disparity, he created a crisis, forcing his opponent to sell off assets at rock-bottom prices. Sun Ili almost perfectly shorted the assets held in significant proportions by Dan Xi. Massive sell orders were executed instantly, causing the prices of these assets to plummet sharply. On the screen, the numbers representing Dan Xijing's net asset value began to plummet rapidly. 120,344, 118,902, 117,563. Although the loss per transaction was not significant, the cumulative effect was staggering, and it created a strong sense of panic, with the final number settling at 62,154 points. Almost simultaneously, several vague but highly inflammatory inside tips began circulating rapidly through the competition communication channels. Single Xijing's holdings in X-Mine have been exposed for falsifying reserves and are about to be sealed by regulators. The Y-chain technology has critical vulnerabilities, and the core team has already fled. Z-Class fraudster Single Xijing is insolvent and on the verge of bankruptcy liquidation. These messages acted like poison, further intensifying market panic. More traders, either unaware of the truth or following the crowd, began to sell off these assets, causing prices to plummet even faster. Sun Ili watched coldly from the sidelines, occasionally placing small short positions to add fuel to the fire. The number 588 representing her ranking on the screen flashed a blinding red light, steadily dropping below the 700th rank. What was even more critical was that the price of the X-Mine asset she held the most was nearing her cost basis. Once it fell below a certain threshold, the system would automatically sell all her assets at market price, resulting in losses that could be incalculable or even wipe out her entire portfolio in an instant. The members of Class Z turned pale, their palms drenched in cold sweat. They felt as though their last remaining capital was being devoured piece by piece by an invisible colossal beast. Sun Yili's methods were ruthless and merciless, leaving no room for mercy. With a tenfold advantage in funds, coupled with precise information warfare and resource blockades, Lan Xijin was like a trapped animal in a cage, seemingly powerless to do anything but watch as he was torn apart. Some members of the Z-class with fragile nerves turned pale at the sight, muttering under their breath, "It's over, we're finished." Su Wei, standing nearby, stared intently at Lan Xijin, who remained unconcerned, watching the control panel without moving a muscle. Suddenly, she felt a sense of relief. For some reason, she felt that this cold, arrogant woman was trustworthy. Sun Yili watched the curve of Dan Jiying's assets steadily decline on the screen, a smug smile curling the corners of his mouth. He even casually sent a message. "B125 Sun Yili, surrender now, hand over half your asset rights, and I'll stop. Otherwise, I'll wipe you out." This was a blatant ultimatum and an insult. Chapter 20, The Comeback from the Low Point. Dan Jiying's eyes, which had been fixed on the holographic screen as if frozen, suddenly flashed with a gleam of determination. After remaining motionless for several minutes, her fingers finally moved. At the exact millisecond the system executed the margin call liquidation, an extremely covert special contract bound to the liquidation instructions was silently activated. This contract was a self-destruct switch that Dan Jiying had embedded into all her core holdings using extremely complex financial engineering techniques, at minimal cost, after receiving funds from Class Z. The core terms of the contract: when Lan Jiying's account assets plummeted below 100,000 due to the X-mine margin call, an extremely stringent reverse yield swap agreement would automatically trigger. The conditions for triggering this agreement are so stringent as to be nearly impossible to meet. Lan Xijin exploited the arrogance of those elites. Ultimately, Sun Yili, as the nominal beneficiary, must immediately pay Lan Xijin a nominal margin equivalent to 100 times Lan Xijin's current net asset value. Otherwise, the assets in Sun Yili's account would be unconditionally and immediately transferred to Lan Xijin. 600,000 points. This was an astronomical figure that Sun Yili absolutely could not come up with immediately. His entire net worth was only 125,000 points. The flashing red notification on his terminal screen resembled a warrant for his arrest. Compulsory measures. 1. Account 0658 Sun Yili has defaulted on the agreement due to its inability to immediately pay the 6,215,400 point nominal margin. 2. In accordance with the terms of the agreement and the highest risk control rules of the competition, Article 7, all assets under account 0658 Sun Yili total value 1,250,658 points shall be immediately and unconditionally transferred to the account of the counterparty under agreement, account 0984 Dan Jiying. On the screen, the light representing Sun Yili faded away like it was swallowed by a black hole, disappearing instantly. His ranking plummeted from 125th to the bottom. Meanwhile, the light point representing Dan Jiying's assets surged skyward like a rocket. 62,154 plus 1,250,658 is equal to 1,312,812 points. His ranking skyrocketed. 588,300,150 finally, it stabilized at the 101st position. On Shanxiying's terminal screen, the following was clearly displayed. Account, Dan Jiying. Ranking, 101. Total points, 1,312,812. Dead silence. Absolute silence enveloped the corner of Class Z, as well as all the spectators who had noticed this underdog comeback in the face of overwhelming odds. Zhang Lily's mouth was wide open, large enough to fit an egg, and her eyes bulged almost out of their sockets. Li Wei's face froze in despair, replaced by utter confusion and disbelief. It seemed as though his hesitation had cost him a golden investment opportunity. Sun Yili, the B-class elite with 125,000 points, gone? And Lan Xijin, whose assets were only a tenth of his, used a contract he couldn't understand or even imagine, and then swallowed up his entire fortune, leaving nothing behind. Dan Jiying leaned back in his chair, his fingertips gently brushing the terminal screen where the brand new, dazzling 101 was displayed. Her face showed no trace of joy, only a cold, matter-of-fact calm, as if she had casually crushed a noisy fly. The icy aura and unique confidence radiating from her sent a chill rise from the soles of the Z-class students' feet, which then transformed into an indescribable tremor mingled with fear and fervor. However, the true competition had only just begun. 130,000 points were merely the first step into the arena of the elite. The battle with Sun Yili had gone largely unnoticed by anyone outside Class Z. Everyone was more concerned with what the top-ranked giants were doing, making textbook-perfect investments. Wow, these guys started moving on the first day at noon? It looks like this round's comprehensive strategy will be worth watching. In the past, for players like Lan Xijin and Su Qingya, the final day was the real battlefield, with the first 3 days being mere warm-ups. However, this time, Lan Xijin demonstrated significant aggressiveness from the start, absorbing nearly 10% of Su Qingya's assets. As a result, Su Qingya launched a counterattack, sparking a major upheaval at the top of the comprehensive strategy rankings. Before the afternoon exam began, the final rankings stabilized at first place, Lan Xijin, 94 million points. Second place, Bai Qinnan, 48 million points. Third place, Su Qingya, 34 million points. Fourth place, Qinzhua, 30 million points. Afternoon Z class exam room. The air in the classroom seemed to freeze, with only the soft rustling of pencils on paper and occasional suppressed glances toward the corner of Z class. She, however, was fully focused on her exam paper, solving the problems with such fluidity that it seemed almost effortless. As the final subject of the afternoon concluded, Lan Xijin ignored all the stares and reactivated the competition terminal. On the light screen, the points representing the top giants continued to collide fiercely, with every fluctuation in the numbers sending ripples through the nerves of countless observers. Just as she was about to access the deep data stream for analysis, an unexpected message appeared on the screen of her terminal. Account 0237 by Qinnan has issued an instruction, request to transfer all resources 49,069,258 points and operational permissions under this account to account 0984 Dan Jiying for takeover. Please confirm. The students of Class Z, who had been closely watching Dan Jiying's screen, erupted into chaos. What? Minister Bai? 49 million points. All transferred? That's the entire fortune of the second-ranked individual. What is going on here? Strategic takeover? Or? Zhang Lili and Li Wei were completely frozen, their minds completely blank, unable to process the information before them. Dan Jiying stared at the instruction on the screen, her brows furrowing imperceptibly. A rare flicker of emotion flickered in the depths of her icy eyes. Her fingertips hovered over the confirmation button, pausing for a full 3 seconds. The classroom was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, waiting for her decision. The next moment, her finger moved. Without hesitation or doubt, she clicked on another option with unwavering resolve. Reject. A cold system prompt followed immediately. Account 0984 Dan Jiying has rejected the takeover request. Command invalid. Sigh. The entire Z-class collectively sucked in a cold breath. Rejected? 48 million points. Second place and all its resources. An opportunity to propel her to the pinnacle of the pyramid in an instant. She actually refused? Before the shock had even subsided, a figure appeared silently at the door of the Z-class classroom. The afterglow of the setting sun outlined his tall, slender figure. It was Bai Qinnan himself. He seemed unfazed by Dan Jiying's refusal, leaning against the doorframe with a calm gaze that swept through the crowd, landing precisely on Dan Jiying. The corners of his mouth curved into an almost imperceptible, enigmatic smile. Chapter 21, A Forceful Kiss. Dan Jiying didn't even bother to glance at him. She rose slowly, her movements composed and unhurried, as if the intense gaze at the door and the stunned stares of the entire classroom were nothing more than air. She walked straight toward the classroom exit. As she brushed past Bai Qinnan, her steps did not falter for an instant. Only a light, yet undeniably authoritative voice reached his ears. Follow me. The faint smile on Bai Qinnan's face seemed to deepen slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and followed her out of the classroom. Behind them, the room was plunged into chaos, speculation, and a massive wave of shock. The air froze for a few seconds before erupting into a deafening roar as their figures grew distant. Follow him? Did Director Bai really follow her? What is going on between them? The two figures, one in front and one behind, made their way through the bustling campus toward the quiet western district. Finally, Lan Xijin stopped in front of an abandoned old classroom building. In the empty corridor, only their footsteps echoed clearly. She pushed open the door to an old classroom and stopped in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window. Although the classroom had been vacant for a long time, it was still clean and tidy, as someone had been cleaning it regularly. Outside the window lay the barren backyard and the distant, brilliant lights of the academy. She sat down at a desk in the corner, leaning against the cold wall, her gaze fixed on Bai Qinnan, who had just walked in. She didn't speak, just stared at him silently. I know about your bet with the Dan family. Bai Qinnan broke the silence first, his voice low and tinged with a barely perceptible tension. He pressed his lips together, meeting her scrutinizing gaze with an honest expression. I'm not doubting your abilities, Ing. Your abilities have always been beyond question. I just want to do everything I can to help you. Even if it's just to reduce the risk by a little. And what about you? Dan Jiying's voice was icy, clearly displeased, her seductive almond-shaped eyes piercingly examining him. Sacrifice these 49 million shares as an offering to me, and then what? Will you step back from this game yourself? That one T affect me. Bai Qinnan tried to sound casual, but the worry in his eyes was impossible to hide. I have other. You know what I hate most. Dan Jiying cut him off, her voice soft but piercing straight into Bai Qinnan's heart. I hate it when others sacrifice themselves for me. Her gaze was piercing, as if she were trying to see through his gentle facade and into the depths of his heart, where lay an unchanging emotion that weighed heavily on her. Bai Qinnan's body tensed imperceptibly, and a flash of pain crossed his eyes. After he had been saved from drowning by her, he had seen that emotion called guilt for the first time in those eyes that had always been filled with pride. She said she hated that feeling, that her life didn't need anyone sacrificing themselves for her. That invisible barrier began to grow from that moment onward. From then on, she rejected all his advances. He hated the feeling of being pushed away by her, of being seen as a burden, yet he was trapped like a man stuck in quicksand, powerless to escape. Ing. Bai Qinnan's voice was hoarse with a hint of pain. He took a step forward, wanting to get closer to her, but suddenly stopped. His lips tightened, and his hands clenched into fists, his expression restrained. I'm sorry. Before he could finish, Lan Xijin suddenly moved. She grabbed the collar of Bai Qinnan's shirt with one hand and pulled him toward her with an unyielding, aggressive force. A cold, predatory kiss landed on him like a sudden downpour. There was no tenderness, no hesitation, only a domineering, almost punitive assertion of dominance. Bai Qinnan's mind went blank, his body stiffened instantly, and his blood seemed to freeze in an instant before being ignited by this sudden, scorching intimacy. He passively endured the kiss, and after the initial shock, a tidal wave of ecstasy and a nearly suffocating palpitation swept over him. He instinctively wanted to respond, to deepen the kiss, slowly leaning forward, his hands resting on the table, enveloping the other person in his embrace. His kiss began with caution, as if confirming something, before transforming into a passionate, breathless embrace. As if venting 3 years of longing and pain, along with the emotions he had harbored for over a decade, his kiss was passionate and lingering. After the kiss, Lan Xijin slowly loosened his tie. The shirt of the minister of the supervisory department, who was always meticulous, became disheveled because of her actions. She breathed heavily, her lips unusually red from the earlier kiss, yet her eyes remained as cold as ever, even carrying a hint of scrutiny. She looked into Bai Qinnan's eyes, which still held traces of confusion and desire, her voice hoarse from the kiss, yet unwavering in its command. Remember, don't make any more pointless sacrifices for me, she said, her gaze sweeping over his slightly swollen lips before lifting to meet his dazed eyes. Do you understand? Outside the abandoned classroom building, in the dimly lit courtyard, Lan Xijin stood there silently, like a ghost blending into the twilight. He had intended to negotiate with Bai Qinnan in private, seeking mutual benefit through resource sharing. But he never expected to see him come looking for his rival. Through that dilapidated window, he witnessed such a disgraceful scene. The window was like a dirty picture frame, framing the entangled figures inside. He saw Lan Xijin forcefully grab Bai Qinnan by the collar, and saw her almost brutally kiss the man who had always been cold and distant. He saw Bai Qinnan freeze for a moment before succumbing to her advances. A wave of indescribable disgust surged through Lan Xijin's heart like a venomous snake, tightening its grip. A strong sense of nausea churned in his stomach. He despised Lan Xijin. He despised her for entangling herself with Bai Qinnan here while using him as a pawn in a bet. This woman, what does she think all of this is? A game for her to toy with at will? Using the heir of the Bai family as her plaything in him, Lan Xijin, as a pawn on the gambling table? Lan Xijin's smoky gray eyes were filled with anger and humiliation at being deceived. He stared intently at Lan Xijin inside the window, who had just finished kissing someone, her breath slightly disordered yet still maintaining the posture of a controller. His fingers clenched tightly into fists, his fingertips digging into the palms of his hands. He spun around abruptly, his eyes blazing with even greater resolve. He would defeat Lan Xijin and win that disgusting bet. Chapter 22, The S-Class Trio's Ambush. The Shan family. Warm water enveloped her body as Lan Xijin leaned against the edge of the bathtub, her fingertips gliding across the terminal screen. A new name, accompanied by a glaring ranking in points, jumped into her field of vision. Account ID, Lin. Class, S. Current rank, 32. Total assets, 8,263,417 points. Lin. The cousin of Sun Yili. The second in line to inherit the Lin family, one of the 8 great financial clans. Lan Xijin's fingertip lingered on Lin's name, his expression unchanged. Compared to Sun Yili's textbook-style approach of relying on resources to crush mediocre opponents, Lin was undoubtedly more dangerous. His cleverness lies in his ability to assess the situation, calculate meticulously, and exploit his opponent's weaknesses with precision, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows still and silent until it strikes, and when it does, it strikes to kill. This time, he was likely here to avenge Sun Yili, and Sun Yili's defeat had likely already sharpened his caution. On the screen, data streams representing Lin's asset movements began to show abnormal, clearly directed fluctuations. He had made his move, and his actions were far more covert and deadly than Sun Yili's. Lin targeted several seemingly stable and liquid defensive virtual assets in her asset portfolio. Through multiple hidden accounts, he quietly infiltrated these assets at a deep level. Simultaneously, he leveraged the Lin family's influence network to disseminate negative analytical reports on several key financial information forums and internal communication groups. These reports highlighted potential policy risks and technological obsolescence associated with the virtual companies behind these assets. The reports were logically sound, with seemingly detailed data, making them highly deceptive. Panic was precisely ignited, and market confidence in these defensive assets began to waver. Shan Jiying's net asset value subsequently experienced a small but sustained decline. Dan Jiying did not immediately retaliate. She calmly watched her assets shrink and even proactively sold off some of the assets targeted by Lin Lin, converting part of the funds into cash to create the illusion of being forced to cut losses and seek self-preservation. This move was swiftly detected by two predators from the S-class who had been closely monitoring the showdown. Chen Rui ranked 45th, with assets of approximately 6 million, and Zhao Mingzhi ranked 51st, with assets of approximately 5.5 million. Clearly, Chen and Zhao also wanted a piece of the pie. They believed that even if Shan Jiying easily defeated Sun Yili, it did not mean she had the strength to challenge the S-class. The two acted almost simultaneously, targeting the assets that Shan Jiying was forced to divest. Their intention was to pour salt on Shan Jiying's wound, accelerate her collapse, and reap the benefits. Under their joint efforts, asset prices plummeted rapidly. Lin Lin's lips curled into a cold smile. Everything was under his control. He knew these kindred spirits all too well. Greed was an instinct ingrained in their very bones. The terminal flickered, and a private message popped up. Lin, Dan Jiying, transfer the 1.25 million points from Sun Yili to me, exactly as they are. Lin, in exchange, you can keep your initial funds 62,154 points, enough for you to survive in Class Z until the competition ends. Lin, or, you can choose to resist. Lin, in that case, all the resources and points in your account will be immediately divided among the three of us according to our contributions. You will be wiped out and eliminated. Oof. Looking at the message, Dan Jiying couldn't help but sneer. It must be said, these two are indeed cousins. Even their threatening rhetoric is so similar. Just as Dan Jiying was about to put down the terminal and not respond, another message popped up. Lin Nuo, interested in a deal? Lin Nuo, the true princess of the Lin family, ranked 7th on the list, and the half-sister of Lin. As heirs of the same family, the subtle dynamics between them were self-evident. Dan Jiying, I'm all ears. She tapped her fingertips lightly, her tone tinged with playful curiosity. Lin Nuo, I can help you eliminate those three. The final spoils, I take 50%. Dan Jiying sounds fair. Lin Nuo, the condition is absolute silence about this deal. Furthermore, from now on, follow my orders to the letter. Every word carries the authority of a superior. Lin Nuo intended to use her to strike at Lin, a potential rival for the family inheritance. The price? Simply secrecy. The bathroom was filled with steam, and Dan Jiying's face glowed seductively in the dim light of the terminal. Her red lips curved slightly, betraying a hint of amusement. Dan Jiying, deal. Lin Nuo, access the black market trading platform. Authorization code, encrypted key. You will see a transfer of funds. Lin Nuo, continuously add collateral in small amounts, high frequency, and seemingly desperate manner. Lin Nuo, I will simultaneously spread the information that your funds originate from high-interest black market loans, with exorbitant interest rates and tight deadlines. Dan Jiying immediately understood. This was a poisonous trap within a bold scheme. By exploiting the stigma and urgency of black market funds, they create the illusion that she is desperate and gambling with borrowed money. Upon hearing this, the three would only grow more certain that she was already at her wits' end, trapped in a gambler's dilemma. Having invested heavily and seeing victory within reach, how could they tolerate being overturned by a Z-class ant propped up by loans? They are driven solely by greed, pouring in more and more, risking everything, in an attempt to crush her completely with their overwhelming financial advantage and squeeze every last drop of borrowed blood from her. Little do they know that the true gamblers are them. Dan Jiying accessed the black market trading platform and entered the secret key. The massive funds provided by Lin Nuo were instantly transferred, totaling 25 million. Dan Jiying chuckled lightly. She liked Lin Nuo's approach. She too was a gambler willing to risk everything to achieve her goal. First bet, 50,000 points as collateral. The price remained unchanged, even continuing to drop. Second transaction, 80,000 points, still no response. Third transaction, 120,000 points. The price hesitated briefly before being crushed by even greater selling pressure. Meanwhile, rumors that Dan Jiying had borrowed a massive amount of high-interest short-term funds from the black market to try to turn the tables began to spread throughout the S-class internal forum. Ha ha ha. Desperate moves. Borrowing high-interest loans to gamble? Idiot. Chen Rui immediately added 200,000 points. Trying to turn things around with black market money? Dream on. Crush her. Zhao Mingzhi followed suit. Lin's eyes were cold, with a hint of disdain. He knew that Shan Jiying had rejected his proposal and was now making a desperate last stand. It seemed that the 125,000 points would have to be split between the other two. They watched as Dan Jiying's account repeatedly added points in vain, watching the price they had firmly suppressed, filled with the excitement of controlling the fate of their prey. The victory within their grasp and their contempt for the lone gamblers made them act like true gamblers, betting more and more chips, step by step into the abyss. Chapter 23, 1 vs 3 Retreat or Crush? Dan Xijin calmly watched as his opponent's greed was completely ignited, their margin deposits reaching an astonishing peak. Damn, how tough is this? How much did they borrow? Chen Rui was the first to lose his composure, nearly ready to invest all his funds. She's adding less and less. She must be nearing her limit too. Zhao Mingzhi watched the numbers on the screen, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Dan Xijin's fingertips twitched slightly, adding another seemingly feeble amount. The funds provided by Lin Nuo were like the most precise weights in her hands, each additional bet subtly testing the psychological limits of her opponents. Just as Lin and the others believed victory was within their grasp and prepared to launch their final strike to secure the win, she no longer made small additional bets. The remaining funds appeared on the screen in a number so staggering that the three of them couldn't believe their eyes. Boom! The price, like a spring compressed to its limit, erupted in an epic, violent rebound. How is this possible? Chen Rui collapsed to the ground, having just been immersed in the glow of victory, only to be plunged back into darkness by the enormous sum of money. How could this be? Even if she borrowed from the black market, she couldn't possibly have borrowed that much. Wait. Bai Qinnan. There had been rumors that Bai Qinnan had transferred all his resources to Shan Jiying, but the news was too outlandish, and Bai Qinnan's ranking hadn't fluctuated. So, aside from those who witnessed it firsthand in Class Z, no one believed it. After all, this competition arena was filled with all sorts of false information. Chen Rui and Zhao Mingzhi's accounts were the first to sound the alarm. Their margin deposits were wiped out in an instant by the price surge, and their assets plummeted to zero like an avalanche. System announcement: accounts 0789 Chen Rui and 0821 Zhao Mingzhi have defaulted due to margin calls, resulting in asset liquidation and forced withdrawal from the competition. Lin managed to hold on with his stronger capital, but the floating losses caused by the price surge had already reached astronomical figures. He attempted to mobilize other assets to replenish the margin, but Shan Jiyo had already anticipated the market with precision and set traps along the paths he might take. Damn it! Glancing at the crimson numbers on the screen, he maintained his last shred of rationality and refused to borrow more funds. Instead, he made the difficult decision to abandon the trade. Watching the system automatically liquidate his assets, his ranking plummeted from 32nd to 158th, with only less than 3 million points remaining. The bathwater had grown icy cold. On the screen, her ranking was frozen at the dazzling 13, with total assets reaching 17 million points. With a light tap of her fingertips, she swiftly transferred 7 million points through an encrypted black market channel to the anonymous account by Lin Nuo. As the funds were transferred, her ranking finally settled at 26th place, with assets totaling 10 million points. Lin Nuo, well done. The message arrived, carrying a hint of approval. She had witnessed the entire thrilling hunt. Single Zhiying's precise timing for each additional payment even exceeded her most stringent estimates. This woman is no ordinary talent. She will undoubtedly become one of her most formidable rivals in the future. Dan Xijin, pleased to have worked with you. Dan Xijin curved her red lips slightly, replying succinctly. However, her fingertips did not pause. The moment the transfer was confirmed, she acted like the most skilled hacker, embedding a unique and obscure code into the still fading black market transaction data stream with extreme discretion. This code acted like an invisible mark, quietly infiltrating the depths of every transaction data record. It possessed no destructive power on its own, yet it subtly pointed the source of this black market storm toward the anonymous key provided by Lin Nuo. Lin Nuo had used her as a blade to kill with another's hand. One day, their roles would be reversed. She slowly rose from the icy water, droplets of crystal clear water rolling down her cold, white, seductive curves. She casually wraps herself in a silk bathrobe, her bare feet touching the icy floor, emanating an air of lazy yet dangerous allure. On the other side, at the top floor of the Lan group, Lan Xijin stood before a massive floor-to-ceiling glass wall, overlooking the dazzling city lights below. The expensive bone china coffee cup in his hand tilted slightly, the dark brown liquid swaying dangerously along the rim. His gaze was fixed on the top 50 rankings on the screen, fixated on the name that had suddenly risen to 26th place like a ghost: Dan Xijin. Within a single day, rising from beyond the 600th rank into the top 30. Lan Xijin murmured to himself, his fingertips unconsciously tightening, causing a faint creaking sound against the cup's wall. The strength and ruthlessness this woman had demonstrated far exceeded expectations, fascinating yet unsettling. But this far was as far as it would go. The Lan family's meticulously planned chess game could not afford such an uncontrollable, dangerous variable. Dan Family Restaurant. Over the past week, Dan's father had been absent due to a financial conference across the entire continent of B State, and Dan Linchuan had been as elusive as a dragon, leaving the vast restaurant often empty except for Dan Xijin dining alone. Tonight was different. Dan Linchuan was already seated at the head of the table. His posture was elegant, and his perfectly tailored dark suit outlined his broad shoulders and narrow waist. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his amber eyes were deep and piercing. When Dan Xijin entered the restaurant wrapped in a bathrobe, her hair still damp from the shower, his scrutinizing gaze fell upon her. His gaze finally settled on her lips, which were a shade of red that seemed slightly out of place. The delicate, almost translucent hue of her lips bore a faint yet unmistakable bite mark, leaving no doubt that she had recently experienced a passionate encounter. Humph, Dan Linchuan scoffed, pushing his glasses up with his long fingers. The lenses reflected a cold light, and his tone carried unhidden mockery. What? Have you finally come to your senses and decided to abandon that ridiculous bet, using your still decent-looking body to trade for one last fleeting moment of hedonistic bliss? Dan Xijin didn't stop walking and sat down at her own seat. Hearing this, she raised her eyebrows slightly, not the least bit ashamed or angry. Instead, she extended her fingertip and traced the prominent mark on her lips with a seductive, almost provocative gesture. If I were to give up, she raised her eyes to meet the icy gaze behind Dan Lichuan's glasses, her lips curving into a faint smile. Wouldn't that be a great blessing for my cousin? Everything the Dan family possesses would be within his grasp. Dan Lichuan stared at her, his gaze piercing through her bathrobe, burning every inch of her skin. He suppressed the turmoil within him, his voice returning to its usual indifference, yet carrying a deeper sense of pressure. Morris College has invited me to return to campus next week to give a report on financial investment strategies. He paused, his amber eyes fixed on Dan Xijin. I hope you can hold on until then. Dan Linchuan was 4 years older than Dan Xijin. When Dan Xijin was still in middle school and hailed as a once-in-a-century genius at Morris Academy, he was already a top-notch student with straight A's in the university division. During the 3 years she was possessed by a time traveler and drifted aimlessly, he graduated as the valedictorian. Now that she had just entered the university department, he had already graduated a year ago. Dan Xijin picked up the silver spoon and stirred the soup slowly. Perseverance? As you wish, cousin, she murmured, her voice lazy yet clear. Dinner ended in an oppressive silence, with underlying tensions simmering beneath the surface. Dan Xijin elegantly wiped her lips and stood up to leave the table. She did not glance at Dan Linchuan once, as if he were merely an insignificant piece of furniture in the restaurant. Dan Linchuan remained seated at the head of the table, his gaze fixed on her departing figure through the gold-rimmed glasses, following her every move until her lazy yet dangerous silhouette vanished at the restaurant entrance. His slender fingers slowly traced the cold rim of the glass, his amber eyes seeming to ponder something. Chapter 24, The Cohesion of Class Z. Morning light filtered through the sheer curtains into the bedroom. The terminal on the bedside table emitted a soft beep at the appointed hour, signaling the start of a new day's battle. Dan Xijin opened his eyes, his gaze cold and unwavering. His fingertips glided across the screen. The pre-market ranking of 26 remained steady, but the crimson one next to Lan Xijin's name above it stood out like a scar. Over 90 million points, an insurmountable chasm. Stepping into Morris Academy, an invisible pressure enveloped everyone. Overnight, the rankings had shifted unpredictably, with some falling from the clouds and others climbing from the dust. On the public screen, single Xijin's 26 ranking now served as a beacon of hope for everyone in Class Z. A mix of ecstasy, pride, and the trembling relief of surviving a catastrophe spreads through Class Z. Those who had entrusted their resources to Dan Xijin couldn't help but straighten their spines, their eyes burning with intensity. Like gamblers who had staked everything they had unexpectedly stumbled upon a miracle of fate. They gazed at the cool, distant figure walking toward the reserved seat, their eyes filled with almost fanatical reverence. However, the Z-class members who had not chosen to entrust their resources were entirely different. Li Wei stared intently at the light screen, his fingernails digging deeply into the palms of his hands, leaving crescent-shaped bloodstains. Regret gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. Yesterday, at that critical moment, he could have, but his cowardice and Jiang Lily's pleas had crushed his last chance. Now, as he looked at the dazzling 26, the overwhelming sense of loss and twisted resentment nearly tore him apart. Jiang Lily's face was equally pale. She bit her lips tightly, her body trembling slightly. Every time Dan Xijin demonstrated her abilities, it felt like a heavy hammer striking her nerves. She felt it more acutely than Li Wei, the bottomless chasm between herself and Dan Xijin. A cold fear gripped her. If Dan Xijin ever decided to settle the score for her past actions, she would have no place to bury her remains. She really did it. Li Wei's voice was dry and hoarse, filled with bitter resentment. Shut up. Jiang Lily's voice trembled slightly, her eyes darting around nervously. What's the point of saying this now? The morning's exam subjects were as easy for Dan Xijin as breathing. Her mind worked like a precision instrument running at high speed, and she completed the entire exam in just 20 minutes. When she was the first to stand up and leave the silent exam hall, where even a pin dropping could be heard, the entire Z-class's gaze was drawn to her like a magnet, fixated on that slender yet storm-filled figure. A web of emotions, awe, fervor, regret, fear intertwined. S-class. Lan Xijin put down her pen and looked out the window at the familiar, cool figure below. Her brows furrowed involuntarily. He believed he had pushed himself to the limit to speed up, yet she had still beaten him to the finish line. Was it an overwhelming display of raw talent? Or a desperate gamble? A faint trace of displeasure at being challenged flashed through his mind. He stood up, picked up the terminal, and walked steadily toward the student council president's office, the symbol of power. Music room. Dan Xijin entered the piano room belonging to Bai Shi in the east wing of the academy. Sunlight filtered through the stained glass windows, casting vibrant patterns on the black and white piano keys. The room was filled with a serene artistic ambience. However, this tranquility was ruthlessly shattered by the sudden, piercing alarm sound from the terminal. On the screen, the three core assets she held the largest positions in were currently under precise, overwhelming attacks. There was no one else who could have acted at this exact moment with such overwhelming force. Lan Xijin. He didn't even bother to hide. This was a blatant declaration of war, a arrogant crushing under the weight of absolute power. Dan Xijin's seductive face showed no sign of panic. Instead, a cold gleam of excitement flickered in the depths of her icy eyes, as if she had finally met her match. Her fingers danced across the screen, leaving a blur of motion. She swiftly pulled up the list of all Z-class members who had entrusted their resources to her. Her fingertips danced like lightning, sending out one after another of highly customized, extremely complex investment strategy manuals containing dozens of specific operational instructions and contingency plans. These documents were transmitted to every Z-class member's private terminal in an instant, like the most precise program commands. Sui, target Stardust mining, leverage 1.8, stop loss point. Zhang Feng, target virtual port infrastructure bonds, capital allocation 4:6. As her final command fell, the massive assets in her account dispersed like a stream of stars, flowing into the accounts of Z-class members. On the terminal, her ranking plummeted like an avalanche from 26th place to beyond the 500th rank. The asset column showed less than 1 million points remaining. Behind the spacious desk, Lan Xijin leaned back in her leather chair, the massive floor-to-ceiling display clearly showing the real-time flow of assets belonging to Dan Xijin. Watching the massive light points representing her assets suddenly split apart and scatter into the faint light points of Z-class members, the gaze behind his gold-rimmed glasses was as cold and sharp as a tempered blade. Diversify risks, he murmured, his voice low and detached, tinged with unmasked contempt. Nothing but a desperate struggle. His long fingers tapped lightly on the armrest. In the face of absolute power, any tactics or diversification were nothing but futile attempts to delay the inevitable. He mobilized even greater resources, like an invisible net, beginning to precisely target the Z-class accounts carrying the scattered sparks of single shadow-S fire. The hunt had entered its next phase. The bell signaling the end of the exam rang, and everyone almost immediately picked up their terminals. Account changes, 1, 10, 100. The first student to open the message nearly popped his eyes out of their sockets, his fingers trembling as he counted the zeros on the screen, his voice breaking into a shrill scream. 1 million? What 1 million? Mine too 1 million? The person next to him peered over and saw the same dizzying numbers on their terminal, jumping up from their chair in shock, the legs scraping the floor with a sharp screech. The entire classroom erupted into chaos. Sighs of disbelief, curses, and the dull thuds of terminals hitting the desks echoed throughout the room. For these bottom-of-the-class Z-grade students, 100 million was an astronomical figure they could only dream of. Wait, what's this at the bottom? A student trembled as he scrolled down. The screen no longer displayed simple numbers but intricate trading instructions that made his scalp tingle. Sigh, the amount of calculations, is this even possible for a human brain? He stared at the layered, interlocking strategies involving real-time hedging across over a dozen interconnected markets, feeling like his CPU was about to overheat. He screamed in disbelief. Did she calculate every single step? Zhang Feng stared intently at his own plan, his pupils dilating. His funds had been precisely split into 5 shares, simultaneously entering the gaps of 5 high-leverage derivatives for arbitrage. Timing, proportions, stop-loss points, every detail was flawless, perfect to the point of suffocation. It's not just different. Zhang Feng's throat went dry, his voice hoarse. It's tailor-made for each person. She gave us 20 people and calculated 20 different plans? And she even considered the volatility each plan would cause when executed. This realization hit them like a sledgehammer, leaving everyone dizzy. In their minds, Shan Jiying had instantly become an unattainable deity, emanating cold, calculating power. Dead silence. The classroom, which had been buzzing with excitement just seconds ago, suddenly fell into a silence so profound it felt like an earthquake. The fleeting joy and confusion on everyone's faces, sparked by the windfall, faded away like a receding tide, replaced by a burning, weighty sensation. A mix of awe and a burning sense of purpose. Even a monster like Single Jiying dared to bet his points on this group of losers? Damn it! Someone growled under their breath, slamming their fist on the table, their knuckles turning white. The sound was like a fuse being lit. This money, I'll risk my life to protect it. Right. We can't let her look down on us. Z-Class isn't a dumping ground for losers. Let us go review the financial models right now. Previewing is more like it. Have you even studied it? A sense of unity unlike any they had ever felt before surged through Class Z. They were no longer bystanders waiting to die, no longer scrapped to be slaughtered at others' whim. They were now official participants in the game of comprehensive strategy. Chapter 25, First Place? Let us take it. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed at the entrance of the empty concert hall. Lan Xijin raised his gaze and met the eyes of Bai Shi, who was leaning against the heavy doorframe. He looked like a meticulously framed oil painting, gentle and perfect, without a single flaw. Let me guess, Bai Shi's voice was as clear as a stringed instrument, but devoid of warmth. You want me to help you deal with Jin? No wonder you're the heir to the Bai family. Your ability to read people is truly impressive. Lan Xijin's lips curved into a smile, his tone as casual as if he were discussing the weather. But Bai Shi took a step closer, his flawless expression unchanged. Why should I risk provoking that madman for you? You should know that when he gets angry, even I find him troublesome. He emphasized the word troublesome deliberately, but a fleeting hint of interest flashed in his eyes. Dan Xijin met his gaze, speaking clearly and distinctly, because I made a bet with him. If I can outperform him in the upcoming midterm exams, she paused deliberately, I'll leave Morris Academy. Bai Shi's eyebrows twitched imperceptibly. And you? Dan Xijin's gaze fell on his sharply defined fingers, as if she could see through the skin to the memories hidden deep within. Will never know where I heard that requiem. Click. The air seemed to echo with an extremely faint crackling sound. The gentle facade on Bai Shi's face finally cracked, revealing a hint of uncontrollable emotion. His narrow eyes narrowed dangerously, and the gentle aura surrounding him instantly turned cold and sharp. I thought, he said in a lower voice, his tone cold and appraising, you would use this secret to buy my loyalty. Instead, you chose to threaten me? Dan Xijin shrugged indifferently, flashing a look of what a pity. It seems Minister Bai thinks the stakes aren't high enough? Then. No, Bai Shi suddenly interrupted her, his lips curling into a cold smile. I can help you. His fingertips twitched, and a heavy invitation card with dark golden patterns appeared out of thin air, as if by magic, and was handed to Dan Xijin. On one condition, he said, his voice carrying an unmistakable tone of command, your name must appear on the list of participants for the 100th Music Festival Youth Competition. The music festival was the pinnacle of the entire continent's music world. Those who received this black gold invitation were all prodigies in their field. And Bai Shi, the youngest chief judge in history, was a genius among geniuses. Using his privilege to give her such an invitation. Dan Xijin felt the cold touch of the invitation on her fingertips, her eyes filled with amusement. What? Chief Bai wants to see me make a fool of myself in front of the whole world? Registration closes at the end of the month. Bai Shi merely smiled faintly at her, his confident gaze seeming to pierce through her. He didn't need an answer he knew she couldn't refuse. Third day of the monthly exam. Lan Xijin's precise squeeze on Class Z had been ongoing for a full 24 hours. Reality wasn't a manga, there were no sudden miracles. Even as the Z-class students gave their all, burning with a million-point exploding determination, under Lan Xijin's terrifying, almost precognitive maneuvers, their account balances melted away like ice under the scorching sun, shrinking at a visible pace. Despair permeated and spread through the air of Class Z. Lan Xijin, he's not human. He's a monster, someone cried, clutching their head. He seems to know exactly which bathroom we're going to next, another voice screamed in despair. Damn it! Are you trying to kill us? Leader! Leader! Think of something. A group of people, like ants on a hot pan, all turned their gaze toward the figure in the corner of the classroom, Dan Xijin, who remained calm and composed. She even had the leisure to twirl a pen. Dan Xijin's lips curled into a faint smile as her gaze fell on the two encrypted messages that had just popped up on the terminal screen. The smile in her eyes bloomed like fireworks, dazzlingly brilliant. Lin Nua, not ready to show your trump card yet? Dan Xijin, Lin Nua, the little gift you buried in my transaction instructions, I've received it. Isn't coming to find me your ultimate goal? Dan Xijin, then, are you interested in joining me to pull that high and mighty Lan chairman down from his pedestal? Lin Nua, go against him? Do I look like I want to live forever? Dan Xijin, of course, the choice is yours. Rest assured, that little gift will remain dormant forever. I promised to keep your secret. Lin Nua, Dan Xijin, you really are. Lin Nua, forget it. Actually, I've always wanted to see what that forever cold, perfect face looks like when it shatters. Only 60 minutes remain until the market closes. Just when everyone thought the dust had settled and Lan Xijin would win the competition with a score exceeding 100 million, the trumpet of counterattack sounded loudly. Lin Nua struck first. All her funds were instantly activated and precisely targeted Lan Xijin's most heavily invested assets, which were also the core of his defenses. Bai Qinnan's attack followed closely behind, triggering a chain reaction that began to unfold silently. Bai Shi, abandoning his usual cautious strategy, gathered all his dispersed forces and launched an all-out assault on Lan Xijin's other core asset, the one he relied on to stay afloat. Meanwhile, the seemingly suppressed and dying accounts of Class C suddenly awoke under the command of Dan Xijin. They transformed into an invisible, thorn-covered net, precisely guiding, intercepting, and even devouring every rescue fund Lan Xijin attempted to mobilize. Student Council President's Office. Lan Xijin's face turned ashen, the veins on his temples throbbing. For the first time, an emotion called pressure flickered in his eyes, which had always been as calm as an icy lake. His long fingers danced across multiple terminal screens at lightning speed, mobilizing vast resources for defense. But this time, he felt he was not facing a few individuals, but a meticulously planned disaster driven by countless interlocking gears. Lan Xijin's assets began to collapse like dominoes, triggering a devastating avalanche. 94,000,000 plus 70 million 60 million 50 million. Lin Nuo, Bai Qinan, and Bai Shi also paid a heavy price, with their account balances plummeting wildly. But their attacks, like wounded beasts, grew even more bloodthirsty and relentless. Only 180 seconds remained until the mandatory market close. Lan Xijin, relying on his nearly superhuman reserves and despair-inducing operational skills, managed to stabilize the last shaky line of defense in the face of certain defeat. The asset figures trembled violently, flickering countless times before freezing solid at 38 million points. He maintained his first-place position with a 400,000-point lead. Lan Xijin's tightly clenched jaw relaxed slightly for an instant, though his expression remained grim. His gaze swept over the rankings on the screen, where he still led, and a cold certainty reformed victory ultimately belonged to absolute power. In that very instant, a cold, cruel, and utterly demonic curve formed at the corner of Shanhaing's lips, seated in Class Z. Her fingertips gently tapped the personal terminal. Final command, activate. In the same millisecond, the terminal screens of the 20 Z-Class members lit up with the preset crimson button representing the final command. Click. These individuals, facing certain doom, showed no hesitation, only unwavering trust in Dan Xijin. All the remaining funds in their accounts, which had once seemed insignificant, were instantly converted into tiny yet devastatingly powerful energy waves according to Dan Xijin's devilishly precise algorithm. Under Dan Xijin's command, they cleverly overlapped and resonated with one another, forming a brief yet extremely precise attack. Final settlement of the competition. Final rankings being generated. Morris Academy, Central Square. Before the massive holographic screen, the air was deathly silent. Thousands of students, mentors, and even high-ranking officials who had rushed to the scene held their breath, their eyes fixed on the, seemingly about to explode at any moment. Flicker, flicker, flicker. The first to freeze was the top spot. First place, account 0984 Dan Xijin, total assets, 38 million and 1 points. Second place, account 0001 Lan Xijin, total assets, 38 million points. 1 point. Just 1 point difference. Holy yes. The entire square was instantly engulfed in a deafening roar of screams, shouts, and disbelieving howls. Countless people frantically rubbed their eyes, counting the zeros after the number over and over again, confirming the blinding yet glorious 1 point difference. This was not merely a difference in ranking. It was the ultimate humiliation. The perfect mastery. Only a god who calculates everything down to the last detail, who manipulates opponents like puppets, could freeze the final result 1 point with such precision, cruelty, and mockery. However, before the gasps had even died down, an even louder, more terrifying roar erupted, capable of shaking the entire academy to its foundations. Because on the light screen, the rankings that followed began to fluctuate wildly in a dizzying display. Third place, account 0723 Lin Nuo, total assets, 37,200,000 points. Fourth place, account 0055 Bai Shi, total assets, 36,800,000 points. Fifth place, account 0017 Bai Qinan, total assets, 36,500,000 points. The rankings continue to scroll downward, and a miracle that leaves everyone speechless unfolds. 18th place, account 1066 Zheng Feng, total assets, 19,850,100 points. 23 RD place, account 0598 Su Wei, total assets, 18,730,500 points. 31 SIG place, account 1015 Wang Rui, total assets, 17,650,300 points. 35 place, account 0355 Zhao Xiaoya, total assets, 17,200,000 points. On the screen, the account names representing Class Z appeared one after another, making their way into the top 50 rankings. 48 place, account 0977 Chen Hao, total assets, 15,010,000 points. 49 place, account 1047 Lu Fei, total assets, 14,990,500 points. 50th place, account 1033 Sun Yu, total assets, 14,980,000 points. Final standings. Among the top 50, a full 21 accounts belong to Class Z. Oh my god. I'm 35th? I made it into the top 50? A girl from Class Z covered her mouth tightly, tears streaming down her face, her voice breaking into fragments. This was a scene she had never dared to imagine. Ha 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 ha. 48. I'm 48th. A boy who was always mocked jumped onto the table, wildly pumping his fists, shouting until he was hoarse, his face flushed red. Z-Class? Top 50? Single Xijin led Z-Class to dominate the rankings? Are you kidding me? Is this even human? The crowd erupted in disbelieving screams. This was a blatant defiance of the rigid hierarchical system of Morris Academy. Student Council President's Office. Lan Xijin stood motionless. The terminal screen in front of him was frozen on the blinding 38 million and the crimson second place above it. His flawlessly handsome face showed no emotion, like a cold, lifeless jade sculpture. Only his eyes were bottomless, like the depths of the ocean at night, brewing a dangerous storm. Snap, pop. A crack and a dull thud. The personal terminal in his hand, screen and sturdy metal frame alike, was crushed to pieces by his bare hands. Sharp shards pierced his skin, and bright red blood gushed out, trickling down his slender fingers. Dan Xijin. Chapter 26, The position of president and the president himself, both must be obtained. Morris Academy was renowned for its cold, precise administrative efficiency. Professors worked through the night, grading the exams from the past few days with utmost effort, aiming to announce the results as quickly as possible. The next morning, as Dan Xijin stepped onto campus, a wave of intense heat hit him like a tidal wave. It wasn't the heat of the sun, but the shock and fervor of thousands of eyes focused on her. At the school entrance, the massive bulletin board symbolizing the college's authority was already surrounded by a dense crowd, leaving no room to move. However, as that slender figure approached leisurely, the crowd parted automatically, forming a straight, silent path. The air froze, leaving only the sound of suppressed breathing. She's here, someone whispered hoarsely. That monster. Whispers filled the air, mingled with fear, jealousy, and admiration, a complex mix that was almost suffocating. Dan Xijin walked straight toward the bulletin board. On the brand new list, the first column, the first page, at the very top. First place, Dan Xijin, total score, 1,000 points. 1,000 points. This wasn't just close to perfect, it was flawless perfection. 10 subjects, 10 answer sheets, meaning that the questions meticulously designed by the field's leading authorities left not a single flaw for her to be marked down on. This score itself was the loudest slap in the face for all those who had doubted the possibility of cheating. Even if the old scholars who had created the exams had personally taken the test, they would never have been able to replicate this miracle. Second place, Lan Xijin, total score, 991 points. The 9-point gap feels so heavy at this moment. It silently declares, the throne of the undergraduate division at Morris College has already changed hands. Dan Xijin's gaze lingered on those two names for less than a second, her lips curving into a faint yet captivating smile. She withdrew her gaze and turned to leave. Each step was as if carefully measured, elegant and composed. Her cool, aloof demeanor seemed to block out all the noise and excitement around her, creating an invisible barrier. She was as beautiful as an elf who had fallen to earth, yet as powerful as a deity who controlled everything. Heavens! How did I never notice this before? A disoriented voice murmured in the crowd, she is so breathtaking. The past's greasiness and artificiality had been completely washed away, leaving only a powerful, blinding light that made one dare not look directly at her. Classroom Z. As soon as Dan Xijin's figure appeared at the door, she was instantly engulfed by a wave of fervor. Leader! Our God! You're finally here! Over 20 excited faces, twisted with emotion, surrounded her, their eyes filled with almost. They had actually participated in the battle for the new god's ascension during this midterm exam. This honor was enough to have the most glorious epitaph engraved on their tombstones after death. Dan Xijin nodded slightly and walked straight to her inconspicuous corner seat. Leader! We all passed. The shouts were filled with uncontrollable joy. The top 50 in the comprehensive strategy rankings had propelled these 20 once discarded rejects into a higher tier. We'll submit the application forms to the student council at lunchtime today, and tomorrow we'll be out of here. Oh, wait, transferring classes. Leader! You'll remember us, right? Forever. Someone choked out, chasing after him. Got it. The same flat tone, yet it carried the unquestionable power of a promise. In the afternoon, outside the student council president's office, the lazy atmosphere of the midday break was beginning to fade. Dan Xijin yawned slightly, like a contented cat, and strolled leisurely toward the heavy wooden door symbolizing one of the highest authorities in the academy. Knock, knock. Her fingertips tapped lightly, the sound clear and crisp. Enter. A cold voice echoed from inside, as icy as the Siberian wind. Lan Xijin was deeply sunk into the wide leather chair, rubbing his temples with one hand, like a wounded lion. He raised his gaze, his eyes piercing the figure leaning against the doorframe, his expression lazy yet filled with cold scrutiny. This position, Dan Xijin's red lips parted, her voice tinged with a hint of casual amusement. She stared at Lan Xijin without flinching, her gaze sweeping up and down his body as if appraising an object. Now, it's mine, isn't it? Lan Xijin's knuckles turned white, and the veins on his hand bulged. He rose slowly, his towering figure exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Step by step, he stepped away from the chair symbolizing supreme authority and walked toward the door. Before school ends today, he said, his voice suppressing a storm, I will issue an announcement. Just as their paths were about to cross, a slender, pale hand darted out like lightning, gripping his tie with precision. The force was not heavy, but it carried an unyielding strength that refused to be broken. Lan Xijin's breath caught in his throat. He lowered his gaze, fixating on the daring hand and the unhidden amusement in her eyes, as if she were toying with prey. Instead of this, Dan Xijin tightened her grip, pulling him closer, her warm breath brushing against his jaw. Her voice was low and dangerous. There seems to be a small bet. Former president, you haven't forgotten, have you? Hoof. Lan Xijin let out a cold, mocking laugh, his eyes burning with the humiliation of being deeply offended. If I recall correctly, he deliberately lowered his voice, his tone laced with malice. Your relationship with Bai Qin, the Southern Division chief, seems rather close? The vivid scene of their passionate embrace in the abandoned classroom burned vividly in his memory. What? He couldn't satisfy you? The harsh words carried unhidden malice. What does that have to do with him? Dan Xijin's handsome brows furrowed, as if he had heard an utterly absurd question. His tone carried obvious impatience. Former president, are you intending to breach the contract? It doesn't matter? Lan Xijin's pupils contracted sharply, the anger in his heart ignited by the casual denial. So she was trying to hide it? Even after he witnessed it with his own eyes? This woman is having Bai Qin not enough? If Dan Xijin could hear his inner thoughts, she would likely respond with an even colder sneer, just a bed partner? Naive. My patience. Dan Xijin released his tie, her fingertips still seeming to carry the sensation of high-quality silk, her gaze instantly turning cold and disdainful, is limited. The next second. Bang. The heavy wooden door was slammed shut by Lan Xijin. In the dizzying spin, Dan Xijin's back collided heavily with the cold, hard door panel. Before him stood the man's scorching, rigid body, emanating a strong, aggressive aura. Lan Xijin leaned down and bit her lips, one hand gripping her slender waist while the other pressed against the doorknob and locked it from the inside. What are you doing? Lan Xijin suddenly grabbed the hand that was freely roaming across his firm abdominal muscles, even attempting to explore further downward. That hand was unbelievably soft, as if the slightest pressure could leave a bruise, yet it carried the spark of a raging fire. Check it out. Dan Xijin tilted her face upward, her red lips curving into a nearly demonic smile, her gaze as open as if appraising a commodity. My new bed partner, are you qualified? Her tone was matter of fact, without a hint of shyness. Lan Xijin's chest rose and fell violently. He took a deep breath, which finally erupted into a low, dangerously intense cold laugh. He suddenly tightened his grip on her wrist, leaning in close, his scorching breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe. Then you better check me thoroughly. Before he finished speaking, a barrage of kisses, filled with punishment and possession, fell upon her like a storm. No longer a teasing touch, but a relentless assault. The taste of rusty blood mingled with their lips and teeth as he bit her wildly, losing control. Lan Xijin's pride in her rationality crumbled under the response of the person in her arms. He fiercely devoured her breath while roughly lifting her off her feet. Ugh! Dan Xijin was thrown into the overly soft bed in the inner office's restroom, sinking into it. She lazily closed her eyes, like a cat basking in the sun, watching the man by the bed who was tearing at the buttons of her expensive shirt with interest. His muscular chest and well-defined abs were faintly visible through the disheveled fabric, exuding a primal, wild strength. As you wish. Lan Xijin's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against skin. In the next instant, his heavy body, radiating intense heat and irresistible force, completely engulfed her. No one knew that deep within the student council president's office, a symbol of the highest order and rationality at Morris Academy, a primal, sensual scene was unfolding with intense passion. The elegant uniforms and scattered documents all became mere backdrops to desire. Chapter 27, Her Demand. In the restroom, the air was scorching and thick, filled with lingering hints of intimacy. Dan Xijin lay lazily on the expensive, soft bedding, her silk-like black hair slipping off her shoulders, revealing a vivid red mark on her neck. A suppressed moan escaped her lips, and the weight on top of her shifted slightly. Finished checking? Lan Xijin's deep voice carried a hint of satiated hoarseness, tinged with unhidden mockery. Are you satisfied with my service, Miss Shan? Dan Xijin curled her red lips into a lazy yet dangerous smile. Barely, passable. Her fingertips unconsciously traced the red mark on her neck, as if assessing the flaws of an object. Your technique is crude, you need more practice. She paused, meeting Lan Xijin's suddenly icy gaze, and her red lips parted to deliver an even more devastating critique. Especially, endurance. It's lacking. Lan Xijin's smoky gray eyes erupted with a terrifying storm. His long fingers gripped her jaw with an unyielding force. Not enough? He leaned in close, his scorching breath washing over her face, his voice low and dangerous. I hope you won't regret those words. Dan Xijin was forced to tilt her head back, her jaw aching from his grip. Ugh! Are you angry now? Former president? Lan Xijin's breathing grew heavy, and he suddenly released her jaw, instead gripping the back of her neck and kissing her fiercely. Hatred, humiliation, the desire to conquer, and something else he hadn't even noticed himself, a sense of surrender. The expensive carpet, the cold desk, the gleaming floor-to-ceiling windows, every corner of the solemn student council president's office became a witness to his uncontrollable passion. Ding 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 ding. Hours passed before the bell signaling the end of the afternoon rang throughout the campus. The once orderly student council office, a symbol of the highest authority in the academy, was now in complete disarray. Documents and books were scattered everywhere, with ambiguous traces left on the desk and carpet. Outside the door, faint footsteps and whispers of student council members could be heard. If Lan Xijin's sweat trickled down his tense jaw, his voice hoarse and filled with malicious sarcasm, let them know that the future president is being treated this way by his defeated subordinate. What expression would they have? Dan Xijin didn't respond, only letting out a sound of pure enjoyment, her seductive eyes half closed, as if lost in the moment. Is it that comfortable? Lan Xijin snorted coldly, his tone tinged with a satisfaction he didn't even notice himself. Is Bai Qingnan not good enough? Just then, the sudden vibration of a phone rang out. Dan Xijin extended her slender arm and lazily reached for the phone by the pillow. The screen lit up, displaying the words Bai Qingnan in bold, glaring letters. Upon seeing the name, Lan Xijin's pupils contracted sharply. The image of the abandoned classroom flashed through his mind like a venomous snake coiling around his heart, and suppressed anger mixed with a dark sense of possessiveness erupted. He wanted to see if she dared to answer. Dan Xijin hesitated not a moment, her slender fingertips gliding across the screen. Aren't you at school? Bai Qingnan's clear voice rang out, tinged with a hint of concern, echoing through the office filled with a suggestive atmosphere. What's wrong? Shan Jiying's voice was hoarse and seductive. I came to Class Z to find you, but they said you weren't there this afternoon. Bai Qingnan's voice paused for a moment. Lan Xijin's eyes flashed with a cold, malicious glint. Ugh. Dan Xijin was caught off guard, biting her lower lip tightly to suppress the sound that nearly escaped her lips. She suddenly raised her eyes, her seductive gaze filled with anger and warning, glaring at the culprit. Lan Xijin merely raised an eyebrow in provocation, the corners of his mouth curling into a smug smile. I have something to do now, Dan Xijin forced herself to speak calmly before hanging up the phone. She looked at Lan Xijin, her eyes sparking with curiosity. I never expected the former president to have such a twisted sense of humor. I just feel sorry for him, Lan Xijin said, his voice slightly icy. His large hand tightened involuntarily, gripping her waist, which was so slender it seemed like it could break with a single touch. Beneath his palm, the pale skin was covered in vivid red marks left by him, as if accusing him of his recklessness and loss of control. His large hand wrapped around her slender waist, her pale skin leaving marks at the slightest touch. The vivid red marks served as a constant reminder of his recent recklessness. He had thought he would remain rational, watching her clumsy performance with the cold detachment of a bystander, but he had succumbed to the bone-melting pleasure his body craved. That's enough. Dan Xijin narrowed her eyes slightly, her expression lazy and satisfied. She placed her hands on Lan Xijin's shoulders, which were covered in red marks, and pushed him away forcefully. Lan Xijin suddenly grabbed her wrist, pressing it firmly against his forehead, their bodies pressing together once more. His voice carried a hint of possessive doubt. Didn't you say it wasn't enough? I remember, Dan Xijin chuckled softly, her laughter brushing against his heart like feathers. She skillfully broke free from his grip, slowly straightening her body, her red lips curving into a nearly charitable smile. I admit, I'm satisfied. My requirements for you are simple. She paused, as if reciting an unquestionable law. Lan Xijin furrowed his brows slightly. The blunt two words made him feel a sense of being objectified and disrespected. Absolute cleanliness. Dan Xijin curved her lips slightly. If you develop any interest in anyone else during this period. She paused deliberately, her tone tinged with warning, you may terminate this relationship at any time. I only ask that you remain absolutely clean while you are my XX. What about you? Lan Xijin blurted out without thinking, his chest filled with an unfamiliar mix of bitterness and anger. What about Bai Qingnan? If he had to remain chaste, what about her? The bet I lost to you, the rules. Of course I set the rules. Lan Xijin's molars ground together with a grating sound, and the veins on his temples pulsed faintly. Humiliation, resentment, anger, and a complex emotion he didn't even want to admit to himself churned within him. Finally, he forced out a single word through clenched teeth. Fine. Chapter 28, Reclaiming the Inheritance, as is only right. Dan Xijin's smile deepened, tinged with the lazy satisfaction of having gotten what he wanted and the unquestionable sense of control. She stood up without hesitation, picking up the scattered clothes one by one under Lan Xijin's burning gaze. The bright red marks on her fair skin were gradually covered by the collar of her shirt, as if the earlier intimacy had been sealed away along with them. Give me your personal number. She walked to the mirror to adjust her collar, her voice flat, devoid of the tenderness from moments ago. Lan Xijin leaned against the headboard, his dark pupils fixed on her retreating figure. As she finished tidying herself, her eyes held no trace of lingering affection, only a cold, detached gaze. His jaw tightened, and a hint of self-mocking coldness curled his lips. Dan Xijin. Do you really think I'm just here to be sold? Dan Xijin fastened the last button on her sleeve, turned her head slightly at the words, and saw her own expressionless profile in the mirror. Define it however you like. She picked up the coat draped over the chair, as if suddenly remembering something. Turning back, a hint of malicious teasing flashed in her eyes. Oh, right. Former president. Her gaze lingered on the messy bed and scattered clothes. This place, you'll have to clean it up yourself. After all, she curved her red lips, you wouldn't want anyone else to know what happened here, would you? Lan Xijin's gaze swept over the room and disarrayed the crumpled bedsheets, scattered clothes, and the lingering hint of intimacy in the air. All of it reminded him of his momentary loss of control. He never imagined in his life that his first time would end with him having to clean up such traces himself. A mix of humiliation and inexplicable irritation welled up in his chest. I understand. His voice was low, tinged with suppressed anger. Watching her leave without a second glance, the feeling of being treated like an object to be discarded after use gripped him once more. How could someone who had been so perfectly in sync with him moments ago now walk away with such ruthless determination? Lan Xijin's affection is fluctuating wildly. Warning, target's emotions are extremely complex. No aftercare at all? You're a textbook example of a jerk. The long-absent mechanical voice carried a hint of mockery. Setting so many task targets, it seems you never intended for me to be a good guy in the first place. But I must remind you, the core objective for the second phase is locked in correctly. Dan Jiying paused slightly. Task target, Qinzhua. Task deadline, 36 hours and 12 minutes. Qinzhua. Dan Jiying furrowed her delicate brows slightly, a hint of unhidden disgust flashing in her eyes. That disgusting guy. If it weren't for this damn task, she wouldn't even bother to glance at that self-important playboy who spent his days chasing women. Dan family mansion. A scarlet sports car roared like a wild beast, shattering the tranquility of the courtyard, and came to a precise stop in front of the main mansion. The engine died, and Dan Jiying stepped out of the car, her high heels clacking against the polished marble floor, producing a crisp yet oppressive echo. The hall was brightly lit, the atmosphere as heavy as ice. Almost all the core members of the Dan family were present, including the reclusive old patriarch, who sat upright in his seat, his cloudy eyes gleaming with suppressed intensity. The air seemed to freeze, and all eyes, like searchlights, were fixed on Dan Jiying as she entered the hall. Shang Jiqing's flawless academic record, akin to a divine decree, had already been officially communicated to the Shang family through Morris Academy's channels. It had completely shattered all doubts and sealed off any attempts to strip her of her inheritance rights. Even the servants standing at the edge of the hall, who had been standing at attention, now looked at Dan Jiying with completely different eyes. The contempt that had once flickered in their eyes was completely gone, replaced by deep reverence and a faint trace of fear. This young lady was no longer the useless, uneducated heiress destined to be abandoned by the family. She was now the heiress of the Shang family, the one who would soon take control of the Shang family's vast business empire and hold the power of life and death in her hands. Dan's father sat below the old patriarch, his expression complex, shocked, but more so filled with a sense of relief that had welled up within him. He had watched this granddaughter, whom he had once been most proud of, lead the Dan family to establish a foothold among the 8 major financial families, only to witness her gradual descent into decadence. He had always believed that it was the decline of the Dan family's fortune that had caused this once cherished daughter to change so drastically overnight. Dan Lichuan stood quietly beside the old patriarch, his posture as straight as a pine tree. The gaze he cast upon Dan Jiying held none of the resentment, anger, or jealousy he had expected. It was as calm as a still lake, deep and enigmatic. Jiying is back. The old patriarch spoke first, breaking the silence. Sit. Dan Jiying did not hesitate, walking directly to the seat reserved for her beside the old patriarch and sitting down elegantly. Her posture was composed. The family meeting began. There was only one agenda item: Jiying would officially resume control of the family's core business. The process was predictable yet filled with a solemn, ritualistic air. Several uncles and elders still attempted to struggle and propose some transition period suggestions, but their voices grew smaller and smaller under the calm, unflinching gaze of Jiying's eyes, which seemed to pierce through all schemes, until they eventually faded into nothingness. She didn't even need to speak in response. The authority forged by her unparalleled achievements already suffocated them. Jiying, starting tomorrow, you will join the core asset group of the Shan family and participate in all major decision-making processes, with the final say. The old patriarch of the Shan family spoke decisively, his weathered fingers tapping lightly on the ancient purple sandalwood table, producing a dull sound. Lin Xuan, he turned to Dan. Lin Xuan, assist your sister fully and help her familiarize herself with the family affairs over the past 3 years. Yes, grandfather. Dan Lin Xuan responded, his voice steady and emotionless. He took out the thick project handover documents he had prepared earlier and pushed them toward Dan Jiying. Dan Jiying's fingertips glided over the smooth folder cover without opening it. She raised her eyes to look at Dan Lin Xuan, her red lips parting slightly. Thank you, cousin. Additionally, she shifted her tone, fixing her gaze back on the elderly Mr. Shan, her voice firm and unyielding. I have a request. Oh? Old Master Shan's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he nodded slightly. Speak. The resources of the Shan family are at your disposal. I have purchased a top-of-the-line apartment in the prime location between the academy and the single-family headquarters. Single Jiying spoke calmly, as if mentioning a trivial matter. I will move in tomorrow. Living at the single-family estate was too distracting for her mission and too suffocating. Old Master Dan fell silent for 2 seconds before his aged voice slowly echoed, tinged with a hint of hidden meaning. All right. As you wish. The meeting concluded. The large floor-to-ceiling windows let the last rays of sunlight pour in, casting long shadows of Dan Jiying and Dan Lin Xuan on the floor. Dan Jiying picked up the heavy handover documents and turned toward the floor-to-ceiling windows leading to the massive observation deck. Dan Lin Xuan followed silently behind her, like an emotionless shadow. She suddenly spoke, her voice sharp and cold in the cooling evening breeze. What a pity, she turned her head, after holding this position for so long. Finally, it must return to its rightful owner. Every word carried the declaration of a victor and the scolding of a loser. Chapter 29, Joining Class S. Dan Lichuan's gaze behind his glasses was calm as water, fixed on Dan Jiying's face. This position has always belonged to you. His voice was steady, betraying no hint of reluctance. He suddenly took a step forward, instantly breaking the normal social distance. His long fingers, exuding an undeniable elegance, gently brushed her shoulder, plucking a nearly invisible strand of men's hair from her white uniform. The movement was as natural as brushing away a speck of dust. He leaned in slightly, his lowered voice carrying a cold, piercing tone. Next time, you'd better be more careful. Before Dan Jiying could react, he turned sharply and disappeared around the corner of the staircase leading to the 3rd floor. Dan Jiying stood there, watching his departing figure, her brows furrowing slightly. Dan Lin Xuan, she seemed to have never truly understood him. Dan Lin Xuan's study. Dan Lin Xuan was sunk into the wide office chair, his half-face shrouded in shadow. His fingertips twirled an old, slightly worn women's necklace. The silver chain glowed faintly in the dim light. I will make them, all pay the price. The low voice echoed in the silence, carrying the weight of a nearly devout promise. He carefully placed the necklace into a velvet-lined box, as if storing the most precious offering. Removing his glasses, he rubbed his temples wearily, his eyes brimming with emotions too deep to fathom. The succession dispute of the previous generation. His father had been the obvious choice. But that accidental maritime disaster left his parents remain scattered at sea. Subsequently, the current family head, who was also Shan Jiying's father, ascended to power without opposition. Over the years, he had pieced together the clues and was almost certain it had been a meticulously planned murder. Revenge had become the sole reason he continued to live. He had fought tooth and nail to climb the treacherous power structure of the Shan family, only to discover with despair that no matter how hard he tried, the figure of Shan Jiying remained out of reach. Finally, during her 3 years of downfall, he had almost touched the core of power, only to be kicked back to square one by her with such overwhelming force. It doesn't matter. Dan Lichuan slowly put on his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses as cold as blades. If this path is blocked, then I'll take a more secretive and deadly one. What belongs to him, he will eventually take back with interest, with his own hands. The next day. Morris Academy, Class S. The class assignments were finalized. Compared to the turmoil in other classes, Class S remained largely unchanged except for the arrival of Dan Jiying. As the bell rang, Dan Jiying, guided by her S-class mentor, walked into the classroom that symbolized the pinnacle of the academy with composed steps. In an instant, all eyes were on her like spotlights. Ms. Shan, welcome to Class S, the mentor said with a warm smile, pointing to several empty seats in the classroom. You may choose any of these seats. Dan Jiying's cold gaze swept across the room. Only a few people could claim the privilege of occupying the quiet seats in Class S. By the window, sunlight outlined Lan Xijin's perfect profile. The seat in front of him was conveniently empty. Across the aisle, Bai Qinnan, with a faint smile, was looking at her. Not far away, Bai Shi sat elegantly, like a noble gentleman, with a seat reserved beside him. In the farthest corner of the classroom, the second-to-last row was empty, and behind it, in the last row, Zhu was staring at her with a cold gaze mixed with scrutiny, contempt, and impatience. Lan Xijin's gaze swept over Shan Jiying's uniform collar, which was buttoned up meticulously to the very top, and the corners of his lips curled into an imperceptible smile, tinged with a hint of hidden possessiveness. Who would have thought that beneath this flawless facade lay the lingering traces he had left behind? However, Shan Jiying's gaze swept past him like a breeze, not lingering for even a second. She also ignored Bai Qinnan's gentle, inviting glance, walking straight through the space between Lan Xijin and Bai Qinnan, heading purposefully to the back of the classroom and sitting down elegantly. Poof! A mocking snort rang out from behind her. Xinzhua leaned forward, his masculine, scorching breath nearly brushing against Dan Jiying's neck. His voice was low but clear, every word dripping with malice. What? Just because you managed to get into Class S, you think I'll look at you any differently now? He snorted even more derisively. Dream on. Dan Jiying didn't even bother to turn her head, instead rolling her eyes at the air. For someone with such severe delusions of grandeur who was also her target, she felt it was an insult to her intelligence to waste her breath. Warning, target's goodwill toward Xinzhua has dropped to 100. Mission deadline, 16 hours and 54 minutes. The intensity and depth of S-Class courses were far beyond what Z-Class could offer. This was where true elite monsters gathered, and the professors standing at the lecterns were all masters in their respective fields. Today, almost every professor had shown a keen interest in this newcomer who had created the 1,000-point legend. Finance class. An elderly professor with gray hair pushed his glasses up, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, and called out directly, "Single Jing, please explain the fundamental reasons for the failure of the BSM model under extreme market volatility and propose at least 2 framework ideas for corrective models." The question was tricky, directly pointing out the core flaws in the model. The classroom fell silent as everyone listened intently. Dan Jing didn't even bat an eyelid. Her cool voice rang out smoothly, from the irrationality of the underlying assumptions to the introduction of the random volatility model. Her reasoning was clear and logical, not only addressing the root cause but also directly providing the core algorithmic logic of 3 cutting-edge correction frameworks. The sharpness in the old professor's eyes gradually gave way to astonishment and ecstasy, until all that remained was sincere admiration. Brilliant. Flawless. Quantum computing. The young genius professor asked with interest, "Mr. Shan, suppose you need to design a quantum circuit. How would you design the entanglement mapping logic for the key quantum bits to maximize avoidance of noise interference?" This was almost a cutting-edge research topic for doctoral students. Dan Jing tapped her fingertips lightly on the desk, as if constructing a model in her mind. Moments later, she recited a series of precise sequence combinations. The logic was so ingenious that the genius professor was left speechless, muttering, This approach, it's genius." By the end of the day, Shan Jing had completely turned the S-Class into a whirlwind with her overwhelming expertise. Every professor who attempted to test her was utterly defeated by her bottomless reservoir of knowledge and terrifying analytical skills. At dismissal time, the crowd rushed toward the stairs. Just as Dan Jiqing reached a relatively secluded corner in the shadows, a hot, strong hand suddenly reached out from behind her, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her forcefully into a darker corner. Ugh! Her back collided with the cold wall, and Dan Jing furrowed her brows. Lan Xijin's towering figure completely engulfed her in shadow, his scorching breath carrying suppressed anger as it washed over her face. He lowered his head, his scorching lips carrying a punishing intent as he bit down hard on her sensitive earlobe, his voice hoarse and dangerous. "Dan Jing, you haven't changed a bit. You're still thinking about Qinghua, aren't you?" Dan Jing winced in pain, her eyes flashing with coldness. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and pushed him away. Lan Xijin stumbled backward, caught off guard. "You seem to be meddling a bit too much." She rubbed her bitten ear, her eyes as cold as ice, but her tone carried a hint of laziness. 10 o'clock tonight, top floor of Building A, Yunding apartment. She ignored the anger in Lan Xijin's eyes and gave him an address. Just then, "Ing?" Bai Qinnan's slightly puzzled voice echoed from the top of the stairs. He was walking down and saw the two of them standing close together in the shadows, the atmosphere between them somewhat tense. Chapter 30, A Worthless Piece of Trash. Lan Xijin instantly suppressed all his outward emotions, his tall figure regaining its usual cold and distant demeanor, as if the momentary loss of control in the corner had been nothing more than an illusion. Once he regained his composure, he felt a pang of resentment. Why should he feel guilty? Even if he knew, so what? Bai Qinnan stopped in front of them, his gaze sweeping over Lan Xijin's slightly disheveled collar and tense jawline with a scrutinizing expression. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying a barely perceptible hint of inquiry. Jin, what are you doing here?" "Discussing the details of the handover ceremony with our future chairman," Lan Xijin replied in a flat tone. "Is that so?" Bai Qinnan's gaze flickered between the two, clearly not fully convinced. "Since Chairman Shan has other important matters to attend to." Lan Xijin emphasized the words important matters and busy, his lips curling into a cold smile. "I won't disturb you then." He strode away, his departing figure exuding a deliberate air of nonchalance and resolve. Dan Jing finally raised his gaze and looked at Bai Qinnan calmly. "Is there something you need from me, Qinnan? I have a gift for you." Bai Qinnan's expression softened instantly, like ice melting, and the coldness he had shown to others vanished completely. He carefully presented a deep blue velvet box and opened it gently. Inside the box lay a necklace. The pendant was a rosebud with exceptionally smooth and elegant lines, with a diamond of the highest purity embedded at its center, reflecting brilliant fire in the light. There was no brand logo, yet every detail exuded the unique craftsmanship and substantial value of a one-of-a-kind piece. "I've been wanting to give this to you since yesterday." Bai Qinnan's voice carried a hint of tension and anticipation. This necklace was designed by him 3 years ago and commissioned to a top artisan for crafting. At the time, he dared not express his feelings to her, fearing that once spoken, he would lose even the right to silently protect her. It was the kiss in the abandoned classroom that finally gave him the courage to present this cherished treasure, kept hidden for so long, to its rightful owner. "Thank you." Dan Jing's gaze lingered on the exquisite necklace for less than a second before she closed the box and tucked it into her bag. Her movements were swift and decisive, showing no trace of cherishing. The light in by Qin Nan's eyes dimmed instantly at her cold response. Warning, target change was affection rating 100, mission time limit, 6 hours 32 minutes. Oh, right. I have something to do. I'll be going first. Before Bai Qingnan could speak, he was interrupted by Dan Jiying's emotionless voice. She didn't even glance at his fading gaze, swiftly brushing past him and disappearing into the crowd at the staircase corner. City Center Blacklight Club. Deafening bass thumped like fists, violently pounding against the chest. The air was thick with the scent of expensive champagne, cigars, and the steamy desire of hormones. This was a playground for indulgence, a corner where all manner of vice thrived. Amidst the chaos of neon lights and revelry, there was one corner that stood out like a sore thumb. In the shadows at the edge of the VIP area, a woman wearing a black fedora sits alone. Her arms were crossed, and the brim of her hat was pulled down low. The icy, menacing aura emanating from her body formed an invisible barrier, separating her from the surrounding opulence and chaos. A timid waiter approached cautiously, but when he caught sight of the face beneath the brim, his hand trembled violently, nearly dropping the drink menu. Most of her face, from the left temple down to her neck, was covered in large, horrifying scars. The skin was twisted and contorted, presenting a terrifying blend of dark red and charcoal black, resembling a doll that had been forcibly sewn together. Under the shadow of the hat brim, a pair of peach blossom eyes, utterly incongruous with the terrifying visage, glared coldly and sharply. What can I get for you?" The waiter's voice trembled uncontrollably. "Dry martini." A hoarse voice echoed, cold and devoid of any emotion. Yes. The waiter, relieved, nearly fled the scene. Dan Jiying ignored the surrounding stares of disgust, fear, or curiosity. Her gaze pierced through the hazy lights and flickering shadows, fixating on the table at the center of the room. Xinzhua was surrounded by admirers, sinking into the plush sofa, downing one expensive glass of liquor after another. Several scantily clad beauties giggled as they pressed themselves against him, trying to catch the attention of the young master of the Qin family. A smirk of cynical amusement played at the corners of his lips as he basked in the attention. Brother Zhua, a young henchman with dyed red hair and sharp eyes, leaned in, lowering his voice with a hint of unease. "The scar-faced woman in the corner has been staring at us for nearly the entire evening. Her gaze is unsettling." Xinzhua lazily raised his eyelids and casually followed the subordinate's gesture to look in the direction indicated. When he saw the terrifying face beneath the hat brim, with its seductive peach blossom eyes, he furrowed his brows slightly. A strange sense of familiarity shot through Xinzhua's spine like an electric current. Those eyes, he had definitely seen them somewhere before. A strong sense of dissonance made his brows furrow tightly. The laziness in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a flash of sharp brilliance. He scoffed, suppressing the odd feeling in his heart, and put on his usual carefree expression again. He downed the remaining wine in his cup and said, "Don't bother with her." His tone was dismissive, but his body subtly shifted, muscles tensing imperceptibly, like a leopard sensing danger. He would see what this woman was up to. The chaos continued, and time passed. As midnight approached, the decadent revelry finally began to wind down. Most of the people at Xinzhua's table were already drunk, stumbling and swaying as they were supported by bodyguards or companions, leaving the venue. Xinzhua refused the assistance of those around him, his steps unsteady and uncertain, seemingly aimlessly heading toward the narrow, dimly lit alley behind the bar. Tap tap tap. The faint footsteps, barely audible above the wind, followed silently behind him. Had he not been born into a criminal family and undergone the most rigorous counter-surveillance and assassination training, with his perception of his surroundings ingrained in his bones, he might not have noticed the stealthy movements of a cat. Xinzhua stopped at the end of the alley. He slowly turned around, leaning against the cold, rough brick wall. His posture appeared casual, but every muscle in his body was already tensed to its peak. His sharp gaze pierced through the dim glow of the street lamp at the alley entrance, locking onto the figure approaching step by step. "Come out. You've been following me all this way. Aren't you tired?" A sneer curled the corners of his lips. "Who sent you? Your boss? Or my dear second brother?" In response to Xinzhua's contemptuous questioning and probing, the figure in the shadows remained silent. She merely lifted the brim of her hat slightly, allowing the faint light from the alley entrance to illuminate the scars surrounding her cold, seductive peach blossom eyes. Those eyes. Xinzhua's heart lurched, and that intense sense of familiarity and the icy chill of being locked onto by a venomous snake swept over him once more. She wasn't an ordinary assassin sent by my older brothers. Assassins of that caliber wouldn't have such indifferent eyes toward life. Just as Xinzhua's heart trembled violently, the figure across from him moved. Whoosh! The dark figure darted forward like a ghost, moving so quickly that only a blur remained. A fist clad in black gloves, angled sharply, lunged toward Xinzhua. "Damn it!" Xinzhua cursed angrily, crossing his arms in front of his chest in a hurry to block the attack. A dull, heart-stopping thud echoed through the air. Ugh! He felt a sweet taste in his throat as his body slammed into the wall behind him, his spine throbbing in agony, and his internal organs felt as though they had been jostled out of place. Xinzhua was utterly speechless with shock. He was widely recognized as the strongest fighter among the younger generation of the Qin family. Yet in the face of this woman, his reactions, strength, and speed were completely overwhelmed. Gritting his teeth to endure the excruciating pain, his eyes blazed with fury. He unleashed a fierce whip kick, sending a gust of wind sweeping toward his opponent. However, her figure merely flickered slightly, and Xinjuo's powerful kick barely grazed her waist and abdomen. A golden opportunity. Having survived countless assassination attempts and counter-assassinations, Xinjuo knew that a missed strike meant the opponent had exposed a weakness. His eyes flashed with determination. Taking advantage of the missed kick, he slammed his elbow into the exposed vital point of the opponent, who had leaned backward. However, the opponent seemed to sense the attack. Instead of retreating, she suddenly darted forward like a water snake. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Xinjuo's elbow clearly felt the astonishing full curve and soft texture transmitted through the thin fabric. His movements froze for an imperceptible instant, a hint of stiffness and shock flickering across his face. And that split-second hesitation was the fatal opening. Poof! A cold, mocking snort echoed through the air. The scar-faced woman wrapped her body around him like a vine without bones. The two were tightly entangled in an extremely ambiguous yet deadly position. Xinjuo could even catch a faint whiff of cedar wood on his nose. However, the other party seemed to be deliberately toying with him, releasing her grip and launching a new attack. Each move was executed with such grace and precision that it resembled the brushstrokes of an artist, beautiful to behold yet deadly in its execution. Xinjuo was pinned to the ground, a cold, gleaming blade pressed against his throat, causing a faint stinging pain. He raised his head, his vision blurred, and saw only the figure wearing a baseball cap and bearing horrific scars, towering over him. Those cold, peach-colored eyes held no trace of a victor's triumph, no pity, not even a hint of murderous intent. Only a detached calmness remained, as if the figure had merely crushed an annoying insect with a casual flick of the wrist. Useless. Chapter 31, Mission Complete. Xinjuo's heart was in turmoil. He had been defeated so completely, without any chance to fight back. He forced out a grimace that was more painful than a cry, filled with self-mockery and despair, his voice hoarse and broken. Go ahead. He closed his eyes. However, the expected end did not come. Only the faintest footsteps echoed, growing fainter and fainter. Xinjuo suddenly opened his eyes. All he saw was that figure, already turning away without a second glance, like a ghost blending into the night, swiftly disappearing into the darkness at the other end of the alley. From start to finish, it did not glance back once, nor did it leave a single word. Gone? She just left like that? An overwhelming sense of absurdity and even greater humiliation crashed down on Xinjuo's heart. What was he? A worthless, not even worthy of death? A toy to be discarded after being used for her amusement? Cough cough spit. Overcome by anger and the injuries from the recent fight, Xinjuo suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the filthy ground before him red. He collapsed on the cold ground, staring at the dark, empty alleyway, his body trembling slightly from the intense pain and emotional turmoil. Fear, anger, humiliation, self-mockery, and the soft touch and cold, fragrant scent he felt in his final moments, countless emotions collided wildly within his chest. He must find her and avenge the humiliation he had suffered today. Drip. Task objective change was favorability plus 50. Task completed. Changing identities, does that count as taking advantage of the situation? You allowed it, didn't you? Dan Xijin left the alley, tearing off the disguise on his face. Beneath the black baseball cap was a breathtakingly beautiful face that made one's heart tremble. Since you're so interesting. Yunding apartment building A, top floor. The cold electronic lock clicked softly, and the heavy door slid open silently. The dazzling city lights poured in through the 270-degree floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the living room with a low-pressure atmosphere. Lan Xijin was deeply sunk into the sofa in the center of the living room, his long legs casually crossed. Upon hearing the door open, he lazily lifted his eyelids, his deep gaze piercing through the dimness of the room, locking onto the slender figure at the door. That gaze carried the unmasked irritation and scrutiny born of prolonged waiting. My services don't seem to include a 3-hour wait, do they? His deep voice echoed, the trailing notes rising slightly, carrying a heavy weight of dissatisfaction and a hint of dangerous coldness. Dan Xijin kicked off her shoes and stood barefoot on the cold, smooth marble floor. Hearing his question, she tilted her head slightly, blinking her clear yet bottomless eyes, looking at him innocently. I thought, given Mr. Lan's temper, you would have stormed off long ago if no one showed up. Her tone was casual, as if she were discussing a trivial matter. This casual attitude caused Lan Xijin's expression to darken abruptly. He suddenly straightened up, stretched out his long arm, and roughly pulled the approaching Dan Xijin into his embrace. Dan Xijin was caught off guard, falling onto his thighs, enveloped by the warm, masculine scent. A complex scent mingling with the sharp aroma of alcohol, tobacco, and the unique cool fragrance of cedar drifted into Lan Xijin's nostrils. Lan Xijin gripped her slender waist tightly with one hand and pinched her chin with the other, forcing her to lift her face. His voice was low and dangerous. Did you go drinking? Yes, Dan Xijin replied softly, her face showing no signs of panic or intent to explain. She raised her hand, easily breaking free from his grip on her waist and chin, and slipped out of his embrace. She stood straight, glaring down at Lan Xijin with a dark expression, her tone calm and emotionless. There's a smell on you. It's unpleasant. I'm going to take a shower. After speaking, she didn't look back at him, turning instead and walking toward the bathroom and the master bedroom. Her slender figure, silhouetted against the city's neon lights through the floor-to-ceiling windows, exuded an air of aloofness and control, as if she were keeping everyone at arm's length. Splash! Moments later, the sound of running water could be heard clearly from the master bedroom bathroom. Lan Xijin remained seated on the sofa, his knuckles slightly white from clenching his fists. His gaze was fixed on the massive frosted glass bathroom door. A hazy mist began to gather on the inner side of the glass. The light outlined an exquisitely graceful silhouette. The flowing water traced the delicate yet powerful contours of her shoulders and neck, winding down along the full, alluring curves of her body, gliding over her slender waist. The silhouette trembled slightly with her movements, every subtle curve challenging Lan Xijin's already fragile mental defenses. Lan Xijin's Adam's apple involuntarily convulsed violently. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to force himself to calm down, but his mind was filled with uncontrollable flashbacks of the delicate touch of her skin, her suppressed voice as she succumbed to pleasure, and the bone-melting, soul-stirring ecstasy. This woman was like a walking, custom-made, potent aphrodisiac designed just for him. The bathroom door slowly opened, and Lan Xijin emerged wrapped in a towel. Her damp black hair clung to her neck, and droplets of water trickled down her skin, trickling past the edge of the towel. It only served to heighten the temptation. She walked toward Lan Xijin on the sofa, her steps slow and steady, yet each step felt like she was stepping on his taut nerves. Seeing his obvious physical reaction, she curved her lips into a faint smile, her eyes tinged with teasing. Lan Xijin's self-control, it seems, still needs some work. Lan Xijin sank lazily into the sofa, his smoky gray eyes narrowing dangerously, fixated on her. Self-control, he snorted, his voice laced with mockery. A bed partner is just there to satisfy each other's needs, isn't it? Before he could finish, he suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. The world spun, and Lan Xijin was forced into the wide, soft sofa with an unstoppable force. He leaned in close, his hot breath brushing against her face, his voice low and probing, laced with impatience. So, why me? In the past, she had harassed him on numerous occasions, but her relentless pursuit of Qinhua was well known to everyone. Now even Bai Qinnan, that arrogant man, looked at her with tenderness. Why did she have to make that damn bet with him? Though she was pinned beneath him, Lan Xijin's posture appeared weak, but her eyes remained clear, exuding the composure of one in control. She raised an eyebrow slightly. Lan Xiao, are you lacking confidence? Lan Xijin's Adam's apple bobbed as he suppressed the rising irritation in his heart. No, I'm just curious. Right, it was just a mutual arrangement to satisfy their needs. Who she was with was none of his business. He just needed to wait for her to quickly resolve that damn bet. His thoughts were a mix of struggle and an inexplicable anger. He didn't press further, instead kissing her fiercely, as if to vent his frustration. A night of passion. Chapter 32, The Position of Student Council President. The next day, in Class S. Qinhua arrived unusually early, sitting in the back corner of the classroom. His face bore several noticeable bruises, and the corner of his mouth was split open. His eyes darted around restlessly, betraying a complex mix of curiosity and irritation, completely devoid of his usual arrogance. "Zhige, what happened to your face?" The red-haired underling leaned in, his voice low and filled with shock. "Shut up," Qinhua snapped impatiently, his eyes dark in warning. His mind was consumed by the cold, piercing peach blossom eyes and the ghostly agility he had witnessed in the alley last night. He had no patience for these fools. The atmosphere in the classroom was tense. Everyone stared at the injuries on Qinhua's face, various speculations flying through the silent exchanges of glances. The fact that the heir to the underworld had been injured was no ordinary brawl. This likely involved the Qin family's secrets. As soon as the bell rang for the last class of the morning, the notice from the student council secretariat was delivered precisely to the core members of each class. At 1 p.m., the Grand Hall. An assembly of all students from Morris Academy. The Grand Hall. A solemn atmosphere pervaded the room. Department heads, staff members, and class representatives took their seats in order. Lan Xijin sat at the center of the podium, his expression stern. Bai Qinnan, Bai Shi, Lin Nuo, and other core members stood on either side of him. Qinhua leaned lazily against the back of his chair, his face bearing injuries, but his gaze swept sharply across the crowd below. When his eyes met those familiar peach blossom eyes in the crowd, he froze abruptly. Too familiar, the feeling those eyes evoked. But it couldn't be her. How could Dan Xijin possess such skill and that icy, bone-chilling intent to kill? Was it a coincidence? Or perhaps someone else from the Shan family? Just as he was lost in thought, Lan Xijin tapped the microphone, and his deep voice echoed through the hall, carrying an air of undeniable authority. Quiet. The hall fell silent, not a sound could be heard. Today's meeting has only one agenda item. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on Dan Xijin. His voice remained steady, devoid of emotion, in accordance with the Academy's regulations and the consensus reached between myself and Dan Xijin. Effective immediately, I will resign from my position as Student Council President. A muffled gasp and murmur rose from the crowd. Lan Xijin did not pause, continuing, the new president will be Dan Xijin, who achieved outstanding results in the recent monthly exam and has been unanimously approved by the Academy's management. He stood up, gestured toward Dan Xijin with a standard yet slightly formal and cold please, and said, President Dan, please. All eyes, like spotlights, instantly focused on Dan Xijin. There was shock, awe, jealousy, and even the unhidden scrutiny of someone like Manhwa. Dan Xijin rose slowly. She was wearing a well-tailored school uniform today, with every button fastened neatly to the top, making her neck appear even longer and her demeanor even more composed. She walked to the center of the podium, standing at the position symbolizing the highest authority of Morris Academy students. She did not look at Lan Xijin, her gaze calmly sweeping over the sea of people below. There was no excitement of a new official taking office, nor any humility, only a natural, unassuming calm. From this moment onward, her voice echoed through the microphone, clear and steady, carrying an unusual penetrating quality. I will once again take the reins of the student council. There was no lengthy inaugural speech, no insincere formalities. A single sentence declared the transfer of power simple, direct, yet brimming with absolute authority. The crowd below fell silent. Even the sound of breathing seemed to be deliberately suppressed. Take control again? Was she part of the student council before? Some students who had transferred and recently whispered to those beside them. She was once a legend at Morris Academy. Take control again? Yes, they remembered. Although Morris Academy's tradition had always been that only university students could join the student council, there was one exception. That exception was Dan Xijin. Even during her time in the middle school division, she had already demonstrated overwhelming superiority, earning her the title of genius among geniuses and securing her position in the student council through an unprecedented promotion. However, 3 years ago, she was removed from her position due to a series of absurd incidents. Over time, people gradually forgot about this once remarkable figure who had broken the student council's traditions. Bai Qinnan looked at her on stage, his expression complex, tinged with a hint of concern and even more focus. Bai Cici's lips curled into a faint smile as he gently pushed his glasses up. Lin Nua remained expressionless, but his eyes held a hint of amusement. Manhwa snorted derisively, adopting a more relaxed posture, but his gaze on Dan Xijin grew sharper, as if trying to find traces of the scar-faced woman from last night. Dan Xijin raised her hand slightly, her fingertips gently tapping the smooth surface of the lectern. Tap. The crisp sound echoed clearly in the silent auditorium. Now, she said, her voice soft yet clear enough for everyone to hear, dismissed. The order was given, crisp and decisive. Everyone snapped out of their daze and stood up. There was no noise, only the sound of chairs being moved and footsteps deliberately kept soft. The new president's intangible authority had already quietly enveloped the entire hall in just a few words. Lan Xijin watched as Lan Xijin walked off the podium without looking back, her figure disappearing through the side door. He remained where he stood, a faint smile curving his lips. He was curious to see how she would come begging for his help after taking over this mess of a student council. Manhwa was the last to stand up. The wounds on his face were particularly glaring under the bright lights of the auditorium. He gave a lingering glance in the direction where Dan Xijin had disappeared, licked his bleeding lips, and left with a dark expression, trailing a low-pressure aura behind him. In the student council president's office, the air was so still that the only sound was the rustling of papers. Dan Xijin was deeply sunk into the wide leather chair, one hand propping up her chin, the other flipping through the mountain of files. The legacy left by Lan Xijin was more troublesome than she had anticipated. Several long-neglected yet resource-draining projects and a sprawling student organization that had almost developed its own independent system. Her brows furrowed as her fingertips came to rest on a file labeled Tennis Club. This club accounted for nearly a quarter of the student council's annual budget, boasted the best indoor and outdoor facilities in the academy, and was led by Lan Xijin, a renowned tennis prodigy in Region A, crowned with multiple youth championships and commanding a large following within the academy. During Lan Xijin's tenure, she had attempted to reduce the tennis club's excessive resources and allocate some of them to emerging or underprivileged clubs. However, the genius girl had simply ignored the request. Knock, knock. 2 restrained knocks sounded at the door. Come in. A young staff member cautiously pushed open the door, placed a thin folder on the large desk, and spoke with a hint of tension in his voice. President. This is the annual activity plan and budget request report submitted by Lan Xijin, the tennis club president. The staff member placed the documents on the desk and hurriedly retreated, as if the office were filled with some kind of monster. Dan Xijin's gaze fell on the report. It was very thin, only 2 simple pages. This was completely disproportionate to the significant resources the tennis club had consistently allocated over the years. She picked up the report and flipped through it. The content was extremely superficial and carelessly written. Plan: maintain regular training and participate in the A-Zone University League. Budget request: 30 million. There were no details, no project support, not even basic expense categories. The only thing at the bottom was Shin Xingyun's bold signature, exuding an air of arrogance. A warning shot. A blatant show of force. Shin Xingyun clearly believes that the newly appointed president is either a figurehead to be courted or someone who can be easily manipulated. She didn't even bother with the pretense, using this nearly insulting report to test Shan Jiying's limits. Besides that, Shin Xingyun's feelings toward Bai Qinnan were no secret within the academy. The ambiguous relationship between the newly appointed president and Bai Qinnan likely added a layer of personal animosity toward her from this princess of the academy. Chapter 33, Bai Shi's Manipulation. Dan Jiying casually tossed the tennis club's trash report onto the corner of the desk, not even bothering to glance at it again. She glanced at the vintage clock on the wall. It was nearly noon. As she stepped out of the president's office, a figure as smooth as jade blocked her path at the perfect moment. Bai Shi stood there, his face adorned with that flawless, almost artificial smile, as if it had been welded on. The sunlight streaming through the window at the end of the corridor danced on the tips of his hair. President Shan, what a coincidence! His voice was clear and melodious, like the plucking of a stringed instrument. Dan Jiying paused slightly, raising an eyebrow. Does Minister Bai have something to discuss? She didn't believe in coincidences. Since we're both heading to dinner anyway, Bai Shi stepped aside, making an elegant please gesture with the utmost naturalness, as if certain she wouldn't refuse. Why not join me? The truffle risotto at Luoshan Pavilion is the chef's special today. Dan Jiying glanced at him but said nothing, continuing straight toward the depths of the academy. Bai Shi didn't seem to mind, following half a step behind her with the graceful stride of a shadow. The midday sun was a bit scorching, but in the next instant, a perfectly shaded area enveloped them. Bai Shi had opened a simple black umbrella at some point, holding it steadily above both their heads. He tilted the umbrella slightly, giving her most of the space, exposing half of his shoulder to the sun. His movements were as natural as those of a well-trained, considerate butler. Mr. Shan, Bai Shi's voice echoed in the quiet space under the umbrella, carrying a subtle reminder. Did you forget that you promised me you'd attend the youth competition of the music festival? Dan Jiying kept his gaze forward, his tone flat and emotionless. Did I? I don't remember. Bai Shi's footsteps hesitated imperceptibly before he let out a low laugh, the sound devoid of warmth. Chairman Shan using someone and then discarding them, it's truly heartbreaking. Tell me, Dan Jiying finally turned his head, his cold gaze landing on Bai Shi's flawless profile. Why do you insist on me going? You've won so many awards yourself, why go out of your way for something so close? The space under the umbrella seemed to freeze for an instant. Bai Shi's fingers tightened around the umbrella handle, his knuckles turning white. He remained silent for a few seconds before speaking again, his voice growing deeper. The flawless mask of tenderness seemed to crack slightly. The gold award for this youth competition, besides the substantial cash prize, there is also a fragment of a long-lost musical score. He paused, as if suppressing some emotion. My mother spent half her life searching for it. This year, it suddenly resurfaced. An anonymous collector handed it over to the Mia Trust Institution and specified a rule. Bai Shi turned his gaze to Shan Jiying. Only when the champion of this year's youth competition is crowned will the Trust Institution present this fragment as an additional award to the champion. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, and I, unfortunately, have already been awarded the lifetime honorary judge title of the music festival. Due to the rules, I can no longer participate. He couldn't help but feel that this sudden clue and the stringent rules were like a meticulously woven net tailored specifically for him. Yet he had no choice but to jump into this trap. So, Dan Jiying understood, her red lips curving into a faint smile, her gaze filled with amusement. You're desperate and grasping at straws, wanting me to enter the competition for you and help you fulfill your mother's dying wish? She emphasized the words help you deliberately. But, she changed the subject, her eyes gleaming with cunning. I only agreed to enter the competition, I never promised I'd win, did I? Bai Shi paused for a moment, then her perfect smile returned to her face, even brighter than before. He looked at Dan Jiying, his eyes deep and his tone firm. You will. Dan Jiying, you won't allow yourself to fail. He paused, his voice carrying a hypnotic power. In any field, right? Especially in any fields where you're not without ability. Dan Jiying let out a soft laugh, her voice clear and crisp, echoing distinctly in the quiet, tree-lined path. Minister Bai, you're the first person to dare to use me so openly. Her tone betrayed no emotion, yet it caused Bai Shi's heart to tighten slightly. The two of them walked side by side under the same umbrella, their faces inches apart, along the main path of the campus. Bai Shi gently held the umbrella for her, leaning slightly forward to listen, while Dan Jiying's rare, slightly smiling profile. This scene, witnessed by the students passing by, was like a bombshell. My goodness! Is that Bai Shi, the club president, and Dan Jiying? Senior Bai Shi is holding an umbrella for President Dan? And they're so close? When did they become so close? Did President Shan just smile? What did Senior Bai Shi say to her? Countless shocked, curious, and envious glances fixated on the two of them, and whispers spread instantly. The pairing of the new president and the cultural affairs minister was enough to set the entire Morris Academy ablaze. Luoshan Pavilion. The most secluded yet elegant and upscale restaurant on campus, with a serene ambience and crystal chandeliers casting soft, diffused light. She opened the chair for Dan Xijin with utmost gentlemanly grace. Just as they settled into their seats, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the restaurant. Qinnan immediately spotted the two people standing by the window. Seeing Baishi pull out the chair for Dan Xijin, his handsome brows furrowed imperceptibly, but he quickly regained his composure and walked over. He greeted her in a gentle voice, his gaze fixed on Dan Xijin, tinged with a hint of concern. Minister Bai, would you like to join us? Baishi's smile remained flawless. Qinnan didn't refuse and sat down on the other side of Dan Xijin. The three of them sat together, and the atmosphere immediately became somewhat awkward. Baishi glanced at Qinnan, his voice gentle yet tinged with sharpness. Minister Bai, weren't you planning to expel our president Dan from the academy just 2 weeks ago? When did your relationship become so close? Dan Xijin raised an eyebrow slightly, his eyes teasing as he looked at Qinnan. Qinnan met Shang Xijin's gaze, and a sudden pang of guilt made him clear his throat. What about Minister Bai? I clearly remember you throwing him out of the music room along with his instrument. Dan Xijin flipped through the menu leisurely. Are you sure you want to keep bringing up these things? Both fell silent instantly. Just then, the sound of hurried high heels grew louder from the distance. Xinnan Go, a crisp yet slightly spoiled female voice rang out. Shen Xingyun had changed out of her tennis outfit and was now wearing an elegant dress, her makeup flawless. She walked straight toward Qinnan's table, as if she hadn't noticed Dan Xijin and Baishi beside him. Chapter 34, A Foolhardy Challenge? Shen Xingyun sat down across from Qinnan with remarkable ease, ignoring the sudden darkening of his expression. She picked up the menu, glanced at it casually, then turned to the waiter and ordered in a deliberately familiar tone, the same as Mr. Bai. As if declaring some sort of claim. Qinnan furrowed his brows, his voice colder than before, carrying an unmistakable air of distance. Minister Shen, I have important matters to discuss with Chairman Shan and Minister Bai. Please leave. He and Shen Xingyun had no romantic connection whatsoever. His coldness and indifference had no effect on her. Shen Xingyun seemed convinced that she was stronger than all his suitors and that he would inevitably belong to her, a delusion bordering on fantasy. Only then did Shen Xingyun seem to notice Shang Xijin, crossing her arms and slowly lifting her eyelids, her eyes brimming with unhidden contempt and provocation. Oh, I also happen to have important matters to discuss with Mr. Dan. She emphasized the words important matters deliberately. The tennis club's report should have already reached Mr. Shan, right? Shen Xingyun leaned forward slightly, her gaze fixed on Dan Xijin, her tone aggressive. The tennis club is counting on this funding to keep things running. Please spare us and approve the budget as soon as possible. Otherwise, she paused deliberately, raising her voice to ensure everyone at nearby tables could hear. If it disrupts normal training and causes the college to lose face at next month's 8th School Alliance Championship. Mr. Dan, you won't be able to explain that, will you? Threat. Blatantly using the college's reputation to threaten the new president. Shen Xingyun. Qinnan slammed his fist on the table, abruptly standing up. His usually cold and indifferent face was now filled with icy anger, his gaze sharp. Mind your words and your tone. Shen Xingyun was startled by Qinnan's unprecedented harshness. Seeing the unhidden protection and anger in his eyes, she felt as though her heart was being pierced by needles. She bit her lower lip tightly, her gaze toward Shang Xijin filled with jealousy that was almost overflowing. Her family had moved to a continent 2 years ago after losing a power struggle, and she had transferred from ES Academy in B continent to Morris 2 years ago as well. She knew little about Shang Jiqing's past achievements and had never witnessed the moment when she led the Shang family to the pinnacle of success. In her eyes, Shang Xijin was nothing more than a lucky fool who had risen from obscurity thanks to a single exam. Even now, despite her outward glamour, she was still the same ridiculous, laughable Shang Xijin at heart. What gives her the right to receive Qinnan's protection and special treatment? Report? Dan Xijin finally put down the water cup in her hand. She raised her eyelids to meet Shen Xingyun's hostile and threatening gaze, her lips curling into a cold, icy smile. Her voice was clear and calm. I saw it. I've already thrown it in the trash. Those words were like a loud slap, harshly striking Shen Xingyun's face in front of everyone. Thrown into the trash bin? This wasn't just rejecting her report, it was throwing her, Shen Xingyun, along with her dignity and reputation as the tennis club president, into the trash heap. Shen Xingyun slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Miss Shen's report, Dan Xijin continued calmly, ignoring her rage, his gaze scrutinizing it like a defective product. Sloppy, unclear data, inflated budget, no sincerity whatsoever. This is trash. What do you know? Shen Xingyun was completely enraged, her rationality burned to ashes. Her proud tennis achievements became her only weapon to fight back. You, who barely touched a tennis racket a few times, have no right to judge my report. You have no idea what our tennis department needs. You have no clue about the level of investment and support required for a top-tier event. She slammed the labels of outsider and clueless onto Lan Xijin, attempting to crush him with the authority of her professional expertise. If the budget isn't approved within 3 days, the entire tennis department will withdraw from the 8-School Alliance tournament. The 8-School Alliance tournament was a comprehensive competition among the 8 top-tier noble academies across the entire continent. The outcome not only represents the honor of each academy but also, to a certain extent, the future potential of the entire continent. In recent years, while Morris Academy has maintained its top position, the gap has been narrowing. Tennis, as the most closely watched event in noble sports competitions, involves multiple medals and can even determine the final academy rankings. The dining hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, watching the intense confrontation between the new president and the tennis club president. Bai Sisi still wore that playful smile, while Bai Qinnan's face turned ashen, his eyes blazing with anger, ready to scold again. However, Lan Xijin's reaction caught everyone off guard. She did not grow angry but instead smiled gently. The laughter carried a sense of joy, as if she had heard something incredibly amusing. She even tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with pity. Amateur? She repeated Lan Xijin's words, her tone rising slightly at the end, dripping with sarcasm. Then, she slowly stood up. Her slender figure cast a shadow that felt overwhelmingly oppressive in the soft light of the restaurant. She walked up to Lan Xijin, standing so close that the calm yet bottomless gaze of Lan Xijin caused Lan Xijin, who was in the midst of a rage, to pause for a moment, feeling an inexplicable pang in her heart. Lan Xijin, Dan Xijing's voice was not loud, but it echoed clearly throughout the restaurant, carrying an air of absolute confidence and unquestionable authority. Since you're so certain that my ignorance will ruin your tennis club. She paused, then parted her red lips to make a shocking proposal. Why don't we have a match? Let me see if the tennis club's exorbitant budget is worth it. Lan Xijin's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the universe. After regaining her composure, she scoffed derisively, her laughter filled with absurdity and contempt. Play with you? President Shin, she exaggeratedly dragged out the last syllable, her eyes fixed on him as if he were a clown who didn't know his place. I'm afraid, you don't have the qualifications. She crossed her arms, tilted her chin up, and spoke in a condescending tone. Our tennis club is brimming with talent. We could pull any reserve member off the bench and have them teach the president a thing or two about specialization. Want me to have them play with you? So no one can say we're bullying President Shan. How ridiculous. An amateur dares to challenge her? Does she really think that scoring well on theoretical subjects in the midterm exams means she's good at sports too? She had been holding a racket since she was 6. Her life was built on tennis. Dan Xijing's ignorant and reckless provocation was nothing but a desecration of tennis in her eyes. Dan Xijing completely ignored the contempt and disdain in her eyes, as if her harsh words were nothing more than the buzzing of a mosquito. With a voice so calm it sent a chill down one's spine, she spoke clearly. All right. You set the rules, you choose the number of participants. The tennis club can send anyone, as long as they can beat me. Lan Xijin ignored the disdain in her eyes and continued in that eerily calm voice. The budget will be approved immediately. Even, she emphasized slightly, the student council will never interfere with the details of the tennis club's budget in the future. A look of wild joy and certainty flashed in Lan Xijin's eyes. What was the difference between this and being handed it on a silver platter? But, Dan Xijin changed the subject abruptly, speaking each word slowly and deliberately, as if delivering a verdict. If the tennis club loses, the future budget will be cut by 2/3. The facilities will be managed by the student council, and the tennis club must cooperate unconditionally. Deal. Lan Xijin almost couldn't wait to stand up, looking down at Dan Xijin with a smug smile. 6 o'clock tonight at the Central Tennis Court. President Shan, I hope you don't chicken out at the last minute. With that, she didn't linger, leaving with a confident swagger and the excitement of someone eager to assign roles. After Lan Xijin left, the tense and oppressive atmosphere in the restaurant finally eased slightly. Bai Qinan bit his lip, his gaze fixed on Dan Xijin, filled with unhidden concern. Tennis, that was Lan Xijin's domain, where she had spent over a decade honing her skills. He opened his mouth, wanting to explain Lan Xijin's persistence and remind her of Lan Xijin's formidable tennis abilities. But with Bai Xi's amused gaze fixed on him, he swallowed hard and couldn't bring himself to speak, only furrowing his brows even more tightly. Chapter 35, Add a Bet? After lunch, Bai Qinan finally found an opportunity to intercept Dan Xijin at the corner of the student union corridor. Ing. His voice was urgent, his handsome face filled with worry. My relationship with Lan Xijin isn't. Dan Xijin didn't stop walking, merely glancing at him with a calm expression. That's between you and her. As for the competition, that's between her and me. After speaking, she didn't linger, walking straight toward the office and leaving Bai Qinan standing there, his heart filled with mixed emotions and even more worry. As she pushed open the office door, a familiar scent of sandalwood wafted toward her. Lan Xijin sat leisurely on the spacious sofa, her long legs crossed, fingertips playing with a brass key. If my memory serves me correctly, Dan Xijin crossed her arms, leaning against the doorframe, raising an eyebrow at him. This office is now mine. The key, return it to its rightful owner. Lan Xijin curved his lips into a lazy smile. You already told me the password for the locks at home. Why bother about this office key? I heard you're butting heads with Shin Xingyun. He changed the subject, leaning forward slightly. Beg me. He lowered his voice, his tone tinged with seduction. I can handle the tennis club's little troubles for you. Dan Xijin glanced at him but didn't respond, walking straight toward the spacious desk. Or maybe Lan Xijin's voice carried a hint of icy chill. You're using this opportunity to give those arrogant suitors around by Qin a good lesson? Dan Xijin paused briefly while organizing her documents before letting out a soft chuckle. You seem unusually concerned about my love life? Do I need to remind you? Our relationship is just. She paused for a second before clearly uttering two words, bed partner. The warmth in Lan Xijin's eyes vanished instantly, leaving only coldness. He stood up abruptly, his towering figure casting a shadow of oppression. I don't need you to remind me, he said in a low voice. I just think that if President Shan really likes Minister Bai, my days of freedom are probably numbered. After school central tennis court. The news spread like wildfire, quickly reaching every corner of Morris Academy. When Dan Xijin appeared at the entrance of the court wearing a simple, sleek white tracksuit and carrying a seemingly ordinary racket, the scene was nothing short of spectacular. The stands surrounding the court were already packed to the brim with a surging crowd, a sea of people as far as the eye could see. Not only students, but also many faculty members and college staff who had heard the news were crammed into the crowd, their faces filled with curiosity and astonishment. The newly elected student council president taking on the entire tennis team was an unprecedented event in Morris College history. In the center of the court, Shin Xingyun stood with her arms crossed, wearing a professional tennis skirt, her face adorned with a confident smile. Behind her stood the elite members of the tennis club, each glaring at Dan Xijin with hostile eyes. President Shan, you keep your word, Shin Xingyun said loudly, her voice tinged with challenge. The rules are simple, the first to win 6 games in a set wins. You can choose anyone from our tennis club to challenge. In her eyes, Dan Xijin couldn't possibly match any of her teammates. Dan Xijin ignored her, walking straight to one end of the court and casually swinging her racket to warm up. Her movements seemed ordinary. No need to choose. President Shin, send someone over. A flash of anger flickered in Shin Xingyun's eyes, but she forced a colder smile. Wang Xin. Shin Xingyun nodded toward a girl behind her. Accompany President Shan for a play. Let the president feel the enthusiasm of our reserve players. She emphasized the words play and enthusiasm heavily, her eyes brimming with malice. The girl named Wang Xin smiled and walked onto the stage with her drumsticks. She was just a reserve member, and this was her chance to impress the department head. The match began. Wang Xin served the ball. A ball with a tricky angle. It was extremely fast, straight toward Shan Jiying's blind spot. However, Shan Jiying's feet moved with incredible lightness, as if she had anticipated the ball's trajectory in advance. She flickered her wrist, her movements appearing casual, but the racket met the ball at an incredibly precise angle. Bang! A crisp sound of the ball being struck. The ball, which seemed certain to be won, was precisely returned by a seemingly effortless backhand, landing exactly where Wang Xin was most vulnerable. 1-0. Wang Xin froze, her smile freezing on her face. She served again, even more fiercely. But no matter how tricky the angle of her serve, Shan Jiying always managed to return the ball with effortless grace, sending it back to the most uncomfortable spot for Wang Xin. 2-0. 3-0. The first set ended so quickly it was hard to react. Wang Xin looked like a clumsy marionette, being toyed with by Shan Jiying. She collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Shin Xingyun's smile vanished completely, her face turning grim. Zhang Lei, she nearly shouted the deputy minister's name through gritted teeth, a master renowned for his comprehensive skills. Use everything you've got. As Zhang Lei passed by her, she whispered the words, her voice carrying an absolute command. Zhang Lei nodded solemnly. He understood the minister's meaning to spare no effort, use the most exhausting returns to wear her down. The second set began. Zhang Lei's playing style was extremely aggressive. Every shot came with relentless force, targeting Shan Jiying specifically. His shots were fast and heavy, accompanied by a whistling wind, sending chills down the spines of those watching. However, Shan Jiying's response remained eerily calm. She seemed like a precision machine, calculating the exact landing points of the balls with flawless accuracy. Facing the fierce shots, she often only needed a single, incredibly agile sidestep to defuse the crisis with the smallest possible movement. Her movements lack the explosive power of wide, sweeping motions, yet they are filled with the subtle, effortless grace of Tai Chi. Zhang Lei gave it his all, sweating profusely, putting every ounce of strength into each shot. But Dan Xijin was like a bottomless vortex, silently absorbing all his raw power and then returning it with even greater precision. 5-0, Shan Jiying leads comfortably. Zhang Lei was gasping for breath, his steps unsteady, and his eyes beginning to lose focus. Yet Shan Jiying's breathing remained steady, not a single drop of sweat on his forehead. His white sportswear gleamed clean and crisp in the sunlight. The sixth set, the decisive serve for Shan Jiying. A seemingly ordinary flat serve, yet its speed was astonishing. 6-0. The second set was also won in a dominant fashion. Zhang Lei could no longer hold on, his knees gave way, and he collapsed onto the court. The entire stadium fell silent. Xin Xingyun's expression was beyond description. Her eyes were filled with shock, anger, resentment, and a hint of fear. The tennis team she had once been so proud of had been swept aside by Shang Jiqing with such a humiliating score, 2 players defeated in a single match? And the opponent hadn't even broken a sweat? She stared intently at the calm figure on the other side of the court, her sense of humiliation and anger nearly consuming her entirely. She couldn't lose. She absolutely couldn't lose to Dan Jiying in front of everyone. Useless, she muttered under her breath, shoving Zhang Lei aside as he tried to help her back up. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Xin Xingyun took a deep breath, picked up her professional racket, a symbol of honor and strength, and stepped onto the center of the court. Standing opposite Dan Jiying, her racket pointed directly at her opponent, she challenged, "Dan Jiying, dare you take a bet with me?" Dan Jiying smiled and tilted her head, showing no signs of tension or fear. "Minister Shun, go ahead. Today, the loser will crawl out of the tennis court. I'll show you what real tennis is all about." Chapter 36, Violent Showdown. The match began. Xin Xingyun's racket sliced through the air with a whistle. "Serve!" Straight at Shang Jiying's face. "This isn't playing tennis, it's venting anger." Dan Jiying shifts her feet slightly and sidesteps. Her racket blocks the ball precisely. Thud! The ball was skillfully deflected and sent back. Xin Xingyun narrowed her eyes, a confident smile curving her lips. The overwhelming dominance in the first 2 games had unsettled her, but it had also allowed her to identify a key weakness. Dan Jiying was skilled at using her opponent's momentum to deflect the ball and could accurately predict its trajectory, but she didn't seem to enjoy direct, head-on collisions of force. Trying to dodge? Let's see how long you can keep it up. She completely abandoned any technical probing, pouring every ounce of her wild strength into each swing. Bang! 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 The tennis ball was no longer a ball, it was a projectile fueled by rage. Dan Jiying remained calm, using softness to counter strength. Her feet moved like the wind, appearing precisely at every landing point. Ha! Xin Xingyun let out a loud shout, delivering a brutal smash that seemed to carry the weight of her entire body. The ball crashed into Dan Jiying's half of the court like a meteorite. Dan Jiying's eyes narrowed, and her racket met the ball. Swoosh! A bone-chilling tearing sound echoed through the air. The racket in Dan Jiying's hand shook violently, and several strings snapped at the center of the face. The tennis ball spun out of control, bouncing weakly on the ground a few times before rolling out of bounds. 0-1. Dead silence. Everyone witnessed the gruesome sight of the shattered racket. Xin Xingyun gasped for breath, a twisted smile finally appearing on her face. "President Shan, do you want to admit defeat? Otherwise, the next ball won't just break the string." Dan Jiying looked down at the broken racket in her hands, her brows finally furrowing tightly. Xin Xingyun's explosive power had indeed exceeded her expectations. "Ing." A voice as cold as a snow-capped mountain echoed. Bai Qinnan had approached unnoticed, holding a brand new white racket in his hand. The racket face glinted coldly in the setting sun. "Use this." He had been worried ever since he learned about their bet. He naturally believed in Dan Jiying's abilities, but he had prepared some just in case, and now it had actually come in handy. From the shadows of the stands, Lan Xijin watched the tall, white figure hand the racket to Dan Jiying. His knuckles tightened unconsciously, and a fleeting shadow of gloom crossed his eyes, one so subtle even he didn't notice it. And Bai Qinnan's gesture seemed to ignite the entire tennis court. Everyone witnessed once again that the usually cold and aloof white minister had actually shown such a worried expression. Xin Xingyun saw the unhidden protection in Bai Qinnan's eyes toward Dan Jiying, along with the obviously expensive racket, and the poisonous flames of jealousy instantly consumed the last remnants of her rationality. "You're helping her?" Xin Xingyun's voice nearly broke, her eyes bloodshot. Dan Jiying took the racket. She nodded slightly toward Bai Qinnan, her eyes rare with a mix of emotions. "Thank you." She turned away, her gaze growing icy cold. When she looked at Xin Xingyun again, there was not a trace of the previous gentleness. "Continue." Dan Jiying's voice was as cold as ice. Xin Xingyun had completely lost her mind. She no longer cared about the rules of the game or technical control, every shot she hit had only one target. Destroy Dan Jiying. The serve flew straight toward Dan Jiying's body, fast and fierce, like a bullet. The smashes were no longer about precision, they were wild, all-out attacks, channeling every ounce of her strength, aimed directly at Dan Jiying's wrist. Her style of play was no longer about playing the game, it was about killing. Even the spectators on the stands were gasping in shock, and some couldn't help but shout, "Xin Xingyun, you're going too far." However, facing this attack filled with murderous intent, Dan Jiying moved. She no longer dodged. Bang! Facing Shin Xingyun's violent serve aimed directly at her face, Dan Xijin paused for a moment, then her core exploded with terrifying force. She swung her new white racket, no longer deflecting the force. It was a more pure, violent counterattack. The racket collided with the tennis ball, erupting in a deafening crash. A blur so fast it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye, moving at a speed even more terrifying than Shin Xingyun's serve, crashed into the red clay behind Shin Xingyun. Shin Xingyun's pupils contracted sharply. That ball, that speed and power? Dan Xijin shook his wrist, his icy gaze fixed on Shin Xingyun. Is that all you've got? A provocation. A blatant provocation. Shin Xingyun was completely enraged and roared as she served again. Dan Xijin's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. He planted his feet on the ground and charged toward the incoming ball, unleashing a terrifying force that matched Shin Xingyun's. Bang! Another point scored. The entire arena erupted in chaos. Pure, overwhelming power. Her strength was equally terrifying. So earlier, against those two opponents she was just playing around? Wang Xian and Zhang Lei turned pale, their mouths wide open as if they could fit an egg inside. The bone-chilling sense of being overwhelmed was just the tip of the iceberg. It was terrifying. One ball after another, accompanied by the thunderous sound of violent beauty, appeared on the red clay court. Every swing of Shan Jiying's racket carried the force of destruction, mercilessly crushing Shin Xingyun's counterattack. The scoreboard ticked mercilessly. Duan Jiying held the white racket, standing at the net. Her voice was soft but clear, echoing through the silent stadium. Shin Xingyun, you've lost. Shin Xingyun's knees give way, and she collapses heavily onto the scorching red clay with a thud. The championship racket slipped from her hands, her eyes vacant, as if her soul had been torn away. Defeated. In the very realm where she had once been the strongest. On the tennis court she regarded as her life. By her most hated, most despised opponent. In the most overwhelming manner. Completely crushed. She stood there like a lifeless shell, trembling as she forced herself to stand, her gaze vacant as she turned toward the exit of the court. Her lips trembled slightly, betraying a desperate resolve, her knees bent slightly, on the verge of fulfilling that humiliating bet. Enough! A cold voice echoed from behind her. Shin Xingyun froze, turning around in confusion. Dan Jiying stood in the glow of the setting sun, his figure tall and straight, his expression calm and composed. I never said that my bet was to watch you crawl out after I won. Shin Xingyun's eyes filled with disbelief and shock. This woman, shouldn't she be looking down on her in triumph? Shouldn't she be mocking her with the most vicious words? I want you to lead the tennis team at the 8 Schools Alliance tournament. She paused briefly, then her voice rose sharply, carrying an unquestionable command, win all the gold medals. Chapter 37, Date Invitation. Shin Xingyun froze in place, almost convinced she was hearing things. Her ears were ringing. Finally, her dry lips moved with difficulty, managing to force out a hoarse word, all right. Dan Jiying no longer looked at her. She neatly put away the pure white racket, turned around, and walked toward the figure waiting by the court with firm steps. Today, she had finally owed him a favor. Despite having insisted she didn't need it, in the end, she had still relied on the weapon he had offered. This feeling was somewhat bittersweet. Bai Qinnan stood where he was, watching the tall, elegant figure approach him step by step. Each step felt like it was stepping on his heartbeat. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and his palms grew slightly damp. He began, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible dryness. Dan Jiying stopped in front of him, tilting her head slightly. Her usually cold eyes now held a rare spark of life. She curved her lips into a faint smile, her voice light and cheerful. Let's go? Have dinner together. Bai Qinnan's heart skipped a beat, followed by an even more intense pounding. He nodded almost instinctively, his voice trembling. Yes, okay. The two walked side by side, the setting sun stretching their shadows long and intertwined. The scene was so harmonious it was almost blinding, like a meticulously composed masterpiece, instantly capturing every lingering gaze until their figures vanished completely into the shadows at the exit of the sports field. The silent field erupted like boiling water. My goodness! Was that just now a date invitation? This is definitely an official announcement. Wah, my ice-cold male idol, the way he looked at single president just now. I've never seen that before. Did you hear? During the midterm exams, White Minister was going to give all his points to Dan President. Though Dan President didn't take them, no one believed it at the time. All his points? Wow, so that's how terrifying White Minister can be when he sets his mind on something? Are they from two families that have known each other for a long time? They've known each other since they were kids? No wonder. These rapidly spreading rumors, every word of them, pierced clearly into Lan Xijin's ears. He remained seated in the shadows, his fingertips pressing against the fabric of his uniform, unconsciously tracing the faint bite mark on his chest from the previous day. Why, after spending the night beneath him, gasping and leaving marks on his body, could she now look at another man with such vivid eyes? Why could she walk away so easily, side by side with him? What did he mean to her? A mere plaything, to be summoned and dismissed at will? A cold, malevolent aura silently spread around him, making the air seem to freeze for a moment. Several excited students nearby shivered involuntarily, instinctively falling silent, glancing fearfully at the shadowed figure emanating a terrifyingly low-pressure aura. Lan Xijin rose silently, his tall figure exuding a harsh, forbidding chill. He didn't look at anyone, walking straight through the silent crowd, each step crushing the taut nerves of those around him, before disappearing into the darkness of the corridor. The crowd assumed it was the former chairman, displeased at witnessing his rival's triumph, and no one dared to delve into the turbulent waves churning beneath the icy surface. Downtown, a top-tier revolving restaurant. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the city's breathtaking night view spread out below. The exquisitely prepared meal on the table remained untouched. Dan Zhiying leaned lazily on his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the person across from him. The soft glow of the crystal chandelier outlined her delicate features and clearly illuminated Bai Qinnan's slightly flushed earlobes. "Today," she began, "thank you." Bai Qinnan felt a bit uneasy under her focused gaze, instinctively picking up his water glass and taking a sip. The icy liquid slid down his throat, but it couldn't quell the unexplained heat in his heart. He cleared his throat, his voice still cold but tinged with gentleness and determination. "I've told you, you don't need to thank me." His gaze lifted, finally meeting hers. His deep eyes held no trace of hesitation. "Anything I do for you is my own choice." The faint smile at the corner of her lips deepened, tinged with mischief. "Willingly? Mr. Bai, I don't like owing people favors." "What do you want?" Bai Qinnan's heartbeat suddenly went haywire. He instinctively tried to avoid her eyes, which seemed to see through everything, but he felt as though he were being drawn to a magnet and couldn't look away. What did he want? The answer had always been etched deeply into his soul, but he had never spoken it aloud. His Adam's apple bobbed, and Bai Qinnan's usually clear mind was in disarray. I want you." His voice was hoarse, tinged with buried fear. "Don't disappear again." The unfamiliar glances and icy detachment of the past 3 years had awakened him from nightmares countless times. Dan Zhiying paused for a moment, then her gaze softened briefly. I promise." "Promise? What do you have to promise with?" The long-absent mechanical voice suddenly rang out, filled with icy mockery. "Long time no see," Dan Zhiying replied in her heart. "New task, change was favorability plus 30. "It's him again?" Dan Zhiying's brows furrowed. "Time limit, 24 hours. She was almost certain the system was deliberately making her life difficult. Xinhua, that filthy man, she didn't want anything to do with him. After dinner, Bai Qinnan drove her to the apartment building. "Good night." Dan Zhiying turned to leave, but her wrist was gently pulled back. The crisp scent of white sandalwood enveloped her. Bai Qinnan's voice was low, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of longing. "Good night." The apartment was empty, with no trace of Lan Xijin. As expected. After taking a shower, Dan Zhiying lay down, rubbing her temples wearily. The tennis club had temporarily calmed down, and the other clubs would likely behave themselves as well. It was just this system, it was truly annoying. On the other side, in the shadows below the apartment building, Lan Xijin leaned back in the car, the rearview mirror reflecting the taillights of the departing sports car. His fingers gripped the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Finally, he slammed his foot on the gas pedal, and the sports car roared like an angry beast, plunging into the night. He would constantly remind himself. She was just a bed partner, ending the damn bed as soon as possible was the only way forward. Blacklight Club. In the dim, hazy light, Xinhua sank into the soft sofa, his gaze fixed on an empty corner, his eyes hollow and stubborn. "Zhuge," someone cautiously called out from beside him. Xinhua frowned, snapping back to reality, and angrily pulled his gaze away. "Brother Zhua, you've been out of it these past few days. You wouldn't really be regretting your decision about President Shan, would you? Get out." Xinhua sneered, downing a large gulp of liquor. "That woman? No matter how much she changes, he would never forget her cheap, disgusting appearance." His gaze drifted unconsciously toward that corner. He had sent the most elite men from the Qin family to investigate the mysterious woman in the alley that day. The result? Nothing. Not a single lead. She was like a ghost, appearing out of thin air and vanishing into thin air. "Damn it," Xinhua cursed under his breath, clenching the glass cup tightly. Why didn't he kill her? Didn't he even have the right to order her killed? The feeling of being completely ignored was more infuriating than death itself. He had to find her, he had to get answers. But where could he possibly find her now? Chapter 38, Return to the Shan family. The Morris Academy auditorium was packed to capacity. It was the annual day for outstanding alumni to return to campus and give speeches. Every person on stage had once been a legend of the academy. Dan Zhiying sat in the front row, center, arms crossed over her chest, her gaze fixed on the tall, straight figure on stage. Dan Linchuan. A perfectly tailored dark gray bespoke suit outlined his tall, stern silhouette. His speech was delivered in a calm tone, with rigorous logic, every word precisely landing on the themes of family responsibility and business empire, perfectly embodying the strength, self-discipline, and flawlessness expected of a mature heir yet also cold and distant, keeping others at arm's length. His gaze swept steadily across the crowd, exuding a sense of detachment as if surveying the masses from above. His gaze occasionally flickered briefly toward the center of the front row, where Dan Xijin sat. Behind his silver-rimmed glasses, his amber eyes seemed to flicker with something fleeting before shifting away as if nothing had happened. Whispers from the surrounding crowd reached Shan Jiying's ears. Is that Senior Dan Linchuan? He's even more. The Dan family's genes, they're practically tailored for the pinnacle of society. His aura is too strong, I feel like I'd freeze just being near him. Dan Xijin crossed her arms and sat quietly. She watched her brilliant cousin on stage, her heart unmoved. Between them, there was more of a rivalry born from family competition, and they both kept their distance, understanding each other without words. Thunderous applause signaled the end of the speech. The lights came on, and the crowd began to stir. Dan Linchuan descended from the stage, surrounded by several school board members and department heads who greeted him with respect. He wore a perfectly composed smile, responding to the surrounding greetings and praise with a distant yet polite demeanor. Dan Xijin stood up, preparing to follow the crowd out. However, a tall figure with the crisp scent of snow-covered pines silently blocked her path. Dan Linchuan had somehow slipped free from the crowd and was now standing directly in front of her. Xijing, his voice was low and melodious, clear as a bell in her ears. He lowered his gaze slightly, fixing his eyes on her face, so focused that the bustling world around them seemed to freeze in an instant. To others, this gesture was merely a brother's ordinary concern for his sister. The crowd around them instinctively stepped back a few paces, their eyes filled with curiosity. Dan Xijing stopped in her tracks, raised her eyes to meet his, and spoke calmly. The speech was excellent, but that was simply Dan Linchuan's usual standard. Dan Linchuan seemed unconcerned by her response. His deep gaze lingered on her face for a moment before he suddenly leaned in slightly, the distance just close enough for the crisp scent of cedar to linger around her nose, carrying an intangible sense of pressure yet skillfully maintaining the boundaries of social etiquette. The family is waiting for you. He spoke in a lower voice, barely audible to anyone but the two of them, his tone businesslike. They want you to take over the affairs of Chengyun capital as soon as possible. This business needs you. Dan Xijing's gaze sharpened. Chengyun capital? That was one of the core family businesses once controlled by Dan Linchuan. She looked at Dan Linchuan, trying to discern any hint of his intentions from his expression. Dan Linchuan met her gaze, his expression as indifferent and distant as ever. But in the depths of his eyes, a fleeting gleam of almost hypnotic light flashed by, so quickly that she thought it might have been an illusion. His thin lips parted slightly, and he spoke clearly and softly. I will fully cooperate with you. He said this with extreme seriousness, even carrying a hint of commitment. Dan Xijing was taken aback. Full cooperation? This didn't sound like evasion or testing, it was more like support? She furrowed her brows slightly. She couldn't read this man, Dan Linchuan. He had spent so much effort to gain control of the core assets of the Dan family, and now he was willing to hand them over so easily? Of course, Dan Linchuan straightened up naturally, his expression returning to its usual aloof and perfect demeanor. This is for the sake of the Dan family. After speaking, he did not wait for Dan Xijing's response or commitment. It was as if the previous conversation had merely been a routine work handover. He nodded slightly, his movements elegant and flawless, then turned and walked back toward the group of school board members and department heads waiting for him. His back was straight and tall, like a snow-capped mountain, quickly disappearing into the crowd of respectful people surrounding him. Dan Xijing stood where she was, staring at the direction where Dan Linchuan had disappeared, her brows furrowing even deeper. Chengyun capital, Dan Linchuan's full cooperation. She needed to think this through carefully. Evening, the headquarters of the Dan group. Duan Xijing, dressed in a white academic uniform, walked into the lobby with composed steps. Good evening, do you have an appointment? The young receptionist greeted her with a professional smile, her gaze briefly sweeping over Dan Xijing's youthful features, tinged with a hint of scrutiny. She did not recognize the eldest daughter of the Dan family, who had rarely been seen at the group in the past 3 years. No appointment, Dan Xijing replied in a flat tone. The receptionist's smile faded slightly as she responded in a formulaic manner. I'm sorry, but without an appointment, please leave your name and the reason for your visit. I am Dan Xijing. Dan Xijing interrupted her, stating her name. The front desk clerk clearly paused, her eyes flickering with confusion and uncertainty. Dan Xijing? She knew that name, the infamous eldest daughter of the Dan family? But the aura emanating from the woman before her. She knew that she wouldn't bother the front desk anymore, so she took out her phone and dialed a number. The call was answered almost instantly. I'm downstairs. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Dan Linchuan's deep, steady voice replied, got it. The call ended. Just a few seconds later, the nearby private elevator chimed softly, and the doors opened. A middle-aged man with a serious expression and wearing a high-ranking assistant SID badge stepped out quickly, his gaze immediately locking onto Dan Xijing. He walked up to Dan Xijin, bowed slightly, and spoke with utmost respect. "Miss Dan, I apologize for keeping you waiting. This way, please." He stepped aside and made a standard gesture, pointing toward the private elevator that had just arrived. The front desk attendant's face turned pale, all color draining from her cheeks. Her job was probably over. "You're very responsible," a voice as soothing as a savior's echoed. The front desk clerk snapped her head up. However, the elegant figure had already begun walking toward the private elevator, symbolizing the highest authority within the group. Top floor, investment department manager's office. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the city sparkled with lights. Inside, the minimalist decor featured black desks and leather sofas, with the air filled with the crisp scent of cedar, exuding a cold and distant atmosphere, much like the office's owner. Dan Xijin sat behind his spacious desk, his silver-rimmed glasses framing his gaze fixed on the document in his hands. He did not look up until he heard the door open. Dan Xijin entered, and the assistant closed the door respectfully before leaving. "This will not happen again," Dan Xijin said, his voice devoid of emotion. He put down the document, leaned back slightly, and fixed his calm gaze on Dan Xijin. Dan Xijin walked to the desk but did not sit down, instead resting his hands casually on the cold edge of the desk. "There's no need to be hard on her." Dan Xijin's fingertips tapped lightly on the smooth desk surface, producing a rhythmic sound. He picked up another thick document from the desk and pushed it toward Dan Xijin. "This is the core business report for the past 3 years of Chengyun Capital, including the main asset list, core team structure, and key projects currently in progress. You need to familiarize yourself with it as soon as possible." Chapter 39, Teasing Qin Xiao. Dan Xijin didn't take the document, her gaze sharp as she stared straight at Dan Xijin. Dan Xijin's lips curved into a faint smile, as if he had already read her mind. "I've said it before, everything is for the Shan family." His voice was low and melodious, carrying an unwavering certainty. "I believe in your ability to lead the Dan family further." Dan Xijin withdrew her scrutinizing gaze, her fingertips gliding over the cold file folder cover before flipping it open casually. After glancing through it briefly, her heart skipped a beat. The report was detailed to an alarming extent, breaking down core secrets, potential risks, and even gray areas, all meticulously listed for her. "Good." She closed the file, uttering only one word, but her voice was firm, carrying that unique confidence that was all her own. A fleeting, almost imperceptible gleam flashed in the depths of Dan Xijin's eyes, so brief it might have been an illusion. He nodded slightly, his amber eyes behind the glasses as deep as the ocean. "I look forward to your performance." Dan Xijin didn't linger, picked up the folder, and turned to leave. Just as her fingers touched the doorknob, she heard Dan Xijin's deep, magnetic voice from behind her. "If you have any questions, feel free to come find me. I've said it before, I'll do everything I can to support you." She didn't stop her steps, and the door clicked shut, blocking the gaze behind her. In the office, Dan Xijin paced to the large floor-to-ceiling window. The glass reflected his perfect yet icy profile. Behind the lenses, his amber eyes swirled with deep calculation. He picked up the long cold coffee, took a sip, and the intense bitterness spread across his tongue. To take what you want, you must first give. Only by temporarily letting go can one, ultimately grasp it more tightly. Blacklight Club, the darkest corner of the VIP area. Deafening music served as a dull backdrop. Mission timer, 1 hour 6 minutes. Dan Xijin lurks in the shadows, his sleek black attire outlining his sharp silhouette. A fedora is pulled down low, covering most of his face with a gruesome, lifelike burn scar, leaving only his seductive, icy peach blossom eyes exposed. In the hazy light, they gleam with a cold intensity. A glass of amber-colored liquor was just placed on the table. A scorching, probing gaze instantly locked onto her. The waiter's hand trembled, nearly spilling the drink, and he scrambled away in a panic. A towering shadow loomed, blocking the dazzling colored lights and casting a shadow on the table. Dan Xijin lazily raised her gaze, her eyes beneath the brim of her hat meeting a pair of sharp, leopard-like eyes. Their gazes locked, and Xinhua finally saw her face beneath the duckbill hat. Scars covered most of her face, terrifying patterns spreading across her skin. Only her seductive peach blossom eyes carried a familiar yet icy detachment. He sat down next to Dan Xijin on the sofa, leaning forward with an overwhelming presence, staring intently at her and asking in a hoarse voice, "Why didn't you kill me?" Dan Xijin snorted derisively, her voice disguised to sound hoarse and unpleasant. This is the first time I've met someone who wants to die so badly." She no longer looked at him, her slender fingertips casually swirling the wineglass, the ice cubes clinking softly. Just as she was about to down the drink, her wrist was suddenly grabbed by a scorching hot hand, the force so strong it was startling. Xinhua snatched the glass from her hand, leaning in close. His scorching breath brushed against her ear as he growled in a low, menacing voice, "Speak. Who do you belong to?" Dan Xijin let him grip her wrist as she slowly turned her head. Under the brim of her hat, her peach-colored eyes met his burning gaze at close range, cold and unflinching, with only a condescending scrutiny. She curved her lips into a sinister, mocking smile. "You don't seem to have the right to ask me. A defeated subordinate." The 4 words seared into Xinhua's heart. His fingers digging into her wrist turned deathly white as he struggled to breathe, his eyes filled with humiliation and rage. Finally, he felt drained of all strength, letting go of her wrist with a thud. An overwhelming sense of defeat engulfed him. Dan Jiying's eyes flickered with a fleeting hint of amusement as she moved her numb wrist. No matter who there with his voice hoarse, I'll pay you 10 times the reward. Dan Jiying raised an eyebrow, her peach blossom eyes flashing with amusement. She leaned forward slightly, closing the distance between them. Oh? That sounds tempting. Xinzhuo lifted his head, his eyes burning with intensity as he looked at her. However, the next moment, her red lips parted. But I refuse. Xinzhuo stood up abruptly, his towering figure casting her entirely into shadow. Why? You should know that I am the rightful heir to the Qin family. Those two worthless fools are just clinging to life. Or is it that you have something they can use against you? Dan Jiying didn't respond, meeting Xinzhuo's gaze before suddenly extending her index finger. The cool tip of her finger, carrying a hint of ambiguity, gently brushed against his tense jawline, slowly sliding down toward his slightly trembling Adam's apple, before finally coming to rest on his collarbone. Xinzhuo's body froze abruptly. Like he'd been struck by an electric current, he trembled violently, unable to control himself. His Adam's apple bobbed violently, and a flush spread across his ears at a visible speed. What are you doing? He exclaimed, his voice suddenly rising, tinged with panic. You have a nice body. Dan Jiying keenly noticed his unusual reaction, raised an eyebrow, and spoke with a teasing tone. If you were to offer yourself as payment, I might consider it. You. Xinzhuo was both ashamed and angry, his face flushing bright red. In the next instant, a fierce fist flew toward Dan Jiying's face. Dan Jiying tilted her head slightly, and the fist grazed her temple. Thud. It landed heavily on the sofa. The two of them ended up in an extremely intimate position on the sofa. Xinzhuo nearly pinned her beneath him. She tilted her head, deliberately letting her warm breath brush against his sensitive earlobe, her voice laced with a lazy, teasing tone. So eager to throw yourself into my arms? Xinzhuo's other hand transformed into a palm blade and struck down fiercely. The wine glass was swept away, shattering into pieces on the floor. Those around them screamed and dodged. The waiter called the manager, but upon recognizing Xinzhuo, the manager could only sigh helplessly. Clear the area. The losses charged them to Mr. Qin's account. The VIP area was instantly cleared, becoming a private battlefield. Xinzhuo's attacks were as fierce as a storm, each strike ruthless. Dan Jiying, however, dodged like a ghost, his fingertips teasingly brushing against Xinzhuo's bicep. You've improved. Xinzhuo's face turned as red as blood, and he delivered a fierce roundhouse kick to his waist. Dan Jiying dodged, darting behind him, and pressed her slender, supple hand firmly against his tight waist, feeling the muscles tense with pent-up power. You must be quite strong. Shut up. Xinzhuo charged forward recklessly. The world spun wildly. He was violently pinned down on the sofa by a deft force, his face buried deep into the leather, his wrists tightly twisted behind his back by a warm hand. The other hand, with a chilling touch, slid down his spine with a sense of appraisal. It seems. Dan Jiying leaned in, his breath brushing against his neck, his voice tinged with a hint of regret. Mr. Qin doesn't want to, does he? You'd better kill me right now. Xinzhuo's voice was muffled by the sofa, but still fierce. Otherwise, I'll kill you sooner or later. Dan Jiying chuckled, her voice cold with amusement. I'll be waiting. She suddenly let go. Xinzhuo felt the weight lift from his back. Dan Jiying straightened up, casually shook her wrist, and glanced at the shattered glass fragments on the ground. Spill my wine. Her gaze swept over Xinzhuo, who was struggling to get up from the sofa, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at her. Her red lips curled into a malicious smile. Next time we meet, remember to pay me double. With that, she didn't spare him another glance. She pressed down the brim of her hat, and her black figure vanished like a ghost, weaving through the chaos. Under the terrified stares of the onlookers, she strode away confidently. A woman who dared to toy with the crown prince of the Qin family and escape unscathed. The crowd sucked in their breath in awe. Xinzhuo leaned against the sofa, his hair disheveled, his collar open, his chest rising and falling violently, whether from anger or the recent struggle, it was unclear. He stared intently at the disappearing figure, the parts of his body where she had touched him still burning with the lingering heat of her touch, making his heart race. That damned woman. He must make her beg for mercy on her knees. Xinzhuo's affinity +20. Task completed. A notification sounded in his mind. Dan Jiying's lips curled into a faint smile. Xinzhuo's shy yet angry reaction was unexpected. Chapter 40, Drugged? In recent days, Dan Jiying had been busy with matters related to Chengyun capital, so her contact with Lan Xijin had naturally been non-existent. At school, the former student council president seemed to have become a complete stranger to her. When they crossed paths in the corridor, their eyes didn't even flicker, and as they passed by, the air felt icy. Dan Jiying paid no heed to this. This complete disregard, however, caused Lan Xijin's displeasure to grow day by day. Suburban private cemetery. A red sports car stood alone outside the solemn courtyard. Dan Xijin opened the car door and walked along the familiar path into the cemetery. Since taking over this body, she had only been here once. Burdened by system tasks and family affairs, she had finally managed to free herself at this moment. Her footsteps halted as she approached a quiet area. She leaned against the trunk of an ancient tree, arms crossed over her chest, her gaze fixed on the figure crouching nearby. Dan Linchuan. He was using a snow-white damp cloth to wipe a marble tombstone with extreme focus and slowness. His posture was so reverent, as if he were polishing a priceless treasure, not missing a single corner or crevice. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting delicate patterns of light on his slightly lowered eyelashes. After finishing, he gently placed a bouquet of white lilies before the tombstone. Those amber eyes, usually distant and indifferent, now clearly betrayed a tenderness and deep longing. He extended his fingers, the tips brushing the photograph embedded in the tombstone with extreme gentleness, lingering there for a long time, as if drawing warmth from something long gone. After a moment, he slowly withdrew his hand and turned around. His gaze suddenly met that of Dan Xijin, who was leaning against the tree trunk, staring at him with an inquisitive expression. Dan Linchuan's body stiffened imperceptibly, his thin lips tightened slightly, and a fleeting look of unease flashed across his eyes. He took a deep breath and walked toward her. What a coincidence! Dan Xijin straightened her body, her face adorned with a faint smile whose meaning was hard to discern. What are you doing here? His voice was lower than usual, tinged with a barely perceptible tension. Dan Xijin didn't respond, shifting her gaze away from his face and walking toward the spot where Dan Linchuan had been standing moments ago. Dan Linchuan followed silently behind her. Dan Xijin walked up to the tombstone, bent down, and gently placed the white tulip she had brought in her hands. The tombstone was well maintained, but it was empty, with no inscriptions. The only thing on it was a framed photograph of a woman with striking features and an elegant, refined demeanor, exuding the grace of a bygone era. Just like you, Dan Xijin straightened up, her voice calm and unruffled, to visit an old friend. Dan Linchuan's gaze fell on the beautiful face in the photograph on the tombstone, his brows furrowing imperceptibly. He knew very little about this aunt who had died young. All he knew was that she had passed away suddenly when Dan Xijin was only 6 years old, and the cause of her death remained a mystery. This was almost the most taboo secret in the entire Dan family, so much so that her name and identity were not even inscribed on the tombstone. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying a few fallen leaves that swirled between them before settling to the ground. Dan Linchuan watched Dan Xijin's back, a faint smile curving his lips. He would earn her trust, bit by bit. Late at night, in the apartment. Dan Xijin had just stepped out of the shower, her hair dripping wet, wrapped only in a soft white bathrobe. The living room was lit by a single dim floor lamp, casting an ambiguous glow that outlined her slender silhouette. She was about to head to the kitchen to pour herself a glass of water. At the entrance, the electronic lock clicked open with a sudden beep. Moments later, a soft click followed, and the heavy door was pushed open from the outside. Lan Xijin's tall figure stumbled inside. Bang! He slammed the door shut with all his strength, leaning against it as if he had exhausted every ounce of energy. In the dim light of the living room, his custom-made suit was disheveled, his tie loosely hanging open, and the top 2 buttons of his shirt were missing, revealing his defined collarbone and a small patch of firm chest. That face that had once captivated everyone was now devoid of its usual lazy smile. His deep eyes were filled with terrifying crimson bloodshot veins, like a cornered beast driven to the brink of desperation. His dilated pupils fixated intently on the lone figure in the center of the living room, radiating an intense, reckless heat. His steps were unsteady yet unusually swift as he closed in on her. Jean? Dan Xijin furrowed her brows, keenly sensing his extremely abnormal state. His taut body, his rapid, chaotic breathing, the abnormal heat radiating from his skin, and those eyes that had completely lost their focus, now driven solely by primal instinct. This was not the normal Lan Xijin. Before she could finish speaking, a surge of scorching heat pressed down on her. Lan Xijin's scorching lips pressed against hers with almost biting force. His arms clamped her tightly against his chest with a force so overwhelming it felt as though he intended to crush her into his very bones. Ugh! Dan Xijin was knocked back by the sudden kiss, her back crashing against the cold wall. His kiss was chaotic, more like a desperate, painful bite, his teeth occasionally grazing her skin, leaving a metallic, iron-tinged taste in the air. Don't push me away. Between the brutal ravaging, he gasped hoarsely, his voice raspy and broken. Chapter 41, The Morning After. His scorching hands gripped her waist tightly, the force astonishing. His hot breath on her skin sent shivers down her spine. Drugged? Dan Xijin's mind was racing. Who could be so powerful? Someone who could make someone like Lan Xijin fall under their spell. And he was forcing himself to maintain his composure, not seeking relief from just anyone, but precisely finding her here? A complex emotion flashed through her heart. Dan Xijin sighed, stopped resisting, and tilted her head slightly, passively submitting to Lan Xijin's unrestrained assault. Ing! Lan Xijin's throat emitted a pained, low groan. The potion's effects surged like a tidal wave, crashing over him. He suddenly lowered his head, his burning forehead pressing against her cool shoulder and neck, his body trembling violently. The hands gripping her waist almost dug into her skin. "Help me." He managed to force out 2 broken words, almost a plea. Dan Xijin said nothing, responding only with her actions. Her hands gently caressed his heaving chest, slowly undoing the buttons that were already loosening. A night of passion. The next day, Lan Xijin slowly opened his heavy eyelids in a state of unprecedented satisfaction and relaxation. The air was filled with the unique scent of cedar mingled with the lingering aroma of passion, causing him to relax involuntarily. He sat up, and the thin blanket slid off his body, revealing his perfectly sculpted chest and arms. The expansive skin was covered in suggestive marks that stirred the imagination. He rubbed his temples and raised his gaze, meeting the curious and amused eyes of the person across from him. Dan Xijin leaned lazily against the wide bay window, the soft morning light outlining her slender figure. She wore only a loose, clearly ill-fitting men's shirt, his. The hem of the shirt barely covered her thighs, and her 2 straight, slender legs were casually crossed. She propped herself up with one hand on the window sill and held a cup of coffee in the other, sipping it elegantly. The wide collar had slipped slightly, revealing one side of her fair shoulder and delicate collarbone. The curves beneath the shirt were faintly visible in the light and shadow, exuding a deadly, lazy allure. Lan Xijin's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed once, and a familiar wave of heat surged through him. His smoky gray eyes darkened instantly. "Now," Dan Xijin set down the coffee cup, her voice tinged with the hoarseness of early morning and unhidden curiosity. "Lan Xiao, can you explain what happened yesterday?" Lan Xijin's brows furrowed tightly as fragments of last night's memories surged like a tidal wave. Last night, at the Lan family's old mansion, Jean Gijin Lingling, clinging to him like a stubborn piece of tape or a noisy fly, remained by his side as usual. She was the niece of his stepmother, Ning. He knew exactly what schemes Ning was cooking up. It was nothing more than an attempt to use this cheap niece to bind him, so that even after she grew old and lost her looks, she could still rely on this connection to maintain the family's wealth and prestige. To this end, a year ago, she even claimed she felt lonely without any relatives by her side and insisted on bringing the girl to the Lan household. In the past, he didn't bother to give this aunt and niece so much as a glance, treating them like clowns. But he never imagined they would dare to be so brazen as to poison his dinner. When he forced himself to endure the intense heat raging inside him, nearly burning away his sanity, and rushed back to his bedroom, the sight that greeted him was Lingling lying on his bed with her clothes half undressed, a disgusting sight. At that moment, the intense nausea nearly made him vomit on the spot. The potent drug surged through his veins, shattering his will. On the brink of losing his mind, the only name that remained crystal clear in his chaotic mind was Dan Xijin. He had no time to think about what she saw him as, or what her relationship with Bai Qingnan was. There was only one thought in his mind: he wanted her, now. He fled the Lan household, even roughly pushing aside Ning, who had deliberately tried to stop him. Using the last remnants of his sanity, he drove the sports car to her location. What happened afterward? Lan Xijin's gaze involuntarily swept over the marks on his body that bore witness to last night's madness. The corners of his thin lips curled into a faint, icy smile, yet it carried a strange sense of satisfaction. "Just a few disgusting insects," he said in a low, hoarse voice, barely hiding the cold ruthlessness in his bones. "Don't worry, I'll make them pay the price." He raised his gaze, his smoky gray pupils fixated on the figure bathed in morning light at the bay window, complex emotions swirling in his eyes. "Yesterday, thank you." "Thanks?" Shang Jiying seemed to have heard an amusing joke, her red lips curving into a careless smile. She gracefully jumped down from the windowsill, her bare feet touching the slightly cool floor. The loose men's shirt she wore fluttered with her movements, and the swaying hem created a scene that made one's blood boil. It was no trouble at all. She walked to the bedside, leaned slightly forward, and drew near with the fresh scent of a shower. After all, as a qualified bed partner, addressing someone's urgent needs is part of the job, isn't it? Bed partner. Those 2 words stabbed deeply into Lan Xijin's heart once again. He clenched the bedsheet tightly, his knuckles cracking from the force, turning white in an instant. A surge of pain, mingled with anger and resentment, swept over him. He shouldn't have agreed to her damn bet, turning their relationship into something so twisted and improper. Just then, a soft, warm hand unexpectedly rested on his clenched, white knuckles. Dan Xijin leaned in close, so close that he could clearly see the curve of her curled eyelashes. She extended her other hand, her slender, fair index finger carrying a hint of both flirtatiousness and dominance, gently lifting his perfectly defined chin, forcing his gaze to meet hers. She tilted her head slightly, her beautiful, seductive almond-shaped eyes sparkling with a mischievous and dangerous glow, her red lips almost touching his ear. "You seem a little upset?" Lan Xijin's body tensed instantly, the scenes from last night uncontrollably flashing before his eyes, his throat tightening. "It's still early. Why don't we do something fun?" Chapter 42, Ignorant of Emotions? A Ridiculous Assessment. Student Council President's Office. Dan Xijin walked in with a composed demeanor, spotting the figure leaning against the doorframe of the president's office from a distance. "President Shan, the registration for the music festival is about to close. Bai Shi straightened his body, his face adorned with his usual, seemingly carefully crafted gentle smile, and handed over a document, the registration form. Dan Xijin took it, opened the door smoothly, and walked straight to the spacious desk. She didn't even sit down, instead picking up the expensive custom-made pen on the desk. The pen tip swiftly glided across the paper, leaving behind sharp yet elegant handwriting. The registration was completed in one fluid motion. The host of this year's competition is a continent, and it will kick off in 2 weeks. Bai Shi looked at her, his gentle facade betraying a hint of unwavering seriousness. I will ensure that the key assessment questions for each round are delivered to you in advance. Oh? Dan Xijin tilted her head slightly, her lips curving into a faint smile, her eyes sharp as knives. The chief judge is personally stepping in to help me cheat? Just to prevent any accidents. Bai Shi remained composed, as if discussing the weather. So, starting today, meet me in the piano room after class. The piano room? Dan Xijin seemed to have heard something amusing, tapping her fingertips on the table. Didn't Minister Bai once explicitly forbid me from entering the piano room, lest I defile your piano? Does President Dan need me to formally apologize for those blind remarks from the past? Bai Shi bowed slightly, his posture impeccable, but his gaze was as deep as the ocean. Just kidding. Dan Xijin withdrew his gaze. New task. Objective, increase Bai Shi's affinity by +50. Time limit, 72 hours. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Dan Xijin's mind. She almost whispered, her thoughts racing. Do you assign tasks randomly to whoever you see? How careless. Host, you seem to be talking too much. The system's electronic voice carried a faint hint of hesitation and irritation at being provoked. New task assigned. Target, increase Bai Qinnan's favorability by +20. Time limit, 72 hours. This time, the electronic voice carried an inexplicable hint of defiance. Dan Xijin shrugged helplessly, but a faint glint of interest flashed in his eyes. All right. How had she only now realized that high-dimensional beings could be so petty? After school, Morris Academy East Wing Music Room. Melodious and lively notes flowed like moonlight, filling the quiet space. Bai Shi, dressed in a neatly ironed white shirt, sat on the piano bench, his back to the door. The smooth melody flowed effortlessly from his long, strong fingers. Footsteps echoed softly. He stopped playing and turned slowly. His light brown eyes, bathed in the warm glow of the piano room, seemed deep enough to capture one's soul. You're here? His voice was low and melodious, naturally making room for her on the piano bench. Dan Xijin didn't bother with formalities and sat down directly. The two sat side by side, their perfect profiles in the light and shadow resembling meticulously carved works of art, forming a perfect ancient Greek painting. Bai Shi pulled out a few pages of sheet music with the faint traces of time, placing them gently on the music stand. Try these few pieces. The first piece was a purely technical exercise, devoid of emotion, with only rapid-fire notes. Dan Xijin's fingers touched the black and white keys, instantly transforming into two blurry white shadows. Every note was clear and sharp, exuding a heart-stopping sense of control. Next piece, Bai Shi's voice was hoarse, his gaze fixed on the dancing fingers. The second piece was titled Suffering. Centuries ago, a musical genius who had endured the cruelties of fate, betrayed by loved ones and separated from his beloved, composed this piece in the depths of despair before ending his own life. This was a dirge forged from the fragments of his soul and the blood-soaked cries of his heart. Dan Xijin knew the purpose behind his choice of this piece. A great artist must possess the strongest empathy and imagination. Having a nobleman who had lived a life of luxury since childhood play such a piece rooted in pain was a more effective way to test his abilities. When Dan Xijin struck the first heavy chord, the air in the music room froze instantly. The sound of the piano carried suffocating pain, bone-chilling loneliness, and the scars of a soul torn apart repeatedly, crashing violently into Bai Shi's heart. Every note seemed to come from the depths of hell, so heavy it was impossible to breathe. Bai Shi held his breath, his light brown pupils contracting violently. He stared at the slender, perfect hands on the keys, his eyes filled with awe and obsession, almost overflowing. A genius. Across the entire continent, there were probably no more than 3 people who could play this piece with such raw emotion. And the other 2 both had well-known tragic childhoods. Bai Shi's affinity +30. The system prompt sounded, accompanied by a faint, unsettling fluctuation. The final note faded away slowly. Dan Xijin's fingers hovered above the keys, trembling slightly. She slowly withdrew her hand, her eyes still lingering with a trace of unresolved anger and bottomless pain. President Sean? Bai Shi's gentle voice carried a barely perceptible tension, attempting to pull her back from that heart-stopping state. Dan Xijin closed her eyes briefly, then opened them again, her gaze now blank, as if the emotion she had just felt were nothing more than a fleeting illusion. What do you think, Minister Bai? Her voice was devoid of emotion. Even without me, Bai Shi took a deep breath, speaking with unprecedented seriousness, you would still be the champion. The final piece was much simpler. A well-known wedding march, its backdrop a tale of star-crossed lovers overcoming adversity to find happiness, its melody brimming with the anticipation of joy and fulfillment. Dan Xijin's fingers fell once more. The notes flowed out flawlessly, the rhythm precise, the technique impeccable. However, Bai Shi's brows furrowed deeper. The melody that should have been sweet and joyful sounded hollow under her fingers, like a machine programmed to execute commands, cold and piercing. After just one measure, he could no longer endure it. He reached out abruptly and grabbed her wrist as she moved it. Stop! His voice lost its usual gentleness, replaced by suppressed impatience. He quickly pulled out several more sheet music pieces, all themed around love or tenderness. Try these. However, the result was the same. Whether it was a sweet love song or a heartwarming family anthem, the notes flowing from Lan Xijin's fingertips were always precise yet icy. Every attempt was cut short after just a few bars, interrupted by Bai Shi with obvious impatience and disgust. Enough! It's soulless. This is an outright desecration of piano art. Dan Xijin raised an eyebrow slightly. I don't see anything wrong with it. Bai Shi suddenly stood up, his chest rising and falling slightly. He looked down at Dan Xijin, who remained seated at the piano bench. His usually gentle, warm brown eyes now swirled with intense disappointment and anger. After a long pause, he spoke slowly, his voice low and clear. Dan Xijin, you have no heart at all. You don't understand love, you don't understand emotions. Therefore, any melody that requires love to be infused into it becomes nothing but a pile of nauseating noise under your hands. Dan Xijin listened to this sharp, almost cruel criticism, and his brows finally furrowed slightly. Unable to understand emotions? She didn't think so. Chapter 43, Xinhua's disappearance? Let's call it a day for now. Bai Shi rubbed his temples, his usual warm smile gone, replaced by deep exhaustion. Dan Xijin pressed her lips tightly together. She didn't glance back at Bai Shi once, stood up sharply, and turned to leave the music room. Apartment. Opening the door, Dan Xijin tossed her bag onto the sofa with a thud. Lan Xijin emerged leisurely from the study, clearly having waited there for some time. He was wearing comfortable dark-colored loungewear, his posture relaxed, but when he saw the coldness on Dan Xijin's face, a fleeting hint of interest flashed in his eyes. It was the first time he had seen her like this, like a small animal whose tail had been stepped on, with a touch of childish stubbornness. Who upset you? He leaned against the study doorframe, his voice low and tinged with amusement. Bai Shi. Dan Xijin uttered the name. Lan Xijin's eyebrows furrowed imperceptibly. Bai Shi? That music-obsessed madman? A subtle hint of displeasure crept into his expression. He remembered clearly that when Bai Qingnan had tried to use an excuse to expel Dan Xijin from the academy, this man, who had always been obsessed with music, had unexpectedly stood up for her. When had they developed such a close relationship? You and him? Lan Xijin's voice grew half a tone deeper, tinged with curiosity. We're not close, Dan Xijin snorted coldly, clearly impatient, as if the name itself had defiled her ears. She finally raised her eyes to the uninvited man. As for you, I don't recall inviting you here? Lan Xijin maintained his composure, even curling his lips into a faint smile that exuded a sense of control. Oh, the mastermind behind the poison hasn't been caught yet. It's too dangerous to return to the Lan family estate. He shrugged, his posture relaxed, as if stating an undeniable fact, completely unconcerned that, as the heir to the Lan family, he owned countless properties with tight security, making this excuse utterly ridiculous. Dan Xijin stared at him for 2 seconds. In the end, she only let out a barely audible snort, choosing not to expose him. Never mind. Let him be. She wasn't going to waste her time on such trivial matters. Lan Xijin watched her silent acceptance, and the slight annoyance he had felt toward Bai Shi was oddly soothed, even giving way to a secret sense of satisfaction. He convinced himself it made sense. Since he had also enjoyed the intense passion, perhaps being discreet bed partners was a decent option? However, the sudden, cold mechanical sound shattered the tranquility. Warning! Warning! Target Xinhua's vital signs are rapidly deteriorating. He is in extreme danger. Repeat, target subject Xinhua's vital signs are rapidly declining. In extreme danger. The piercing alarm echoed wildly in Lan Xijin's mind. Dan Xijin didn't even bother to lift an eyelid, her heart remaining utterly calm. Xinhua, she murmured silently. With the skills of that underworld prince, how many people in the world could possibly put him in such a life-threatening situation? Do you need me to take forceful measures to invite you to act? The system's electronic voice carried an unmistakable threat. Dan Xijin's eyes darkened. She hated being threatened, but she knew this broken system was capable of anything. She stood up sharply, ignoring the glance Lan Xijin had just shot her. I have something to attend to. I'll be leaving now. Her voice remained flat. Lan Xijin didn't ask further, merely nodding slightly, But his gaze remained fixed on her departing figure. Dark alley. The heavy scent of rust mingled with the odor of death, overwhelming the senses even before stepping into the alley. Dan Xijin moved through the alley like a ghost blending into the night, making no sound. The ground was littered with bodies lying haphazardly, unconscious and lifeless, resembling broken dolls discarded carelessly. From the depths of the alley, the sound of dragging echoes intermittently, each step heavy and deliberate. Dan Xijin approaches. In the dim light, a tall, shadowy figure staggered against the wall, struggling to steady his swaying body. Each breath was accompanied by a gasping sound that sent a chill down the spine. The figure seemed to sense the movement at the alley entrance, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body tensing instantly like a wounded leopard, attempting to muster his last strength to confront the threat. But it was all in vain. His body swayed, nearly collapsing. Xinhua forced himself to stay upright, clutching his waist where warm blood was gushing out, stumbling forward step by step, struggling to make his way toward the alley entrance. Finally, he neared the alley entrance. Against the cold glow of the main road, he saw the figure clearly slender and indifferent. When his gaze met the face covered in ugly old scars, Xinhua's blood-stained lips twisted into an extremely grim smile. "Hoof. You saw me." His voice was hoarse and broken. "How embarrassing." Before he could finish, the last remnants of his strength abandoned him. His knees gave way, and his towering frame collapsed forward, crashing heavily onto Lan Xijin. Dan Xijin reached out his arms and steadied the scorching, heavy body. She lowered her head, her icy gaze sweeping over the unconscious bodies on the ground. From their lean, muscular builds and defeated postures, she could tell they were a group of highly trained assassins. To escape alone from such a large group of professional assassins, he must have some skills. She didn't linger for a moment, half carrying, half holding the nearly unconscious Xinhua, and quickly vanished from this place filled with the scent of death. Suburban villa. Under the light, Dan Xijing moved with precision and calm, tending to the dozen or so gruesome wounds on his body. The deepest wound was on his abdomen, where the skin and flesh were torn open, nearly reaching the internal organs, with dark red blood slowly seeping out. Disinfecting, suturing, bandaging, her techniques were clean and efficient. It wasn't until deep into the night that Xinhua, who had lost too much blood and fallen unconscious, suddenly gasped for air, struggling to awaken from the endless darkness. An unfamiliar environment. Instinctive alertness caused his narrow, sharp eyes to scan the room the moment they opened, and his body instinctively tried to sit up in a defensive posture. Ugh! The searing pain in his waist and abdomen made his face go pale in an instant. He looked down and saw the wounds on his body neatly bandaged. Memories flooded back like a tidal wave. Dan Xijing sat in a single armchair nearby, her posture relaxed. She crossed her legs, one hand lazily propping up her chin, her seductive almond-shaped eyes openly appraising him from head to toe. What happened? Her voice was flat and emotionless, betraying no concern, only pure inquiry. Xinhua clenched his bloodless lips tightly, his Adam's apple moving with difficulty. His two so-called brothers, who had finally lost control of their murderous intent after he announced his engagement to the eldest daughter of the Su family, and they had discovered that he had been searching for the woman before him, using a decoy with a similar build to lure him into a trap. It was too humiliating. He didn't want her to know about this. It's fine. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. Dan Xijing seemed to have read his mind, standing up indifferently with a crisp, decisive movement. You can stay here if you want. I'll be going now. Wait. Xinhua almost reflexively growled, his voice hoarse and raspy. Where are you going? The words left his mouth, and he froze, realizing how out of place that question, tinged with a hint of reluctance, sounded. Dan Xijing paused at the door. It's none of your concern. Cold and distant, as if saving him was no more than saving an ant. Dan Xijing's figure disappeared outside the door. Xinhua lay on the unfamiliar bed, a belated sting of pain spreading through his heart. He struggled, disregarding the risk of tearing his wounds, and stumbled out of bed, wandering aimlessly through the vast, cold villa. Every room was spotless, yet there was no sign of life, no photos, no personal belongings. Who is she, really? Why did she save him? What is her true purpose? Dan Xijing did not return to the apartment where Lan Xijin was staying. She went to another secluded residence and carefully removed the makeup she had used to conceal her appearance. The next day, Morris Academy. During the break, a sensational piece of news spread rapidly throughout the academy. Xinhua, the fearsome heir of the Qin family, had gone missing. The news was soon confirmed. Xinhua's seat had remained empty all day. However, Xinhua's fiancée, the eldest daughter of the Su family, renowned for her grace and elegance, still wore her flawless smile and moved with poise. Her composure led many to believe that Xinhua had simply gone to carry out some undisclosed family task. Corridor, rest area. Dan Xijing had just stepped out of the classroom when her wrist was suddenly grabbed by a force she couldn't resist. Lan Xijin dragged her into the empty restroom next door, slammed the door shut with a loud bang, and pressed her firmly against the cold door panel. The distance between them closed. Dan Xijing clearly saw the dark, purplish-black shadow under his eyelids. His strikingly handsome face bore an unusual hint of exhaustion and weariness. His deep eyes were bloodshot, staring intently at her. Why didn't you come back all night? Lan Xijin's voice was hoarse. He suddenly lowered his head, his high, straight nose almost brushing against her neck, like a large canine animal, exuding a strong sense of possession and a hint of uncontrolled panic. He sniffed deeply at the lingering scent on her body, trying to discern any unfamiliar scent belonging to another man. Dan Xijing paused for a moment. Her slender fingers gently tapped his tense chest, issuing a cold warning as she pushed him away slightly. Chapter 44, Pretending to Date. Do you need me to report my schedule to you? Dan Xijin raised her eyes to meet Lan Xijin's gaze, showing no sign of backing down. That gaze completely ignited Lan Xijin. Not only did he not step back, but he suddenly tightened his grip on her wrist. His other hand roughly gripped her supple waist, exerting force to press her entire body even closer to the cold door behind her. Their bodies were now perfectly aligned, with not a single inch of space between them. Lan Xijin's scorching body heat seared through the thin uniform fabric, and the scent of sandalwood emanating from his body enveloped her like a cage, trapping her between his body and the door. Report? He lowered his head, his hot breath tickling her sensitive neck, his voice low and hoarse, laced with intense possessiveness and a hint of barely perceptible impatience. I just wanted to make sure. He paused deliberately, his lips almost touching the delicate skin at her neck, feeling the faint throb of her pulse, that my bedmate hasn't been contaminated by any unclean filth. Before he could finish, he leaned down with a punishing intent and kissed her delicate, protruding collarbone fiercely. His teeth left a clear, suggestive deep red mark on her skin. Shan Jiying was caught off guard, a faint moan escaping her throat. Just then. Ding ding ding. The sharp, piercing school bell rang out. Lan Xijin's movements came to an abrupt halt. He slowly raised his head, the desire and anger in his eyes still not fully subsided. He released his grip, took a step back, and casually slipped his hands into his pockets, resuming his lazy, arrogant posture. However, his gaze remained aggressive, fixed firmly on Dan Xijin. Dan Xijin had already regained her composure the moment he stepped back. She didn't even glance at the mark on her collarbone. Instead, she raised her hand expressionlessly and slowly buttoned up the loosened buttons of her shirt, one by one. The top button was fastened tightly, covering the mark that carried the traces of desire and possession. She raised her eyes and gave Lan Xijin a faint glance, her expression calm and composed, as if the intense struggle that had just occurred had never happened. Lan Xijin watched her composed, icy demeanor, and the suppressed surge of emotion deep within his heart grew even more intense, fueled by an overwhelming desire to tear away this facade once more. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible hoarseness. Tonight, don't make me wait too long. After school. After a full day of classes, Dan Xijin had just stepped out of the classroom building when a figure blocked her path. By she. His face had returned to its usual perfect, gentle smile. Come with me to the music room. Dan Xijin paused, her lips curling into a mocking smile. Didn't you say my music has no emotion, that it's a desecration of piano art, that it's noise? Why, she seemed oblivious to her sarcasm, his gentle smile unchanged. He reached out and grabbed her wrist firmly, pulling her around without a word and leading her toward the music room. Dan Xijin furrowed her brows slightly but didn't immediately struggle free, allowing him to lead her through the gradually emptying corridor, feeling the undeniable pull of his palm. Only when he pushed open the heavy door of the music room did she release her hand. She turned to face her, his light brown eyes appearing especially deep in the fading light. I've thought of a way, he said. Oh? Dan Xijin raised an eyebrow slightly. She didn't explain immediately. Instead, he took a step forward, closing the distance between them. He leaned in slightly, bringing his face close to Shanzhaing's ear. His warm breath carried a seductive intimacy. Date me, he whispered, his voice low and husky, like a lover's secret. Of course not for real. We'll simulate a real romantic relationship. As he spoke, he naturally extended his right hand and slowly slid it toward her hand hanging by her side. His fingertips first gently touched the back of her hand, then firmly slipped between her fingers, interlocking their fingers. Let you feel what emotion truly means. Dan Xijin let him hold her hand, neither struggling nor responding. She raised her eyes to meet Xia's gaze, which was filled with deep affection and tenderness, yet her face showed no signs of being charmed or shy. Her gaze remained clear, even tinged with a hint of scrutiny and amusement. As far as I know, she spoke slowly, Mr. Bai has never had a romantic partner? A person who has never truly experienced emotion. What qualifies you to help me discern what true emotion is? She was taken aback by her question, but he soon let out a low, soft laugh. The laughter echoed clearly in the quiet music room, tinged with a hint of obsession. Don't worry, he tightened his grip on her hand, his light brown eyes so gentle they seemed to hold tears, his deep affection and focus enough to make anyone unaware of the truth lose themselves in them, never doubting it was an act. I'll play the role of the perfect partner. Dan Xijin looked into his eyes, where the love was so convincing it could fool anyone, feeling the warmth and strength from his palm. She remained silent for a few seconds. All right. She finally spoke, then I'll temporarily believe in Director Bai's acting skills. Upon hearing her agreement, she raised one hand with the utmost naturalness, gently brushing aside a strand of soft hair that had fallen by her ear, as if protecting a precious treasure. Tomorrow is the weekend, he murmured, his voice tinged with sweet enticement. Let's go. A date. Chapter 45, Offering Oneself? Gratitude or selfishness? All right. Dan Xijin's fingertips tightened slightly, intertwining with his, her eyes brimming with the same flawless tenderness. Dismissing her casual acquaintance, Dan Xijin glanced at her wristwatch. It was still early, she could go check on that Mr. Qin and see if he was alive or dead. She changed into her signature dark-colored outfit and applied her fake scar makeup, then drove to the suburban villa. As soon as she pushed open the door, a strong smell of blood hit her nose. In the living room, Xinhua sat on the sofa, his muscular upper body bare, looking disheveled. He kept his head lowered, trying to tend to the gruesome wounds on his arm, but the bandages were in disarray from his clumsy movements, and the bloodstains had spread even further. The faint creak of the door hinge made him jerk his head up. Upon recognizing the person at the door as Lan Xijin, a fleeting look of surprise flashed across his eyes before he instinctively reached for the shirt beside him to cover himself. Lan Xijin stepped forward, her movements swift and decisive as she tore away the haphazardly wrapped bandages. The cool ointment spread under her fingertips, carrying an odd burning sensation. Xinhua's body trembled, and his ears turned bright red. I'll do it myself. The only response was silence. Lan Xijin's fingers glided over his tense muscles, sending waves of electricity through his body. The two were extremely close, and the cold, crisp scent of cedar from her body drifted into Xinhua's nostrils, causing him to unconsciously begin to think. Where had he smelled this scent before? Xinhua's gaze involuntarily fell on her face, covered in scars, his brows furrowing deeply. How much pain must those scars have caused? A young girl. Does she really not care at all? Lan Xijin raised her eyes, and the two were mere inches apart, their gazes locking. She caught a fleeting glimpse of tenderness in his eyes. When do you plan to leave? Her voice was flat and emotionless. I can't go back until my injuries heal. Xinhua's voice was low and hoarse. He wanted to see what those bastards were up to while he was missing. He couldn't return to the property under his name. This place was the safest. Lan Xijin tied a neat knot, stepped back, crossed her arms, and looked at him. So, Mr. Qin, how do you plan to pay my rent? What do you want? Xinhua stared intently at her seductive peach blossom eyes, feeling an inexplicable heat rise to his ears, his heartbeat growing erratic. He knew what this woman wanted. Last time she had teased him like that and made such a demand. If she brought it up again, he might. 2,000 a day. Pay in full when you leave. Lan Xijin stated the figure, her eyes devoid of any hint of flirtation or teasing. Xinhua froze, the words on his lips catching in his throat. He looked into her serious eyes and felt an unexpected pang of irritation. This amount of money was trivial to him, but why didn't she mention that night's request again? Was it because his previous refusal had made her give up completely? This thought made him restless. He felt like he was going mad, actually harboring such absurd thoughts, throwing himself at an unknown woman, offering himself so eagerly. Damn it. You is Adam's apple bob, but he couldn't suppress the surging emotions. Just as he was about to speak, his elbow suddenly knocked over the medicine bottle beside him. The glass bottle shattered on the carpet. Lan Xijin remained expressionless, bending down naturally to pick it up. The collar of his shirt opened slightly with the movement, revealing a sliver of his fair, delicate collarbone. And there, on it, was a fresh, suggestive kiss mark. Xinhua's pupils contracted sharply. The blood in his entire body seemed to freeze in an instant. He grabbed Shanzhai's slender wrist with force, and she, caught off guard, was roughly pulled onto the sofa. His towering figure loomed over her, exuding a sense of oppression. Do you do this to every man? Xinhua's voice was hoarse, his eyes bloodshot, and his hot breath blew across her face. Can you bring any random man home and let him touch you like this? His icy fingertips roughly rubbed the glaring mark, as if trying to make it disappear through this method. The wound split open from the violent movement, blood instantly staining the freshly bandaged gauze. But the physical pain was nothing compared to the dull ache in his heart. He felt as though his heart was being gripped by an invisible hand, almost suffocating him. What's wrong with you? Lan Xijin winced in pain. Xinhua's chest rose and fell violently as blood dripped from the wound onto Lan Xijin's black clothing. Is your private life really so debauched? Lan Xijin narrowed her eyes, a mocking smile curling her lips. Xinhua, she said slowly, my private life is none of your business. Not your place? Xinhua laughed as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. He stared intently at the mark on her collarbone. You're truly disgusting. Every word seemed to be forced out between his teeth, filled with searing hatred and a resentment he hadn't even noticed himself. He had actually considered giving himself to such a woman. He was more disgusting than she was. Disgusting? Lan Xijin laughed softly, but the laughter didn't reach her eyes. Mr. Qin is so angry. She tilted her head slightly, her red lips almost touching his tense jaw, her voice laced with deadly provocation. You wouldn't be regretting rejecting me that day, would you? You're dreaming. Xinhua's throat convulsed, and he jerked back as if scalded. His gaze swept over the mark again, feeling his breath catch and every organ in his body ache. Then let go of me. Lan Xijin pushed him away calmly, sat up, and slowly rubbed her wrist, which was red from his grip. Mr. Qin, looking like this, it's easy for people to misunderstand. Xinhua staggered to his feet, the violent movement tugging at his wounds, blood flowing freely. He glared at her with a gaze so complex it was almost unbearable. There was anger, there was humiliation, and there was a hint of something he didn't even want to admit to himself: brokenness. He spun around abruptly, his back stiff and resolute, each step echoing on the cold floor, as if he were treading on the shards of his shattered self-respect. The money, not a single penny, will be withheld from you. His hoarse voice uttered the final words as he opened the door and walked out without looking back. Xinju's affection rating fluctuates wildly. Dan Xijin seemed not to hear a thing. Host, you really are skilled. You've already broken the target's heart so quickly. On the other side, Lan Xijin raised his wrist for the 5th time. The expensive watch's hand silently swept across the dial. He leaned back in the leather sofa, his long legs crossed, his smoky gray eyes flickering with a hint of irritation. Click! Until the soft sound of the electronic lock being recognized echoed from the door. The faint crease between Lan Xijin's eyebrows finally, without a sound, slowly smoothed out. He moved like a predator lying in wait, his long legs covering the distance to the entrance in a few strides. Dan Xijin didn't even have time to take off her shoes before her wrist was suddenly gripped by a cold, strong hand. Lan Xijin's towering figure cast a deep shadow, completely enveloping her. He leaned forward, closing the distance from behind, his warm breath carrying a strong sense of aggression, his lips almost touching her ear. I thought I'd have to wait another whole night. His voice carried a hint of barely perceptible resentment. Dan Xijin turned around, her eyes sparkling with a hint of a smile, and tilted her head to kiss his chin. Lan Xijin froze in place. Are you asking for compensation? Lan Xijin remained silent for a moment before slowly leaning forward. As compensation, accompany me to a place tomorrow. Tomorrow? Dan Xijin extended her other hand, her fingertips gently propping up her chin, adopting a thoughtful expression. I have. She dragged out the words, her eyes innocent yet tinged with regret, a date. Chapter 46, is this the end? The word date fell like a boulder into a lake, stirring up a storm in Lan Xijin's smoky gray eyes. He even experienced a momentary ringing in his ears, doubting he had heard correctly. A date? His voice was dry and raspy. Yes, Dan Xijin met his gaze, blinking innocently as if stating an ordinary fact, with by she. My boyfriend. Dan Xijin, Lan Xijin's Adam's apple bobbed violently as he forced her name out between clenched teeth, his voice tinged with a coldness that threatened to break free. The arm wrapped around her waist tightened suddenly, the force nearly breaking her slender waist. His chest heaved violently, his eyes bloodshot. Tell me you're joking. Tell me you're lying to me. Dan Xijin furrowed her brows slightly, as if puzzled by his rage. We've only been dating for a short time. Acting requires immersion, and she would treat Bai Shi as her real boyfriend. Dan Xijin. Lan Xijin's voice was filled with the pain of humiliation. He stared at her intently. What do you think I am? A disgraceful third party? We made it clear from the start. Dan Xijin's voice remained calm and emotionless, as if stating an objective fact. She raised her hand, her fingertips tracing the line of his tense jaw. We're just bed partners. Why bother with such trivial matters? Lan Xijin let out a short, self-mocking laugh, his arms trembling slightly as he gripped her. Unimportant? So you want me to hide your official boyfriend and continue this dirty affair with you? He suddenly closed the distance between them, his hot breath hitting her face. Single Xijin, do you know who I am? He was the heir to the Lan family, at the pinnacle of a continent. What kind of woman couldn't he have? Am I the kind of woman who would sell her dignity to be your third wheel? Dan Xijin finally dropped her innocent act, furrowing her brows and letting her eyes grow cold, filled with impatience and detachment. So what? You choose to end this relationship? There was not a single trace of reluctance or regret, so calm that Lan Xijin's raging anger and shattered heart seemed utterly ridiculous. I respect your choice. Respect. Lan Xijin stumbled as he let go of her. His tall frame swayed, and he took a few steps back, colliding with the cold entrance cabinet, emitting a dull thud. Between us, his voice was hoarse, each word spoken with all his strength. It ends here. With that, he turned away resolutely, opened the door, and his once straight back now betrayed an unprecedented sense of desperation and sorrow. Dan Xijin stood there, listening quietly as the footsteps faded down the hallway. Her face showed no emotion, as if the intense conflict that had just unfolded was nothing more than a trivial farce. She turned, walked calmly to the sofa, and sat down, picking up the thick report on Changyun assets lying beside her. The company's tentacles reached into multiple industries, including real estate, film and television, and healthcare, with a complex web of internal management and relationships, where even the slightest change could have far-reaching consequences. The core issue at hand was the group of conservative old-timers who were rigid in their thinking and clinging to outdated ways. Dan Xijin propped her chin on her hand, her fingers tracing the elegant lines of her jaw, while the other hand swiftly flipped through the core profiles attached to the report. She narrowed her eyes slightly, imprinting each face, each line of their resumes, and the intricate web of connections behind them into her memory. As midnight approached, she closed the report, a preliminary plan targeting the core power structure of Changyun Capital already taking shape in her mind. Her phone screen lit up, displaying a new message. Unknown number, forgot to give you my number. Make sure to save it, dear girlfriend. Bye Shi. Dan Xijin, okay. Bye Shi, get some rest. See you tomorrow. Dan Xijin, good evening. Dan Xijin glanced at the time, neatly organized the spread out documents, and put them away. She stood up and walked toward the bathroom. As she emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe, her body still damp, the phone on the coffee table was vibrating wildly. The screen stubbornly remained lit, displaying several missed calls from the same unknown number. She picked up the phone, swiped her finger across the screen, and answered. Hello? There was dead silence on the other end, only the sound of heavy breathing coming through the receiver. Dan Xijin waited patiently for a few seconds, just as she was about to hang up. Dan Xijin. A hoarse, barely intelligible voice rang out, heavy with the scent of alcohol. Dan Xijin furrowed her brows slightly. From what she knew of Lan Xijin, he rarely drank. He never allowed himself to lose control, let alone get drunk. Losing control was an absolute taboo for someone as meticulous as him. What do you feel for me? The voice was broken and shattered, filled with a desperate, pleading desperation. Do you even a little bit like me? Dan Xijin held the phone, listening to the broken, drunken accusations, her face showing no obvious emotional reaction, as if she were merely hearing an insignificant question. I do. She answered with utter composure, even a hint of casual certainty. Of course she liked him. If she didn't, why would she invite him to be her bed partner? His physique, appearance, and aura, everything about him was top-notch. In her eyes, it was the clearest logic, beyond any doubt. The other end of the phone fell into an even deeper silence. A few seconds later, it was broken by a self-deprecating chuckle. Ha ha ha. Just a single, insincere like was enough for him to abandon his dignity and everything else. How cheap. So cheap that it made him sick to his stomach. Hand the phone to someone nearby. After a brief moment of confusion and muffled voices, the speaker changed, and a voice with obvious tension and caution came through. Hello? This is Mystery Bar. The gentleman here, he's had a bit too much to drink. Address. Dan Xijin spoke succinctly. The bartender hurriedly gave the address of a secluded club in the city center's prime location, his voice trembling. Though he didn't recognize the man before him, who was so drunk he lost all trace of his former elegance, the priceless watch on his wrist and the overwhelming sense of authority that even drunkenness couldn't mask made it clear to the bartender that this was someone who could crush him with a single finger. The address is here. The phone. The bartender trembled, unsure whether to return the phone to the drunkard exuding a terrifying aura. Put it next to him. Dan Xijin spoke coldly before hanging up the phone. Chapter 47, Just a Plaything. Following the address to the upscale club, the waiter had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Dan Xijin, he immediately bowed and led her to the VIP area. Lan Xijin was slumped over the smooth tabletop, with over a dozen empty whiskey glasses scattered around him. Amber-colored residue lingered at the bottom of the glasses. His face was buried in his arms, only his disheveled black hair and taut jawline visible. Sir? Sir? The waiter approached cautiously, his voice barely audible. Your friend has arrived. Lan Xijin's body twitched imperceptibly before slowly lifting his head. The alcohol blurred his vision, but when he recognized her, the corners of his lips curled into a mocking smile, his voice hoarse and broken. Friend. His hazy smoky gray eyes locked onto hers, the depths of his gaze churning with hurt and self-mockery. Do I count? Hoof. I'm just one of your toys. Disposable bedmate who can be discarded at will. The servant standing nearby turned pale with fear, wishing he could go deaf on the spot. These earth-shattering secrets, was he even supposed to hear them? This man, who looked so noble and imposing, was actually. His eyes darted toward the person standing quietly by the table. Dan Xijin remained expressionless, merely giving the servant a glance. The attendant, as if granted a pardon, immediately bowed and retreated, leaving the space entirely to the two of them. Break up with him. Lan Xijin's voice was heavy with a nasal tone, and his eyes betrayed a hint of desperate pleading of vulnerability that was utterly foreign to him when he was in his right mind. I'm sorry, Dan Xijin's voice remained steady, without a single ripple. It's impossible. Why? Lan Xijin suddenly sat up, a metallic taste rising in his throat, which he forced down. In what way am I not as good as him? Dan Xijin did not answer the question. She took a step forward, her cool fingers gently lifting his tightly drawn jaw, leaning in slightly to close the distance. Her eyes were calm and still. Lan Xijin, I have no patience. Will you come with me now? Lan Xijin's body froze instantly. Even with his mind numbed by alcohol, his innate calculating instincts and intuition made him acutely aware that if he uttered the word no at that moment, the woman before him would not hesitate to erase him completely from her world. The panic brought on by this realization overwhelmed his pride and anger. He suddenly closed his eyes, his thick eyelashes trembling violently. The next moment, as if he had exhausted all his strength, or like a drowning man clinging to the last piece of wood, he violently pulled Lan Xijin into his arms. Dan Xijin fell onto his lap, held tightly by his burning, alcohol-scented body. Lan Xijin buried his face deeply into her neck, greedily inhaling the crisp, cool scent of cedar on her skin. Dan Xijin. His voice was muffled against her shoulder. I truly regret agreeing to that damned bet. Not only had he lost his position as chairman, but he had also lost his pride in that heart that had long since surrendered without him even realizing it. The next day, morning light filtered through the thick velvet curtains, casting a few faint shadows on the floor. Dan Xijin opened his eyes, about to rise, but felt the heavy, burning arm around his waist. Lan Xijin furrowed his brows even in his sleep. His flawlessly handsome face was shrouded in unease. Buzz. The phone on the bedside table vibrated, breaking the silence in the room. Dan Xijin swiftly pulled her arm free from beneath the blanket, grabbed the phone, and saw the name Bai Shi flashing on the screen. She swiped her finger across the screen and answered, her voice hoarse from sleep. Good morning. Good morning, Ing. On the other end of the line, Bai Shi's voice was so gentle it could melt ice, tinged with just the right amount of intimacy and joy. Did you sleep well last night? Dan Xijin replied briefly, pinning the phone between her ear and shoulder. She glanced at the sleeping man beside her, moved his arm aside, and stood up. I'll come pick you up later. Breakfast is already arranged. All right. Dan Xijin's reply remained concise. She walked into the walk-in closet, quickly changing into a fresh, simple white t-shirt and light blue fitted jeans that highlighted her sleek, elegant figure. She casually tied her long black hair into a neat high ponytail, revealing her slender neck. Instantly, she shed some of her mysterious aloofness and gained a sunny, vibrant aura. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gently parting the curtain to peek out. A sleek, dark gray sports car was already parked below. Bai Shi stood elegantly leaning against the car door. He seemed to sense something, lifted his head, and immediately broke into a gentle, perfect smile. Dan Xijin lowered the curtain expressionlessly, picked up her handbag, and turned to go downstairs. Behind her, Lan Xijin opened his eyes, his gaze clear. He sat up and looked at the closed door, lost in thought. Stepping out of the apartment building, she hurried toward the sports car and stopped in front of Bai Shi, who was smiling at her. Have you been waiting long? Dan Xijin tilted her head slightly, her face adorned with a perfectly timed, subtle smile. Her eyes were clear, perfectly embodying the image of a sweet girlfriend being picked up by her considerate boyfriend. Not at all. It's my honor to wait for you. Bai Shi's smile deepened. He reached out his hand with utmost naturalness, skillfully taking hers, and led her to the passenger seat, opening the door for her with gentlemanly grace. As the door opened, a rich yet crisp floral fragrance filled the air. Dan Xijin glanced at the back seat, where expensive, fresh glacier roses were arranged in abundance. My princess, Bai Shi leaned in slightly. Get in. Dan Xijin obediently got into the car. A long, perfect hand reached out toward the seatbelt on the passenger side. This action instantly brought Bai Shi and Dan Xijin closer together, their bodies almost touching, their warm breath intertwining. His gaze fixed on the seatbelt buckle, his long eyelashes drooping slightly, his fingertips gently brushing her waist, carrying a subtle hint of possessiveness. As his fingers retracted, they casually glided across the back of her hand. The car drove toward a courtyard in the city center. This was a private breakfast spot reserved exclusively for a select few top-tier VIPs. The environment was serene and elegant, with the sound of flowing water and the crisp chirping of birds in the Japanese-style garden, completely isolating them from the outside world. The waiters, dressed in kimonos, had already spotted Bai Shi and immediately bowed to lead the way, guiding them to a private booth. Bai Shi poured a cup of warm, clear tea for Dan Xijin with graceful movements. He looked at her, as if the entire world had vanished except for her. If it were anyone else, they would have already succumbed to his focused, loving gaze. Try this shrimp dumpling, it's the house specialty. The chef made it fresh this morning using blue-tailed shrimp flown in early today. He picked up a translucent shrimp dumpling and placed it effortlessly into the small plate in front of her. The two of them seemed like a sweet couple who had been together for a long time, natural and intimate. Hint, Bai Qinnan's goodwill task has not been completed. Task deadline, 12 hours 48 minutes. Do you have to bring up the task during our date? That's such a buzzkill. I'm just reminding the host not to get too caught up in it. Chapter 48, The True Madman. Get too into it. Dan Xijin's lips curved into a faint smile, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. Had her acting become so flawless that even the system was beginning to doubt her? During breakfast, Bai Shi played the role of a flawless knight, every action a textbook example of a thoughtful boyfriend, so perfect that not a single flaw could be found. Let us go do something interesting? He looked at her, his eyes clear and bright, yet hiding a hint of seduction that was hard to detect. Sure. Dan Xijin agreed readily. The sports car roared to life, speeding out to an open airstrip on the outskirts of the city. A sleek helicopter was already parked in the center, with a professional flight crew waiting nearby. Dan Xijin raised an eyebrow. A helicopter? This seemed out of place with Bai Shi's gentle and refined demeanor. We don't have time. Bai Shi seemed to read her mind, leaning in close with a natural ease, his warm breath brushing against her ear. We need to do something that will leave a lasting impression. I'm more than happy to oblige. Dan Xijin met his gaze, her smile as flawless as ever. The two boarded the helicopter. The massive rotors began to spin, and the intense vibrations coursed through the fuselage, sending shivers down their limbs. Their hearts raced in sync with the deafening roar. Bai Shi took 2 professional parachute packs, handling them with gentle precision as he helped Lan Xijin put them on and checked every buckle to ensure they were secure. Finally, he secured their bodies together with a sturdy strap, as if binding their destinies as well. The helicopter ascended rapidly. Outside the window, the vast landscape shrank into patches of color. Clouds seemed within reach. The cabin door was violently pulled open. A rush of air flooded the cabin, the intense pressure tearing at hair and clothing, nearly sucking people out of the cabin. Bai Shi's strong arms tightly wrapped around Lan Xijin's waist, holding her firmly in front of him. He lowered his head, his voice clear despite the howling wind, tinged with a nearly trembling excitement. "Are you ready?" "Of course." Before she could finish speaking, Bai Shi, holding her tightly, leaped into the void without hesitation. The extreme sensation of weightlessness instantly overwhelmed all other senses. Her body felt as though it no longer belonged to her, and all she could hear was the howling wind, violently tearing at her eardrums. Blood seemed to rush to the top of her head, and everything before her eyes blurred and distorted as they plummeted at high speed. The only thing she could truly feel was the scorching heat of their tightly pressed bodies and the wild pounding of her heart. 1 second, 2 seconds, time seemed to stretch endlessly in the madness of free fall. Bai Shi turned his head, his long fingers gently brushing away the strands of hair that were wildly flying in the intense airflow, with a tenderness that bordered on tenderness. Then, as they plummeted toward death, his icy lips gently pressed against her forehead. Lan Xijin calmly raised her hand, attempting to press the parachute deployment mechanism on her chest. No response. She suddenly turned her head toward Bai Shi, her eyes filled with a hint of unease. Bai Shi met her gaze, and the gentle smile on his face not only didn't fade but grew deeper. He tightened his arms around her waist, almost as if he wanted to merge her into his very being, his voice carried through the wind. "Don't be afraid, trust me." However, the numbers on the altimeter were fluctuating wildly, and the distance to the critical altitude for a safe deployment was rapidly decreasing. Bai Shi felt the slight tremors in the body of the person in his arms, likely caused by fear. His fingers finally moved toward the parachute deployment device on his chest. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. There was no response. He tried again, his movements betraying his growing panic. Still no movement. They were falling faster and faster, nearing the critical altitude. Even if they opened the parachute now, the immense impact would be enough to kill or severely injure both of them. The anxiety on Bai Shi's face vanished, replaced by a smile brimming with extreme excitement. He clung tightly to Lan Xijin, bringing his lips close to her ear. "It seems," he chuckled softly, as if discussing the dinner menu, "we're really going to die together." At the very moment his words fell, all traces of the fear she had carefully acted out vanished from Lan Xijin's face. "Oh?" She chuckled softly, her eyes sparking with mockery. "But I don't want to die with you." The moment her words fell, at the extreme height where even Lian Bushi had completely given up, the hand that Bai Shi had believed was trembling from fear pressed the parachute deployment mechanism of her own parachute pack with precision. A massive resistance surged through her body, and the powerful pull slowed their descent. Bai Shi's heart pounded wildly in his chest. He stared intently at Lan Xijin's face, which was just inches away, his Adam's apple bobbed violently, and his voice was hoarse and trembling with a near-obsessive intensity. "Lan Xijin, you're more interesting than I imagined." The extreme thrill of being on the brink of death, combined with the intense physiological reactions triggered by the suspension bridge effect, collided in his mind, sparking an unprecedented burst of musical inspiration. This feeling was one he hadn't experienced in a very long time. The parachute landed safely. Lan Xijin swiftly unfastened the straps of her parachute pack and tore off the harness connecting the two of them, as if shedding something filthy. She stood straight, brushed non-existent dust off her hem, and looked at Bai Shi, who was still stumbling, with a calm, unruffled expression. A very different date. From the moment she saw the helicopter and the brief exchange of glances between him and the pilot, she had already discerned his true intentions. He was exploiting the fear of impending death and the bridge effect to make her develop twisted feelings of dependence toward him. Unfortunately, she never entrusted her life to anyone else. While Bai Shi was checking her gear, she had already secretly swapped the positions of their main parachute packs. "Ha ha ha." Bai Shi stabilized his stance and laughed softly. The look he gave Lan Xijin was so intense it seemed as though he wanted to devour her. "Wait until we're that close before letting go." He stepped closer to her, his eyes flickering with a dangerous glow. "Aren't you afraid we'll both die together? It would be my honor." Her tone remained calm, as if life and death were mere trifles. They were kindred spirits. This ignited every ounce of madness within Bai Shi's mind. He had finally found it someone just like him, no, even more than him, a true madman. He suddenly stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Lan Xijin's waist with raw aggression. Then he lowered his head and kissed her lips fiercely. This kiss was the complete opposite of his gentle exterior. A strong, metallic taste filled the air as their lips and teeth intertwined. Lan Xijin's eyes turned cold, and she pushed him away forcefully. She raised her hand and wiped her bitten lower lip vigorously, as if trying to remove something filthy. Bai Shi paid no heed to the bloodstains on his lips. He straightened his body, tidied his slightly disheveled collar, and resumed his elegant, composed demeanor, once again appearing perfect and gentle. "Let's go," he said in a hoarse voice. Continue our date. Chapter 49, A Gift for Another Man? She drove into the city center and eventually stopped in front of a modern art museum with a distinctive design. A solo exhibition by a niche artist was currently underway inside. When Lan Xijin got out of the car, his gaze swept over the massive artistic signature on the museum's exterior. Legend? She curved her lips into a playful smile. The name was certainly ambitious. She effortlessly took Lan Xijin's hand, intertwining their fingers in a tender gesture that seemed as though they had done it hundreds of times before. The two entered the exhibition hall, where the lighting was meticulously designed, and each painting was bathed in just the right amount of light. The air was filled with the faint scent of paint. They walked side by side, their steps slow and deliberate. Lan Xijin's gaze swept calmly over the dynamic scenes, until their feet came to a halt before a large oil painting. She crossed her arms, tilted her head slightly, and stared intently at the artwork before her. On the canvas, a field of irises bloomed in full splendor. The pale purple petals layered upon one another, unfolding in the soft morning light, with dewdrops glistening on the petals like diamonds. The entire sea of flowers exuded a lonely, noble, and icy beauty. This painting inevitably brought to mind a person, the man wearing the iris flower medal, symbolizing the highest authority of the supervisory department, on his uniform, by Qin. It seemed there was still a 20-point favorability task left uncompleted. Lan Xijin unconsciously rubbed her chin with her fingertips. "Do you like this one?" Baishi's voice sounded beside her, tinged with just the right amount of tenderness. He followed her gaze to the painting, a knowing smile curving his lips, as if everything was under his control. He pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and whispered a few instructions before giving Lan Xijin a mysterious wink. Less than 10 minutes later, a teenager with messy blonde hair that looked like it had been battered by a storm rushed over, rubbing his sleepy eyes and staggering on unsteady feet. "Bro, what's so urgent this early in the morning? I only slept for 3 hours yesterday, I'm so tired." The teenager yawned widely, but his complaints stopped abruptly upon seeing Baishi and Lan Xijin standing beside him. Lan Xijin's gaze lingered on the two of them with interest before finally settling on Baishi, raising his eyebrows slightly as if waiting for an explanation. "Let me introduce you," Baishi said calmly, tightening his grip on Lan Xijin's hand. "This is Lan, my cousin, and the creator of all these works you see before you." Legend himself. Lan? What a name! The playful smile in Lan Xijin's eyes grew even deeper. The Bai family's philosophy of naming was truly unconventional. "This is," Baishi stepped aside slightly, presenting Lan Xijin more clearly to Lan, his voice gentle, "my girlfriend, Lan Xijin." "Girlfriend?" Lan snapped back to reality, as if he had heard a fairy tale. He knew the Bai family's genes inside out. Their obsession with art was etched into their very bones. He himself was obsessed with color, while Baishi had dedicated his soul to music. Girlfriend? The very word was foreign to his cousin's vocabulary, let alone in this context. Moreover, he was at Morris Academy High School, where Shanxai's reputation was legendary. Her legendary scandals over the past 3 years weren't just circulating in the university department. He had also heard rumors about the recent turmoil surrounding the student council president election. How could this prominent figure be connected to his cousin? Lan's inquisitive gaze fell on Lan Xijin. The woman before him wore a perfect smile, her posture elegant and flawless. However, it was this excessive perfection that made him, who had drawn countless portraits and had a beast-like intuition for micro-expressions, sense something amiss. To be anything but a flawless mask, devoid of any vitality. Hypocrisy, that was his conclusion. "So, why did you call me here?" Lan's tone was filled with irritation at being interrupted. "This painting," she pointed to the iris flower field that Lan Xijin had been staring at, "she really likes it." "No." Lan didn't even wait for him to finish, rejecting him decisively. He didn't even glance at his own work again. "Every painting is my heart and soul. I want to sell it." Handing his painting over to this masked woman, he refused to do it. Refusing to trade usually has only one reason. Lan Xijin didn't wait for Baishi to speak again, her cold voice ringing out, "That is, the stakes aren't high enough to move the heart." "Humph." Lan scoffed, slipping his hands into the pockets of his work pants with a defiant air. "How much do you plan to offer to buy me?" With the Bai family's wealth, money was just a number. Precisely because of this, even though the art exhibition was losing money, he still used the best of everything for his exhibition. "Your painting style?" Lan Xijin seemed unfazed by his mockery, crossing his arms and returning his gaze to the artwork, lost in thought. "Especially your use of light and shadow, it seems heavily influenced by S, doesn't it? What if I traded you an original piece by S?" Upon hearing that name, Lan's pupils contracted sharply. All his laziness and arrogance vanished, replaced by a nearly fanatical excitement. "You, how do you know?" His voice rose several octaves. But he quickly regained his composure, narrowing his eyes slightly with a hint of suspicion. "As far as I know, there are only 3 confirmed authentic works by S still in existence, and none of them are in your family's possession." He knew his idol's paintings inside out. He stared intently at Dan Xijin, trying to find a trace of guilt on her face. Dan Xijin met his scrutinizing gaze with a smile. I'm talking about the unpublished private collection. What do you think? Is this deal enough to make you interested? Deal. Lan didn't hesitate for a moment. Even if there was a slight chance it was fake, he couldn't resist the temptation. He immediately summoned staff members and carefully instructed them to remove the painting from the wall and pack it professionally and meticulously. He looked at Dan Xijin with a complex expression. Deliver it to the Dan family? No. Shanzhang took a notepad from beside him, wrote down an address fluently, tore it off, and handed it to him. Deliver it here. Bai Lan and Bai Shi's gazes both fell on the note. The moment they saw the address, their expressions changed. Bai Shi's arm, which had been resting on Dan Xijin's waist, suddenly tightened. The force was no longer that of an affectionate embrace but a restraining grip that left no room for escape. He tilted his head slightly, his warm breath carrying a faint chill. His voice was low, still maintaining a gentle tone, yet it carried a dangerous undertone. Dear. In front of your boyfriend, you carefully selected a gift to give to another man? Chapter 50, no explanation needed. Dan Xijin turned her head, her clear eyes staring straight at Bai Shi, her gaze filled with innocent innocence, as if he were the one who was truly unreasonable. Aren't you going to explain yourself? Bai Shi's voice remained as gentle as ever, though it sent a chill down her spine. Explain? Dan Xijin tilted her head slightly, her red lips parting as she spoke calmly, as if stating an obvious fact. I don't think there is anything that needs explaining. She spread her hands wide, her posture open and almost arrogant, as if everything she had done was perfectly natural. I just saw it, thought it suited him, that's all. She paused. Is there a problem? Ha 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 ha. Bai Shi let out a series of low laughs, devoid of any joy. No problem, of course not. Yes, it was just a game of pretend between them. Once the music festival began, they had nothing to do with each other. What right did he have to stop her from maintaining another man's affection for her? Watching Bai Shi's furious yet forced smile, Dan Xijin raised an eyebrow. She suddenly reached out, her warm fingertips carrying a gentle yet firm touch, gently caressing his furrowed brow. Bai Shi's body froze instantly. He lowered his head, only to find himself staring into her seductive peach blossom eyes. His reflection was clearly visible within them, as if he were the entire world to her. A strange sense of intoxication caused his anger to dissipate rapidly. Her tone carried a hint of helplessness, her voice soft. If you must have a reason. She leaned in closer, her breath brushing against his ear. You could think of it as a return favor for that tennis racket. Are you sure you want to let such a trivial matter? She pressed her fingertips slightly harder, her voice tinged with seduction. Ruin our rare date time? Bai Shi's Adam's apple bobbed violently. Reason screamed at the absurdity, but his body honestly followed her breath and words. The crease between his eyebrows was naturally smoothed out by her fingertips. He, of course, remembered the match against Shen Qinyun and how Bai Qinnan had appeared, handing him the replacement racket like a knight descending from the heavens. At the time, he could watch it like a farce, observing how Shan Jiying handled Shen Qinyun, who was by Bai Qinnan's side. But now, looking back, that scene was filled with more frustration. He grabbed her wrist, still resting on his face, tilted his head slightly, and with lips that were cool yet possessive, began to kiss her wrist, tracing the delicate lines until he reached the sensitive palm. Just this once, he said, lifting his eyes, his voice low and hoarse. Dan Xijin merely returned his gaze with a faint, ambiguous smile. She never bothered to offer false sweet words for something she couldn't do. Beside them, Bai Lan stood with his hands in the pockets of his work pants, his golden eyes fixed on the two of them with a cold, appraising gaze, his brows furrowed. The more he watched, the more he felt his otherworldly cousin was acting like a tamed beast, being toyed with and manipulated by the woman before him. Send the painting to the Bai family immediately, Bai Lan said coldly, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere between the two. Thank you for your trouble. Dan Xijin casually withdrew her hand from Bai Shi's tight grip, as if the earlier intimacy had never happened. The items you requested will be delivered to the Bai family within 3 days. Humph! Bai Lan snorted through his nose, his voice carrying the defiance of a young man. Better keep your word. He yawned widely, as if he had exhausted all his patience, then turned and walked slowly toward the restroom. Dan Xijin withdrew her gaze and took Bai Shi's slightly cool hand. Let us go? Bai Shi wrapped her hand tightly in his palm, the grip tightening slightly, as if he had regained something he had lost. The rest of the afternoon, the two acted like the closest couple in the world. Bai Shi remained gentle and considerate, playing the role of the perfect boyfriend, as if all the chaos and madness had been a mere illusion. Night fell. Bai Shi's sports car finally came to a stop in front of Dan Xijin's apartment building. He got out, walked around to the passenger side, and opened the door with a gentlemanly gesture, extending a hand with clearly defined knuckles. Dan Xijin placed her hand in his palm and stepped out with his help. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Bai Shi wrapped his arms around her tightly, refusing to let her resist. He lowered his head, his warm lips almost touching the top of her hair, his voice filled with overwhelming, indistinguishable love. It was a pleasant day. Good night. Good night, she replied, breaking free from his embrace without a second glance and turning away. as she reached the apartment door just as her fingertips were about to touch the lock. Mission objective, by Nan's affection plus 30. Mission completed. A cold electronic voice echoed in her mind. Perfect timing. Dan Jiying's lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile. She really is, so confident it's annoying. What? Dan Jiying sneered inwardly, twirling the key between her fingers. Do you prefer those worthless time travelers? Mentioning those who had occupied her body for 3 years, acting recklessly for a ridiculous mission, her eyes were filled with hatred. This humiliation was etched into her bones, something she would never forget. Click. The door opened. Warm light illuminated the figure sitting silently on the living room sofa. Lan Xijin sat there, her back straight, yet exuding an indescribable weariness and vulnerability. Upon hearing the door open, he abruptly lifted his gaze, and his deep eyes flashed with a myriad of complex emotions. Dan Jiying didn't stop her steps and walked straight over. She stood in front of him, slightly bending down to get closer to him. Have you been waiting long? Her voice carried a hint of the lazy languor of someone who had just ended a date, her tone as casual as if she were asking about the weather. As she drew closer, a mix of complex scents wafted toward him, the cold, crisp scent of cedar that was uniquely hers, the faint aroma of art supplies, and the fragrance of gardenias from Baishia's body. These unfamiliar scents all hinted that another man had been closely by her side all day. He had thought perhaps she wouldn't return tonight. Lan Xijin's lips curled into a bitter smile. Should he be relieved? Relieved that she had at least come back? Relieved that she and that man didn't seem to be as intimate as they were? Lan Xijin's Adam's apple moved awkwardly, avoiding her probing gaze, his voice low and hoarse, barely audible, not very long. Chapter 51, The Responsibilities of a Boyfriend. The next day. As Dan Jiying stepped through the gates of Morris Academy, a tall, handsome figure blocked her path. Bai Nan stood in the morning light, a smile he couldn't suppress playing at the corners of his lips. He looked like melting snow in spring, radiating an unprecedented soft glow. This scene, which could only be described as a spectacle, left the students of Morris Academy who were hurrying by in the morning stunned, nearly dropping their jaws. Could this really be the Inspector General known for his coldness and strictness? Who could tell them if they were going mad or the world was? Bai Nan's voice carried a clear note of joy. The gift I received it. He ordered his men to hang the painting solemnly on the most prominent wall of his bedroom, ensuring that the first thing he saw upon waking each day was that sea of purple flowers. Dan Jiying nodded slightly, his expression calm. Do you like it? Before Bai Nan could answer, his words suddenly froze in his throat. A smooth yet intimidating voice interrupted. Minister Bai, what a coincidence. Baishi approached casually, one hand naturally draping over Dan Jiying's shoulder in a casual, intimate gesture. He even deliberately applied a bit of force, pulling her closer into his embrace, forming a possessive posture. How did you like yesterday's painting? Baishi's tone was as casual as if he were discussing the weather, but it carried a hint of barely perceptible malice. He was using this intimate posture to declare to everyone, especially the man before him, that Dan Jiying belonged to him. Bai Nan froze in place, feeling as though he had been plunged into an ice cellar. He even felt a momentary dizziness, overwhelmed by a wave of panic that choked his throat. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice dry and hoarse, barely recognizable to himself. We? Baishi's voice trailed off with a pleased inflection. We're dating now. Looking at Bai Nan's pale face, Baishi felt a twisted sense of satisfaction welling up inside him. The displeasure he had felt yesterday when Shan Jiying had written down the Bai family's address in front of him now seemed to find an outlet. Bai Nan turned to Shan Jiying, his eyes filled with the desperate plea of a drowning man clinging to the last piece of driftwood. I want to hear it from you. He refused to believe Baishi's one-sided account, even though he already knew the answer from the fact that Shan Jiying hadn't pushed Baishi away. Dan Jiying met his gaze calmly, without flinching, her voice clear and composed. Yes, he's right. Those 5 simple words felt like a final verdict. He clenched his fists tightly, then suddenly relaxed them, his knuckles turning white from the effort before dropping limply. He didn't look at anyone else, turned abruptly, straightened his back, and walked away with a resolute stride. That straight back left him with the last shred of dignity he had left. Watching his back, Shan Jiying furrowed her brows slightly, raised her hand, and removed Baishi's arm from her shoulder. She turned around. Satisfied? Her tone was flat and emotionless, betraying no hint of joy or anger. Driving away those suspicious individuals lurking around your girlfriend. Baishi leaned in closer, his voice carrying the same matter-of-fact tone as Dan Jiying. It's the duty of a boyfriend. Or is it because you feel sorry for her? Dan Jiying withdrew her gaze, the corners of her lips curving into a faint smile. As long as you're happy. She took a step forward, her voice laced with a hint of lazy indifference. Making the boyfriend happy is also one of my responsibilities, isn't it? News at Morris Academy always spread like wildfire. The explosive news that the newly elected student council president and the cultural affairs minister were in a relationship swept through the entire campus in an instant. When the two entered the S-class classroom one after the other, almost all eyes were fixed on them with curiosity and scrutiny. 2 people were the exception. Bai Qinan leaned against the window, his gaze vacant as he stared out at the sunlight casting shadows on his pale face. He only flinched slightly when the two entered, his eyelashes trembling imperceptibly before returning to stillness. Compared to his usual coldness, he now resembled an empty shell devoid of soul, with immense pain forced beneath a calm exterior. Lan Xijin sat on the other side, his gaze fixed intently on Lan Xijin. Under the table, his fingernails dug deeply into the palms of his hands, leaving clear crescent-shaped bloodstains. It seemed as though only this sharp pain could slightly alleviate the jealousy and resentment burning in his heart. Dan Xijing remained composed, walking straight through the space between them and taking her usual seat in the corner. Lunchtime. Under the gaze of several pairs of eyes, Bai Shi walked toward Dan Xijing in the corner of the classroom. His face adorned with an impeccably gentle smile, he extended his hand with the utmost naturalness, intertwining it with her slender fingers, declaring their undeniable connection. Want to have lunch together? His voice was soft, yet clear enough for those eavesdropping nearby to hear every word. Sure. Dan Xijing raised her eyes and returned an equally perfect smile, allowing him to lead her to her feet. In that moment, all speculation came to an end. No matter how unlikely the pairing seemed, no one would dare to question their relationship anymore. And this news, which swept through the campus, naturally reached the depths of the Shan family mansion at the fastest possible speed. After school, Dan Xijing and Bai Shi walked out of the classroom building side by side. However, this harmony did not last long. In the distance, by the low-key yet imposing black sedan parked outside the school gate, stood a tall, slender figure. Duan Linchuan, dressed in a meticulously tailored suit, his amber eyes behind silver-rimmed glasses, darkened slightly upon seeing the two walking toward him. He attributed this unpleasant feeling to the growing sense that things were slipping out of his control. If Dan Xijing had truly fallen in love with someone else, then all his plans would be ruined. He would not allow it. Dan Linchuan took a few strides forward, his long legs carrying him swiftly to where the two stood. His gaze swept over them with a scrutinizing intensity, finally settling on Dan Xijing's face. The rumors, he said, his lips parting slightly, his voice low and steady yet tinged with a chill, are true. I'm here to take you back to the Dan family. Your uncle has something to discuss with you. Without giving Bai Shi a chance to speak, Shan Linchuan opened the passenger door and glared coldly at Lan Xijing, silently exerting pressure. Dan Xijing remained composed, merely nodding slightly to Dan Linchuan before elegantly sliding into the passenger seat. The door closed, cutting off the outside world. Dan Linchuan got into the driver's seat and started the engine. The car drove away smoothly, but he clenched his lips tightly, his jawline taut. His amber eyes fixed on the road ahead, he did not glance at Lan Xijing beside him once, as if she were merely an object to be transported back. The car was filled with an oppressive silence. Chapter 52, An Unblessed Love. The Shan family. As he stepped through the gates of the Shan family mansion, a suffocating sense of oppression immediately enveloped him. The servants stood with hands clasped behind their backs, silent as statues, not daring to even glance sideways, fearing that the slightest sound might provoke the master's wrath. Entering the front hall, Mr. Shan sat upright on the main sofa, clearly having waited for some time. He raised his gaze, his eyes sweeping over Dan Xijing and the silent Dan Linchuan following behind him. There was no warmth in his eyes, only a heavy, scrutinizing gaze. Sit, he said in a low voice, lifting his chin slightly to gesture for Dan Xijing to take the seat opposite him. Dan Xijing sat down with composure. You called for me, she asked, her voice calm and unruffled. Are you involved with someone from the Bai family? Dan Fu cut straight to the point, his tone deliberately oppressive. Dan Xijing nodded slightly with remarkable ease, her lips curving into a faint smile that seemed to hint at sweet memories. Yes. No. Mr. Dan's brows furrowed tightly, his voice suddenly rising in a stern and resolute tone, filled with intense resistance. Dan Xijing crossed her arms across her chest, raising her eyebrows slightly with a calm demeanor. Why? Dan Fu's lips twitched slightly, his Adam's apple bobbed painfully, but in the end, all that came out was a suffocating silence. The muscles in his face were tense, and the veins on his temples pulsed faintly, clearly struggling to suppress the surging emotions within him. Xiaoing, Dan Fu took a deep breath, forcing down his raging anger. His voice was weary, even tinged with a barely perceptible plea. This matter, you must listen to me. You can be with anyone you want except him. Except anyone from the Bai family. Absolutely not. The word absolutely was emphasized heavily. Dan Xijing's slender fingertips tapped lightly on the expensive velvet armrest of the sofa. She looked at the person sitting across from her on the sofa. I need a reasonable reason. A reason that can convince me to give up. In response, there was only the prolonged, awkward silence. Then I can't do it. Dan Xijing suddenly smiled, her smile as gentle as a spring breeze. Nonsense. Dan's father slammed his palm on the armrest, the loud sound echoing through the hall, making everyone's hearts tremble. You just like him that much? Dan Xijing nodded without hesitation. Since she had agreed to play this game with Bai Shi, there was no way she would back out now. As for liking him? It was nothing more than a prop in a game. Good. Dan's father repeated the word 3 times, his voice growing colder with each utterance. I'll see just how good your outcome will be. Get out. A cold, angry word delivered the final order of expulsion. Dan Xijin showed no trace of emotion. She rose calmly and walked away step by step. She cared not a whit whether this false affection would earn the family's blessing. What truly piqued her intense curiosity was the secret hidden behind her father's unusual and strong opposition. Was it connected to that woman whom the entire Shan family regarded as taboo, her mother? If so, she would not end her relationship with Bai Shi. She wanted to see what story was hidden behind it all. After leaving the Shan family, Shan Xijin did not return to her apartment. She turned the steering wheel and drove toward a villa in the outskirts. In the past few days, she had been so caught up in her dates that she had almost forgotten about the troublesome person still living in the villa. As she pushed open the villa's front door, a cool, slightly medicinal scent greeted her. She raised her gaze and happened to see Qinzhuo leaning on the banister of the spiral staircase, descending slowly and somewhat awkwardly. He wore a loose, dark gray V-neck sweater, the collar open, revealing his well-defined yet slightly pale collarbone and the faint outline of his toned chest muscles. However, his handsome yet defiant face bore an unhealthy grayish pallor, and his steps were unsteady. Upon seeing the approaching figure, Qinzhuo halted his steps, leaned against the banister, and curved his lips into a mocking smile. What? Did you come all this way just to see if I'm dead yet? His voice was low and hoarse, tinged with the weakness of illness, yet still brimming with defiance. Dan Xijin walked over, ignoring his insults. Since you already know the answer, Qinzhuo forced himself to straighten his back, trying to look less disheveled, his voice deliberately cold. Then you can leave. Oh, right. Leave your card number and name. Rent, I'll make sure someone transfers it to you in full. He emphasized the word rent with deliberate emphasis, his tone betraying a desperate desire to draw a clear line between them. Dan Xijin didn't respond. He pulled out a sticky note, picked up a pen, and wrote down a string of numbers and a name, then handed it to him. Qinzhuo took the note, his gaze sweeping over the cold numbers before settling on the name. Ing Ji? He murmured the name under his breath, his brows furrowing. Such a careless name? Who could have given it to her real name? Or did she change it later? He seemed to be savoring the deeper meaning of the name, before finally snorting in derision. It had nothing to do with him, he didn't need to care. The next moment, Qinzhuo's towering figure swayed violently. A severe dizziness overwhelmed him, and his vision went black. He instinctively grabbed the cold stair railing with both hands, his knuckles turning white from the force, barely managing to stay upright. He gasped for breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his face even paler than before. Dan Xijin furrowed her brows, stepped forward, and without a word, grabbed Qinzhuo's scorching hot arm, pulling him forcefully off the stairs. Qinzhuo was caught off guard, and the force of her grip sent him stumbling backward, crashing heavily onto the living room sofa with a muffled groan. You! Qinzhuo struggled to get up, but was held firmly by Shan Xijin's hand on his shoulder. Beep! The thermometer emitted a piercing alert, the number on the screen shockingly high, 40.1 C. She forcefully pushed Qinzhuo back onto the soft sofa. She then turned to the kitchen, quickly fetched a towel soaked in cold water, and placed it directly on his burning forehead. The icy sensation made Qinzhuo shiver involuntarily. I don't need your help. Qinzhuo turned his head away, his voice hoarse and weak, yet still tinged with stubborn resistance. I saved you. Dan Xijin's voice was calm but carried a cold rebuke, not so you could waste your life like this. Qinzhuo let out a hoarse, cold laugh. Even at his weakest, the sarcasm in his words remained unchanged. Do you even care? He struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, his gaze fixed intently on her. He took a breath, as if using every ounce of strength in his body, his mind clouded as he spoke without restraint. What? Those men couldn't satisfy you, so you came back to me? Every word was laced with jealousy that ran deep to the bone. Chapter 53, Wanted as Payment? No. In the past few days, Qinzhuo felt as though he had been cursed. That face, scarred with terrifying wounds yet strangely alluring and soul-stirring, haunted him like a nightmare, never leaving his mind. He acted like a madman, constantly speculating about which new interesting target she had gone to tease next, just as she had done in the bar, toyed with him so lightly. Was she using the same tactics to manipulate other men? Just the thought of it made every fiber of his being twist in agony. What shamed him even more was that, despite the scars on her face, he absurdly believed deep down that she still possessed that irresistible charm. The jealousy and panic stemming from this realization tormented him even more. Facing his malicious and jealous accusations, Shan Xijin showed no sign of anger or offense. Her almond-shaped eyes looked at him calmly, without a single ripple of emotion. That gaze, it didn't seem to be looking at a living person, but rather at a stray cat or dog picked up off the street, baring its teeth and growling in fear. Take the medicine, she said in a tone as flat as a command, her slender fingers holding 2 white fever-reducing tablets. Qinzhuo jerked his head away like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, clenching his pale lips tightly, resisting in silence. Dan Xijin took a deep breath, as if even this last bit of patience was about to run out. She didn't waste any more words, reaching out to grip Qinzhuo's jaw. Ugh! Qinzhuo was caught off guard and forced to open his mouth. The warm fingertips, soft and gentle, pressed against his lips. This sudden intimacy caused his entire body to stiffen. Blood seemed to rush to his head in an instant. Fortunately, the fever-induced flush on his face perfectly concealed the rapid heartbeat and blush caused by this damnable touch. The pill was forcefully shoved into his mouth, followed by the cold glass cup pressing against his lips. Single Jing swiftly forced him to drink 2 mouthfuls of water. Once finished, she naturally withdrew her hand, as if she had merely completed a task. Cough. Cough cough. Xinjue coughed violently from the water. Droplets slid down his forced-up jawline, winding their way through the open V-neck and disappearing into his tightly defined chest. The droplets left a suggestive, cool trail, sending a faint shiver through him in the slightly chilly air. You woman, really? Xinjue coughed until his eyes turned red. After finally catching his breath, a ridiculous sense of being disrespected overwhelmed him. He instinctively bit his lower lip, which had just been touched, trying to mask the damned throbbing and chaos in his heart with sharper words. Who gave you permission? Die here, Dan Jiying coldly interrupted him, her voice hoarse from deliberate restraint. I can't explain this to the Qin family. Her reason was cold and pragmatic, denying any possibility that her actions were out of concern, and categorizing the previous contact as a mere obligation to avoid trouble. The effects of the drug were gradually kicking in, and Xinjue felt his head growing heavier. His throat was parched, as if it were on fire, and the intense heat coursing through his body made him frown uncomfortably. Water. He closed his eyes, his thick eyelashes trembling slightly from the discomfort. His voice carried a tone he hadn't even noticed himself, a strange, inexplicable feeling born from his muddled consciousness, arrogance born from being spoiled. I need water, feed me. The tone was soft and indistinct, even tinged with a hint of dependent whining, a stark contrast to his usual sharp demeanor when awake. Dan Jiying snorted in disbelief, never expecting this proud man, who acted like a wild beast, to have such a side. She took the water cup again, her movements not exactly gentle, even tinged with impatience, and brought the rim back to his parched lips. Xinjue's eyes narrowed slightly as his consciousness began to fade. He instinctively took her hand and sipped the cool water in small sips, like a small animal finally comforted. He was surprisingly docile. His eyelids felt as heavy as if they were weighed down by a 1,000-pound boulder, and his consciousness was slowly being swallowed by darkness. Dan Jiying watched as his breathing grew steady, confirming he wouldn't harm himself for now. She stood up, ready to leave. However, just as she turned around, a scorching hot hand suddenly shot out from the sofa, clutching her wrist with all the strength he had left. The force was astonishing, carrying an unwavering determination that refused to let go. Don't leave. Xinjue kept his eyes tightly closed, his thick eyelashes casting shadows on his pale cheeks. His body trembled slightly from the high fever in the effort, his hoarse voice carrying a broken plea. Don't go. He clutched her wrist tightly, as if it were a lifeline in the darkness. He couldn't let her go. He couldn't be left behind again. Dan Jiying deftly twisted her wrist, easily breaking free from Xinjue's scorching grip. However, that scorching hand, driven by the last remnants of his determination, slid downward and clutched the hem of her garment with all its strength. Xin Xiao, Dan Jiying lowered her gaze, her icy eyes fixed on the hand whose knuckles had turned white from the force, her tone laced with a hint of mocking amusement. Just now, weren't you trying to drive me away? Xinjue's narrow eyes struggled to open a slit, his thick hair soaked in cold sweat. His Adam's apple moved with difficulty, his voice weak and barely audible. I promise you. What? Dan Jiying furrowed her brows slightly, momentarily unsure what his abrupt promise referred to. She couldn't recall anything that required his promise at that moment. I'll be. Each word seemed to be uttered with his last ounce of strength, as payment. Dan Jiying finally recalled that day at the bar, when she had deliberately teased him with a flirtatious tone to provoke him. She had thought it was an insult, a provocation, something that would make him hate her with every fiber of his being. She never imagined that this arrogant prince of the Qin family would take her playful words seriously while feverish and unconscious? And bring it up himself in such a nearly humble manner? I refuse. Dan Jiying's voice was calm and decisive, not wasting a single second to think about her response. Chapter 54, I don't like dirty men. Why? Xinjue struggled violently to get up from the sofa. He wanted to confront her, to demand why she had teased him, toyed with him, saved him, and now could be so coldly dismissive? However, a high fever had completely drained him of all his strength, and he collapsed heavily back onto the sofa. Dan Jiying looked down at him, his disheveled appearance a sight to behold, her icy peach-colored eyes holding not a shred of pity. Because I don't like dirty men. The simple words felt like a bucket of icy water poured over Xinjue's head, jolting him back to his senses. He desperately tried to say something, but the suffocating sensation in his chest prevented him from uttering a single word. Cough 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 cough. Xinjue erupted into a fit of choking coughs, his body convulsing in pain from the violent coughing. He clamped his hands over his mouth, but the suppressed coughing sounds escaped through the gaps between his fingers. His pale face quickly contorted in agony. I didn't he tried to explain. But his defense was cut short by a casual remark. Those words from that day, Lan Xijin's voice returned to its usual calm and composed tone, as if she were recounting a trivial matter unrelated to herself, tinged with a hint of indifference, were just a joke. She tilted her head slightly, looking into Qinhua's eyes filled with pain, her tone even tinged with a hint of confusion. Mr. Qin, you didn't take it seriously, did you? A joke? Qinhua froze in place, doubting whether he was hallucinating from the fever. Just a joke? He, the first heir of the Qin family, one of the 8 major conglomerates, had set aside all his pride and dignity to offer himself as payment, and she so casually dismissed it as a joke? The overwhelming sense of absurdity and the shame of being completely deceived consumed the last remnants of his rationality. A sharp, piercing pain surged through his chest. Hoof. Qinhua suddenly let out a low, hoarse laugh. He forced himself to speak, enunciating each word slowly. A joke? That's truly wonderful. Wonderful, so wonderful that he felt like a complete joke. As the words fell, Qinhua no longer looked at her, nor did he have the strength to do so. He closed his eyes, and his thick eyelashes cast 2 shadows on his pale eyelids, completely concealing all the pain. Lan Xijin's gaze lingered on the lifeless figure for a moment. She did not linger further, turning away without a single glance back. Upon returning to her apartment from the villa, the brand new easel and full set of paints she had delivered were already neatly arranged by the floor to ceiling windows. She changed into a comfortable set of loungewear and sat down at the easel. She picked up the paintbrush, dipped it into the paint, and her expression was rare in its focus and peace. The brush tip glided smoothly across the canvas, and she was completely immersed in the tranquil world of creation. The last rays of the setting sun filtered through the glass, casting a soft golden glow around her, making her look like a goddess who had accidentally wandered into the mortal world. The soft click of the electronic lock opening sounded at the door. Lan Xijin entered the room, her brows furrowed with unmistakable fatigue. When his gaze fell upon the elegant figure by the floor-to-ceiling window, he couldn't help but freeze in place. Her focused expression and the otherworldly beauty radiating from her body were like a masterpiece, instantly soothing the restlessness in his heart. He instinctively softened his steps, as if afraid of disturbing the fairy dwelling there, and slowly walked behind her. The crisp scent of cedar, faintly lingering around his nose, carried a soothing power. He couldn't help but reach out, his fingertips gentle and cautious, gently brushing against the soft strands of hair that had fallen onto her shoulder. Lan Xijin did not turn around, her brush still dancing across the canvas, her voice lazy and casual as she painted. What were you doing? I went back to the Lan family's house. Lan Xijin's voice was low. He furrowed his brows slightly, a flash of disgust crossing his eyes. Since that day he had been drugged and forced to leave the Lan household, he had not rushed back to deal with those 2 clowns. But he hadn't expected that an Ing and her niece and Lingling would grow restless first, fearing he would settle the score later, and instead play the role of the villain, staging a spectacle of inverting right and wrong. 1 hour earlier, at the Lan family residence. Jean, what's going on here? As soon as he entered the Lan family estate, he was met with the stern questioning of Lan Xijin, the head of the Lan family. Lan Xijin's icy gaze swept over an Lingling, who stood beside her father with tears welling up in her eyes, and an Ing, who feigned concern. A mocking smile curled the corners of his lips. This doesn't seem like something you should be asking me. Your aunt said, Lan Xinfeng's voice was filled with suppressed anger, that day you were drunk and tried to do something inappropriate to Lingling. Luckily she stopped you in time, or else it would have been a disaster. All these days, not only have you not apologized to Lingling, but you've been hiding outside out of fear of punishment. What do you think you're doing? Lan Xijin seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He raised an eyebrow. Oh? Is that what she said? He looked at an Lingling, who shrunk back nervously under his gaze. I asked the servants on duty. What else do you have to say? Lan Xinfeng clearly trusted the evidence and the cries of those around him more. So, Lan Xijin's voice was icy. What do you want me to do? Apologize to Lingling first. Lan Xinfeng said sternly. Then, ask Lingling what she wants. If she has feelings for you, you too. Apologize? Lan Xijin cut him off abruptly, the last trace of warmth vanishing from his eyes. He slowly pulled out a miniature chip from the inner pocket of his uniform, his gaze sweeping over an Ing and an Lingling, whose faces turned as pale as paper in an instant. Before that, I think you should take a look at this first. No, impossible. And Lingling screamed, realizing her mistake and quickly covering her mouth, her eyes filled with fear. Impossible? Lan Xijin's voice was eerily calm. You think, the people you arranged to remove the surveillance cameras from my room did a thorough job? From the day his mother passed away and Ing first stepped foot into the Lan household, he had never let his guard down. He had even installed extremely hidden backup surveillance cameras in his own bedroom. He never expected they would be needed so soon. Lan Xinfeng, upon seeing the terrified expressions on an Ing and the others, already knew the truth. Xinfeng. Let me explain. An Ing tried one last desperate plea, her voice trembling with tears. How do you want to handle this? Lan Xinfeng took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and looked at Lan Xijin with a complex expression. Lan Xijin's voice was heavy with disappointment and detachment. Do as you see fit. He paused. I'll move out. I will give you an explanation for this matter. Lan Xijin promised, but the calculation in his tone was evident. Lan Xijin knew his father all too well. The so-called accountability would amount to nothing more than expelling and lingling this insignificant woman from the Lan family as a warning to others. As for Ning, the woman who had been by his side for years, he would never truly harm her. The so-called accountability was merely a temporary measure to appease his anger and maintain superficial peace. But none of that mattered anymore. Once the Lan family was completely under his control, he would settle the score personally, every last detail. Pulling his wandering thoughts back, Lan Xijin's gaze returned to the calm figure painting before him. His gaze lingered on her flawless face, dispelling the fatigue in his heart. He leaned down and gently embraced Shan Jiying in his arms. His warm lips, filled with devotion and longing, trailed along the elegant curve of her neck, leaving a trail of soft, scorching kisses. Chapter 55, Be Good. Dan Jiying was completely absorbed in the canvas before her, oblivious to the world around her. This feeling of being completely ignored made Lan Xijin, who had already been seething with jealousy from witnessing her and Baishi's affection earlier that day, feel even more jealous. He leaned forward, his tone tinged with defiance, pressing harder, leaving a clear, suggestive mark on her pale skin as a punishment. Dan Jiying winced in pain, letting out a short, soft moan, and instinctively turned her head away. In that split second, her soft lips, as delicate as feathers, gently brushed against his cheek. The faintly cool sensation made Lan Xijin's body stiffen slightly. Be a good girl. Dan Jiying's voice rang out, tinged with a hint of annoyance at being interrupted, yet without any anger, instead sounding like she was soothing a large, sulking dog. This almost pet-like tone not only failed to anger Lan Xijin but instead sparked an odd sense of satisfaction deep within him. It felt as though this affectionate reprimand was a privilege reserved solely for him. He murmured in response, his voice carrying a submission and pleasure he hadn't even noticed himself. He no longer tried to attract her attention with intense gestures, but stood quietly by her side, his long fingers unconsciously twining around the soft ends of her hair, playing with them in circles. Simply being by her side, feeling her breath, watching her focused profile, the jealousy and dark thoughts of revenge that had plagued him during the day faded away, leaving only a sense of peace and contentment. During the day, he had watched her walk side by side with Baishi, seeing her smile at that man. In that moment, jealousy nearly consumed him entirely. He even cruelly imagined what Baishi would do if he knew about the deep, bone-chilling entanglement between him and her. Would the music-obsessed madman break down? Would he leave her? But this thought, which brought him a destructive sense of pleasure, was forcefully suppressed by him when he imagined the cold, distant gaze of Shan Jiying. He knew all too well that any attempt to break her rules could lead to her complete rejection and abandonment. This restless anxiety and bone-aching pain were effortlessly soothed by her focused silhouette as she painted, and by her casual remark, "Be good." Lan Xijin sighed wryly to himself, "I'm truly, beyond hope." The final stroke of color fell, and the night outside the window had grown deep. Beyond the large floor-to-ceiling windows lay the bustling cityscape. Dan Jiying put down her paintbrush, stretched her stiff shoulders and neck, and finally turned to look at Lan Xijin, who had been waiting by her side the entire time. She tilted her head slightly, her seductive peach-colored eyes glowing with a hint of relaxation after completing her work. The natural curve of her lips, however, seemed filled with silent temptation in Lan Xijin's eyes. His gaze darkened instantly as he leaned in to kiss her lips. This kiss was filled with pent-up passion, brimming with aggression and possessiveness. His long fingers forcefully tangled into her soft hair, holding her head firmly in place, leaving her no room to retreat. His scorching breath enveloped her entirely. Dan Jiying did not resist but instead surrendered, wrapping her arms around his lean waist. Fragmented moans escaped uncontrollably from the tightly pressed lips, further igniting the fiery passion within Lan Xijin's heart. His kiss grew deeper, almost biting, leaving his mark on her lips and neck. Outside the window, the city buzzed with activity, while inside, spring blossomed endlessly. The next day, in the student council president's office, Dan Jiying flipped through the pile of college documents and department reports on her desk. As she had expected, after the make an example of tennis tournament, the other clubs had indeed toned down their activities and were all focusing their efforts on preparing for the crucial 8-school alliance tournament next month. Especially the tennis club. After that match, Shin Xingyun didn't even follow the usual procedures to reapply for the budget. Instead, she funded the renovations and equipment upgrades entirely out of her own pocket and even sent her top-tier private coaching team to the club. 2 restrained knocks sounded at the door. "Come in." Dan Jiying didn't even lift her head, her cold voice echoing through the office. The door was opened cautiously, and a young staff member wearing an iris flower medal on his chest walked in. His face betrayed obvious tension as he placed a document on Dan Jiying's spacious desk with both hands. "Chairman, this is the summary report on disciplinary violations at the academy from last week." The young staff member's voice trembled slightly. Duan Jiying finally raised his gaze, glancing over the report before fixing his eyes on the clerk. "Where is Director Bai?" According to regulations, this should have been personally delivered by Bai Qinan, the head of the inspection department. The young staff member grew even more nervous under her gaze, lowering his head further. The director said, "He's not feeling well, so he asked me to deliver it instead." This excuse was almost too blunt, almost as if he had simply said, "He doesn't want to see you." "I understand." Dan Xijin remained expressionless, merely nodding faintly to signal that he could leave. The young clerk felt as though he had been granted a pardon, almost fleeing the room. Dan Xijin picked up the report, flipped through it, and found it to be in Bai Qinnan's signature style. It was well organized, data-driven, precise in its statements, and coldly written without a hint of emotion. She put down the report, stood up, and walked straight toward the door. Just as she opened the door, she happened to meet Bai Xi coming toward her. "Going out?" Bai Xi's face was adorned with an impeccably gentle smile, and he held a document in his hand. "This is the activity planning report for the Ministry of Culture." Put it on the desk." Dan Xijin didn't stop her steps, only tossing out those words before brushing past him. Bai Xi's smile remained perfect, but as she turned away, a fleeting glimpse of curiosity flashed in the depths of his light brown eyes. He narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the direction in which Dan Xijin had gone. That direction seemed to be the inspection department? Dan Xijin walked up to the door of the inspection department, raised her hand, and tapped the door 3 times with her fingertips, neither too hard nor too soft. "Enter." A voice came from inside, still the same familiar tone, but deeper than usual, carrying a coldness and distance that seemed to push people away. Shan Jiying pushed the door open and entered. Bai Qinnan was standing with his back to the door, facing the large floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the view beyond. His silhouette remained tall and straight, yet undeniably lonely. Upon hearing the footsteps, he turned around and froze in place upon seeing the person approaching. "I heard," she said, stepping closer, "that you're sick?" Chapter 56, the person more important than anyone else. Bai Qinnan's Adam's apple bobbed awkwardly, his dry lips trembled, but he eventually looked away, unable to meet her seductive eyes. His voice was hoarse and broken, tinged with deliberate coldness and distance. "This has nothing to do with you." "None of my business?" Dan Xijing seemed to have heard a joke, a faint smile curving her lips. She didn't stop, instead closing in step by step. The delicate heels of her high-heeled shoes tapped against the ground, producing a crisp, rhythmic sound, each step feeling like a stab at Bai Qinnan's heart. Bai Qinnan watched her figure grow larger and larger, almost instinctively stepping back to create some distance from the tension she was causing. However, behind him was his wide office chair. His legs collided with it, causing him to lose his balance and fall heavily into the chair. He could only watch as Shan Jiying slowly approached him. She leaned forward slightly, closing the final distance between them. Close enough for him to clearly smell the crisp, cool scent of cedar on her, close enough for him to feel her warm breath brush against his skin. Her slender, icy fingertips, with a hint of playful teasing, gently touched his tightly pressed lips. "Where does it hurt?" she whispered with a smile, her voice laced with deadly temptation. "Is it here?" Her fingertips lingered on his lips, sending a shiver down his spine. Her fingers did not linger, slowly moving downward. The soft touch glided over his prominent, throbbing Adam's apple. "Or here?" She clearly felt his Adam's apple contract sharply under her fingertips, accompanied by a suppressed swallow. Finally, her slender fingertips came to rest on the left side of his chest, over the thin fabric of his shirt, pressing gently. "Or maybe here?" Her voice grew even softer. Bai Qinnan was forced to tilt his head back to look at her, and he could even count the individual lashes on her thick eyelashes. If he tilted his head just a little more, he could touch those pink, tempting lips. The thought sent a jolt of electricity through his body, making his already chaotic thoughts even more chaotic. He swallowed hard. The remnants of his rationality snapped back into place. He grabbed her wrist, which was still resting on his chest, as if he had been burned. What are you doing?" He raised his head, his eyes, which had always been as cold as ice, now filled with pain. He stared at her intently, his voice hoarse as he demanded, more like questioning himself for succumbing to his irresistible desire. "You already have a boyfriend." He emphasized this fact deliberately, as if to remind himself. "He doesn't matter." Dan Jiying's voice was calm and composed, as if she were discussing the weather or stating a simple fact. Those 4 casual words caused Bai Qinnan's heart to tighten suddenly. "Unimportant, huh?" Bai Qinnan lowered his head and let out a bitter, self-mocking laugh. The laughter was filled with despair and absurdity. "Yes, doesn't matter, then what does matter to you?" He suddenly raised his head, his eyes shattered and confused. "Do you know how happy I was when I saw that painting?" He murmured to himself, his voice faint and distant, but deep in his eyes, there was a pain that felt like his heart was being torn apart. That field of irises, so beautiful. He had thought he had finally found a special place in her heart. But it was he closed his eyes tightly, then opened them again, his eyes filled with the pain of betrayal. It was all of you who chose it. The thought that the painting, which held all his joy, might still carry Bai Xi's scent made him feel so much pain he could barely breathe. He wanted to tear it to shreds. Burn it to ashes. Erase every memory that caused him such agony. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. Because it was a gift from her. Dan Xijin, his voice trembled with a desperation bordering on despair as he accused her, his shattered eyes fixed on her. Why did you do this to me? Why give him hope, only to crush it with your own hands? Why use such a cruel method to toy with him like a puppet? No. Dan Xijin interrupted his painful accusations with a firm voice. Bai Qingnan froze suddenly, as if he hadn't heard her, or couldn't believe what he'd heard. He just stared at her blankly. It wasn't chosen together with him. Dan Xijin repeated, her tone still calm, but a fleeting trace of displeasure flashed in her peach blossom eyes. Was that resentment toward his misunderstanding? Was she trying to explain herself to him? Bai Qingnan's heart skipped a beat before beginning to race wildly. He stared intently at her eyes, trying to discern anything else. A thought he despised himself for surfaced uncontrollably. He didn't want to see her unhappy at any time. Even now, even though she was hurting him so badly, he felt like dying. Oh. In the end, he could only force out a muffled syllable from the depths of his throat, filled with awkwardness and a hint of a humble hope that even he himself had not noticed. I'm sorry, Dan Xijin spoke slowly. Bai Qingnan's pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had heard the most impossible words in the world. An apology? Dan Xijin? The woman who had always been so aloof and confident to the point of arrogance was actually apologizing to him? Bai Qingnan's mind went blank, and he could only stare at her in shock, as if seeing her for the first time. Dan Xijin looked at his speechless expression and sighed softly. The sigh carried a hint of helplessness and a trace of fatigue that was hard to discern. There are some things. Her voice was even softer than before, like the melting snow of early spring, carrying a tenderness she had never shown before, that I can't explain to you yet. But, she said slowly, one word at a time. You are more important to me than all of them. Bai Qingnan stared into her eyes, frozen for a few seconds, her clear eyes reflecting his own image. The next moment, his rationality completely collapsed. Bai Qingnan suddenly raised his hand, his slender fingers gripping the delicate nape of Shan Jiying's neck with an unyielding force. He no longer thought about his legitimate boyfriend, Bai Shi, or the damn moral boundaries. He lowered his head, driven by a long-suppressed desire, and pressed his lips deeply against those soft, pink lips that had been driving him mad with desire since the moment he first saw her. At first, the touch was gentle and cautious, as if he were holding something precious that had been lost and found again. But soon, pain and jealousy spread like wildfire, and his kisses became deep and fiery, almost possessive. This man, who had always carved rules into his very bones as the head of the inspection department, had now completely abandoned his principles and boundaries. What of justice and fairness? What of self-restraint and propriety? What of moral boundaries? None of it mattered. Chapter 57, The Meaningless Love Game. His other hand, which had been resting on her slender waist, suddenly tightened with a force that had been building up for a long time, pulling her even closer into his embrace. Dan Xijin was caught off guard and fell onto his thigh. The intimate contact between their bodies caused Bai Qingnan's already chaotic breathing to grow even heavier and more intense. The desire he had suppressed for so long was ignited, burning through his body. He traced her elegant jawline with his scorching lips, kissing her gently and tenderly. His face buried deeply in the fragrant hollow of her neck, the heat in his body surged to its peak. Yet, instead of giving in to further desire, it coalesced into an embrace so intense it felt as though he was trying to merge her into his very bones. His chin pressed heavily against her delicate shoulder, his scorching breath spraying across her sensitive neck, greedily inhaling the crisp, alluring scent of cedar wood that lingered on her skin. Ing. His voice came muffled from the tight embrace around her neck, hoarse and barely audible, each syllable dripping with uncontrollable desire. Are you still sick? Dan Xijin leaned lazily against his heaving chest, her voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness and unabashed teasing. Her fingertips even unconsciously traced the taut curve of his spine. Bai Qingnan's body stiffened imperceptibly, and then his ears flushed a deep crimson in an almost visible flash. This excuse, now that he thought about it, it was so childish and clumsy, like a petty act to seek attention. He buried his face deeper, saying nothing, only his hot breath and rapid heartbeat betraying his current embarrassment and indescribable satisfaction. Finally, that satisfaction dissolved into a whisper, filled with cautious testing and humble pleading. If you ever get into any trouble. He paused, as if mustering all his courage, tell me. Even though he knew her pride and her habit of never relying on others, he couldn't help but hope that she might open even the slightest crack in her heart for him. Dan Xijin replied softly, lifting her hand. Her fingertips, rare in their tenderness, gently ruffled his soft, cool hair. It's not that much trouble. Everything was still manageable for now. The sunlight streaming through the bright glass enveloped the two of them in a warm glow. Bai Qingnan stubbornly held her close, his chin resting on the top of her head. In her heart, Bai Qingnan was indeed different. From the moment they first met as children, he had always followed her, clearing obstacles for her without hesitation, even willing to take on all the blame for her. She never believed she owed anyone anything. Relationships were simply a matter of mutual benefit. But when it came to Bai Qingnan, he gave so much, so purely, without expecting anything in return. Today, if anyone else had used such a childish excuse to try to draw her attention, she would have found it annoying. This indulgence was something she hadn't even fully understood herself, a privilege uniquely his. After calming Bai Qinnan down, Lan Xijin returned to the student council president's office. On the desk lay the event proposal Bai Shi had sent earlier, with a simple note attached, written in elegant handwriting. "The music room is waiting for you." Dan Jiying's gaze lingered on the note for a moment before she indifferently looked away, as if it were just a piece of worthless paper. She turned and walked toward the private piano room deep within Morris College. Morris College exclusive piano room. Before she could push the door open, a suffocating and distorted melody assaulted her ears. Bai Shi sat upright at the expensive classical piano, his slender fingers dancing frantically across the black and white keys. He was playing a classical masterpiece that should have been tender and heartrending, but it had completely lost its original melody. Every note was filled with restless rhythm and an oppressive darkness that seemed impossible to dispel. The piano no longer produced smooth melodies but instead echoed with struggle, questioning, and a jealousy bordering on violence. Footsteps grew louder, approaching and stopping outside the door. The piano suddenly stopped. Bai Shi took a sharp breath, his rapid breathing betraying the turmoil within him. In an instant, all the distorted emotions caused by his loss of control fade away, replaced by the smooth, flawless mask of composure. He turned around and looked at Lan Xijin, who had pushed the door open, even managing to curve his lips into a perfectly timed gentle smile. "You're here," he said calmly, his voice betraying no hint of emotion. "It's time to test our results." He pulled out several carefully prepared sheet music, all classic pieces centered around the theme of ultimate love. He placed the sheet music on the music stand in front of Dan Jiying, his eyes gleaming with an almost obsessive anticipation. Dan Jiying remained calm, as if accepting the most ordinary of tasks. She sat down elegantly on the piano bench, adjusted her posture, and didn't even glance at the sheet music. The melodies were already etched into her muscle memory. She raised her hand, her fingertips touching the cold keys. The next moment, smooth and precise notes flowed out. Perfect. Absolute perfection. Every note's timing, every nuance of dynamics, it was as if measured with the most precise instruments, matching the score to the last detail. Not a single unnecessary emotion was injected, not the slightest personal interpretation was present. The love that should have been deeply moving, under her fingertips, was reduced to nothing but symbols. Bai Shi didn't interrupt her angrily like last time. He simply stood quietly by her side, leaning slightly against the piano, his gaze fixed on her calm profile. He watched, listened, and felt. Feeling the despairing emptiness beneath the perfect performance. She didn't feel anything for him. This realization pierced his heart. There was no anger, only an intense sense of resentment. As the piece came to an end, the final note faded into the air, leaving behind a deathly silence. Ha ha ha. Bai Shi laughed softly, his laughter suppressed, tinged with self-mockery and a hint of resentment. "I actually thought there might be at least a tiny flicker of emotion in your heart. A flicker for him, as a person. It turned out, it was all just a facade." And he, the fool who had initiated this charade, had actually been moved by her flawless performance. Even as he played those moving melodies, his mind was filled with nothing but her fake smiles and expressions from the past few days. Dan Jiying tilted her head slightly, meeting his bloodshot eyes, yet her face bore an innocent expression tinged with confusion. She even casually spread her hands, her movements as casual as if she were discussing the weather, her voice calm and unruffled. "It seems this method isn't very effective after all." Bai Shi curved his lips slightly, his eyes burning with an emotion called obsession. He leaned forward slightly, speaking slowly and deliberately, his voice soft and lingering yet tinged with a chilling possessiveness. "Dan Jiying. I will make you fall in love with me." Chapter 58, S's authentic work. Dan Jiying snorted derisively, "I'll wait and see." After school, at the Bai residence. As Bai Shi stepped through the gates of the Bai family estate, Bai Lan burst out of the entrance hall like a leopard that had spotted its prey. His eyes shone brightly, brimming with excitement, completely unlike his usual lazy demeanor. "Brother! You're finally back." His voice rose with excitement, and his entire being radiated an indescribable sense of exhilaration. "What's going on?" Bai Shi forced a smile, trying to muster his usual gentle expression, but the smile didn't reach his eyes, only revealing deep exhaustion. The frustration and pain from the piano room still weighed heavily on his heart. "The painting. It's been delivered." Bai Lan nearly danced with joy, S's original work. Bai Lan needed only a single glance. With his intimate knowledge of S's work, having copied their paintings hundreds of times, the masterful use of light and shadow, the magical allure of the colors, it was a level of artistry that no forgery could possibly achieve. He was absolutely certain it was S only he could have created such a masterpiece. Bai Shi paused slightly, a hint of surprise flitting across his brows. Where is it? She had actually brought out S's private collection? This piqued his curiosity as well. "In my gallery. Come with me." Bai Lan impatiently pulled Bai Shi through the labyrinthine corridors of the Bai family mansion. As a family dedicated to art, almost every core member of the Bai family had their own private art gallery, akin to miniature museums, where they treasured their life's work and collected treasures. Stepping into Bai Lan's modern-style gallery, a massive painting stood at the center of the exhibition hall. The painting did not depict any sensational scenes, but simply a winding path through a serene forest. Yet, the mist in the forest, as delicate as flowing gauze, transforms the ordinary scene into a dreamlike fantasy. Sunlight filters through the dense foliage and mist, casting dappled patterns of light. Every vein of every leaf, every movement of every wisp of mist, is imbued with an overwhelming sense of realism. This is not merely a landscape painting, it is a masterful display of light, color, and technique, pushing the boundaries of artistic expression. Through the painting, one can clearly sense the artist's overwhelming confidence in their mastery of the medium. A powerful resonance rooted in artistic instinct left Bai Shi momentarily spellbound. The pursuit of technical perfection in the painting suddenly overlapped with an unforgettable figure in his mind. The icy cold notes she played, and the aura emanating from this painting are identical. This is amazing, it's simply divine. Bai Lan stood beside him, hands clasped together, his face filled with almost reverent admiration and excitement. He was incredibly grateful for the decision he had made back then. I've hit the jackpot. This is the wisest decision of my life. Bai Shi ignored his brother's musings, his gaze fixed intently on the intricate, almost impossible to believe play of light and shadow on the canvas. Without thinking, he slowly extended his hand, his long fingers trembling slightly, and cautiously touched the corner of the canvas. Brother! What are you doing? Bai Lan reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his fur bristling as he screamed in alarm, reaching out to slap away Bai Shi's fingers before they could desecrate the masterpiece he held dear. However, Bai Shi's movements were faster. His fingertips had already gently brushed against the slightly raised paint. He abruptly withdrew his hand, looked down, and stared at his fingertips. A tiny speck of bright green paint clung to his fingertip. The air seemed to freeze in an instant. Bai Lan's scream caught in his throat as he stared wide-eyed at the glaring green on Bai Shi's fingertip. As someone who worked with paint as a whole, he knew better than anyone that it took at least 3 days for an oil painting to reach the point where a finger could touch it without leaving a noticeable mark. So, this painting, this masterpiece, the genuine S-work. It was just completed recently? Brother! Bai Lan's voice trembled violently from shock and ecstasy. He grabbed Bai Shi's arm tightly, his eyes flashing with a nearly glow. She knows S. She must know S. His voice echoed Bai Shi's obsession. Tomorrow. Take me to see her tomorrow. No. Bai Shi's voice was firm and unwavering. He refused Bai Lan's request without a moment's hesitation. Why? Bai Lan pressed urgently. There's no reason. Bai Shi shook off his brother's hand, a fleeting glimpse of intense possessiveness flashing in the depths of his eyes, a feeling he hadn't fully understood himself. He ignored Bai Lan's further questions, turned around, and hurried toward his study. He couldn't allow Bai Lan to have too much contact with Lan Xijin. If his suspicions were true, given his understanding of Bai Lan, the intense worship he harbored for S could easily shift to Dan Xijin, with unimaginable consequences. Bang! The study door slammed shut. Bai Shi sat down at the large desk and turned on the computer. He took a deep breath and began frantically typing on the keyboard, searching for any information about the mysterious painter S. The search results were scarce. Public information about S online was virtually non-existent, as if he had been deliberately erased from existence. Only the 3 masterpieces were repeatedly displayed, analyzed, and revered on art websites. Bai Shi clicked on the highest resolution images, enlarging each one, greedily scrutinizing every detail of the paintings. It was an obsession with perfection, a confidence that defied everything. The more he looked, the faster Bai Shi's heart raced. This feeling was so familiar. The soul emanating from the painting, the precise control over everything, it was simply, it's her. Bai Shi stared at the screen, murmuring the words in a daze. He was now absolutely certain that S was Shanxaiing. His heart felt like it had been struck by a heavy hammer, and a shockwave of awe swept through his entire being. Dan Xijin, who is she? The more he glimpsed the tip of the iceberg, the more his desire to uncover the truth burned fiercely within him. He wanted to tear away her facade and see what kind of soul lurked beneath that perfect exterior. Why? Why, after leaving such a brilliant mark at the pinnacle of art years ago, would she willingly sink into obscurity for 3 years, bearing the stigma of being called a waste? Were those humiliating harassments and desperate pleas for love part of a deeper scheme? No. Bai Shi quickly dismissed that thought. The face in his memory, though nearly identical to the one before him now, bore no resemblance to the corruption in her eyes. Bai Shi suddenly closed the laptop screen, and the study fell into complete silence. Only the heart in his chest was still beating wildly for one person. Chapter 59, Change was returned. The next day, Morris Academy. Morris Academy was once again rocked by major news. Xinhua, the heir to the Qin family, had returned. Accompanying his return were bloody secrets from within the Qin family. During Xinhua's absence, the Qin family was in turmoil. The other 2 heirs, Xinhua's 2 half-brothers, seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement, gradually eroding the core power that once belonged to Xinhua. Everything seemed to be set in stone. However, on the very night of the power transfer ceremony, the blood-soaked man emerged, as if returning from hell. Last night, the Qin family underwent a silent yet brutal purge. It is said that the two treacherous heirs had no chance to resist and were directly sent back to their branch families, forever severing their ties with the power core. This move silently declared to everyone that Qinhua's disappearance was a premeditated act of family betrayal. And he had completely won this struggle for family power. Almost the entire academy's attention was focused on Qinhua. He sat in his familiar corner of the S-class classroom, but the aura emanating from him was completely different from before. A gloomy aura shrouded him, his eyes cold and icy. The fresh wounds on his cheek, far from looking pitiful, only added to his dangerous, menacing aura. He casually twirled an expensive pen between his fingers. "Shuagu!" The red-haired subordinate rushed over excitedly, his voice tinged with relief. "You're finally back." Qinhua didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, merely uttering a faint HM. His dismissive response made it seem as though the person before him was nothing more than an insignificant speck of dust in the air. Just then, Lan Xijin walked into the classroom. Qinhua instinctively raised his gaze, his eyes locking with hers, those seductive peach blossom eyes. His heart was stabbed sharply. Those eyes, again the same as those of that woman, that ghostly figure who had appeared out of nowhere, toyed with him like a puppet, and then vanished without a trace. Damn it, they were so similar. A surge of anger mixed with the humiliation of being deceived made Qinhua's eyes grow cold. He furrowed his brows and abruptly looked away. Dan Jiying, however, seemed oblivious to the icy glare filled with displeasure. A faint smile played at the corners of her lips as she walked toward her seat in a good mood. The source of her good mood was the astronomical sum that had arrived on time last night in her secret account named Ingji. It seemed that this young master of the Qin family was at least reliable when it came to keeping his word. She thought about it casually as she sat down in the seat in front of Qinhua. A faint scent of cedar drifted into Qinhua's nostrils as she moved. His fingers tightened around the pen, his knuckles turning white. This scent. It was the same cold fragrance that had lingered around his nose when that woman had teased him and drawn close to him. He had exhausted every available resource last night to investigate Ingji, but to no avail. That woman was like a phantom conjured out of thin air, existing solely to toy with him and then vanish without a trace. Could it be she's really from the Shan family? But the Dan family hadn't heard of anyone disfiguring themselves in the past decade. Never mind. He forced himself to suppress the turmoil in his mind, his expression growing even darker. The payment had been settled, and he and that Ingji were now completely even. As for Lan Xijin, it was just a coincidence. Xiao Zhua. A voice as gentle as water echoed. Su Qingya walked over with graceful steps, her face adorned with an impeccable gentle smile. "You're back safely. That's wonderful. Everyone has been so worried about you these past few days." Qinhua's gaze fell on her face, his voice low and distracted. Sorry." The insincerity was obvious. "Would you like to have lunch together? Let us consider it a welcome back meal?" Su Qingya seemed oblivious to his coldness, her smile unchanged. "No." Qinhua almost reflexively refused, but when he raised his eyes to meet Su Qingya's gaze, his brows furrowed tightly. Thinking of the deal and understanding they had reached, he swallowed hard and forced himself to change his mind. "All right, I understand. Lunchtime." Baishi walked toward Lan Xijin's seat with his usual purposeful stride. He leaned slightly forward, his voice low and melodious, carrying an intimacy that left others out of the loop. Will you join me for lunch?" This scene was clearly observed by Qinhua from the back row. He watched coldly, a mocking curve forming on his lips. Who would have thought that after just a few days away, this once despised good-for-nothing had actually managed to hook up with Baishi, the arrogant music prodigy of the Bai family? Oof. He sneered inwardly. When had Baishi's taste become so repulsive? Qinhua stood up expressionlessly, his hands casually stuffed into his pockets, emanating a cold, intimidating aura. He walked past Baishi and Dan Jiying without a glance. He didn't glance at them once. His footsteps halted at Su Qingya's desk, and he clenched his fists, slamming them twice on the surface. "Let us go." He dropped the two cold words without waiting for Su Qingya's response, turning around and striding toward the door without looking back. Su Qingya's gentle smile froze for a moment but quickly returned to normal as she hurried to catch up with Qinhua's departing figure. Academy dining hall, top floor private room. Qinhua and Su Qingya sat across from each other, the meal barely touched, the atmosphere quiet. "Congratulations," Su Qingya broke the silence first, her face once again adorned with that flawless gentle smile. "Finally you've gotten what you wanted." Qinhua's gaze shifted from a point outside the window back to Su Qingya's face. A single word, devoid of warmth, not even a hint of a victor's joy, only a sense of fatigue and deeper detachment. Su Qingya's smile faded slightly. Her fingers unconsciously twirled a strand of hair, betraying her restless emotions. Those eyes, which had always been filled with tenderness, now held a suppressed sense of dissatisfaction. "But," her voice remained gentle, "since we are allies, Qinhua, why didn't you even inform me of your actions this time?" These past few days, she felt like an outsider kept in the dark. She knew nothing about Xinhua's disappearance, yet she had to play the role of the perfect fiancé at the academy, keeping the rumors at bay. Xinhua's thick eyelashes drooped, hiding the emotions churning in his eyes. He pressed his thin lips together. It happened suddenly. This explanation was laughably inadequate. With the Qin family's intelligence network and his capabilities, even the most sudden events would have allowed time to send a signal. But these days, he seemed to have gone mad, with only one figure occupying his mind. His fingers unconsciously traced the wound on his abdomen, the place where she had once touched him and bandaged his injury. Su Qingya watched him silently, noticing his dazed expression, and furrowed her brows slightly. What had happened? What was he hiding? Chapter 60, Breaking the Engagement. Xinhua's long fingers tapped lightly on the table, producing a rhythmic yet suppressed sound. After a few seconds of silence, he finally raised his gaze, his eyes filled with a resolute determination. I want to. He began, his voice low and steady, break off the engagement. Su Qingya's usual elegant and gentle facade shattered instantly. Her pupils trembled as she stared at the man before her in disbelief. Xinhua, she exclaimed, her voice trembling with anger, unable to maintain her usual gentle demeanor. A cold smile curled at the corners of his lips. What? After disposing of your two brothers and securing your position, you're already in a hurry to cut the bridge behind you? Xinhua furrowed his brows. He did not refute Su Qingya's accusations. The decision to annul the engagement had indeed been driven by strong personal emotions, even a touch of impulsiveness. But every time he closed his eyes, those three words "dirty man" spoken with mockery and disdain by that woman repeatedly crushed his self-respect. He wasn't. No, he suppressed the surging sense of humiliation, his voice still icy. I will fulfill my promise. Until you completely eliminate the obstacles within the Su family, the resources of the Qin family will remain at your disposal, and we will cooperate with your actions. This was his bottom line, to draw a clear boundary, and the price to maintain the facade of an alliance. Su Qingya's chest rose and fell violently. She stared intently at Xinhua, but saw only indifference. After a few seconds of silence, she took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Anger wouldn't solve anything. Xinhua's promise still stood, and so did its value. For those who are useful, she, Su Qingya, had never acted on impulse. All right, she sat back down, her voice returning to its usual calm, tinged with professional detachment. But give me 2 more weeks. Xinhua let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief, his tense jaw relaxing slightly. All right. Su Qingya, however, wasn't about to let him off the hook. She picked up her nearly untouched wineglass. Rather than that, I have a question. She paused, so suddenly, so eager to draw a line between us. Did you meet someone who made your heart race? The words heart racing were emphasized heavily, dripping with sarcasm. Xinhua's breath caught in his throat. Heart racing? For whom? For that Ingji who had treated him like a toy, mocked him for being dirty, and then vanished without a trace? His Adam's apple moved awkwardly, but he eventually shifted his gaze away. It hadn't even begun, and it was already ending in such a humiliating way. What kind of heart racing was that? On the other side, the academy dining hall. Unlike the tense atmosphere in the top-floor private room, Bai Shi elegantly pulled out a chair for Shan Jiying, his gaze fixed on her with a gentle tenderness that was almost heart-stopping. Exquisite dishes were placed on the table, but Bai Shi didn't move. His gaze fixed intently on the indifferent-looking Dan Jiying across from him. That painting, his voice low and melodious, is truly beautiful. Do you think so, S? Dan Jiying paused briefly with the fork in her hand before nonchalantly picking up a small piece of food and putting it into her mouth. She raised her eyes to meet Bai Shi's piercing gaze, which seemed to see through everything. There was no surprise in her expression, only calmness. She shrugged indifferently, tacitly acknowledging his guess. SS identity? To her, it was nothing more than an insignificant footnote, nothing worth hiding. As a child, her mother's sudden death had left her world in shambles. She needed something to focus on to distract herself. She locked herself in the studio, letting her pain erupt wildly on the canvas through her brushes. Most of those paintings were torn into pieces by her own hands the moment they were finished. Only 3 survived, caught between madness and calm, and were carelessly discarded in a corner of the warehouse. Later, when she realized that her future depended on herself, she couldn't afford to give up. Those 3 paintings had long been forgotten, and she never picked up a paintbrush again. Until a dishonest servant from the Shan family brought them, along with other stolen items, to an auction house. And the so-called S was nothing more than a twisted symbol she had scribbled in a fit of extreme frustration, too lazy to even sign her name. Ironically, that symbol became a legend in the art world. Who would have thought, Bai Shi murmured with a low laugh, his voice brimming with the possessive desire of discovering a rare treasure, that my girlfriend has such a maddening identity. His gaze fell on Shanhaing's hands. They were slender, fair, and perfectly proportioned, as if crafted by God's most meticulous hands. These hands could not only create masterpieces that the world worshipped but also perform a piece like suffering with such heart-wrenching intensity. Bai Shi's eyes were filled with an intense, unyielding obsession and desire. What? Dan Jiying put down her fork and met his gaze with interest. Are you blaming me for keeping it from you? No. Bai Shi's voice carried a hint of reverence. He slowly extended his hand, gently brushing the back of her hand resting on the table, but did not touch her, as if afraid of disturbing something. I was just thinking. He raised his eyes, his bottomless gaze burning with unhidden passion. How can I get to know you better? To know everything about you. Your past, your pain, your talents, your secrets, and what lies within that icy heart of yours. Bai Shi's scorching fingertips were almost touching Shang Jiying's wrist, but she propped her chin up with one hand, as if she were merely watching a play. However, a shadow fell over them, shattering the ambiguous atmosphere. Lan Xijin had appeared beside the table at some point, dressed in a crisp white uniform with not a single wrinkle. His expression was stern, exuding the cold detachment of pure business. Jing? The intense infatuation in Bai Shi's eyes faded, and a perfect smile reappeared on his lips, but it didn't reach his eyes. Lan Xijin didn't even linger his gaze on Bai Shi's face. He turned directly to Shang Jiying, his voice low and steady. I have something to discuss with Mr. Shan. Mind if I join? Before the words had fully left his mouth, he had already pulled out the chair beside Shang Jiying, exuding an air of natural authority. A tiny crack appeared in Bai Shi's otherwise flawless smile. His light brown eyes narrowed slightly as he tried to detect any hint of a flaw. Was it official business? Or something else? However, Lan Xijin's emotional control was flawless. Aside from the cold detachment of official business, no other emotions betrayed him. If I'm not mistaken, Bai Shi's voice remained gentle, this isn't the student council's office hours. The implication was clear. What's so urgent? Lan Xijin seemed to ignore Bai Shi's subtle hint to leave. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, his long fingers reaching out naturally toward the menu next to Shang Jiying's hand. I just happened to be here, he said casually, his voice flat and unemotional. He casually flipped open the menu, his slender fingers gliding slowly across the pages. His posture was so composed it bordered on arrogance, as if he were the true owner of this seat. Chapter 61, Secret Affair? His peripheral vision kept an eye on Dan Jiying's expression. Seeing that she showed no intention of dismissing him, not even a hint of displeasure, Lan Xijin couldn't help but curve his lips slightly, a sense of secret satisfaction welling up inside him. His face remained calm and composed, but the wild pounding of his heart betrayed the anxiety he had felt moments ago. He feared catching even the slightest hint of annoyance on her face. But she didn't. Was this her tacit approval? Or perhaps another form of indulgence? The hosting rights for this year's 8 Schools Alliance competition had been awarded to Morris Academy. Lan Xijin instructed the waiter on the meal, then casually set down the menu with his long fingers and turned his gaze toward Shang Jiying. Dan Jiying nodded slightly. This was common knowledge. The entire Morris Academy was actively preparing for it. As the host, he said calmly, for the sake of a continent and the Academy's honor, there must be no mistakes in this competition. Dan Jiying raised an eyebrow, his seductive peach-colored eyes fixed on him, waiting for more. You have only recently taken on the role of president, and you may not be fully familiar with the specific procedures and rules of the competition in recent years. Lan Xijin's tone was utterly unruffled, as if stating an objective fact. To ensure the Academy's honor remains unblemished. He paused deliberately for a moment, his tone growing increasingly solemn. During this period, I will serve as your assistant and provide full support. His words were flawless, leaving no room for criticism. Even Bai Shi, standing nearby, had to admit that the reasoning was impeccable. Dan Jiying curved her lips into a faint smile, her eyes gleaming with amusement. It's truly a great honor to have the former president take the trouble. The Student Council's archives contain detailed records from previous years when other colleges hosted the event. Lan Xijin ignored the sarcasm in her words, his gaze fixed on her. After dinner, please accompany me to retrieve them. Bai Shi's light brown eyes flashed with curiosity and unease. He knew Lan Xijin too well. This man was born with the arrogance and cunning of a noble heir. People like them, who would even harm their own kin for gain, collective honor. No one would believe a word he said. Lan Xijin's actions must be tied to the interests of the Lan family, or... A more absurd and unsettling thought suddenly surged to the forefront of his mind. He quickly suppressed that thought. Impossible. He had been ruthlessly stripped of his position as chairman by Shang Jiying with a humiliating 1-point margin. With his arrogance ingrained in his very bones, his thoughts should only be on revenge, on making her taste the bitterness of defeat falling for her? Impossible. Forcing down the strange emotions surging in his heart, Bai Shi once again wore a gentle smile on his face, naturally placing the freshly peeled shrimp meat into Shang Jiying's plate. Try this, it's very fresh. All right. Lan Xijin's gaze swept over the tender moment between the two, and the air around them grew icy once more. A feeling called jealousy tore at his rationality. Beneath the tablecloth, a slender hand with prominent knuckles quietly rested on her knee. With a burning heat and aggressiveness, even a blatant provocation, it slid toward the hem of Shang Jiying's uniform skirt. Beneath the cool, expensive fabric lay soft, delicate skin. His fingertips carried a possessive desire bordering on destruction, freely caressing and kneading. This secretive action, carried out under the watchful eye of her official boyfriend, felt like the forbidden pleasure of an affair, causing his throat to tighten, almost to the point of suffocation. He looked at her. Dan Xijin remained composed, smiling and chatting with Bai Shi, as if the hand beneath the table, freely roaming across her leg, did not exist. This calmness only intensified the displeasure in Lan Xijin's heart. The pressure of his fingers intensified, leaving clear red marks on the pale skin. The restless hand grew bolder, daring to greedily trace the smooth curves upward. Just then, Dan Xijin's other hand, which had been under the table, pressed down on his wrist. The force was significant, carrying a warning tone. She didn't even look at him, continuing to speak to Bai Shi with her head turned aside. However, the fingertips pressed against his wrist were astonishingly firm. Lan Xijin not only didn't get angry, but instead felt an odd sense of pleasure. He slowly withdrew his hand, even deliberately pinching it once more before leaving, then placed the hand that had caused all the trouble back on the table as if nothing had happened. His long fingers looked exceptionally clean and beautiful in the light. He pretended to casually rub his thumb gently against the pads of his index and middle fingers, as if savoring the sensation of the delicate skin from moments before. The movement was elegant yet brimming with blushingly suggestive undertones. Dinner ended. Bai Shi had intended to accompany him to the archives, but was casually dismissed by Lan Xijin with the excuse, "It involves confidential documents, I cannot allow you to access them." He looked at Dan Xijin with a questioning expression. Dan Xijin remained composed. "You should go back first." Bai Shi's gaze darted between the two before settling on Shang Xijin's profile. He suppressed the unease surging in his heart and forced a smile. "All right." Shang Xijin replied, standing up first and heading toward the restaurant exit. Lan Xijin followed closely behind, his tall figure almost enveloping her. The two walked one in front of the other along the path leading to the Student Union building. The archive room was located on the top floor of the Student Union's dedicated building, in the farthest corner. As the door opened, the musty scent of old papers wafted out. Row upon row of dark gray metal filing cabinets stood silently, with only a few high windows letting in the dim yellow light. Lan Xijin closed the door behind her, the click of the lock echoing loudly in the silent room. "The detailed procedures and emergency plans for all previous competitions," he said in a low voice, echoing through the room, "are in Section A, third row, top shelf." He gestured toward the shadowed area deep within the filing cabinets. Dan Xijin didn't look at him and walked straight to the indicated location. She reached the third row of cabinets and looked up at the top shelf. There were indeed several documents labeled 8 University Alliance Competition, but she had to tiptoe to barely reach them. She stretched out her arm, her fingertips just inches away from the folder. Just as she tiptoed slightly to reach for the file, a powerful, oppressive presence suddenly engulfed her from behind. Lan Xijin's towering figure suddenly closed in, his chest nearly pressing against her straight back, the intense heat of his body transmitted through the thin uniform fabric. The same hand that had caused trouble in the restaurant earlier swept over her shoulder and pressed down on the file above her head. Dan Xijin was completely enveloped beneath him, trapped between him and the metal cabinet, forming an airtight cage. His other hand did not reach for the documents but instead naturally rested on the back of her hand that was reaching for them. His fingers forcefully slipped between her fingers, interlocking them almost completely, pulling her hand and her body tightly against him. Chapter 62, The Mysterious Contestant. Lan Xijin leaned slightly forward, his hot breath brushing against her sensitive neck. His low voice carried an indescribable allure. "Ms. Shan, do you need help?" His other arm tightly encircled Shang Xijin's slender yet supple waist. His breathing grew noticeably heavier, making no effort to hide the physical reaction she had caused in him. The hand that had been intertwined with hers tightened slightly, the knuckles turning white, exuding a possessive desire bordering on obsession. The position was so intimate it made one's heart race, with only their breath echoing in the closed archive room. "Have you had enough of holding me?" Dan Xijin's voice rang out. She didn't even try to break free, simply letting him hold her in such an intimate embrace, her tone calm and composed, devoid of any trace of desire. "Not enough." Lan Xijin buried his face greedily into the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply the alluring scent emanating from her body. He felt as though he had been poisoned by an incurable toxin, and she was the only antidote that could temporarily ease his craving. "You acted so well in front of him just now. Aren't you afraid?" His thin lips brushed against the skin at the back of her neck, his hoarse voice suppressing the jealousy churning within him. "I'll tell Director Bai about our forbidden relationship?" Earlier in the restaurant, her composed demeanor felt like a thorn piercing his heart. Was she certain he would willingly remain her lover in the shadows? Was she so sure he wouldn't dare expose their secret relationship or worse, seek revenge? "It's up to you," Shan Xijin replied calmly, her tone almost dismissive. Fear? She simply didn't care. Bai Shi's reaction, the stares of others, and the so-called troubles that might arise were nothing more than insignificant specks of dust in her eyes, not worth her attention. "Follow me?" Lan Xijin lowered his head and bit her earlobe, with a hint of punishment in his tone. "So it seems he doesn't mean much to you after all." This realization made Lan Xijin feel a little better. What was the point of being the official boyfriend? He was still someone who could be discarded at will. That's enough. She turned her head away, her gaze sweeping over his face filled with desire. I don't think this is a good place for you to be in heat. The documents. Give them to me. Lan Xijin's body almost reflexively obeyed her command. He stretched out his arm, easily retrieving the folders from the top shelf, and handed them to her. That moment of obedience made even him feel a hint of absurdity and resentment. Dan Jiying broke free from his arms before he could tighten them, as if the earlier scene that had made his blood boil had never happened. Her slender fingertips flipped through the documents in her hands, her expression focused. The documents were detailed and indeed held significant reference value for Morris College as the host of the 8-School Alliance competition. Lan Xijin stood there, his gaze fixed intently on her, watching her cold profile, the slight movement of her eyelashes as she flipped through the documents, and the way her lips pressed together as she thought. Thank you. Dan Jiying closed the documents, raised her eyes, and met his intense gaze without flinching. Report to the office starting tomorrow. President's office. Dan Jiying returned to her office, sat at the large desk, and carefully reviewed the competition documents. A knock sounded at the door. She placed a stack of participant profiles for the music festival competition on the desk in front of Dan Jiying. He wore a gentle smile on his face. Take a look. This year's lineup of contestants. Dan Jiying picked up the materials and flipped through them. The resumes that caught his eye were indeed dazzling, almost blindingly so. These three, she leaned forward, his long fingers pointing at the pages, are your strongest competitors in this competition. First, Jian Yun. The Jin family from a continent is a low-key yet deeply rooted century-old musical family. Unlike the Bai family, a sprawling artistic clan, the Jin family has always focused on music, passing down their craft through generations with unwavering dedication. Jian Yun, in particular, is the family's greatest hope, hailed as a once-in-a-century genius. Her name has already made waves in the classical music world, renowned for her overwhelming emotional resonance that shakes the soul. She has swept almost all major international awards, and the Music Festival Youth Competition is the final piece of the puzzle for her to achieve the Grand Slam of Honors. Second place, Song Yi. His background is vastly different from Jian Yun's. Records show he was born in Country C, with unknown parents, and grew up in an orphanage. Without a distinguished family background or the guidance of a renowned teacher, his connection with the piano began with an old upright piano in the orphanage. When his tender fingers first touched the keys, his talent stunned everyone present. His music carries a vitality that seems to have emerged from the soil of suffering, filled with. Third place, Xian Li Hui. This individual is the most enigmatic. The profile page contains no photograph, only a single line of text, concise to the point of seeming cold. Xian Li Hui, from the royal family of B continent. That was all. No past competition records, only the surname and lineage that signified the supreme power of B continent. Don't worry too much, Baishi's voice was soothing. With your skills, as long as. He paused. As long as the final exam topic isn't deliberately biased toward intense emotional themes, the champion title will be yours for the taking. Dan Jiying's fingers gently rubbed his chin as his gaze swept over the three profiles, finally resting on the blank photo frame labeled Xian Li Fei. This mysterious royal family member, the unknown often meant the greatest uncertainty. In the past few days, Baishi had given it his all. He had accompanied her, dissecting and analyzing those classic musical pieces that carried the most intense human emotions, over and over again. However, the results were disappointing. Dan Jiying's playing technique remained flawless. But when it came to expressing love and passion, the music that flowed from her fingers was too cold and analytical, carrying a rationality that clashed sharply with the intensity of love. As if these were merely formulas in a mathematical equation. He couldn't change her. Her past had shaped her world, her logic, and her way of expressing emotions. No one could change that. Dan Jiying merely smiled lightly, her eyes showing no trace of worry, only her usual confidence. Don't worry, I'll get that incomplete score for you. Her words instantly brought peace of mind. Not enough emotion? In her eyes, it was nothing more than an excuse for those lacking skill to justify their failures. She didn't need those fleeting emotions. Ultimate strength was enough to crush all the flashy decorations. All right, do your best, Baishi murmured, his mind elsewhere. Once the competition began, the fragile romantic relationship between them would come to an end. What had they come here for in the first place? Even he had begun to forget. Chapter 63, Declaring Sovereignty. A Continent Arts Center. The Triennial Music Festival competition kicked off today, drawing unprecedented attention. In the youth division, the mere prospect of the prodigious talent from a century-old family, Jian Yun, aiming for the Grand Slam was enough to generate buzz. To make matters more intriguing, this year also saw the unexpected emergence of a mysterious contestant from the royal family of B continent. It is well known that this royal family, renowned for producing musical prodigies, has always kept a low profile and rarely participates in external competitions. Secular titles hold no significance to them. Dan Jiying stood there in a simple yet exquisitely crafted black gown, leaning casually against the tea break table. She stood there quietly, her presence contrasting sharply with the bustling crowd of journalists and flashbulbs surrounding the championship contenders nearby. Journalists rushed to thrust their microphones toward the focal point. Miss Jian, if you win this competition, you will become the 4th Grand Slam pianist on the mainland. How do you feel at this moment? The reporter asked excitedly. Jian Yun smiled gracefully, exuding the elegance of her upbringing and just the right amount of humility. I will give it my all and live up to everyone's expectations. Do you have any particular competitors you're keeping an eye on in this competition? Of course, she said, her gaze shifting to a figure in the distance who seemed to be trying to hide in the shadows. I had the honor of hearing Mr. Song Yi's performance before. His explosive power is truly awe-inspiring. She gestured toward him. Song Yi, who had been mentioned, had his forehead covered by stray strands of hair, casting a shadow over his eyes. He exuded an air of gloom and unease. He looked like a startled young animal, his voice barely audible, stuttering noticeably, Thank you. This timid demeanor was a stark contrast to the rumors of his ability to move audiences with his playing. And Princess Xiang Li Hui, the reporter tried to steer the conversation toward the most mysterious presence. I hear this is the first time a member of the B-continent royal family has participated in such a public event. To compete alongside Her Highness, Jian Yun looked toward the tightly guarded direction, his tone sincere, is truly an honor for me. Not far away, Xiang Li Hui sat elegantly in a velvet armchair, surrounded by a circle of bodyguards who formed an invisible barrier, completely isolating her from the bustling venue. Dan Zhiying glanced over, raising an eyebrow slightly. Xiang Li Hui's features were exquisitely delicate, and her seductive almond-shaped eyes gave her a vaguely familiar appearance. Her high, straight nose was almost sharp, adding a touch of unyielding strength to her overly beautiful face. She wore a silver-gray evening gown with meticulously tailored cuts, the skirt spreading out like frozen moonlight. Every piece of the expensive jewelry was priceless, making her appear even more noble. This incongruous display naturally drew some whispered murmurs. Oomph, all just for show. She's beautiful, but she just seems too fierce? Not very feminine. Exactly. Everyone here comes from a distinguished family. I haven't seen anyone else like this. Shoo. After all, she's royal. That gaze makes me shiver. Dan Zhiying's gaze lingered for a moment on Xiang Lian's face, which was filled with a contradictory beauty. Suddenly, their eyes met. Xiang Li Hui curved her lips slightly before averting her gaze. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into even greater commotion. All cameras and eyes abruptly turned toward the entrance. The journalists, as if energized, surged forward like a tidal wave. Dan Zhiying raised his gaze indifferently, and his eyes met a pair of smiling eyes. Bai Shi wore a perfectly tailored black tailcoat, accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist, standing tall and straight. His meticulous attire exuded a restrained sensuality, making him stand out prominently in the crowd. With his usual gentle smile, he politely declined the journalists' interviews and quickly made his way through the crowd, heading straight toward Dan Zhiying at the edge. He stopped beside her, leaned in slightly, and spoke in a low, gentle voice. Nervous? Dan Zhiying crossed her arms, glancing at him with a hint of annoyance at being disturbed, but did not respond. However, Bai Shi's gesture of walking toward her and whispering set off a frenzy. The journalists went wild, their flashes blinding the crowd with a dazzling white light. Mr. Bai, what is your relationship with this contestant? Is she your student? As a judge, isn't this a conflict of interest? Please explain. Facing the barrage of questions, Bai Shi's gentle smile remained unchanged, even exuding a sense of openness as if declaring it to the world. He reached out his hand with remarkable ease, and under the gaze of countless cameras and eyes, he firmly grasped Shanzhaiying's hand, their fingers intertwined. We are, his voice clear and firm, in a relationship. The crowd erupted in a stir. As for the issue of fairness, Bai Shi's gaze swept over the aggressive journalists and the contestants with various expressions, his tone remaining gentle. If anyone has any objections, please feel free to submit an application to the competition organizing committee at any time, requesting the revocation of my judging qualifications. He smiled faintly, as if it were a trivial matter. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence. Revoke the music prodigy's judging qualifications? That was nothing short of a pipe dream. No one dared to respond. Bai Shi seemed oblivious to the tense atmosphere caused by his words. He turned his head slightly, gently tucking a strand of hair that had fallen onto Shan Zhiying's cheek behind her ear, his fingertips barely grazing her earlobe. His voice was low, like a loveress whisper, yet clear enough for those nearby to hear. I need to report to the judging panel. Don't worry, just perform as usual. He paused, the corners of his lips curving upward, his voice barely audible. The championship is definitely yours. The other contestants, especially the self-proclaimed geniuses, turned pale with anger. Everyone's anger and resentment were about to boil over. Prearranged? This was outright humiliation. Had they worked so hard just to be a pawn in this couple's game? Jian Yun bit her lower lip so hard it almost bled. She had always looked up to Bai Shi as her idol, a beacon guiding her on her musical journey. Yet he had so casually promised the championship to someone completely unknown in the music industry? This was an outright insult to her and to the professional abilities of all the contestants. A sense of betrayal and intense defiance swept over her. She would prove with her talent that he had made a mistake. Bai Shi left calmly. The murmurs in the crowd gradually died down, but Lan Xijin could still clearly feel the gazes fixed on her. There was more hostility and dissatisfaction than before. Dan Xijin slowly lowered her eyelids, her long lashes casting a small shadow beneath her eyes. She remained in the same posture, arms crossed and leaning against the table, as if the commotion that had erupted because of her had never happened. Bai Shi was doing this on purpose. By making such a public display of ownership and drawing all the attention to himself, what on earth was he thinking? Was it to use others' gazes to stir her competitive spirit? On the other side, Bai Shi walked through the corridor in a good mood. He wasn't doing this for the sake of winning or losing. It was to bind the two of them together in the public eye. By making such a public declaration of ownership, he could use public opinion to make it harder for their relationship to end. Chapter 63, Change the Tune? Bringing shame upon oneself? The opening ceremony came to a close amid a tense atmosphere where everyone had their own agenda. The music festival competition moved at a breakneck pace, with 3 days from the preliminaries to the finals, leaving no time to catch one's breath. The preliminary rounds began on the afternoon of the opening ceremony. 32 top contestants were selected by lottery to determine their performance order. All performances would be broadcast live via an international channel, reaching every corner of the world. Single Ji Ying's number was 19, a seemingly stable position. The first to take the stage is Song Yi, one of the most talked about contestants of this year's competition. He did not choose a showpiece to showcase his technical prowess, but rather an ordinary etude with a sorrowful tone. However, as his fingertips touched the keys, the profound pain and loneliness from the depths of his soul surged forth. Every note was tinged with heavy sorrow, and the melody, under his hands, seemed to come alive, transforming into silent sobs. The entire art hall was instantly plunged into a gloomy and oppressive atmosphere of sorrow. Even through the cold screen, countless viewers were deeply moved by this raw emotion. This is genius. An orphan, what could he have gone through to play such a piece? This talent is terrifying. Help, I can't stop crying, it reminds me of someone I'll never see again. This emotional impact using such a powerful piece in the preliminary round? Song Yi's melancholic melody evokes sadness in everyone, setting an extremely high standard for the competition. Final score, 95.1. A score that was nearly impossible to surpass in the preliminary round. The next dozen or so contestants, though technically skilled and steady in their performances, paled in comparison to Song Yi's emotionally charged playing. Most of their scores hovered around 85, failing to create much of a stir. Until the 18th contestant, Jian Yun. She walked toward her piano bench with an elegant sway in her skirt, like a noble princess, and her fingers gently pressed the keys, producing one note after another. Did she change the piece? Why is it morning dawn? She abandoned the piece she had meticulously prepared for the preliminary round and instead played Dawn, a highly challenging piece renowned as a song that heals the soul. This was one of her signature pieces, meant to be her trump card for the semifinals or even the finals. The melodious and warm notes flowed like the first rays of sunlight, gently illuminating every corner of the hall. The melody seemed like an invisible, gentle hand, slowly erasing the sorrow Song Yi had left in the hearts of the audience. Jian Yun sat elegantly at the piano, her expression pure and gentle, as if she had transformed into a goddess of compassion. This was the unparalleled charm she exuded on the stage. Wow! Dawn! She actually brought it out in the preliminary round? Is it because Song Yi's piece was too sad, so she came to heal everyone? Whoa, the goddess is so thoughtful. This move, she's playing on a whole new level. But, the next performer is in trouble, isn't she? Sigh. This is a complete game changer. Playing this now, how are the others supposed to compete? Who is number 19? Oh. Bai Shin's girlfriend? Ugh, this is bad. Almost everyone knew that after Jian Yun's performance of this so-called healing masterpiece, the next contestant to take the stage would either need to have overwhelmingly superior skills or risk not only pales in comparison but also being subconsciously scored lower by the judges due to the stark contrast. Upon learning that Dan Xijin had drawn number 19, Jian Yun had already decided to switch to this piece. Her goal was clear: in the preliminary round, she would crush Dan Xijin with her overwhelming talent, leaving her no chance to even struggle. Champion, a sure thing? Jian Yun sneered inwardly, how laughable. The final note faded away. The entire hall fell silent for a moment before erupting into thunderous applause. On the judges' panel, several masters couldn't hide their admiration. In their eyes, the achievements Jian Yun would achieve in the future were beyond imagination. Final score, 98.6. The first place in the preliminary round had already been decided in the minds of most people. Amidst the thunderous applause, Jian Yun rose to her feet with an impeccably elegant smile, bowed in gratitude, and walked slowly off the stage. By the stage, she happened to encounter Lan Xijin, who was about to take the stage. She lowered her eyes, her expression blank as she twirled the ends of her hair with her fingers. Seeing her opponent's expression, which seemed as lifeless as ashes, Jianyan felt a surge of satisfaction. A victorious smile curved her lips, her voice sweet yet devoid of warmth. Good luck. Dan Jiying heard this and slowly raised her eyes. Her seductive almond-shaped eyes remained calm and composed, showing no trace of the panic or despair Jianyan had anticipated. She simply nodded indifferently, her voice equally devoid of emotion. Thank you. It was a perfectly calculated response. Contestant number 19, are you ready? Please prepare to take the stage. The staff member's urgent voice interrupted the brief exchange. Just as Jian Yun was about to leave with the air of a victor, a calm voice sounded behind her. I want to change the song. Jian Yun's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. The staff froze. Sure, which song would you like to switch to? The competition rules allowed for last-minute changes. The competition committee had prepared sheet music for virtually every famous piece in the world to accommodate last-minute changes. This was also one of the highlights of the music festival, as everyone could adjust their song choices based on the performances of those who came before them. Dan Jiying's gaze swept over the song registration book in the staff member's hands. Her voice was soft, almost dismissive. Grandiose. What? Jian Yun nearly shouted in shock, turning around abruptly and staring at Dan Jiying in disbelief. The staff member also gasped, Grandiose? Are you sure it's that grandiose? This piece was too famous. It was composed centuries ago by a musician standing on the ruins of his homeland, which had been completely destroyed by war, as he looked back on the former glory and splendor of his homeland. Its emotions were grand yet tragic, and its difficulty was unmatched. It demands not only absolute technical skill but also a wealth of experience. Therefore, this piece has never appeared in any youth competitions, as all those who have publicly performed it to date are elderly musicians with an impeccable track record. A musician so young choosing this piece a suicide mission in the preliminary round? Jian Yun forced down his astonishment, furrowed his brows, and spoke in a condescending tone of admonishment. Dan Jiying, although we are competitors, but I advise you to be cautious. This is just the preliminary round. Choosing such a piece is tantamount to ruining your future. You simply can't handle it. The underlying meaning was clear, she was courting humiliation. The staff snapped back to reality, their voices cautious as they confirmed, Miss Shan, are you really sure? Dan Jiying looked at the staff calmly, as if she were merely confirming the most ordinary of choices. She nodded, her voice as calm as ever, yet carrying an unwavering resolve. Yes. I'm certain. Chapter 64, Perfect Score? A piece of cake. Alright, please prepare to go on stage. The staff members' hands trembled slightly as they crossed out the previous song on the registration form and wrote down the new one with almost reverent care. Jian Yun watched Dan Jiying, who looked as relaxed and casual as if she were just going to get a drink of water, and a sense of absurdity welled up inside her. She couldn't help but snort in derision, her tone dripping with unmasked mockery. Well, good luck to you. She emphasized the words good luck as if pitying a naive fool who didn't know any better. On stage, as the host's announcement faded away, Dan Jiying took her first steps toward the stage. She moved with grace, her pure black skirt flowing like the feathers of a black swan, step by step onto the stage that was the focus of everyone's attention. At that moment, the online viewership for the youth group had reached an unprecedented peak due to Jian Yun. As Dan Jiying's figure appeared on screen, a flood of comments instantly overwhelmed the screen. Here she comes. So calm? She must have some mental toughness. She's just putting on a brave face. Playing behind Yunbao, she's just unlucky. To be honest, her looks and aura are unmatched. Wow, so Baishin is a sucker for good looks? Waiting for the crash. Too bad Baishin is judging the adult group and can't see his girlfriend embarrass herself. Starting with hell mode, let us observe a moment of silence. Dan Jiying sat down at the piano bench, her back straight. Her long, slender fingers, like the most perfect work of an artist, gently rested on the keys. The venue fell into complete silence, as if even the air had frozen. A few seconds of silence stretched endlessly in the eyes of those waiting to see the joke unfold. Stuck? Scared to play anymore? Your mental toughness still isn't up to par. Suddenly, those seemingly delicate and fragile hands moved. Shocking and powerful notes broke the silence without warning, surging forward like a tsunami crashing against mountains. Her body leaned forward slightly, her brows furrowed, and her fingers danced across the keys, leaving behind trails of motion too fast for the naked eye to follow. Though fast, each strike was perfectly timed. In an instant, everyone's souls were pulled out of reality by the sound of the piano. Before their eyes was no longer the stage of an art hall, but a battlefield shrouded in smoke, a crumbling palace, and scorched earth. They witnessed an ancient empire that once shone with golden splendor, only to plummet into a world of endless warfare in the blink of an eye. Like a storm, the piano's sound condensed the rise and fall of civilization, the joys and sorrows of a nation, into those few minutes, ruthlessly tugging at the hearts of every listener. The entire art hall fell into a deathly silence. All the audience members stood frozen in place, forgetting even to breathe. Their eyes were wide open, their faces etched with utter shock, and even a hint of bewilderment. On the judges' panel, the few white-haired masters of the art form had lost their usual composure. Their hands trembled, their cloudy eyes slightly reddened, their faces betraying uncontrollable awe and ecstasy. They knew better than anyone else what Shanxing's performance of grandiose signified. This flawless technique, this emotion that pierced the soul, this wasn't just a performance. It was a miracle. The pinnacle they had spent their entire lives pursuing was now perfectly embodied in such a young girl. Genius? No, the word genius alone couldn't begin to describe her talent. As the final tragic note faded away, the echoes lingered in the silent hall. Dan Jiying slowly withdrew her hands, rose gracefully, turned toward the audience, and bowed slightly, performing a flawless curtain call. It felt as though an entire century had passed. The hall erupted in a deafening roar of applause, screams, and even cries of joy, 100 times more intense than before, enough to shake the entire arts center to its foundations. Ah! It's grandiose! My life was worth it! Screaming! The live streaming platform's chat feed, after a brief moment of silence, was instantly flooded with messages. Question marks flooding the screen. Am I deaf? Or am I hallucinating? This is the preliminary round? Pre-recorded? Unless you play it live in front of me. Who leaked the predetermined results? I thought this was a real talent show. Bai Shun. Is your wife a god? 100 points. Must be 100 points. If it's 0.1 points less, I'll blow up the organizing committee. Look at the judges. Those old professors are shaking like they have Parkinson's. Their faces are all red with excitement. There was no discussion or hesitation among the judges. The masters almost approached the scoring board with a sense of pilgrimage, writing down a score that had never appeared in the youth group preliminaries, 100. All perfect scores, no need to remove the lowest score, pure, unadulterated perfection. The entire venue erupted into chaos once again. No one questioned it, no one felt it was unfair. The audience simply believed that 100 was the maximum score and a limitation imposed on her. Full marks? Unprecedented. I remember Bai Shun scored 99.9 in the youth group preliminaries back then, just 0.1 points short of perfection. His wife is even more amazing. This competition is going to be a must-watch. It's like gods battling it out. Backstage lounge. A large screen clearly displayed the progress of the competition. Jianyan stared intently at the 100 on the screen, her fingers clenching tightly, her nails digging deeply into the expensive leather sofa armrest. Her body trembled uncontrollably. The meticulously planned song change she had orchestrated had become the stepping stone for her opponent to achieve legendary status worldwide? It was an absolute joke. The final piece of the puzzle for her long-awaited Grand Slam, her first step toward catching up with Bai Shi, was about to be shattered like this? No, it can't be. Jianyan suddenly stood up, her face pale. She rushed out of the restroom and plunged into the practice room provided by the organizing committee. Only could temporarily numb herself. She had to practice. Practice until she surpassed that monster. As Dan Jiying walked back to the rest area, the atmosphere had already undergone a complete transformation. The contestants who had looked down on her during the opening ceremony were now crowded on both sides of the corridor. The contempt in their eyes had vanished, replaced by sheer awe and admiration. Several contestants who had previously been arrogant and even openly expressed dissatisfaction now wore almost fawning smiles, rushing forward to approach her. Xi Ying. That was absolutely incredible. Your performance was nothing short of a miracle. The voice trembled with excitement. Thank you, Dan Jiying said, her steps unhurried, her tone as calm as ever, as if the earth-shattering performance moments ago had been nothing more than a casual practice piece. Miss Dan. Another contestant gathered his courage, his voice pleading, the second measure of the third movement of grandiose. I've tried countless times but can't achieve the clarity and power you have. Please give me some guidance. Upon hearing this, Shang Jiying finally stopped in her tracks. She turned her head, her cold gaze sweeping over the questioner's flushed face, and succinctly pointed out a few key points. Dan Jiying did not linger, and under the gaze of countless eyes, she calmly pushed open the door to her own resting room. Chapter 65, The False Kiss. Inside the restroom, a large screen broadcasted the ongoing competition. Even through the screen, one could sense that the concert hall was still immersed in Dan Jiying's piece grandiose, with an intangible restlessness lingering in the air. The next contestant to take the stage had a pale face and was already swaying unsteadily backstage. He walked onto the stage as if his soul had been torn away, nearly collapsing onto the piano bench. When his fingers touched the keys, he began to breathe heavily. His fingers trembled, and the notes he played were disjointed and riddled with mistakes. Under such immense mental pressure, maintaining even a basic level of performance was a luxury without top-tier stress management skills. This was exactly what Jian Yun had planned from the start, but he hadn't anticipated that Shan Jiying was no ordinary person. The performances of the following contestants could only be described as ordinary. Under the dazzling performance of Dan Jiying, even the most beautiful playing paled in comparison, failing to capture the audience's attention. Dan Jiying raised her hand, ready to turn off the noisy screen. However, the figure slowly walking onto the stage in the next frame caused her fingers to pause slightly. Xiang Li Hui. The figure on the screen walked onto the stage slowly, each step graceful and composed, perfectly embodying the innate elegance and aloofness of royalty. She stood before the piano, not sitting down immediately, but instead lifting her gaze slightly, her eyes calmly sweeping across the audience below. That gaze was not humble but an absolute nobility that seemed to look down upon all living beings, as if everyone present, including the judges, were merely listeners to her performance, not judges. Her fingers, slender and strong to the point of being slightly sharp, gently rested on the black and white keys before pressing down firmly. The Fall. Another track that was a real bombshell during the preliminary round. This masterpiece in D-sharp minor is renowned for its complex, eerie, and enigmatic melody, evoking the feeling of being trapped in a lavish yet perilous labyrinth. The piece is cold and gloomy yet exudes an eerie sense of grandeur, instantly filling the venue with a chill. Xiangli Hui's fingering is equally precise, as if taken straight from a textbook. Her expression remains calm and composed throughout, as if she were playing a simple children's song. Holy crap! Another monster. This generation is truly going down in history. The B-State royal family truly lives up to its reputation. Ugh, so cold, goosebumps are rising. This piece is sending chills down my spine. What an eerie choice of song. Dan Xijin watched the figure on the screen moving with ease, as if playing a game, and the corners of her lips curled up into a curious smile. It seems this competition is much more interesting than she had anticipated. Daring to perform The Fall, a piece that most listeners find difficult to understand and may even find off-putting, in the preliminary round. This mysterious royal family member is indeed quite intriguing. Final score, 99.9. The judges wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, almost in awe as they entered the score. Had it not been for Xiang Zhiying's miraculous 100-point performance earlier, Xiangli Hui's performance would have undoubtedly deserved a flawless perfect score. The contestants in this year's youth competition are truly a bunch of monsters. The preliminary round has concluded. This year's youth division of the music festival completely took over global social media. The headline Battle of the Gods dominated the feeds. Ultimately, the last 12 contestants were unfortunately eliminated, while the top 20 elite advanced. The first round of the official competition was scheduled for the following morning. The door to the restroom was gently knocked. Dan Xijin stood up to open the door. Standing outside was Bai Shi, who had changed out of his judge's formal attire and was now wearing a well-tailored dark-colored suit, which accentuated his tall, slender figure. He took a step forward, entered the room, and locked the door behind him. The enclosed space instantly became charged with tension. He naturally and forcefully grabbed Shanzhaing's slender wrist, pressing her soft body between the cold door and his burning chest. His scent enveloped her instantly. I heard your performance. His voice was low and gentle, tinged with a nearly worshipful obsession. His fingers traced the contours of her cold, clear features with care. It was perfect, so perfect, it made my soul tremble. He took a deep breath, as if to imprint her scent into his very being. I've submitted an application to the organizing committee. He looked into her eyes, his gaze intense. For the upcoming competitions, I'll be serving as a judge in the youth division. Ever since he saw the video of her performance today, he had been filled with regret. He had missed the chance to hear her play so perfectly in person. Dan Xijin raised an eyebrow slightly, meeting his intense gaze. The corners of her lips curled into a faint, mocking smile, tinged with sarcasm. What? Director Bai wants to stir up rumors of favoritism again? His actions that morning had already drawn a lot of negative attention toward her, though she had managed to quell the rumors with just one song. No, Bai Shi denied immediately, his eyes flickering with a hint of urgency and an almost imperceptible panic. He bit his lip, his voice tinged with apology. It's not just me. There are also several chief judges who have voluntarily requested to switch groups. They all want to hear every single one of your performances in person. No one can resist you. The last sentence paused for a few seconds, like a lover's whisper, before he reluctantly added, your performance. His thumb lingered with longing, slowly sliding down until it came to rest on those soft, full lips. His fingertips caressed the delicate skin with possessive intent, his eyes brimming with obsession. He cradled her face in one hand, as if holding a priceless treasure, leaning forward slowly, his hot breath brushing against her nose. However, the longed-for kiss did not land on her lips. Instead, with a self-punishing restraint, it fell with immense cherishment and reverence onto the knuckle of his finger pressed against her lips. A false kiss, separated by his own fingers. He closed his eyes, his thick eyelashes trembling slightly, his Adam's apple moving up and down, as if enduring immense torment. Dan Xijin stood quietly against the cold door, her eyes wide and expressionless, watching the man who was so deeply in love with her, just inches away. She did not push him away nor reciprocate, as if she were an indifferent bystander. Bai Shi slowly opened his eyes and met her calm, unruffled gaze. She hadn't pushed him away? This realization sent his heart racing, and the humiliating ecstasy nearly overwhelmed his rationality. His breathing grew rough, his throat tightened, and the flames in his eyes burned even more fiercely, almost overwhelming him. But the next moment, those lips, which had just been caressed by his fingertips, slowly parted. Every word she spoke sent him straight to hell. Minister by, our relationship ends here. Chapter 66, by She's sacrifice. She didn't even struggle to break free from his grip, simply hugging her arms and gazing at him with a cold, indifferent expression. What? Bai Shi's voice was dry and hoarse, tinged with disbelief and confusion. Just a few hours ago, when he had declared their relationship to the world, she hadn't objected. Why? This love game is over. Lan Xijin kindly repeated. Why? Bai Shi could no longer maintain his gentle facade, his eyes flashing with suppressed madness. The competition has begun. Lan Xijin spread her hands, her movements elegant yet ruthlessly matter-of-fact, continuing is pointless. And, she tilted her head slightly, a hint of innocence flickering across her flawless face, your methods now that I think about it. Her red lips parted, her words cold and piercing, useless. No, Bai Shi's arms tightened suddenly, his knuckles turning white from the force, as if he wanted to merge her into his very bones. The competition isn't over yet. We can try another method. Like what? Lan Xijin raised an eyebrow, waiting for him to continue. Bai Shi met her cold gaze, a sharp pain piercing his heart. He bit his lip, his long fingers teasingly brushing against her slender waist, his voice low and seductive. Desire is also a form of emotion. He leaned in slightly, deliberately breathing his hot breath onto her sensitive earlobe, his words a blatant invitation. Let's turn this into the real thing. What do you say? I will ensure that all of the Bai family's resources, connections, and wealth are at your disposal. He paused, his voice growing even lower, tinged with a sacrificial allure, including me. This was a promise that could drive countless people mad. The entire legacy of a top-tier artistic family, combined with him the very embodiment of what countless people admired. However, his response was met with Lan Xijin raising her hand, her movements swift and decisive, without a hint of hesitation or lingering affection, as she brushed away his hand resting on her waist. Unfortunately, she said slowly, I have no interest in you. She didn't even bother to glance at him again, turning away and leaving him with a back that showed no trace of lingering affection. Bai Shi froze in place, his blood seeming to freeze instantly, his heart throbbing with suffocating pain. His once handsome face was as pale as paper. The fleeting sense of sweetness and control he had felt earlier that morning, when he had declared his dominance before the global cameras, was now completely shattered, leaving only bitter despair. He, Bai Shi, had sacrificed the entire Bai family and offered himself as a bargaining chip, only to receive a casual "I'm not interested" in return? During this time, didn't you feel even the slightest bit of attraction? His parched throat managed to utter this broken question. Those eyes that had fixated on him, as if he were the entire world to her? Those sweet, gentle words? Were they all just a flawless performance? Of course not. Lan Xijin didn't even bother to look back, shattering the last remnants of his illusions. Bai Shi cast one last, lingering glance at her cold, resolute back before spinning around and rushing out the door as though fleeing. His steps were disordered and unsteady, as if staying another second would cause his pride to collapse completely, exposing his vulnerable heart. Shortly after Bai Shi left, the invitation to the evening banquet was delivered by the organizing committee. When Lan Xijin reappeared at the entrance of the banquet hall, she had changed into a simple yet elegant pure white off-the-shoulder long dress. Her long black hair was casually gathered into a loose bun, with a few strands lazily falling down the side of her neck. She had shed the sharpness of the stage, replacing it with a moonlit coolness that was breathtakingly beautiful. Her arrival instantly captured the attention of everyone in the room. At that moment, she was the talk of the town. Flashes from the cameras at the entrance flashed wildly. Miss Dan. Having set a new record in the preliminary round, how do you feel at this moment? Miss Dan. Can you reveal any details about your song selection for the upcoming competitions? Will you be tackling more challenging pieces? Miss Dan. Has Mr. Bai provided any key guidance or assistance on your musical journey? Questions poured in like a tidal wave, but Lan Xijin remained composed, simply raising her hand slightly to decline all interviews. She walked straight through the crowd of journalists into the banquet hall. The hall was relatively quiet, with soothing classical music playing in the background. Many contestants cast admiring or inquisitive glances her way, but all maintained the characteristic reserve and distance of the art world. Lan Xijin took a glass of red wine from the waiter's tray. She had no intention of joining any small talk circles, her gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on the arched doorway leading to the terrace in the distance. Beyond the terrace lay the city's dazzling night view, with a cool breeze carrying the chill of the evening. She walked toward it. However, as soon as her footsteps neared the terrace entrance, several tall, muscular bodyguards dressed in black suits blocked her path, their expressions stern and warning. Lan Xijin paused slightly, her long eyelashes lifting as she looked past the bodyguards toward the silhouette in the depths of the terrace. The figure stood tall and straight like a pine tree, dressed in an elegant dark-colored formal attire. Even from behind, he exuded an air of nobility and aloofness that was impossible to ignore, as if he had been in a position of power for a long time. As if sensing the movement behind him, the figure slowly turned around. It was Xiang Li Hui. Her face, beautiful to the point of perfection, showed no expression, and her deep eyes were fixed on Lan Xijin. She did not speak, merely lifting her chin slightly toward the middle-aged man who seemed to be the head servant. "Your Highness." The man with the butler-like demeanor looked hesitant, as if he wanted to object, but under Xiang Li Hui's overwhelming gaze, all his words were swallowed back. He sighed and waved his hand. The bodyguards, well-trained, stepped back, clearing a path, but their vigilant eyes remained fixed on Dan Xijin. The terrace was suddenly empty except for the two of them. Xiang Li Fan did not approach or exchange pleasantries. She took a platinum-edged notepad and a similarly luxurious pen from the table beside her. She lowered her eyes, her slender fingers moving swiftly across the notepad, her movements elegant and fluid. When she finished, she tore off the note but did not approach. Instead, she gently pushed it forward with her fingertips. The paper bore only a single line of text, written with a strong, decisive stroke, exuding a subtle sharpness. "A wonderful performance." Dan Xijin simply extended two fingers, gently picking up the note, her movements casual as if she were merely picking up a fallen leaf. "Thank you, Your Highness." The words Your Highness were spoken with unusual clarity, almost as if she were testing the waters. However, Xiang Li Hui's face remained calm, and a faint hint of interest flashed briefly in the depths of his eyes. She picked up the pen again and began writing something. She pushed the note back toward Shan Jiying, which now listed 4 song titles. 1. Drupa Concerto. 2. Seeking the Path. 3. Paradise. 4. Stesi's Fifth Piano Sonata. Each piece was a masterpiece, a perfect blend of technical mastery and emotional expression, a true test of skill that even the most accomplished pianists struggled to master throughout their entire careers. Dan Xijing's gaze swept over the 4 lines of text, her slender fingers gently tapping the cold railing. She raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Xiang Li Hui again. The previous cautious probing had vanished from her voice, replaced by the excitement of facing a worthy opponent. "Oh?" She dragged out the last syllable, her tone tinged with understanding. "Your Highness is directly challenging me, aren't you?" This was a highly provocative and confident challenge. Xiang Li Hui finally moved. She slowly straightened her body, the moonlight outlining her tall, imposing silhouette. She leaned forward slightly, pinching the last piece of paper between her fingertips, her gaze fixed intently on Shan Jiying. "Let me see your best effort." Chapter 67, the preliminary round begins. Of course. Dan Xijing glanced at the words on the note, the curve of his lips deepening slightly, but the smile in his eyes was more genuine than before. She would give it her all, the opponent before her was worthy of her showing her true strength. Xiang Li Hui didn't linger, not even glancing back at her once. She turned and left, leaving behind only a noble and indifferent silhouette. She raised her hand slightly, and a group of well-trained bodyguards surrounded her, leading her directly to her private resting room, leaving the empty, quiet terrace to Dan Xijing alone. The restroom. Xiang Li Hui sat elegantly on the single sofa, her long, straight legs crossed, her fingertips gently tapping the velvet armrest, producing a rhythmic sound. Her gaze was lowered, fixed on the high-resolution photos scattered across the table in front of her. Every single one captured a moment of Dan Xijing performing on the preliminary competition stage. The lighting was perfectly captured, clearly showing the slight furrow between her brows as she was fully immersed in her performance, and the lingering shadows of her fingertips dancing across the piano keys. The butler stood beside her, watching his young master's focused expression, a fleeting look of concern flashing in his eyes. He hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, his voice low and filled with respect and caution. "Your Highness, we have a mission to fulfill in a continent. Perhaps we should avoid contact with these unrelated individuals as much as possible?" Xiang Li Hui paused, her fingertips resting on the armrest. She slowly raised her eyes, her seductive peach-colored eyes betraying no emotion, and replied to the butler with a faint A single syllable, so indifferent it was impossible to discern whether it was consent or refusal. Her gaze returned to the photograph, her fingertips gently tracing the cold, pale contours of Dan Xijing's face under the spotlight. The following morning, the curtain rose on the first round of the main competition under the gaze of thousands. From the preliminary round onwards, each round would revolve around a central theme, with contestants selecting their own songs and performances based on their personal interpretations. The topic for each match was distributed to all participants the night before. The theme for the first round was a single character, memory. One word. The interpretive space was vast and perilous, entirely dependent on the contestants' decisions. The order of appearance for this competition is determined by the reverse order of the preliminary round scores. This means that Shan Jiying, who achieved the highest score in the preliminary round, will be the final performer. The organizers' intentions were clear, to save the greatest suspense and highest anticipation for the end, ensuring that the audience's enthusiasm would remain at its peak until the very last moment. The judging panel has also been upgraded compared to yesterday's preliminary round. Several masters who should have been judging the adult group finals are now seated with great interest in the youth group judging panel. Their gazes are filled with scrutiny and anticipation, clearly captivated by the stunning performances of the preliminary round. Bai Shi still sat at the center of the judging panel, his perfectly tailored black tailcoat accentuating his tall, straight posture. However, the usually serene and perfect facade now bore an unusual air of fatigue. His eyes were darkened by heavy bags, and his once vibrant light brown irises had lost their usual sparkle, leaving only a hollow, dim glow. He sat there, forcing himself to stay upright, but it was as if his soul had been drained from his body. Even his straight back betrayed a subtle stiffness. The audience seats were already packed to capacity, even more crowded than yesterday's preliminary round. Countless music fans, media representatives, and industry insiders were pulling out all the stops to secure a ticket to witness this musical extravaganza dubbed the Battle of the Gods by the media. The front row of the audience seats, the prime spot with the best view. When Bai Qin took his seat, his gaze fell upon the familiar yet unsettling figure sitting next to him, Lan Xijin. He was leaning back in his chair with a relaxed posture, his long fingers idly rubbing his knuckles, as if deep in thought. Jing? Bai Qin frowned at him, his tone laced with unhidden skepticism. How come I didn't know you developed an interest in classical music? Lan Xijin tilted his head slightly, the corners of his lips curving into his usual smile. Such an extraordinary performance deserves to be experienced in person. He paused, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Bai Qinnan's sharply defined profile, his voice lowering slightly, tinged with a hint of probing. Could it be that Mr. Bai has another reason? Bai Qinnan's movement as he sat down was almost imperceptibly halted. He pressed his thin lips together, refusing to answer immediately. He couldn't possibly admit that he was there for Shanzhang that would only put her in the spotlight, attracting unnecessary criticism and trouble. But speaking of which, Lan Xijin seemed unconcerned with the answer. He withdrew his probing gaze and casually shifted the topic, though the movement of his fingers grew slightly more intense. You and our president Dan, your relationship seems rather special? At the mention of Dan Zhiying's name, Bai Qinnan's previously cold expression softened slightly, like ice melting in the sun. A hint of warmth flashed through his deep eyes, and his thin lips curled slightly before settling into a low, single syllable. That single word carried the weight of too many unspoken memories and unspoken understandings. Lan Xijin's smile froze for a moment. He clearly caught the tenderness in Bai Qinnan's eyes that was uniquely reserved for Dan Zhiying, a focus that had never wavered, even after she had publicly revealed her relationship with Bai Shi. A surge of intense jealousy mixed with panic stabbed his heart. Does she like him that much? Enough to ignore the fact that another man is standing right beside her? He abruptly averted his gaze, fixing his eyes on the empty stage, trying to suppress the surging emotions within him. His fingertips turned slightly white from the pressure, and a wry smile curled the corners of his mouth. He was no different. He knew it was a bottomless pit, yet he couldn't resist being drawn to her, like a moth to a flame. He could only numb himself, refusing to think or look, just to maintain this fragile relationship. Just then, the lights in the venue dimmed slowly, and the hostess' steady voice announced the official start of the competition. The first few contestants who took the stage no longer bore the tension and uncertainty of the previous day's preliminaries. After a night of reflection, they seemed to have reached an unspoken understanding. Simply being able to compete on the same stage as those true geniuses was an honor worthy of being etched into their memories for life. As a result, their performances were steady, and some even exceeded expectations, clearly enjoying every moment of their remaining performances. The online buzz had already reached a fever pitch. The live streaming platform's comments section had turned into a virtual battlefield. Yun, fly with confidence. The notes will always be with you. Show us your true skills. What will the solo artist perform today? I'm so excited. Sonyi, keep it up. The enthusiasm for betting on the ultimate winner of each round has reached near frenzy levels. Shortly after the first round's topic, memory, was announced, the latest real-time support rates remained at 36% for Zhen Yun, 12% for Sonyi, 22% for Dan Zhiying, and 17% for Xian Li Hui. Over the years, Zhen Yun has amassed a huge fan base, giving her a clear advantage over Shan Zhiying and Xiang Li Hui, who have barely made a splash in the music industry. Chapter 68, 12 Echoes. As the preliminary round gradually entered its latter half, the contestants' interpretations of the theme memory became increasingly diverse. Some reminisce about the pinnacle moments of their past lives, others mourn the loss of beloved ones, and still others pour out their painful memories. Song Yi takes the stage. He chose a solemn and mournful funeral march. The piano notes were heavy, drawing everyone who heard them into his sorrow. This is a memory that is deeply etched in his heart. The immense trauma of losing both parents at a young age and becoming an orphan. His performance was sincere and moving, enveloping the entire audience in an atmosphere of deep sorrow. Final score, 97.4. An extremely high score, a testament to his skill and emotion. Next up, Zhen Yun. This musical prodigy chose a piece that spans centuries and is still regarded as a timeless masterpiece. She interpreted memory as a noble tribute to that glorious era. While the concept is somewhat forced, it remains within the bounds of the rules. This piece itself is like an indelible moonlight in the hearts of people. As the familiar and sacred melody flowed from Zhen Yun's fingertips, countless listeners were naturally enveloped in a warm, nostalgic haze. Her performance was textbook perfect, with every keystroke executed flawlessly, showcasing the impeccable foundational skills of a once-in-a-century prodigy from a musical family. Her expression was solemn, and the immense pressure she carried was impossible to hide. Only after the piece ended did she finally exhale deeply. Wow, wow. It's this song. My DNA is reacting. Teary-eyed. It feels like my soul was embraced by this melody. Yoon Bao. Yoon Bao. You were born to play the piano. Mom will always love you. Steady. So steady. This is true talent. The final score was revealed, 99.1. Jian Yun's fingers on the piano keys suddenly tightened, her knuckles turning slightly white. She curved her lips slightly, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe that Xiang Lihui and Dan Jiying could replicate the miracle of the preliminary round every time. Her song choice balanced difficulty with emotion, and her performance was nearly flawless. Online, her support rate skyrocketed to over 40% in an instant. Jianyun straightened her back, performed a flawless bow, and walked off the stage with her chin held high, radiating her own pride. As she brushed past Xiang Lihui, who was coming toward her, Xiang Lihui didn't even spare her a single glance. Jianyun clenched her teeth, watching the figure walk straight toward the center of the stage. Under the spotlight, she remained as unattainable as ever, radiating an aura of untouchable nobility. Her Majesty the Queen has arrived. All rise. Shoo. Be careful with your words. The B-continent royal family has already designated a crown prince. Watch your language. Oh my god, B-continent has been hiding such a princess? Why did they only let her appear now? As her fingertips touched the keys, the piano erupted into music. The piece she chose was Paradise, one of the songs listed on the note she had handed to Shan Jiying. This piece is renowned for its devilishly complex rhythms, intertwining accents, and hallucinatory melodies. Legend has it that a musician recorded the heavenly sounds he heard in his dreams, and the entire piece oscillates between fantasy and reality, painting a vivid picture of a surreal dreamland. This is a piece composed purely for virtuosic display. Again? Is this difficulty level going to drive us mad? Ah! My scalp is tingling. This is crazier than the preliminaries. This is the real battle of the gods. The sound of the instrument fades away in the final complex note, and fragments of the dream seem to linger in the air. Xiang Lihui rises gracefully. The score appears, 99.9. 2 judges awarded a perfect 100, while the other 4 gave 99.9. This subtle score silently announced that they had left a sliver of room for judgment for the final contestant yet to take the stage. Xiang Lihui seemed unfazed by the result. She nodded slightly and walked off the stage with composure. Her gaze briefly crossed with that of Shan Jiying, who was waiting in the wings with a hint of amusement, and the two nodded to each other in unspoken understanding. The final contestant, Dan Jiying. The host's words caused a stir. At the center of the judges' table, Bai Shi froze rigidly like a statue. He clenched his pale lips tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the edge of the stage. There, that cold and resolute white figure was walking toward him with grace. Each step felt like a stab to his heart, the agonizing pain of rejection intertwining with an uncontrollable surge of desire, nearly tearing him apart. Dan Jiying completely ignored the burning, agonizing gaze. Her gaze calmly swept over the dark crowd below, finally settling on the first row. Bai Qinnan. In the instant their eyes met, the corner of Shan Jiying's mouth twitched upward ever so slightly. The smile was faint and fleeting, yet it carried a subtle understanding that belonged solely to him amidst the surging crowd. Thud. Bai Qinnan felt as though his heart had been gripped by an invisible hand, then suddenly released. That fleeting smile, almost too brief to catch, carried more impact than any words of love. Amidst the gaze of the crowd, only he received this secret greeting. A surge of indescribable warmth swept through him, and for that smile, he would do anything for her. Meanwhile, beside Bai Qinnan, Lan Xijin's breath caught in her throat. He caught the point where Dan Jiying's gaze had landed, catching that fleeting smile. In her eyes, there was only him, not even a single trace. A profound sense of loss and jealousy pierced his heart. His face drained of color, turning pale, and even his fingertips trembled slightly despite his efforts to control them. How could she completely ignore him like that? On stage, Dan Jiying took her seat. Her pure white silk gown glowed even more elegant and distant under the lights. She made no unnecessary movements, did not adjust her breathing, did not test her voice, and did not even glance at the judges' table. Then, her fingers, in a nearly casual manner, gently touched the keys. A solitary middle-range note echoed through the silent concert hall. The audience fell into a moment of confusion. What was that? Such a mundane, even eerie opening? It sounded almost like a child randomly pressing keys on a piano. Compared to the beginnings of Xiang Lihui and Jianyun earlier, it was like night and day. The online platform was flooded with question marks. Is there something wrong with my ears? No way, I was most looking forward to the last performer. However, on the judges' panel, several legendary masters suddenly jolted in their seats. Their eyes widened instantly, and their pupils erupted with disbelief and a nearly fanatical excitement. It was that piece. It was 12 Echoes. The name resonated like an explosion in the minds of seasoned musicians who knew its background. Few had heard this piece before. It was not composed by an ordinary musician. Its creator, perhaps it would be more accurate to call him a genius cursed by music. A patient suffering from severe schizophrenia. He harbored 12 distinct personalities within him. They vary in age, gender, and personality. There is a brooding, violent middle-aged man, an innocent child, an elegant, melancholic woman. These chaotic souls constantly struggle for control of his consciousness. Yet there is one thing they all share, an almost instinctive obsession: music. Chapter 69, the preliminary round ends. 12 Echoes is the symphony these 12 souls compose together on the brink of madness. It is not a traditional symphony but more like a jigsaw puzzle of memory fragments forced together. The entire piece is filled with an unsettling sense of dissonance and disharmony. It demands not only that the performers possess unparalleled technical skill to execute the bizarre changes, but also that their minds can master 12 completely different styles. This is not merely a test of technical ability, it is an extreme challenge to the mind, one that has deterred countless top pianists. And now, this seemingly delicate and elegant figure has chosen it. Below the stage. As the audience's confusion reached its peak and the judges' hearts nearly burst from their chests, Single Ji Ying's fingers moved. Her eyelashes, which had been slightly lowered, lifted, and her 10 fingers struck the piano keys with force. A series of thunderous notes erupted from the piano. The sound was a wild release of pent-up emotion. The notes reverberated like shockwaves, causing the eardrums of the front-row audience to buzz. This frenzy lasted only a few notes. Suddenly, all the force seemed to be drained away in an instant. Shan Jiying's body leaned back slightly, tilting to one side at an extremely vulnerable angle. Her fingers, now incredibly gentle, glided across the keys, producing a series of high notes. The sound was ethereal, unlike anything of this world, carrying a childlike innocence and a heartbreaking sense of confusion. The audience was completely speechless. Is this really the same person playing? Could such a transformation in emotional expression and technique be achieved by a single person? In the judges' seats, Baishi's pale face contrasted starkly with the almost burning obsession in his eyes. His body trembled uncontrollably as his gaze fixed on Shan Jiying. Every graceful movement of her hands radiated a light that made his soul tremble. He understood her better than anyone else. The madness flowing through the music, deep within her soul. This madness was like opium, with a fatal allure that drew him in, suffocated him, and left him unable to escape. He was utterly certain they were kindred spirits. Only he, Baishi, could truly understand her music. Only he was worthy to stand by her side. In the shadows backstage, Xiang Lihui stared intently at the dazzling figure of Dan Jiying on stage. Her breathing grew heavy without her noticing, her seductive peach-colored eyes fixed on her like an eagle locking onto its prey, filled with unhidden admiration and scrutiny. "Your Highness?" The butler keenly sensed the shift in the atmosphere and cautiously whispered a reminder. Xiang Lihui furrowed his brow, his gaze unwavering, as if he hadn't heard a thing. "This Miss Shan, her abilities far exceed our expectations. She is a very formidable opponent." The butler chose his words carefully, lowering his voice even further. "To ensure the absolute success of our mission, should we consider taking some additional measures?" He subtly hinted at the possibility of eliminating obstacles. Xiang Lihui finally turned her head slowly, her gaze icy, her voice low and deep, unlike her appearance. "No. But Your Highness," the butler's heart tightened, wanting to plead further. "Do I need to repeat myself?" Xiang Lihui's voice grew even colder, carrying the oppressive aura of royalty. "I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, Your Highness." The steward's heart trembled. He pressed his lips together, bowed respectfully, and took a step back, but his lowered eyes betrayed deep concern. He had never seen this noble prince from B continent, who looked down on everyone else, show such, almost obsessive interest in any opponent. This was definitely not a good sign. Meanwhile, in the audience, Lan Xijin and Bai Qingnan's gazes were fixed firmly on Shan Jiying. The passion in their eyes was intense and pure. If they could tear their gaze away from her for even an instant, they might notice the rival beside them, who shared the exact same thoughts. As the final note faded into the air, Shan Jiying slowly withdrew her hands from the piano keys. She raised her eyes, regaining her usual indifference, as if the breathtaking performance had nothing to do with her. "This is human? No cooldown on your ultimate move? Just use it whenever you want? Just finished researching the piece's background. This is hell-level difficulty. Look at Baishen's expression. That look. I'm done. He's head over heels. Who said my single sister isn't good enough for him? Come out and say it. Genius? Genius is just the threshold to see my goddess." The internet has completely exploded, and Dan Jiying's approval ratings have skyrocketed and left everyone in the dust. 2 consecutive performances that were nothing short of miraculous completely shattered the claims that she was just a flash in the pan. She is undoubtedly the true genius. Dan Jiying calmly walked off the stage, passing through the dimly lit backstage corridor. Just as she reached the corner leading to the exit, a force with a burning sensation suddenly gripped her wrist. She was dragged into the shadows of the corner exit by an irresistible force. Bai Shi's scorching chest pressed tightly against her back, his tall, sturdy body trembling as if on the verge of collapse. He clamped her waist with such force it felt like he might snap her in two, burying his face deeply into the crook of her neck, his scorching breath washing over her sensitive skin. Ing. His voice was hoarse and broken. Don't push me away. Every word was a desperate plea. There must be something I can do for you. I'll do anything for you. He tilted his head slightly, with a devotion bordering on sacrifice, his scorching lips trembling as they brushed against her delicate neck. I can hear it you're playing. His voice was filled with suppressed humility. You've never felt anything for anyone, not even a little. He spoke as if stating a fact that was both painful and fortunate. If that's the case, if you don't need love. He tightened his arms around her, his expression resolute and desperate. Don't leave me, he begged humbly, and no one could have imagined that the musical prodigy who had just been sitting high on the judges' panel moments ago was now reduced to such a lowly state. I can hear your ambition. Let me stay by your side, even if it's just as a tool. I love you. His breathing grew heavier. Chapter 70, The Princess's Invitation. Anything. Dan Xijing's voice was soft, like a feather brushing against the skin, yet it made Bai Shi's heart tighten, as if he were awaiting the final judgment of his deity. Ing? You too. Outside the shadows, two tall figures had silently appeared. Bai Qingnan and Lan Xijin stood at a distance, their gaze fixed on the seemingly intimate figures of Dan Xijing and Bai Shi at the corner. 10 minutes earlier the preliminary round had ended. Lan Xijin stood up, his gaze following Dan Xijing as she disappeared into the backstage corridor, a confident smile curving his lips. Shall we go? Let us go congratulate our president Dan. Bai Qingnan clenched his lips tightly, his eyes betraying a hint of displeasure. He was extremely reluctant to accompany Lan Xijin, but couldn't find any legitimate reason to refuse. Each with their own thoughts, they pushed through the lingering crowd and hurried toward the backstage. From a distance, they saw Shan Jiying being pulled into the shadow of a corridor corner by Bai Shi. Both of them felt a pang of anxiety and almost simultaneously quickened their pace. Before the heartbreakingly intimate scene they had imagined could come into view, they first heard Bai Shi's confession, which was so humble it seemed to dust the ground. Bai Shi's movements froze instantly. He straightened his body abruptly, like a trapped beast whose secret had been exposed, glancing back at the two outside the shadows with a hint of embarrassment. When he recognized the two as Bai Qingnan and Lan Xijin, he scoffed. Sure enough, his instincts were correct. Besides Bai Qingnan, his childhood friend, even Lan Xijin, who was known for his deep cunning, had developed feelings for her. It seemed that the lunch he had mysteriously joined that day was far from what he had claimed to be a coincidence. He had only now noticed the blatant lust in his eyes. Lan Xijin's gaze swept past Bai Qingnan, colliding with Bai Shi's in the air. There was no trace of embarrassment or retreat in his eyes. Instead, he wore his usual smile, even a hint of the mockery of a victor. Every word I said was sincere. Bai Shi withdrew his gaze, lowered his head once more, and spoke in a voice so soft that only they could hear, leaving a scorching trail of breath at Shan Jiying's ear. Then, he straightened his back, turned, and walked away in large strides, leaving the silent and awkward space behind for the remaining three. The air seemed to freeze. Dan Xijing raised her eyes, her gaze calm and unruffled as she swept over Bai Qingnan and Lan Xijin. She crossed her arms nonchalantly, waiting for them to speak first. So? Bai Qingnan's voice trembled slightly. You've been going to the music room frequently lately. Is it for the music festival? He asked cautiously. Dan Xijing nodded ever so slightly in response. An indescribable surge of joy overwhelmed his rationality, making it nearly impossible for him to control the emotions surging within him. It wasn't for a date with Bai Shi, but for the competition. You two, Shan Jiying's gaze flicked between the two of them. What are you doing here? His tone was flat, betraying no emotion. Of course, we're here to catch a glimpse of Mr. Shan's brilliance today, Lan Xijin chuckled, her voice carrying an unprecedented lightness and joy, as if she had shed a heavy burden. So, he wasn't the third wheel, was he? This realization caused the self-loathing he had felt due to Dan Xijing's public relationship to dissipate by more than half. Dan Xijing merely gave him a lazy glance and did not respond. She turned and walked straight toward her private room. Just as she reached the door of the restroom, a figure in uniform silently blocked her path and bowed respectfully. Miss Dan, the butler's voice was steady and restrained, our master requests your presence for lunch. Bai Qingnan almost reflexively stepped forward, his towering figure instantly blocking Shang Jiqing from view, forming a protective barrier. He narrowed his eyes, fixating on the butler, his aura emanating a warning. Xiang Li Hui had narrowly lost twice by a margin of 0.1 points, and now he was extending an invitation. Anyone would suspect ill intent. Lan Xijin stepped forward as well, standing beside Bai Qingnan, his voice low and cautious. Issuing an invitation at this time, there must be an ulterior motive. This princess is virtually unknown online, and her temperament is unpredictable. Dan Xijing's fingertips gently pressed against Bai Qingnan's tense shoulder. The gesture carried an oddly soothing power, not one of dependence, but more like an order to step back. Lead the way, she said to the butler, her voice calm and composed. She felt the same intense curiosity towards Xiang Li Hui's choice of music today and the mysterious princess herself. The butler did not move, merely bowing his head slightly and adding in a respectful tone, "The princess has invited only you." Dan Jiying turned her head slightly, glancing at Bai Qingnan, whose face had grown even more grim, and Lan Xijin, who seemed deep in thought, before shrugging her shoulders helplessly. "Ing." Bai Qingnan's voice was urgent. "If anything happens, contact me immediately." "All right." Dan Jiying replied softly, as if to reassure him. Without lingering, she turned and followed the butler, escorted by 2 bodyguards, toward the strictly guarded area. Xiang Li Hui's restroom. After Dan Jiying entered, the door was closed from the outside by the butler, leaving the 2 alone in the enclosed space. A faint, cool fragrance lingered in the air. A large dining table was adorned with an array of exquisitely prepared dishes, resembling a buffet at a top-tier hotel, ranging from Chinese pastries to Western cold cuts, with a wide variety of options. Xiang Li Hui did not rise, but sat elegantly at the head of the table, her slender fingers resting casually on the snow-white tablecloth. She raised her hand slightly, gesturing toward the seat across from her, her movements exuding the regal dignity of royalty. Dan Jiying sat down without hesitation, her posture relaxed, even carrying a hint of laziness. She propped her chin up with one hand, her piercing eyes, which seemed to read people's thoughts, fixed on Xiang Li Hui's stunningly beautiful face with unhidden curiosity and interest. The aura emanating from this person made her unable to resist wanting to learn more. "Your Highness's choice of song," Dan Jiying spoke first, breaking the silence, her lips curving into a faint smile, "is truly interesting." She was referring to Paradise, that mesmerizing and challenging showpiece of technical virtuosity. Xiang Li Hui raised her eyebrows slightly upon hearing this. "Do you like it?" She quickly wrote something and pushed a note toward her. Dan Jiying met her gaze without a trace of pretense or formality. "Of course." Xiang Li Hui's smile grew wider. Even when she heard the praise from those legendary old masters, her expression hadn't changed. But the simple 2 words from the person before her now caused her to feel a rare mix of emotions. Chapter 71, Royal Scandal? "You're participating in this competition, is it also for that thing?" Another note was slipped over. Xiang Li Hui's gaze grew inquisitive as she looked at Dan Jiying, her long, slender fingers tapping lightly on the table. Dan Jiying furrowed her brows in thought, then a flash of understanding crossed her eyes. "You mean that incomplete score?" she asked calmly, with a hint of indifference. She had entered the competition solely for a quid pro quo, agreeing to help Bai Shi resolve his issues. As for the matters tied to the fragmentary score, she had not delved deeper. However, a prize that even the music saint held in such high regard, and one that had prompted the unseen princess of B continent to personally intervene. The depth of the matter was clearly staggering. "It seems the princess has come here for it?" Xiang Li Hui showed no hesitation. She met Shan Jiying's gaze and nodded frankly. This was not only the purpose of her journey but also the mission she had been entrusted with. That fragment of sheet music was connected to a chapter of B continent's history that had been sealed away. A traitor had taken away the complete sacred music piece symbolizing the fortune and spiritual totem of B continent. Since then, the royal family of B continent had gradually declined in power. After the traitor's death, the sacred musical piece was torn to shreds and scattered across various locations. The royal family had spent an unimaginable fortune to recover one fragment. And the piece being offered as a prize in this youth competition is none other than the crucial fragment that remains. To ensure the safe recovery of this fragment, she went to great lengths, disguising herself and coming here in person. What a pity. Dan Jiying's red lips curved into a beautiful yet emotionless smile. Her eyes did not betray any regret, instead, they sparkled with the excitement of facing a worthy opponent. "I need it too." Xiang Li Hui's eyebrows twitched imperceptibly. She showed no sign of being offended, nor did she attempt to pressure Dan Jiying with her royal authority or tempt her with benefits to give up. She deemed such tactics beneath her. Since neither of them had any reason to yield, this match now seemed all the more pure and all the more anticipated. However, Dan Jiying changed the subject, her seductive eyes fixed on Xiang Li Hui. "If I win in the end and obtain that incomplete score?" She leaned in slightly, her voice carrying a seductive hint of inquiry. "Would the princess be willing to tell me the complete story behind this fragment?" Xiang Li Hui's pupils trembled. Her thin lips pressed tightly together, her jaw tensing. It pertained to the most shameful secret scandal of the B continent royal family. The air seemed to freeze. Time ticked away slowly. Finally, Xiang Li Hui picked up the expensive pen on the table. On the letter, she slowly wrote a few words. "If you can win in the end." "All right." Shan Jiying's smile bloomed instantly, as vibrant as a fully bloomed mandala flower, exuding a deadly allure. Xiang Li Hui stared at her seductive, dazzling face, and for a moment, her mind went blank. She quickly regained her composure, averted her gaze, and resumed the detached and majestic demeanor befitting royalty. Dan Jiying's resting room. After leaving Xiang Li Hui, Dan Jiying returned to her own resting room. As she opened the door, a strong, assertive scent of sandalwood greeted her. Lan Xijin was lounging lazily on the sofa in her lounge, her long legs crossed, one hand casually resting on the armrest, and the tips of the fingers of the other hand playing with a gold embossed card bearing the emblem of the competition organizing committee. He seemed as relaxed as if he were at home, but his smoky gray eyes locked onto her the moment the door opened, burning with unhidden intensity. "Where's Xiaobai?" Dan Jiying scanned the room but didn't see Bai Qinnan's figure, asking in a casual tone. "Oh." Lan Xijin dragged out the last syllable, her tone deliberately playful. "So concerned about him?" "I used a little white lie to distract him temporarily." After Dan Jiying followed the butler out, he used the noble excuse of not wanting to disturb her rest in preparation for the competition to thoughtfully coax the anxious Bai Qinnan away. As for himself? Of course, he immediately returned. In the game of love, a little scheming is just a necessary tool. He waved the gold embossed card in his fingertips, which bore the title of the next round's competition. "Here's the title for the next round. It just arrived." Dan Jiying said nothing, walking straight over and reaching out to take the card. Just as her fingertips were about to touch the card, Lan Xijin moved the hand that had been resting on the armrest, gripping Shanzhaiying's wrist as if he had been waiting for this moment. At the same time, he leaned forward, wrapping his other arm around her waist. Dan Jiying felt her body grow light, and in the next second, she was forcefully pulled into Lan Xijin's embrace in a possessive manner. His chest pressed tightly against her back, his arms wrapped tightly around her waist, his jaw almost touching the nape of her neck, his hot breath deliberate, as if trying to drown out the scent of Baishi that had lingered there moments ago. "Why?" His voice was low and hoarse, tinged with long-suppressed pain. "Before the performance started today, you didn't even spare me a single glance?" He was still consumed by jealousy over that moment of eye contact that belonged solely to Bai Qinnan amidst the crowd. Dan Jiying's brows furrowed slightly, and a cold aura emanated from her body. "Let go." Her voice was not loud, but it sounded like a final ultimatum, sending a chill down his spine. Lan Xijin's heart twinged with pain, and he loosened his arms around her slightly, unwilling to let go. Dan Jiying effortlessly slipped out of his embrace, her movements clean and decisive, leaving no trace of lingering emotion. She didn't even glance at him, simply reaching out to take the gilded card he had forgotten to hold tightly due to his distraction. Her gaze casually swept over the words on the card, the same single character. Love. The very topic she had always claimed to be worst at, according to Bai Shi. Her expression remained calm and composed, as if she were merely looking at an insignificant symbol, feeling no emotion, no distress, and no anxiety. She casually tossed the card, one that might have driven countless contestants to exhaustion, onto the nearby coffee table as though it were a piece of scrap paper. After doing all this, she slowly turned around and finally fixed her gaze on Lan Xijin. That gaze was more like examining an object, or perhaps contemplating how to deal with a nuisance. The air in the break room was so cold it felt almost frozen. Finally, she parted her red lips, her voice carrying a nearly cruel objectivity. "Lan Xijin, I don't want our relationship to." She paused briefly, her gaze icy. "Be tainted by your excessive, unnecessary, personal emotions. That would make me feel," she said slowly, "very troublesome." Chapter 72, Love is the Theme. Lan Xijin froze in place, her body trembling slightly. "What?" His voice was dry and hoarse, filled with disbelief or perhaps the struggle to refuse to believe. "I said," Dan Jiying spoke casually, as if discussing the weather outside, "the bet ends here. You're free." "I refuse." Lan Xijin lunged forward, grabbing Shang Jiying's wrist. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with anger at being abandoned and a deeper sense of resentment. "You said it starts when you say so? You say it ends when you say so? What am I?" The accusatory voice echoed through the silent break room. "Isn't freedom a good thing?" Dan Jiying tilted her head in confusion, her seductive eyes filled with confusion. "Isn't this always been a source of shame for you?" Lan Xijin's movements froze instantly, as if the words had pierced his heart. Yes, he had once despised this bet with all his being. It constantly reminded him of his failure of being forced to sell his body. But at some point that hatred had transformed. He had become obsessed with the intense sensory experiences she provided, and without even realizing it, he had completely immersed himself in her, addicted to the taste, finding it sweet as honey. "When will this end?" Lan Xijin's voice grew hoarse, tinged with a nearly desperate plea. He loosely wrapped his arms around her waist, daring not to tighten his grip, afraid of provoking deeper impatience or rejection. "I decide." Dan Jiying raised her eyes coldly, showing no mercy. "Lan Xijin, enough is enough." "I'll do what I'm supposed to do." Lan Xijin clenched his teeth, making a humiliating promise. "I won't cross the line. I won't make you feel bothered." His heart felt as though it were being torn apart. Dan Jiying's gaze lingered on his face for a moment, her expression calm and unreadable, as if appraising the value of an object. Finally, she uttered 3 words in a faint voice: "Leave." Lan Xijin shot her a final glance before fading into a lifeless, gray void. The pain of going from the relief of learning the truth about her relationship with Bai Shi to this agony felt like falling from heaven to hell. He spun around abruptly, his body weighed down by the weight of defeat and humiliation, and hurriedly left the restroom that had shattered his dignity. The room fell back into a cold, silent stillness. Dan Xijin sat on the sofa, her gaze casually sweeping over the gold-embossed paper on the coffee table. The word love stood out starkly. Her fingertips gently brushed against the character, her movements carrying a casual, almost blasphemous quality, as the corners of her lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. Love, she murmured, her voice brimming with unmasked absurdity and mockery. What a utterly absurd topic. Afternoon, semifinals begin. This round would directly eliminate 5 contestants, with the remaining 5 top contenders advancing to the final. After consecutive rounds of intense battles, each round pushes participants to the limits of their technical skills and mental resilience. Contestants must not only showcase their abilities but also endure physical exhaustion and mental fatigue. Completing song selection and delivering a flawless performance within such a brief window is the ultimate test of every competitor's foundational skills and ability to adapt on the spot. The theme of love briefly provided a moment of respite for most competitors. This theme is almost an eternal theme for all pianists from the moment they begin their training. The contestants' interpretations of it are already masterful. Even Song Yi, who is usually reserved, chose a piece with a warm and gentle style. His forehead was framed by a few strands of black hair, and the corners of his lips curved into a rare, faint smile, tinged with nostalgia. Ah! What did I just see? The baby is smiling? Is he really smiling? What happy thought did the little one have? This smile is melting Mom's heart. The piano notes flowed like a flickering candle in the darkness. The light was faint, yet it carried a warmth. Song Yi's fingertips danced across the piano keys, recalling the dark days at the orphanage, where the only light in his life had been the sound of music. When he first arrived at the orphanage, the death of his parents plunged him into deep depression. He became silent, and the other children saw him as a monster. Bullying became a daily occurrence. That darkness made it difficult for him to even speak a complete sentence. Music was the only way he could express himself. This piece was the first song he played when he first encountered the piano. Though simple in technique, it carried the rare happiness of his impoverished childhood. He has no intention of competing for recognition with this theme, he simply wants to reveal the memory of love deep within his heart. The final score, 93.6. Though the emotions were sincere, the technical difficulty of the piece itself limited the score's potential. Nevertheless, this score was sufficient for advancing to the finals. Song Yi accepted the result calmly and returned to his usual silence. Jian Yun, on the other hand, took a completely different approach, choosing a piece brimming with competitive flair. Her piece was a classic love sonata with a roller coaster of emotions. This piece is like a complete dramatic script, beginning with the initial excitement and tentative exploration of a new romance, progressing through the passionate intensity of deep love, and culminating in the heart-wrenching agony of separation, before finally settling into eternal sorrow. Its emotional range was vast, and its technical demands were complex, placing nearly impossible demands on the performer's control and expressiveness. Jian Yun, the piano prodigy renowned for her innate ability to evoke emotional resonance, has taken her strengths to the extreme. Her performance is not only technically flawless but also demonstrates masterful control over emotion and intensity. She transports the audience into the heart of a love tragedy, their emotions rising and falling with every note. As the piece came to an end, the vast concert hall fell into a brief, vacuum-like silence. Then, thunderous applause erupted. The final score, 99.8. A score that was almost perfect. However, as she stepped off the stage, her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes held little excitement or joy, only a calm resolve. Consecutive failures had repeatedly honed her pride, making it more reserved and more dangerous. The weighty expectations of her family before the competition echoed in her ears. Whether the Jian family could ascend further to the pinnacle of the musical elite depended entirely on whether she could achieve divine status in this competition. What she carried on her shoulders was no longer just her personal honor. Her gaze casually swept over the piano she had just played and the seemingly ordinary sheet music on the stand. The corners of her lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. She still had other aces up her sleeve. Chapter 73, Is There Something Wrong with the Piano? The semifinals were nearing their conclusion, with only the two most anticipated contestants remaining, Xiang Lihui and Dan Xijin. Xiang Lihui took the stage and sat down at the piano. She did not look at any of the audience, but slowly closed her deep eyes, as if performing a solemn ritual. As her fingers touched the keys, the melody that flowed out was a piece of music that had been revered as a sacred hymn on the land of B continent, which had long been hailed as the birthplace of art. The people of B continent have carried a devout faith in their bloodlines since ancient times. Yet on this land, beyond the royal family, there exists an even older and more mysterious clan. They have guarded this faith for generations, with each generation producing a divine son or divine daughter of extraordinary talent, bearing the spiritual hopes of the people. Dynasties rise and fall, but this family remains steadfast, and each generation of the royal family dares not neglect this mysterious clan. This melody was composed centuries ago by a compassionate divine maiden. At the time, the continent was engulfed in a catastrophic natural disaster, with extreme cold and heat occurring simultaneously across the continent, leaving the land barren and desolate. She witnessed the hellish scenes, her heart torn apart by grief and anger at her own powerlessness to save the world. Her emotions poured into the notes, creating this timeless masterpiece. However, the goddess soon succumbed to exhaustion and passed away in despair. But a miracle occurred. This melody, soaked in blood and tears, quickly spread across the continent, miraculously soothing the hearts of countless despairing souls. People firmly believed that the melody contained the blessings and power of the gods, capable of dispelling misfortune and bringing hope. Even more mysteriously, the natural disaster that had struck the continent miraculously subsided shortly after the melody began to spread. From then on, this melody was revered as the prayer for good fortune, and it is played at all major celebrations and state ceremonies in the continent. Xiang Li Hui's performance was grand and majestic, with each note seeming to carry the power of mountains and seas. Online, the people of the continent had already fallen into a frenzy of adoration. Xiang Li Hui's performance was more sincere and grand than any they had ever heard before, emotions that could only be expressed by royalty. Ah! Your Highness! Only the children of the continent can truly appreciate the value of this melody. Grandfather heard it while lying in bed, tears streamed down his face. The continent will surely regain its glory. However, just as the piece reached a crucial point requiring both hands to span a vast interval, an extremely subtle dissonant note sounded. Xiang Li Hui's brow furrowed sharply. This subtle anomaly might have gone completely unnoticed by the general audience, but the judges in the front row immediately detected this fatal flaw. Xiang Li Hui's breath remained perfectly steady. She suppressed the slight disturbance caused by the unexpected note, and the rest of her performance was flawless, exuding the unquestionable dignity of royalty. As the piece came to an end, she rose slowly, emanating a cold aura, her gaze sweeping over the black piano. The judges' seats fell into a brief, solemn silence. Emotionally rich, technically flawless, and with a noble theme, everything was impeccable. But there was a flaw that marred this perfection. The final score, 99.6. In the waiting room, Jian Yun, who had been intently watching the screen, saw the score and finally relaxed her tense shoulders, a relieved smile curving her lips. Xiang Li stepped off the stage, and the butler immediately approached, his face filled with worry. Your Highness! What just happened? Xiang Li Hui merely shook his head ever so slightly. Her gaze swept past the crowd, landing on the waiting area. Dan Jiying was quietly confirming the final song details with a staff member. Without hesitation, Xiang Li Hui hurried forward. The butler's alarm bells rang loudly, but he dared not stop them. He could only hurry to follow, and when Xiang Lian approached Shan Jiying, he handed him a pen and a piece of paper with remarkable coordination and speed. Xiang Li Hui took it, his pen moving swiftly and skillfully, leaving a few words on the paper. There's a problem with the qin. Dan Jiying glanced at the note. The usually calm and composed eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, which quickly turned into a playful smile. She raised her eyes to meet Xiang Lian's gaze, which held a hint of concern. She had naturally noticed the unusual note in Xiang Li Hui's playing. But she never expected that the prince, who was tasked with retrieving the missing score, would personally remind her. Dan Jiying's gaze casually drifted toward the staff member who had just been talking to her and now seemed overly tense. Her red lips curved into a seductive smile. I demand, she paused, enunciating each word clearly, that the piano be rechecked. The person addressed froze visibly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he forced himself to remain calm. Miss Dan, the competition is about to begin, and we've already inspected it multiple times according to the highest standards before the event. There's absolutely no issue. Please trust our professionalism. Is that so? Dan Jiying's voice was soft as a feather, yet it pressed heavily on the manager's heart, leaving him almost unable to breathe. What if I insist? The responsible person swallowed hard and nodded stiffly. All right, we'll send someone to check immediately. He gave a subtle signal to a staff member beside him, and the two hurried onto the stage, going through the motions of inspecting the piano. Miss Dan, we've thoroughly inspected the piano. There's nothing wrong with it. Dan Jiying's gaze swept slowly across their faces, her smile growing even more vibrant. That's truly. She drawled, thank you for your trouble. No problem, it's our duty. The supervisor wiped the sweat from his brow, sighing in relief. Just as Dan Jiying was about to take a step forward, a scorching hand suddenly gripped her wrist. Xiang Lian's usually deep, almond-shaped eyes now clearly revealed unhidden worry. This scene exploded like a thunderclap in the butler's heart. His mind was in turmoil. What had he seen? Their Highness was actually so worried about his opponent? He must be mad. Dan Jiying turned her head slightly, glancing at her wrist being gripped, then raised her eyes to meet Xiang Li Hui's gaze. She did not struggle to free herself. Her red lips parted slightly, revealing a smile as seductive as a blooming poppy flower, tinged with a hint of reckless defiance. Your Highness, do you not trust me? She leaned in closer, whispering into Xiang Li Hui's ear in a voice only the two of them could hear. Xiang Li's breath caught in his throat. His clenched fingers unconsciously curled inward. Dan Xijin no longer looked at her, turning instead toward the stage. That straight back still carried absolute confidence. Xiang Lihui stood there, staring at the receding figure, her fingertips still seeming to carry the lingering sensation of the other's wrist. In the center of the stage, Shan Xiying sat down calmly. She extended her flawlessly long fingers and casually glided them from left to right across the piano keys. Upon hearing a few subtle changes in the pitch, she curved her lips slightly. Through the screen, Jian Yun watched her smile, her heart nearly leaping out of her chest. What should I do? What should I do? The judges below the stage naturally noticed the unusual sound and were about to ask, but Dan Xiying's fingers returned to the piano keys. Without giving anyone a moment to react or catch their breath, the performance began. Chapter 74, The True Monster. The judges furrowed their brows slightly, their eyes filled with regret and helplessness. They detected several extremely subtle yet undeniable pitch inaccuracies in the music. Watching the elegant and confident figure on stage insist on using this piano, they could only sigh inwardly. A masterpiece that should have amazed the world was likely to be tarnished by these unavoidable flaws. At the center of the judges' table, Bai Shi's gaze was different from the others. He simply stared at Shan Xiying, with no trace of worry in his eyes. A strong intuition told him that she was not reckless, she had the ability to control everything. Her long, perfect fingers finally descended. The moment the first note sounded, time seemed to freeze. All those who truly loved classical music, not just the spectators including the judges in the front row, the contestants backstage, and the countless professionals watching on screens, all wore expressions of utter shock. This melody, this piece. It was love. A name that seemed ordinary, even a bit half-hearted, yet it represented the top 3 super technical etudes in the entire continent throughout history. Its composer was a legendary and controversial genius. His life was filled with scandalous affairs, with lovers ranging from queens to prisoners, yet no one could ever truly capture his wandering soul. He seemed to be merely playing with the world. And he did not spend much time on the piano, he viewed music as mere entertainment. Yet every casual stroke of his fingers became a masterpiece of virtuosic brilliance that continues to be revered centuries later. This piece, Love, is a legend among legends. It is said that he composed it one morning after a night of heavy drinking, still reeking of alcohol, in a noisy tavern, scribbling it down on a napkin stained with wine. It was born so casually, yet it encompasses devilishly difficult techniques, making it one of the most challenging pieces in his entire repertoire. The judges below the stage could not help but feel their hands trembling slightly on their knees. Excitement? Fear? Or awe? They couldn't accurately express the complex emotions they were feeling at that moment. In their entire careers, they had seen no more than 3 pianists dare to attempt this piece in its entirety in a public setting. Even Bai Shi, the man revered as the music saint, sitting at the center of the judges' table, had only mustered the courage to attempt it once in his career, during a top-tier solo recital. And to this day, no one had ever dared to attempt this death piece in a competition. The judges' emotions were torn between ecstasy and regret. Ecstatic that they had lived to hear this piece performed again on the highest stage. Regret over the damned piano. The final few notes of this piece are almost entirely concentrated in the piano's high-pitched problem zone. How could it possibly be performed perfectly with such pitch inaccuracies? This was destined to be a miracle marred by flaws. What a pity! Such a shame. Bai Shi, however, seemed to be in another world. He closed his eyes, his heart throbbing in rhythm with the seemingly light notes. This piece was too unique. It demanded the performer possess devilish control over power to make those stormy notes sound as ethereal as feathers. And the love it portrays is precisely the prodigious genius's deconstruction of emotion. He believed love was chaotic, meaningless, and devoid of purpose. He was obsessed with the pleasures of hedonism, yet cared not a whit for the responsibilities that love entails. So, in her eyes, is love also like this? Bai Shi opened his eyes, staring at the figure on stage whose every movement tugged at his heartstrings, his eyes filled with confusion and pain. What should he do? Moments later, his tightly pursed lips revealed a resolute determination bordering on obsession, as if he had made up his mind. The performance was more than halfway through, flowing smoothly and flawlessly. However, everyone who understood the art held their breath in anticipation. The most terrifying moment was about to arrive. Those final measures, entirely dependent on precise control of the high and mid-range notes. The judges held their breath, their bodies leaning forward involuntarily, their fingers clutching the armrests tightly, as if awaiting an inevitable tragedy. However, the expected jarring wrong notes and chaos did not materialize. Those slender, fair fingers glided effortlessly through what seemed like a chaotic array of notes. Every note that should have strayed was forcibly brought back to its correct path by an incredible force of control. Dynamics, rhythm, tone, perfection remained intact. Until the final note rang out crisply. Dan Xiying rose calmly, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Elegant and composed, it seemed as though what had just been completed was not a breathtaking challenge, but merely a routine practice session. The judges' seats fell into a stunned silence. Several esteemed masters, their eyes wide like copper bells, their mouths slightly agape, wore expressions of utter shock and disbelief. Their gaze toward Lan Xijin was as though they were looking at a complete monster. The air was still, and the entire audience held their breath, their eyes fixed on the judges' table, waiting for an uncontested score. The online livestream had already erupted into chaos. The judges' system froze? It was perfect. This is an art student speaking. You have no idea what love means. When Baishan played it on stage back then, she was almost exhausted. And she's playing it in a competition? And so steadily? So is a true god really here? Can I say my threshold seems to have been raised? I wouldn't even be surprised if she suddenly had a halo above her head and flew up into the sky. Each time is more outrageous than the last. Where the hell is her limit? Judging by the setup, she might just try that one in the final? No way. If she really does it, I'll stand on my head and wash my hair right there. After a long silence, the scoreboard finally lit up again with that dazzling number. Another flawless perfect score. The semi-finals have come to a close. The live broadcast is about to cut off, and staff begin to pack up the venue. Just then, a venerable figure with snow-white hair and a commanding presence in the music industry, trembling slightly, made his way onto the stage. He was none other than the judge who had reacted most fiercely earlier. He ignored everyone around him and walked straight toward the piano on stage. His hands, marked by age spots, moved with a reverent, almost pilgrimage-like devotion as he gently touched the keys. Then, he tentatively pressed a few basic chords in the mid-high register. A chaotic cacophony erupted. The old professor's body jerked violently, and he collapsed onto the piano bench as if all his strength had been drained from him. His wrinkled face twitched violently from sheer shock, his cloudy eyes fixed on the keys, his lips trembling as he muttered in a dreamlike whisper. How could? She's playing on this piano. A monster, a true monster. If that person were still here, to see her perform his work like this, he would envy her talent. The final sigh, though faint, was clearly transmitted through the still-open recording device, drifting away in the fading livestream. Chapter 75, Online Controversy. What does that mean? This sounds like there's more to the story? What did the old man mean by that last line? It's driving me crazy. The livestream suddenly cut off, but the online storm had only just begun. Discussions about Lan Xijin's shocking performance swept across all social media platforms. Amidst the heated debate, a sensational post appeared on the homepage of a top music forum and quickly went viral across the entire internet. Hurry and pay homage. Frame-by-frame analysis. Lan Xijin's love is 10,000 times more terrifying than you could ever imagine. The post was almost taken down due to the overwhelming traffic. 1L Don TT's us. Spill the beans. Hurry up. 2L chairs are ready. Snacks, drinks, and mineral water. 3 Levy read dozens of analysis posts, all saying the melody is amazing and the performance is flawless, but something just feels missing, waiting for the OP to share something new. Original poster at Xiao Kuhua 102L. Everyone, please calm down. Regarding the devilish difficulty of the piece love itself and how the soloist's playing techniques have reached the pinnacle of perfection, many experts have already discussed this in detail, so I won't repeat it here. But before we begin, as always, let me say how amazing the goddess is. Alright, back to the main topic. What I'm about to reveal is the terrifying truth hidden beneath the perfect performance. This masterpiece was played on a piano with severe tuning issues. 103L? Explain in detail. 104L, what does that mean? Please elaborate. 105 Li have a chilling OP, update quickly. OP at Xiao Kuehua 301 Lakey Clue 1. Before the performance began, an extremely rare scene unfolded. Staff members came to inspect the piano. According to competition protocol, piano inspections are typically conducted only before the competition or during intermission. Requiring an inspection so close to the performer's scheduled appearance is highly unusual. Combining this with what happened later, I boldly speculate that the single god had already noticed an issue with the piano but was brushed off by the staff. 302 Li went back to check, and it's true. She told the staff something, and then 2 people came up on stage and pretended to fix it. 303L, thinking about it now, it's terrifying. Who would dare to cause trouble at such a competition? Come out. Original poster at Xiao Kuehua 367 Lakey Clue 2. After the goddess took the stage, she did something she had never done in previous competitions. Instead of starting to play immediately, she quickly tested the sound with her fingertips from left to right. Pay close attention to the expressions of the judges below the stage at that moment. Screenshot.jpg. Their brows immediately furrowed, and their eyes clearly showed shock. What does this mean? It means that the sound produced by that test note is definitely off. 368L exactly. I noticed that too. The latter half of that glissando definitely sounded off, but it happened too quickly for me to catch it at first. 369 Keep going. Original poster at Xiao Kuehua 403L. The original poster happens to know a friend who was involved in the post-production audio processing for the competition. Don't ask about their identity, I can't disclose it. According to him, the piano's mid to high register had significant tuning issues, with some notes being too high and others too low, with no discernible pattern. The technicians were shocked behind the scenes. This kind of issue makes normal performance impossible. 404L Holy crap. Inside information is already out? 405L tuning chaos? In the mid to high range? What about the final death scale in love? 406 Lee can't even think about it, my scalp is tingling. Original poster at Xiao Kuihua 432. Although original poster hurriedly analyzed the official high-definition video frame by frame. Pay close attention to this clip video edit.mp4. During the high-pitched section of the audition, although the pace is extremely fast, upon careful listening, you can faintly hear that some notes do not match the expected pitch. Though ordinary people might not notice, it doesn't escape professional ears. For 33L, put on headphones, turn up the volume, and listen carefully. It's true, though very faint, but that hashtag F note is clearly off. 434L goosebumps. You can hear that? The OP is a genius. OP at Xiao Kuihua 1045 LSO, the conclusion is in. The goddess didn't perform this love piece relying on muscle memory. Original poster at Xiao Kuihua 1524L. She relied on her extraordinary absolute pitch to instantly capture and memorize all the chaotic pitch deviations of the entire piano during the opening sound check. Then, during the subsequent performance, her superhuman brain dynamically adjusted the finger placement and pressure on each key at the exact moment each note was played, forcefully correcting every note that should have been off key. 1525L. 1526L? 1527 La, are you sure you're not writing a science fiction novel? 1528 Lee, don't believe it. This is absolutely impossible. How could a human being do that? The brain's CPU would overheat. 1529 Although it's absurd, but if it's single sister, I actually kind of believe it, trembling while lighting a cigarette.jpg. OP at Xiao Kuihua 2413L, don't dismiss it so quickly. The OP and a few tech-savvy friends used professional software to analyze the last two most complex sections frame by frame. Analysis comparison image.jpg. Look here, this note should have a standard pitch of A4, but based on the piano's actual condition at the time, the key produced a higher pitch, closer to hashtag A4. However, the position where the goddess pressed the key deviated from the normal key center. Combining the force she applied and the angle at which she touched the key, the actual pitch stabilized at a perfect A4. If one instance were a coincidence, how would you explain so many? So it must have been calculated. 2414L. The analysis diagram is out? 2415L. Is this even scientific? Does her finger have GPS? 2416L. This is giving me goosebumps. This isn't even human anymore, is it? Original poster at Xiao Kuihua 10452 LTO. Summarize. Performing this feat requires the following superhuman abilities. 1. Perfectly master love, an ultra-technical etude so challenging that even Baishan dares not play it in a competition. 2. Accurately capture and memorize a large number of chaotic pitch deviations within the 2-second audition. 3. During the performance, where your hands are just blurs, calculate in real time how much each note needs to be corrected. 4. Fingers must absolutely obey brain commands, coordinating hand and brain to execute every micro-adjustment flawlessly. This technical analysis post, originally posted on a niche music forum, was instantly reposted, screenshotted, and shared across major social media platforms worldwide. Within just 1 hour, the original post and related topics surpassed an astonishing 9-digit view count. Single Ji Ying's image is no longer that of a human being in the minds of countless people, but that of a true god walking among mortals. A god who has broken the laws of physics and pushed the limits of human understanding. Regardless of the final outcome of the competition, whether her next performance is celestial music or noise, nothing can shake her unparalleled status in the hearts of millions of viewers. The world's law is to admire the strong. Even those who were once indifferent to classical music were stunned by her overwhelming talent and joined the ranks of her admirers. Her popularity has surged to an unprecedented level, surpassing the combined total of all other contestants and even the entire competition itself. Chapter 76, Lunch Invitation. As the incident escalated, online discourse swept the globe, and amidst the storm, one person was on the brink of collapse, Jian Yun. She curled up in the corner of the restroom, her lips as pale as paper, her body trembling uncontrollably. The overwhelming fear was suffocating her. Regret was eating away at her rationality. How could she have been so foolish? Taking such a reckless risk not only failed to defeat her opponent but also plunged herself and her family into an abyss from which there was no escape. There were 2 others in the room, their faces equally pale, pulling at their hair and scratching their heads, anxious as ants on a hot pan. They were members of the Jin family's faction within the event organizing committee. Miss, what should we do now? We were following your orders. One of them spoke with a trembling voice filled with despair. Shut up. Jian Yun suddenly looked up, growling fiercely, trying to hide her inner anxiety with cruelty, but the trembling in her voice betrayed her panic and helplessness. It was her own foolishness, blinded by jealousy and resentment. You. She took a deep breath, her eyes flashing with determination. Take responsibility for this. What? The 2 of them jumped to their feet as if struck by lightning. That's absolutely impossible. Miss. We've offended the royal family of B continent and the Shan family. This will kill us. They were so flustered they could barely form coherent sentences. It was you who promised us that as long as we followed your orders, once you inherited the family headship, you would bring our branch back into the core of the main family. If you refuse to take the blame, Jian Yun's voice was cold and ruthless, the entire Jian family will be buried with you. You, your parents, your wives, and your children, not a single one will escape. She looked at their faces, which had turned ashen, and softened her tone, her voice laced with a hint of seduction. Just say, it was your negligence at work, that you failed to notice the worn piano strings during the inspection. At most, it's dereliction of duty, nothing serious. The Jian family will protect you. It was these two who, during the intermission, had used their positions to tamper with the piano according to Jian Yun's instructions. She had studied the second-half performer's repertoire in advance and discovered that while Shang Jiqing and Xiang Li's virtuosic pieces utilized the mid to high register, the other performers' selections focused more on the mid to low register. This should have been a highly targeted strike. Nothing serious? A cold voice echoed from the doorway. The door to the restroom had been pushed open at some point. She stood there in a crisp white suit. His gaze was dark and menacing, filled with unhidden, intense hatred, fixated on Jian Yun, who was collapsed on the ground. Bai Shi. It's not like that. Let me explain. Jian Yun tried to defend herself in panic, her entire body completely limp on the ground, unable even to muster the strength to stand up. I am officially notifying you on behalf of the organizing committee. Bai Shi's voice was devoid of emotion. You have been permanently stripped of your eligibility to participate in this competition and all future related events. Following the competition, the Intercontinental Investigation Bureau will file charges against you for damaging the facilities of the World S-Class competition hosted by a continent and suspected endangerment of public safety, and you will face trial. No! Don't! Jian Yun erupted into a piercing scream. She lunged forward and clung desperately to Bai Shi's spotless white suit pants, her eyes filled with nothing but primal fear. I just wanted to catch up with you, Bai Shi. I've always looked up to you as my lifelong goal. I just wanted to prove myself. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please. Bai Shi's brows furrowed in disgust. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and used the tip of his shoe to push away her dirty fingers, his movements brimming with utter coldness and contempt. These words, he said, looking down at her from above, his voice sounding like a verdict, save them for the judge in court. Sorry for the disturbance. 2 clear knocks sounded at the door once more. Xiang Li Hui's butler had silently appeared at the door. He bowed slightly to Bai Shi, his posture impeccable, exuding royal restraint. Chief Bai. Bai Shi nodded slightly, gesturing for him to speak. His Highness has sent me to deliver a message to you, the butler said calmly. Regarding this Ms. Jian Yun. His Highness wishes for us in B continent to handle this personally. Bai Shi's eyebrows furrowed. He understood that Ms. Jian Yun's actions had severely challenged the dignity of the B state royal family, but extraditing a suspect across continents. Intercontinental extradition, it seems. Bai Shi began, but the butler interrupted him. Chief Bai, please rest assured. The butler's face flashed a faint smile. B continent will follow absolutely reasonable and internationally lawful procedures to ensure she receives the highest level of trial in our country. The prince guarantees that all those responsible will pay the price they deserve. The last 4 words were spoken softly, yet they were chilling. A flash of understanding crossed Bai Shi's eyes, and his furrowed brows slowly relaxed. Though he longed to deal with this trash who dared to interfere with Shang Jiying's performance with his own hands, since the B state royal family had personally intervened and promised reasonableness and legality, he believed that the fate awaiting Jian Yun would be far more dire than he could ever imagine. Agreed, Bai Shi replied succinctly. Jian Yun, lying on the ground, froze completely upon hearing the words, "B continent will handle it personally, highest level trial, and appropriate consequences." Her fingers unconsciously dug into the expensive carpet, her eyes vacant and unfocused, as if her soul had been stripped away, leaving only an empty shell named fear. The next day, the news of Jian Yun's mysterious withdrawal from the final competition and his disappearance spread like wildfire, sparking endless speculation. The Jian family, however, remained tight-lipped about the matter, as if the person had never existed. Final round waiting room. Dan Jiying sat alone in the spacious waiting room, closing her eyes to rest. Her breathing was steady, and she appeared calm and composed, as if the upcoming event were not a final showdown but merely a routine practice. 2 soft, respectful knocks sounded at the door. Come in. The door opened silently, and Xiang Li's butler entered with steady steps. He presented a card with gold-trimmed edges with both hands. The card bore only a single line of text. Regardless of the outcome, meet at the Cloud Peak restaurant after the award ceremony. The princess has invited you to join her for lunch after the competition. The butler bowed slightly. The princess said there are some matters of great interest to you, which she will discuss with you personally at that time. A faint ripple flashed across Shang Jiying's icy eyes. She extended her slender fingers and calmly took the card, which resembled an invitation, her fingertips gently brushing against the gold thread. She nodded slightly in response. The butler bowed again, preparing to withdraw silently. Tap, tap, tap. A steady and elegant footsteps approached from afar, stopping precisely at the door, catching the butler's attention as he was about to leave. Bai Shi's figure appeared at the door. He had changed into a perfectly tailored, expensive, deep gray custom-made suit, which made him look tall and elegant. A smile as warm and gentle as jade played at the corners of his lips, as if the man who had been so humble, broken, and desperate before her moments ago was nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Their eyes met briefly, and they nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The butler stepped aside and left, while Bai Shi walked in, closing the door behind him. Dan Jiying's gaze fell on him, tilting her head slightly, as if silently asking him the purpose of his visit. Bai Shi ignored her silence and walked forward on his own. He stopped a few steps away from her, his voice low and gentle, tinged with a natural intimacy. After the competition, he gazed at her intently, his eyes deep, to thank you for the fragment of the score you're about to win for me. He paused deliberately, as if savoring the weight of the words for me, before continuing. Would you honor me by joining me for lunch? Dan Jiying raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. So sure I'll get it? Of course. Bai Shi nodded effortlessly, his smile gentle yet firm. You will. His words hadn't fully faded away. Another set of footsteps, with a completely different rhythm, echoed clearly down the corridor, growing louder as they approached, before finally coming to a halt at the door of the waiting room. Chapter 77, The Final Showdown. The door was knocked gently, breaking the silence. Bai Shi's gaze shifted from Shanhaing's calm, almost indifferent face to the door, his thin lips pressed tightly together. Come in, Dan Jiying's voice rang out, utterly unruffled. Bai Qingnan pushed open the door, his gaze immediately fixating on Dan Jiying before noticing Bai Shi standing beside him. His brows furrowed instantly, and without hesitation, he stepped forward quickly, his tall figure adopting a protective stance, almost completely shielding Dan Jiying behind him. Bai Sisi, upon seeing Bai Qingnan, saw a fleeting shadow of darkness flicker across his eyes. Silent sparks flew between their eyes, and the air thickened with the scent of impending conflict. Dan Jiying's gaze fell on Bai Qingnan, her seductive almond-shaped eyes slightly raised. What's wrong? Bai Qingnan's Adam's apple bobbed once, as if he had made up his mind. His gaze fixed on her, his voice low and firm. After the award ceremony. I have something to tell you. The air froze instantly. Bai Shi remained silent, not even glancing at Bai Qingnan. All his attention was focused on Dan Jiying. The depths of his light brown eyes churned with obsession and possessiveness. He was like a prisoner awaiting his final judgment, waiting for her choice. Just then, the phone on the coffee table lit up, and a clear vibration sounded. A message appeared on the screen, unobstructed. Jean, meet at the restaurant at 12 p.m. Jean, I'll be there. I'll wait for you. Bai Shi's gaze fixed intently on the glaring Jean and the phrase, I'll be waiting for you filled with endless imagination. A surge of jealousy instantly consumed him. He clenched his teeth so tightly he could barely speak, his voice low and hoarse. Chairman Shan must be really busy. The word busy was laced with biting sarcasm and bitterness. Bai Qinnan's face drained of color in an instant. He too had seen the message, that intimate Jean character, which stabbed his heart like a knife. Lan Xijin? They in a corner he didn't know about, had already become so intimate that they could invite each other like this? He wanted to confront them, but when his gaze met Shanhaing's calm, unruffled eyes, a sense of helplessness overwhelmed him. What right did he have? He could only clench his fists tightly and stubbornly stare at Shan Jiying. But Shanhaing's seductive peach blossom eyes remained calm, as if the text message was nothing more than a nuisance. She looked at the two of them, her red lips parting slightly, her voice soft. I'm sorry. She paused briefly. I've already agreed to Xiang Li Hui's invitation. The two froze, their eyes flashing with confusion and a hint of relief. At least it wasn't anyone else. Dan Jiying didn't spare them another glance. She turned slightly, her posture elegant yet distant. The final battle began amid the bated breath of the crowd. The state-of-the-art concert hall, capable of holding thousands, was packed to capacity, the air thick with an almost sacred solemnity. Those seated in the audience were no longer just music enthusiasts, but the world's most powerful and influential figures from every continent. Only they had the privilege and the means to obtain these tickets, which were as rare as gold and symbolized status and prestige. Backstage, in Xiang Li Hui's private lounge. Your Highness. The butler looked at Xiang Li Hui's calm yet unusually solemn profile. Are you sure you want to choose this piece? Yes, Xiang Li Hui replied softly, without a moment's hesitation. She should also choose this one. The butler hesitated. Xiang Li Hui, however, turned his head slightly, the corners of his lips curving into a faint smile. So what? The competition venue. The final round, with Jian Yun's withdrawal, now had only 4 contestants remaining. Song Yi and another contestant both performed their most dazzling pieces within their capabilities, showcasing exceptional skill and emotional depth. However, after witnessing the mind-bending miracles that Lan Xijin and Xiangli Hui had performed in the previous rounds, these flawless performances, though breathtaking, ultimately paled in comparison. Finally, Xiangli Fan took the stage. She sat down at the piano, unusually not starting immediately, but instead slowly closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. Her fingertips touched the keys. Ding! The moment the first note sounded, the judges and the music enthusiasts in the audience fell silent. Intro. The name was like a taboo, sending shockwaves through the hearts of countless seasoned music enthusiasts. This was the legendary piece that existed only in legend, with only scattered, incomplete recordings circulating online. It would never appear on any piano difficulty rankings, as its very existence alone was enough to overshadow and render meaningless all other pieces on the list. Legend has it that the composer of this piece, a musical genius of unparalleled talent, spent his entire life striving to perfect it, and only managed to play it flawlessly once, at the absolute peak of his mental and technical abilities. Since then, countless prodigiously talented individuals have attempted to recreate it over the centuries, yet none have succeeded in reproducing it in its entirety. It is no longer a matter of difficulty, but a challenge that transcends all limits. Its difficulty is theoretically beyond the capabilities of the human body. Xiangli's fingertips danced across the keys at a speed so fast they seemed to blur into afterimages. Her performance had transcended the realm of fluidity, yet amidst the complex and dizzying fingerwork, there were still a few extremely subtle instances of rhythmic lag and pitch deviation. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Due to the intense mental focus and vigorous physical movements, her brows were tightly furrowed, and her lips pressed into a stubborn straight line. As the final note faded away, the piece came to an end. Xiangli Hui's body swayed slightly. She pressed her hands firmly against the keyboard, supporting her slightly trembling body, and breathed heavily. Several seconds later, she slowly stood up. Her steps were noticeably unsteady. However, she took a deep breath, forcing down the surging blood and fatigue, and her face regained its usual air of dignity and calm. She bowed slightly toward the audience. She had done it, though not perfectly. It was the closest she had ever come to perfection in all her practice. As Xiangli Hui's figure disappeared into the shadows at the stage entrance, all eyes instinctively turned to the other side of the stage. The final contestant, Lan Xijin, walked onto the stage slowly. The entire hall fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Chapter 78, The Crown Prince? Dan Xijin calmly gazed at the piano before her. Xiangli Hui's exhausting performance seemed to leave no ripple in her heart. As her fingertips touched the keys, the same notes resonated, yet they carried a completely different soul. Despite being mentally prepared, when this legendary masterpiece, which had only existed in legend, echoed through the concert hall for the second time in just one afternoon, everyone felt a sense of absurdity bordering on dizziness. Is this world really not going mad? In stark contrast to Xiangli Hui's serious, intense demeanor, Lan Xijin's posture was almost carefree. The complex finger techniques that could drive even the most skilled pianists to the brink of collapse flowed from her slender hands with the ease of breathing. Her fingers danced across the keys so swiftly they became a blur. The notes landed precisely where they were meant to be. On the judges' panel, several venerable masters with snow-white hair were already teary-eyed, their hands trembling slightly beyond their control. The ultimate pinnacle they had spent their entire lives pursuing was now being achieved by this young woman on stage with such effortless grace. Seeing such a performance, they felt no regrets for their lives. I thought the princess was already perfect. This is a complete game changer. We still have no idea where the limits of the divine lie. There is no song in this world that can challenge her limits anymore. We should be grateful to be living in this era to be able to hear such a performance with our own ears. Yes, I guarantee this video will be studied repeatedly even centuries from now. The final note faded away. Dan Xijin's lips curve into a faint smile as she rises slowly. Backstage, Xiangli Hui's gaze was fixed on the figure on the screen, his face showing no trace of anger or disappointment at the possibility of losing the competition or failing the mission. Instead, his deep eyes burned with a fervent passion, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile brimming with aggression. The butler standing beside him had long since grown numb. The exceptions the prince had made for this man, the dignity he had abandoned, they were too numerous to count. This gaze was merely another confirmation. Similar expressions, a mix of awe, obsession, and possessiveness, were also clearly etched on the faces of Bai Qingnan, and Lan Xijin, who had quietly slipped into the shadows at some point. Their souls had been completely captivated by the performance. Dan Xijin gracefully walked through the curtain call, preparing to turn and leave the stage. Please stay. An elderly judge with snow-white hair, revered for his wisdom and integrity, spoke with a trembling voice, nearly stumbling to the edge of the stage. He presented a golden envelope adorned with the Academy's emblem. Miss Shan, this is an invitation to become a lifetime honorary professor at Kia Music Academy. If you accept, the Academy's resources will be at your disposal at any time. Before he could finish speaking, another equally esteemed judge rushed forward, unwilling to be outdone, and handed over another even thicker document. Miss Dan, This is the appointment letter for Honorary Chancellor of our Holy Mountain Music Academy. The entire academy looks up to you. We earnestly request your consideration. Put. A talent recruitment battle on stage? Fight. Fight. This scene will make me laugh for a year. If I were there, I'd fight too. This is a living legend. Dan Xijin nodded slightly, her expression calm and composed, as if she were receiving 2 ordinary business cards. She elegantly accepted the 2 heavy invitation letters, her voice cold and distant. Thank you, I will consider it. She then departed without lingering. The final outcome of the competition was no longer in doubt. This gold award, the most prestigious in the history of the music festival, was destined to belong to Dan Xijin. As for the damaged score sheet that served as the prize, it would only be officially distributed after the elaborate award ceremony and necessary procedures were completed. Yunding Restaurant. Beyond the massive curved floor-to-ceiling windows lay the most vibrant and dazzling scenery across the entire continent. At this moment, the entire restaurant was completely empty and silent. Outside the doors, 2 rows of bodyguards in black uniforms block out the outside world. Dan Xijin entered elegantly. Her gaze swept across the empty hall, landing on the figure by the window. He was no longer Xiang Li Fui. Dressed in a perfectly tailored, high-quality custom-made black suit, his broad shoulders and narrow waist were accentuated. He casually rested his hand on his chin, tilting his head slightly to gaze out the window, his legs elegantly crossed, revealing the red soles of his shiny black leather shoes. He exuded an overwhelmingly aggressive yet noble aura. Completely different from the mysterious elegance of his female attire, he now exuded a dangerous and sharp edge. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, he slowly turned his head. The sharp features of his face, illuminated by the light, resembled a sculpture, with a high, straight nose and a sharp jawline. Those eyes, now completely devoid of any pretense, were both seductive and sharp, gazing at him with unflinching scrutiny. He stood up, personally pulled out the high-backed chair across from her, nodded slightly, and spoke in a deep voice, "Please sit." Dan Xijin's red lips curved slightly, showing no sign of nervousness. She sat down elegantly, as if invited to an ordinary afternoon tea. Her gaze met his intense, overwhelming stare with calmness, her voice tinged with a hint of playful curiosity. "So, how should I address you? Should I continue to call you Your Highness? Or..." She dragged out the last syllable, a fleeting glimpse of understanding flashing in her eyes. "Your Royal Highness, the Crown Prince?" The person across from her heard this, and the corners of his lips curved into a seductive smile, followed by a soft chuckle. He did not deny it. "You may call me Rin." This was an official acknowledgement of his identity. Xiang Li Lin, the royal heir of B-Continent and the current Crown Prince. His deeds in B-Continent were renowned for their decisiveness and ruthlessness. He studied the overly calm expression on Dan Xijin's face with interest, leaning back in his chair and tapping his fingertips lightly on the smooth tabletop. "You seem completely unfazed by this?" His voice carried a hint of inquiry. "So, when did you figure out my true identity?" Dan Xijin picked up the wineglass offered by the attendant, swirled it gently, and the playful smile at the corner of her lips grew deeper. She tilted her head slightly, looking innocent. "The prince invited me here. Wasn't he it to answer the questions in my heart? Why are you asking me now?" Her voice carried a hint of playful teasing, like a cat's claws gently scratching, "when you should be asking me first." Her demeanor was composed and even carried a hint of lazy dominance. Chapter 79, Do you like her? You really are, aren't you? You won't take even the slightest loss. Xiang Li Lin couldn't help but laugh, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "That sheet music," he composed himself, his expression growing serious, "is a sacred artifact guarded by a family in B-Continent for generations. It's not just a piece of music, it carries the fate of B-Continent." Mentioning that family and the traitor, his fingertips unconsciously traced the rim of the cup, his eyes flashing with a hint of cruelty. 20 years ago, it was taken by a traitor. After his death, the fragments were scattered to the 4 winds. The royal family spared no effort, but only managed to recover a portion of it. His voice carried a hint of regret. Dan Xijin's fingers gently traced his jawline, lost in thought. Bai Shi's mother had also been frantically searching for this score before her death. And the Shan family's reaction to her and Bai Shi was so intense. "What are you thinking about?" Xiang Li Lin caught the fleeting expression of deep thought in her eyes. "Nothing." Dan Xijin withdrew her gaze, her tone flat. She raised her eyes, meeting Xiang Li Lin's gaze with a hint of curiosity and amusement. "I'm just curious, such an important sacred artifact, yet His Highness couldn't bring it back." She didn't believe the Crown Prince would give it up so easily. Xiang Li Lin leaned back slightly, his posture composed. "I was outmatched, I concede defeat." He admitted defeat openly. "It never belonged to me." "Thank you for clarifying, Your Highness." Dan Xijin rose gracefully, preparing to end the conversation. "Wishing you a safe journey back." Just as she turned to leave, she was suddenly pulled into a scorching embrace. Xiang Li Lin held her tightly. He leaned down, his warm breath brushing against her ear. "We will meet again soon." As the words fell, he released her with a swift motion, as if the possessive embrace had been nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Dan Xijin didn't even glance back at him, turning and walking away. Only when her figure had completely disappeared did the butler slip in silently, his face etched with deep concern. Your Highness, the private jet is ready. We should depart for B continent to report back. Xiang Lilin responded with a single syllable, his gaze still fixed on the direction where Dan Xijin had disappeared, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing against something, as if he could still feel the warmth of her embrace from moments ago. Your Highness, the butler gathered his courage, lowering his voice even further. Before departing for this mission, you made a solemn pledge before the cabinet if you cannot bring back the incomplete score intact, the consequences. He swallowed hard. Perhaps we should consider other options? Maybe. Shut up. Xiang Lilin's voice was icy. I don't want to hear those words again. He slowly turned around. As for the cabinet, he sneered, I will take the punishment myself. The steward sighed deeply. Since becoming crown prince, His Highness had reorganized the cabinet several times, making him a thorn in the side of those old foxes. With this mission failing, returning empty-handed would mean facing a long-planned impeachment. Bloodshed was inevitable. Your Highness. The steward watched Xiang Lilin's departing figure, his voice filled with pleading. You have never been one to act on impulse. Could it be, you've truly fallen for her? Xiang Lilin's fingers, which had been idly playing with the tips of his fingers, suddenly stopped. Love? He was no naive youth, he had a clear understanding of his own emotions. Recalling every moment he had spent with her. Yes, he liked her. Xiang Lilin had never been one to deny his desires. Now that he has acknowledged his feelings, the next step is to give it his all to win her over. Your Highness. The butler saw the unhidden passion in Xiang Lilin's eyes and felt the world spinning. It's over. If he could go back in time, he would risk his life to stop the prince from going to a continent. Not only did he fail to bring back the crucial musical score, but he also left the prince's heart with this woman named Dan Xijin. Let us go. Xiang Lilin's voice regained its calm tone as he turned around. Handle everything in B continent as soon as possible. Then, he would return. Return, find her, and claim her. No matter the cost. Downstairs at the apartment building. After wrapping up all the tedious follow-up tasks from the music festival, Dan Xijin evaded the relentless fans and media reporters. She changed into a plain, unremarkable dark outfit and drove toward her apartment in the city center. It was already late at night. From a distance, she could see a tall figure standing in the dim glow of the streetlights below the apartment building. Bai Qingnan leaned against the cold lamppost, his head slightly bowed, with strands of hair framing his forehead and eyes, exuding a sense of abandonment and loneliness. The sound of an engine grew louder as it approached. He snapped to attention, lifting his head abruptly to look at the approaching car. When he recognized Xiang Xijin in the driver's seat, he instinctively straightened his back, but he seemed rooted to the spot, hesitating to take a step forward. Dan Xijin parked the car and got out. She walked straight toward the figure who had been standing in the cold night for who knows how long. Have you been waiting long? No. Bai Qingnan denied it almost reflexively, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible hint of panic. You're lying. Dan Xijin furrowed her brows, her voice growing colder. Since the award ceremony ended, she had been handling various matters and evading pursuers, and it had been exactly 7 hours. He had been standing there like a fool for 7 hours. I'm sorry. Bai Qingnan's voice grew softer, filled with regret and self-blame. He didn't want to make her angry. What are you waiting for here? Dan Xijin's voice was accusatory. What if I don't come back here tonight and go straight to the ancestral home instead? She took a step forward, causing Bai Qingnan to gasp for breath. What are you going to do? Just stand here and wait all night? Bai Qingnan's lips trembled, his throat feeling as though something had blocked it, unable to utter a single word. Because that was exactly what he intended to do. Don't be angry. He looked up frantically, meeting Xiang Xijin's eyes, which were now clearly filled with anger, causing his heart to ache so much he could barely breathe. Had he made her angry again? Dan Xijin fell silent, the dim streetlight casting a soft glow on her perfect profile. She looked at the pale-faced, panicked Bai Qingnan before her. Finally, she sighed softly. The sigh was faint, but it echoed clearly in the silence, causing Bai Qingnan to tremble slightly. Come up. She dropped those 3 words, no longer looking at him, and turned toward the apartment building. Her voice remained cold, but it was no longer a question, it was a tacit permission. Bai Qingnan stood frozen in place for several seconds, as if unable to believe his ears. It wasn't until Xiang Xijin's figure was about to disappear into the shadows of the stairwell that he snapped back to reality, his eyes bursting with disbelief and joy. He hurried after her, his heart pounding wildly. Dan Xijin pushed open the apartment door, turned on the light, and looked at Bai Qingnan standing nervously at the entrance, tilting his head in greeting. Bai Qingnan stepped inside, his eyes scanning her territory as if trying to understand everything about her. Suddenly, his gaze froze, fixated on a black jacket on the sofa. Chapter 80, I Want You. The air seemed to freeze. The men's jacket draped over the chairback felt like a needle piercing his heart. He could even guess whose it was. Lan Xijin. His gaze stiffly shifted away, landing on the men's slippers by the shoe cabinet, the expensive watch carelessly discarded on the sofa, the ring that had rolled off the windowsill, and the men's belt in the corner. Every trace was like a silent mockery, starkly declaring that this private space he had thought he could finally enter had already been completely filled with another man's presence. Perhaps every inch of air and every object here had once witnessed how intimately they had been entangled. Bai Qingnan felt the air grow thin, his heart crushed. A strong taste of blood rose in his throat, making his breathing rapid and labored. His long fingers unconsciously dug into his palms, but the sharp pain couldn't drown out the agonizing ache in his chest. A few drops of bright red liquid trickled through his fingers, splattering onto the pure white carpet beneath his feet. Dan Xijin followed his gaze to the evidence, but her face remained expressionless. She didn't even bother to explain, merely tilting her head slightly. Her cold voice broke the silence. After waiting this long, what do you have to say? Bai Qingnan lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on her. He suddenly forced a self-mocking smile, his voice hoarse. Bai Shi. Lan Xijin. Who else is by your side? Whom? Dan Xijin furrowed her brows. Bai Qingnan, like a caged beast on the brink of losing control, stepped closer, until their breaths nearly mingled. His hoarse question was laced with despair. I was still foolish enough to believe your words. I'm important to you. Even thought about giving up this damn dignity, just to stay by your side, even if it meant being. But I never thought. His voice choked, that even this position was already taken. Dan Xijin, you wouldn't even bother to lie to me. He had waited so long, like a devout believer. He had waited for her, but what greeted him were the ever-present traces of another man. What position? A bed partner? Dan Xijin spoke slowly, her tone flat, as if she were stating a trivial matter unrelated to herself. Those casual words struck Bai Qingnan like a thunderclap. Lan Xijin and I made a bet before the midterm exams. One of the stakes was him. She explained it matter-of-factly. Why? Why him? Bai Qingnan nearly ground the words out between his teeth. It was just a coincidence. Dan Xijin's gaze remained calm and unruffled, as if appraising an object. His build and appearance meet my requirements, and he is clean enough. Her tone was flat, almost cold, devoid of any warmth, only reason and logic. This matter-of-factness made Bai Qingnan instantly feel absurd self-doubt, even wondering if he was being unreasonable. What about me? He growled, his voice filled with resentment and anger. What about me? The words were halfway out of his mouth when he froze. At this point, he still hadn't given up. Dan Xijin raised her eyes, her seductive almond-shaped eyes clearly reflecting his disheveled appearance. Her voice remained calm and unruffled. The only role I can offer you is this one. She paused, her gaze fixed on him with a scrutinizing expression, and my interest in a bed partner usually doesn't last very long. Are you sure? She leaned forward slightly, her voice tinged with doubt. You can accept this kind of relationship? She knew Bai Qingnan well, a man who had instilled the rules of propriety into his very bones. He despised such a relationship, which he considered immoral and indecent. Bai Qingnan froze completely. Her bluntness and honesty left no room for accusation, only choice. He opened his mouth, but his throat was so dry he couldn't utter a sound. A few seconds of silence felt like an eternity. Reason screamed at him to walk away, dignity urged him to turn and leave, but his feet felt nailed to the ground, unable to move. Dan Xijin seemed to have lost patience. She casually stroked her chin with one hand, scanning him up and down, slowly moving from his tense jawline downward. That appraising gaze was like that of someone evaluating a piece of merchandise about to be acquired. I'll ask you again, she said, her voice soft but clear. Shall Bai? She raised her eyebrows slightly. What do you want? What do I want? Last time, he had buried his most greedy desires, daring only to pray that she would never leave him again. This time. HM? A single syllable, as if reminding him that her patience was running out. Bai Qingnan lifted his head and spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. I want you. As the words fell, he suddenly stepped forward, grabbed her chin, and leaned down to kiss her. The kiss was reckless and awkward, yet brimming with a desperate desire to possess her. Dan Xijin didn't push him away. She didn't even close her eyes, simply letting him plunder her clumsily and fiercely. When Bai Qingnan loosened his grip slightly due to lack of oxygen, she finally moved. Her fingers gently traced her lips, and her tongue licked the tiny wound where he had broken the skin. Good, she finally spoke, her voice still cold. Remember your choice. Little Bai. Bai Qingnan closed his eyes, as if trying to avoid the meaning behind her words, then wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her back into his embrace, and kissed her even more passionately. He didn't want to think about anything else now, didn't want to think about what this relationship truly meant, didn't want to think about that damned future. He only wanted her to fill the shattered, bleeding heart within him. Only her warmth and her touch could give him a moment of satisfaction. In another corner of the night, at the floor-to-ceiling windows of a top-tier restaurant, Lan Xijin sat alone at the most expensive seat by the window, his gaze vacant as he stared out at the night. The red wine in his glass remained untouched from the start. Mr. Lan, the waiter, approached cautiously, his voice barely audible, tinged with subtle sympathy. We're about to close. Who would have thought that such a high-ranking, prestigious figure would wait so devotedly and still not be met? What kind of person could possibly make this all-powerful heir to a financial empire act so humbly? Sir, do you intend to continue waiting? Lan Xijin's eyelids fluttered extremely slowly, and his gaze withdrew from the knight. His once handsome face was now pale, almost translucent, and his lips had lost all color. He lowered his eyes, his gaze falling on the empty seat across from him. The tableware was arranged with meticulous precision, as if silently mocking his endless weight and absurd expectations. He rose slowly to his feet. After sitting motionless for so long without a single drop of water, the moment he stood up, the world spun, and an intense dizziness overwhelmed him. His body stumbled uncontrollably, and his long fingers gripped the table tightly, the knuckles turning white from the effort, before he managed to steady himself. The waiter quickly handed him his coat, hesitating to speak. Lan Xijin didn't look at him, silently taking the coat and draping it casually over his arm before turning and walking toward the door. His back appeared unusually frail and lonely. Mr. Lan. Your belongings. The waiter seemed to remember something suddenly, hurriedly walked back to where he had been standing, picked up a velvet box that had been forgotten on the table, and ran after him to the door. Lan Xijin's footsteps halted. His gaze fell calmly on the velvet box. Finally, he spoke slowly, his voice hoarse from prolonged silence and weariness. Throw it away. Chapter 81, She was very satisfied. Inside the apartment, the night was deep. Bai Qingnan pressed Shanzhaing against the wide sofa, his breath hot. His gaze swept over the men's jacket lying on the sofa, and his eyes darkened with undisguised disgust. He casually tossed it aside, as if trying to erase any trace of another man's presence. His kisses, long suppressed, erupted with intensity, shattering the last remnants of his restraint. His long, slender fingers traced the curve of her delicate spine, sending shivers down her spine. Ing. His voice was hoarse. Shan Jiying tilted her elegant neck slightly, and faint gasps escaped her lips uncontrollably. His kisses continued downward, driven by an almost obsessive desire to possess her, as if he wanted to leave his mark on every inch of her. When he lifted his eyes and met Shanzhaing's dazed gaze, an overwhelming sense of fulfillment engulfed him, but it was quickly followed by jealousy that threatened to consume him. Such an expression, such a look, had it ever been so freely revealed before Lan Xijin? This thought pierced his heart like a needle. Bai Qingnan's kiss suddenly turned fierce, carrying a punishing intent. He tried to cover the past that didn't belong to him with deeper marks. As he moved, he brushed against the edge of her earlobe, biting her earlobe and whispering hoarsely, "Do you still recognize who I am? Ing? Xiao Bai." A night of passion. The next morning, Dan Jiying slowly opened her eyes, her entire body feeling as though her bones had been dismantled and then roughly pieced back together, every part aching with soreness. The spot beside her was empty, leaving a faint chill in its wake. She withdrew her gaze, propped herself up, and tried to get out of bed. As her feet touched the icy floor, a deliberate cough echoed from the doorway. Bai Qingnan was wearing only a pair of trousers, his lean waist exposed to the air. He held a tray with a simple breakfast, his ears tinged with a suspicious flush. He placed the tray on the bedside table and hurried over. "I'm sorry." His voice was hoarse from the morning and tinged with a barely perceptible panic. He had imagined countless times being with her, even though he always despised his own filthy thoughts. The fantasy that had filled his dreams had suddenly become reality, but in the cold light of day, it felt so out of control. He had never imagined he could be so unrestrained. Dan Jiying got out of bed without a word, her legs so weak she could barely stand, her body stumbling forward uncontrollably. Bai Qingnan acted swiftly, catching her and holding her tightly in his arms. In an instant, the unique scent of cedar mixed with the lingering aroma of last night enveloped her. Dan Jiying leaned against him, raising her eyes slightly. Her voice, hoarse and low from last night's overuse, sounded even more suggestive. "Don't let this happen again." In her eyes, a bed partner was merely a spice to add some excitement to her mundane life. It must never interfere with any important matters or make her feel uncomfortable or lose control. "All right," Bai Qingnan replied immediately, his voice low and obedient. The arms wrapped around her waist instinctively pulled her closer, greedily savoring the scent of her body. The lingering sensation from last night had yet to subside, and now, feeling her body heat, the restlessness deep within him was nearly impossible to contain. Dan Jiying naturally sensed the changes in his body. She took a deep breath, her voice growing colder. "Let go." Bai Qingnan muttered, clearly reluctantly releasing his arms. Before letting go, he couldn't resist taking one last deep breath, as if trying to imprint her scent into his very being. He turned around and picked up the neatly folded school uniform on the chair. "Ing, let me help you change." Dan Jiying glanced at him, did not refuse, and simply extended her arms, tacitly agreeing. A rare smile curved the corners of Bai Qingnan's lips. He moved gently and attentively, as if dressing the most precious treasure. He carefully helped her put on the shirt, and when the last button was fastened at the collar, all traces of temptation were concealed. When Dan Jiying finished washing up and came out, Bai Qingnan had already changed into his uniform. He pulled out the chair next to the dining table. Her gaze fell on the coffee cup on the table, the dark brown liquid emanating a rich aroma. In an instant, she recognized it: Maui coffee beans paired with maple syrup, her favorite flavor. A faint smile played on her lips. The person in this new position, for now, seemed satisfactory to her. Across the ocean, in B State. Within the royal palace symbolizing supreme power. Xiang Lilin knelt on one knee, his back straight as an arrow. He bowed his head slightly, but his gaze remained fixed on the figure seated on the throne. The current king of B continent, his uncle, Xiang Lijun. I failed to retrieve the fragment of the score. Please punish me. Xiang Lilin offered no further explanation and showed no signs of regret. Xiang Lijun on the throne slowly opened his eyes. I watched the competition remotely. This is not your fault alone. In all of B continent, there was likely no one who could have retrieved the fragmentary score from that man's hands. Xiang Lijun's gaze was scrutinizing. But I heard that you refused Luo Sui's extreme proposal? Yes, Xiang Lilin replied crisply, without hesitation. This tournament has too great an impact. Taking action within a continent would be too risky and unwise. He raised his head, his voice firm. I will return to a continent for the 8 Schools Alliance tournament. At that time, I will personally retrieve the fragment. Xiang Lijun nodded slightly, seemingly unsurprised by the answer. He had no doubt about his nephew's abilities and was well aware of his pride and principles. The matter of the incomplete score is of great importance. The cabinet elders need an explanation. Go to the Ministry of Justice to accept your punishment. The rules must not be broken. Yes. Xiang Lilin had no objections and agreed decisively. He rose with a clean, decisive movement, bowed slightly, and turned to leave. The grand hall fell silent once more. Xiang Lijun's gaze fell on that departing figure. His fingers, resting on the armrest of the throne, unconsciously rubbed the simple black ring on his left ring finger. That girl? Dan Xijin. Interesting. Chapter 82, Perverted Harassment. In the underground chamber of the Ministry of Justice. The air was filled with the smell of rust and a faint hint of blood. Xiang Lilin silently stripped off his upper garments, revealing several old scars of varying depths etched into his spine. He stood expressionless, as if the body about to endure the lashes was not his own. The air was still, broken only by the executioner's slightly labored breathing from tension. Your Highness. I'll begin. The executioner's voice trembled uncontrollably, his hands clenching the whip tightly, drenched in cold sweat. He was newly assigned to the Ministry of Justice, and the man before him was of royal blood. He feared being remembered for this. Xiang Lilin's response was a single syllable. The whip, with its barbed tips, tore through the air. The sound of flesh being torn open echoed harshly in the sealed underground chamber. Xiang Lilin's body tensed instantly, the immense force causing him to lean forward slightly. Sweat instantly trickled down his temples and along his jawline, splattering onto the blood-stained floor. No muffled groans, no cries of pain, only the heavy, suppressed breaths of someone pushing their limits. The second lash. The third lash. The whip marks crisscrossed, deep enough to expose bone. He clenched his teeth tightly, enduring pain that would have caused an ordinary person to faint, yet his mind remained unusually clear. The face of Dan Xijin, her elegant and noble figure on stage, her delicate fingers dancing. These images became even clearer amidst the excruciating pain. With each lash, it felt as though a deeper obsession was being carved into his heart. Morris Academy. Last weekend's earth-shattering match remained the center of discussion, with Xiang Jiying's name mentioned repeatedly. When she finally walked into the campus, time seemed to have been paused. All the noise suddenly ceased. Countless eyes, filled with awe, admiration, passion, and curiosity, fixated on her. Wherever she went, the crowd automatically parted to make a path for her, even breathing cautiously, afraid to disturb her. In the eerie silence, a figure burst out of the crowd. A boy dressed in a school uniform, his eyes bloodshot and his expression twisted with madness, held a bouquet of bright red roses. He knelt down heavily before Xiang Jiying with a thud. President, he screamed, his voice cracking with excitement, trembling with an unsettling fervor, I love you. Marry me. He reached out his trembling hand, attempting to grasp Xiang Jiying's slender, perfect wrist. Dan Xijin furrowed her brows slightly, about to act. But a tall, slender figure was faster, instantly stepping between her and the man. Bai Qinnan. His eyes brimming with unhidden disgust, he kicked the filthy hand reaching for Shanxing with all his might. The force was so great that the young man let out a pained cry and fell to the ground in a heap. Dan Xijing watched the scene unfold, then turned and walked away gracefully, as if none of it had anything to do with her. Bai Qinnan didn't even bother to glance at the man on the ground. He scowled in disgust, pulled out a pen and a disciplinary notice form from the pocket of his uniform jacket. The pen tip scraped forcefully across the paper. Violation of Academy regulations, he said coldly. Article 21, malicious harassment of Academy students. Article 12, improper conduct in public, severely damaging the Academy's reputation. He signed his name neatly, tore the notice from the notebook, and flicked it at the boy's face like he was discarding trash. 1 week suspension. Immediate enforcement. With that, he didn't spare another glance at the person lying limp on the ground. He turned sharply and hurried after the cold, distant figure ahead. President Sean. I won't give up. I love you. A desperate end scream echoed from behind. Bai Qingnan's brows furrowed even tighter, the malevolence in his eyes nearly spilling over. It wasn't until he turned into the shadow of the corridor that he dared to let out a cold snort filled with disgust and possessiveness. This trash doesn't even deserve to touch a single finger of yours? He despised every gaze that dared to claim her as his own. But damn it, she was like a magnet, always drawing everyone in. In the shadows near the school gate, Lan Xijin stood motionless like a sculpture, taking in everything that had just unfolded before him. His smoky gray eyes were dark and brooding, and a chill emanated from his body, warning others to keep their distance. His hands hung limply at his sides, his fingernails dug deeply into his palms, leaving several crescent-shaped bloodstains. Yet he felt no pain at all. His breathing was irregular and heavy. Even though he had sworn last night that he would never again be her plaything, summoned and dismissed at her whim. Even though he had told himself that their relationship had come to an end. But just moments ago, when he saw that madman attempting to touch her, his body's instinctive reaction was still to charge forward, to stop him. To crush him. However, it was just that split-second hesitation. What right did he have? What standing did he have to stop him? A former lover? In that split second of hesitation, another person had already stepped in front of her. Bai Qinnan. Hoof. Lan Xijin's lips curled into a self-mocking smile. Yes, when had she ever been lacking in company? He, Lan Xijin, was nothing more than one of the pieces of trash she could discard at will when she found him boring or troublesome. He took a deep breath, forcing down the bitter taste rising in his throat, his eyes growing even colder, filled with a numbness that came from pain pushed to its limits. Back to the classroom. Lan Xijin forced his gaze to remain straight ahead, not wavering even an inch. He ignored the figure in the corner of the classroom, his step stiff and deliberate as he walked straight to his seat. However, just as he sat down, his peripheral vision couldn't help but glance at Bai Qinnan beside him. Bai Qinnan was still looking down at his book, his profile as cold and hard as ever, appearing unchanged. But Lan Xijin's heart suddenly contracted. Something was different. The icy aura of aloofness that surrounded this iceberg seemed slightly less intense. Even at the corners of his tightly pursed lips, Lan Xijin caught a faint, almost imperceptible, upward curve. A sense of secret satisfaction and pleasure, suppressed yet still leaking out from the depths of his eyes. Lan Xijin felt a sudden dryness in his throat. He knew this change all too well. The only person in the world who could affect Bai Qinnan, this iceberg, in such a way was likely that one person. When did this happen? Last night? When he waited at the restaurant like a little cutie until late at night. So, she didn't skip the date, she went on another date instead? This realization felt like a knife plunging into his heart, twisting and turning repeatedly. The uncontrollable jealousy slowly consumed the last remnants of his rationality. Chapter 83, The Intimacy Exposed. Xinjuo's gaze was fixed on the composed and elegant figure at the table in front of him. The disgust he felt had faded slightly compared to before. As the heir to the Qin family, he had no particular interest in classical music itself, but he had to keep a close eye on the noble movements behind these top-tier events. Last weekend's match that shook the entire world, he had naturally followed every moment. He had to admit that despite the deep-seated aversion still lingering in his heart, he couldn't deny the fact. Shang Jiying's abilities were so formidable they sent shivers down his spine. Moreover, her indifferent gaze, as if nothing mattered, always overlapped with the figure he had deliberately buried deep in his memory. Xinjue took a deep breath, trying to suppress the familiar stabbing pain in his chest. He repeatedly told himself not to think about that person, but the more he suppressed it, the clearer that figure and those cold words, "It was just a joke," became. The gaze from behind him was so intense it felt like it could burn through Shang Jiying. Dan Jiying furrowed his brows imperceptibly before turning back with composure. Their eyes locked. In an instant, Xinjue felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his body stiffening and freezing in place. Those seductive peach-colored eyes from his memories overlapped with the exquisitely beautiful face before him. His mind went blank. "Is there something on me?" Dan Jiying raised an eyebrow slightly, her cold voice tinged with unhidden mockery. Xinjue snapped back to reality, his Adam's apple bobbed once, and he remained unusually silent for a few seconds. He oddly ignored the obvious mockery in her words and simply replied, "No." Just as Dan Jiying was about to turn and leave, Xinjue, as if possessed, called out to her, "Ms. Dan, are you free for lunch? I have something I'd like to ask you." The words slipped out before he could stop them, even surprising himself. He silently berated himself for breaking his resolve to never contact that person again. Dan Jiying merely glanced at him coldly with the corner of her eye, "No." With that, she turned away without a second glance, leaving Xinjue staring at her retreating figure, once again lost in thought. At noon, in the student council president's office. Sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the room with a serene quiet, broken only by the faint rustling of papers. Dan Xijin sat behind the large desk, her slender fingers flipping through the thick files regarding the 8-school alliance competition. With less than a week left before the competition began, preparations at Morris Academy were already in place. These documents in her hands were more like a routine check. Knock, knock. 2 steady knocks broke the silence. Dan Xijin lifted her gaze, her eyes landing on the person entering the room. Bai Qinnan walked to the desk with a document in hand and placed it gently on the desk. She glanced at the title of the document. It was merely a request for the temporary reassignment of a logistics staff member. Clearly, this was just an excuse. But she didn't call him out on it, instead pushing the competition documents aside and watching him calmly. Is it that tricky? Bai Qinnan stood beside her naturally. No, Dan Xijin shook her head, her lips curving into a faint smile. Suddenly, she reached out, her slender fingers hooking onto Bai Qinnan's tie, pulling him closer toward her with a gentle tug. Bai Qinnan was caught off guard, leaning forward, his hands instinctively bracing against the chair behind her, forming an intimidating circle. The distance between them closed instantly, close enough to feel each other's breath. The next moment, soft lips tinged with the crisp scent of cedar pressed against his. Bai Qinnan's mind buzzed, and a surge of electricity coursed through his body from his lips to his fingertips. He instinctively responded, deepening the kiss. However, his remaining awareness quickly returned. This was the student council office. The door wasn't even locked properly. Ing. He gasped, pulling back slightly, his ears tingling with an unnatural flush, his voice hoarse with desire and a hint of tension. Here, what if someone sees us? The discipline ingrained in his bones and his reverence for rules made him feel a strong sense of taboo about such intimacy in this setting. Dan Xijin raised an eyebrow slightly, letting out a playful chuckle, her fingertips still tangled in his tie. Didn't you come here for this? No, no. Bai Qinnan hurriedly denied, his voice stuttering slightly from nervousness. Though the bone-melting sensation left him unable to resist, he had come to see her nothing more than a glimpse, even if only for a moment. Then he realized the teasing tone in her voice, his eyes darkening as the other thoughts were instantly replaced by an overwhelming desire to possess her. He bit his lip, no longer hesitating, and lowered his head to touch the tempting softness once more, kissing her even more deeply. Their breaths intertwined and grew hotter in the quiet office. The door. I didn't close it properly. Bai Qinnan murmured, struggling with the last remnants of her rationality. Before he could finish, the office door was pushed open without warning. Xinjuo's tall figure stood at the doorway, his brows furrowed, his gaze fixed on the 2 figures almost overlapping behind the desk. Bai Qinnan's towering figure almost completely shrouded Shan Xijin in shadow, making her expression unclear, but the little cutie knew exactly what they were doing. A flash of disdain crossed Xinjuo's eyes. Hadn't she just been seen with Bai Shi? Even before the competition, the two had publicly declared their relationship to the world. Now this? I never thought even someone like Bai Qinnan would be willing to be the third wheel in a secret relationship. She's gone mad. Humph, as expected, deep down, she's still that promiscuous woman with her mind full of men. Bai Qinnan suddenly straightened up, quickly tidying his slightly disheveled collar and catching his breath, stepping in front of Shan Xijin. His gaze met Xinjuo's, filled with irritation at being interrupted and an unmistakable warning. Humph. Xinjuo let out a dismissive snort, his lips curling into a mocking smile. His gaze swept over Bai Qinnan before settling on Shan Xijin, who remained seated on the chair. It seems I've interrupted the two of you? The word interrupted was emphasized heavily, dripping with contempt. Is something wrong? Dan Xijin tilted her head slightly, her face showing no trace of embarrassment at being caught off guard. She remained calm, as if everything that had just happened was perfectly natural and not worth mentioning. Xinjuo suppressed the irritation in his heart and maintained his arrogant facade. Since Mr. Shan is too busy to keep our appointment, I can only come find you myself. He didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. I'm looking for someone from the Dan family. Oh? Dan Xijin raised an eyebrow slightly, leaning back into the chair with her hands folded on her lap, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Xinjuo slipped his hands into his pockets, his posture seemingly relaxed, but his gaze fixed intently on the person seated before him. The Qin family's dark color organization will provide unconditional assistance in exchange for a piece of information. He offered an extremely tempting deal. The Dark Faction was the most mysterious branch of the Qin family's underworld organization, composed of highly trained elite assassins. Who is worth such a great effort from Mr. Qin? Dan Xijin chuckled lightly, not responding immediately. Instead, she raised her eyes and gestured toward Bai Qinnan beside her. Bai Qinnan clenched his lips, his eyes darting between Shan Xijin and Xinjuo, clearly worried. But he ultimately did not defy her wishes, giving her a deep look before turning and leaving the office, closing the door behind him. The office was now empty except for Dan Xijin and Xinjuo, the air thick with tension. An unimportant person. Chapter 84, Enemies? Xinjuo's gaze fixed intently on Dan Xijin's face, not missing a single subtle change in her expression. The Shan family doesn't have a woman, he paused. A woman who suffered severe burns and disfigurement in an accident? Burn accident. Dan Jiying's fingertips gently traced her jawline, her eyelashes slightly lowered. Her expression was focused and calm, as if she were deep in thought, revealing nothing of her true feelings. Time passed in silence. Xinhua held his breath, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst from his chest. Finally, Dan Jiying slowly raised her eyes to meet his gaze. No. Xinhua's heart plummeted into the depths of despair. Her gaze was too open, with no trace of evasion or pretense. He could tell she wasn't lying to him. Damn it! Had he really misjudged the situation? But those eyes, that expression, they were so similar. That woman, where the hell did she disappear to, like a ghost? Even the last possible clue had been ruthlessly severed. An overwhelming sense of defeat and frustration made it hard for him to breathe. Xinhua took a deep breath, forcing down the surging emotions. I will keep my promise. As he spoke, he turned to leave, but his footsteps halted at the door. Driven by an unwilling emotion, he turned his body halfway, his lips curling into a malicious sneer as his gaze swept across the office where the recent intimacy had unfolded. Oof. Speaking of which, Mr. Sean himself isn't exactly clean, is he? Do you need me to keep a secret about what happened between you and Bai Qin-nan? He emphasized the word keep deliberately, clearly seeking revenge for the contemptuous dirty he had muttered earlier in the restaurant. Dan Jiying didn't even bother to lift an eyelid, merely shrugging indifferently, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. It's up to you. Xinhua clenched his fists tightly at his sides, his knuckles turning white, before finally letting out a suppressed cold snort and turning to leave. The room fell silent once more. The phone screen on the table lit up at the right moment. She lowered her eyes and tapped it open. Dan Linchuan, 7 o'clock tonight. I'll come pick you up and take you back to the ancestral home. Her fingertips glided across the screen, but she didn't reply. Such a notification-style message didn't require her input. Evening, outside Morris Academy. Dan Linchuan stood tall, leaning against the door of a black sedan. Behind his silver-rimmed glasses, his gaze was calm and composed. Upon seeing Shan Jiying's figure, he nodded slightly, his movements meticulous. Inside the car, Dan Jiying leaned against the soft leather seat, her eyes half closed. It wasn't until the car drove deep into the ancestral home that a clear voice broke the silence. You haven't come to the office these past few days because of the competition. I've organized the documents that need your review. Shan Linchuan glanced at her profile through the rearview mirror, his voice still devoid of emotion. There's been some internal turmoil within the board recently. You should get everything in order as soon as possible. Dan Jiying finally responded softly, slowly opening her eyes. As expected. Ever since she returned to take charge of the family's core affairs, those old guard who had grown accustomed to their comfortable lives had been restless. They had remained inactive, merely wary of her methods and watching her every move. They hadn't expected her to show no signs of taking action, which had only made them grow restless and begin to stir. Dan family study. Mr. Shan stood with his back to the door, gazing out the large floor-to-ceiling window. The music festival competition she did quite well. His voice was low, as if he were speaking to the void. Just like her. The last words were so soft they sounded like a sigh. Dan Jiying stood quietly at the large desk, not responding. Who does she resemble? Her mother? But the man before her had never even had the courage to engrave the word wife on her mother's tombstone. Dan Xiwan slowly turned around. Those eyes, marked by the passage of time, were now filled with unspeakable pain. His gaze fixed heavily on Dan Jiying's face. You and the Bai family, absolutely must have no further connection. I've told you. Dan Jiying's voice was icy. I need a reason. Dan Shurian clenched his teeth so hard they ground together, and finally, as if all his strength had been drained from him, he let out a painful sigh. I'm sorry, he was breaking his promise. He had sworn to her that he would protect her daughter forever, keep her away from the past, and let her grow up normally, freely, and do as she pleased. So even during those 3 years when she had behaved so recklessly, though he was disappointed, he had never uttered a harsh word. He didn't want her to carry the burden of hatred. But her bloodline, her abilities, destined her to be anything but ordinary. Destined to stir up a massive storm at the center of this world. He couldn't stand by and watch the child who resembled her mother so much become entangled with the son of her enemy. This would be a complete betrayal of his deceased lover. Your mother Shan Shurian's voice was dry and hoarse, each word spoken with great difficulty. Her identity is extremely special. She has almost never appeared in public, because once exposed she would face certain death. Dan Jiying's pupils contracted, his brows furrowed, and a chill filled the air around him. And back then the only person who knew your mother's true identity, Dan Shurian's eyes burned with searing hatred, was me and Bai Shi's mother. He took a deep breath, as if draining every ounce of strength from his body. It was her. She betrayed your mother. Mentioning the Bai family, his teeth ground together with a grinding sound. Who? Dan Jiying's voice was filled with suppressed murderous intent, his breathing becoming heavy and irregular. Who wanted to kill her? Dan Shurian fell silent. She didn't want you to know. She didn't want you to live in hatred. Oof. Dan Jiying let out a cold, mocking laugh, devoid of any warmth. I'll find out myself. With that, she no longer looked at Dan Shurian's face twisted in agony, turning and striding away. Night, the ancestral home's swimming pool. The vast infinity pool shimmered under the moonlight, its surface calm and still, reflecting the cold moonlight. Dan Xijin wore only a simple black silk strapless dress, submerging herself in the depths of the pool. The icy water instantly enveloped her body, cutting off all external sounds. She lay on the edge of the pool, letting the water cover her delicate face, leaving only a few strands of long hair floating on the surface. This was one of the rare moments when she needed absolute silence to suppress the anger within her heart. The Bai family. Bai Shi. If the truth was indeed that, she would make the entire Bai family pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold price for their actions. Just as she was lost in the quiet. Plop! A loud splash echoed through the air. Dan Xijin didn't even have time to react before a powerful force suddenly pulled her up from the water. A warm body suddenly wrapped around her tightly, pulling her out of the icy water. Water droplets trickled down their hair and bodies, continuously falling. Dan Xijin instinctively raised her hand to press against the other person's chest. The palm of her hand was completely soaked through by water, making it transparent, tightly adhering to the thin white shirt clinging to her body. Beneath the soaked fabric, the slim, muscular waistline was clearly outlined, exuding a restrained sensuality. Chapter 85, Ambiguity in the Water. Dan Linchuan. His silver-rimmed glasses had been lost somewhere in the water. At that moment, the amber-colored eyes that had always been hidden behind the lenses were exposed to the moonlight without any obstruction. His wet, disheveled black hair clings to his angular cheeks, droplets of water trickling down his high, straight nose and tight, thin lips, tracing a path along his neck and into the open collar. Without the glasses to hide them, his eyes seemed even deeper, carrying a tension and fear that he never showed on ordinary days. He looked down at her, his breathing slightly hurried from the earlier intense movements, his warm breath brushing against her cheek. Their damp bodies clung tightly together, the air filled with moisture and a hint of intimacy. Dan Linchuan could clearly feel the curves of the perfect body in his arms, the wet black spaghetti strap dress outlining an alluring silhouette. A strange urge surged through him, causing his Adam's apple to bob violently. His brows furrowed as he forced himself to suppress the inexplicable feeling welling up inside him. Dan Xijin raised her eyes and met his gaze, momentarily startled. What did she see? Tension? Fear? This second-in-line heir, known for his deep thoughts, had actually revealed such emotions because of her. In the future, Dan Linchuan's voice was tight and hoarse, breaking the silence. Don't put yourself in such danger. He pressed his lips together, his tone carrying a stiffness he hadn't even noticed himself. I understand, Dan Xijin snapped back to her senses, her voice returning to its usual cool detachment. I can handle it myself. Dan Linchuan didn't respond, as if he hadn't heard her refusal. He maintained the Princess Carrie position, tightening his arms around her, and took long strides toward the main mansion. The servants along the way scattered like startled quails, lowering their heads and daring not to look up. Whatever had happened was none of their business. Dan Linchuan carried Dan Xijin directly back to her bedroom, placing her gently on the large bed. Drops of water trickled down his hair and onto her body. I'll have someone come to take care of you. He cleared his throat, quickly averting his gaze from her, his voice returning to its usual calm tone. With that, he turned almost hastily and left the room in large strides, not even glancing back once. The door closed behind him. Dan Xijin leaned against the headboard, staring at the door, her fingertips unconsciously tracing her chin, lost in thought. Dan Linchuan's reaction today seemed a bit unusual. Could it be true, as he claimed, that he had no personal motives? Was everything truly for the sake of the Shan family? Dan Linchuan's room. The moment the door closed, Dan Linchuan's tense body finally relaxed. He leaned against the doorframe, tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and clenched his long fingers tightly around his throbbing temples, as if trying to dispel the chaos in his mind. He shouldn't be so flustered. This was completely beyond his plans and control. He knew she would never attempt suicide, but when he saw the strand of black hair on the water's surface and her sinking figure, his body's instinctive reaction outpaced all rational thought. He had to pull her out immediately. It felt like every second counted, as if he might lose something incredibly important. This realization made him even more uneasy. Clearly, if she were dead, it might be the fastest path to his ultimate goal. He should feel relieved. He hurried to the desk, pulled open the bottom drawer, and took out the slightly worn necklace. He clenched the cold pendant tightly in his palm, its sharp edges digging into his flesh, causing a stinging pain. Hatred. He needed that sharp pain to remind him not to forget the hatred. He took a deep breath, forcing down the turmoil in his heart. When he slowly opened his eyes again, his amber-colored eyes had regained their usual calm and stillness. This is better. He analyzed himself calmly. This loss of control might make her lower her guard, which would be more advantageous for the plan's progress. Having fully convinced himself, Shan Linsuan did not immediately change out of his soaking wet, icy cold clothes. Instead, he suddenly pushed open the window. The biting cold of the night rushed in, blowing his soaked shirt tightly against his body, sending shivers down his spine. The next morning, in the dining room, Dan Xijin ate quietly, her movements graceful. Steady footsteps echoed from the staircase. She looked up. Dan Linchuan, dressed in a gray tailored suit, appeared at the top of the stairs. His silver-rimmed glasses once again obscured his amber-colored eyes. However, upon closer inspection, there was a faint dark circle under his eyes, his complexion was paler than usual, and a hint of fatigue lingered in the depths of his gaze. When his gaze met Shang Jiying's, he nodded slightly. Cough. Dan Linchuan suppressed a low cough, the hoarseness in his throat growing more pronounced. He walked over to the dining table but did not sit down. Instead, he stood beside Dan Jiying, his voice low, "Don't forget to go to the company later. The accumulated tasks need to be handled as soon as possible." Without waiting for a response from Dan Jiying, he turned and left. Morris Academy. As Dan Jiying stepped through the school gates, a figure immediately caught her attention. Bai Lan. He was no longer the wild artist in oil-stained overalls but had donned the crisp Morris Academy uniform. The well-tailored suit accentuated his tall, slender frame, unexpectedly giving him an air of sophistication. Only his dazzling blonde hair still made him stand out from the crowd. He stood in the middle of the path, blocking Shanhaiying's way. His gaze was intense, yet filled with conflict and the anxiety of holding back words, his lips tightly pressed together. "Is there something you need?" Dan Jiying tilted her head slightly, her voice cold and distant. Bai Lan swallowed nervously. He already knew that the he had been obsessed with all this time was the woman standing before him. Her piano playing, like her paintings, exuded a proud arrogance that seemed to come from the depths of her soul. His fanatical adoration for his idol was nearly overwhelming. But at that moment, his concern for his older brother overpowered his passion. "My brother." Bai Lan's voice trembled with anxiety. "He's been locked in the music room." He carefully observed Shang Jiying's expression and continued, "I don't know what happened between you two, but..." He recalled seeing Bai Shi not long ago, his older brother who always wore a perfect smile, his eyes rare with a genuine glow, a smile that came from the depths of his heart. Bai Lan's voice was pleading, Can you go check on him?" Dan Jiying's gaze fell on his face, filled with worry and pleading, and the corners of his lips slowly curved into a faint smile. "The Bai family. Bai Shi." "Yes." Her reply was crisp and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Her voice was calm, as if she were agreeing to something trivial. Regarding the Bai family, she indeed had too many questions that needed to be clarified in person. Chapter 86, His Revenge. Bai Lan heard her decisive agreement and clearly paused for a moment. Then, a pure and sunny smile bloomed on his face. He shyly ruffled his already disheveled blonde hair, his voice filled with excitement. And, thank you for the painting." He paused, his eyes shining brightly. "Please tell us for me I really like her." As he finished speaking, the tips of his ears turned a slightly unnatural shade of red. Dan Jiying merely nodded slightly, but his gaze couldn't help but linger on his golden hair, which looked fluffy and soft in the sunlight. Like a large, fluffy dog that had just finished playing and returned, disheveled but looking soft and inviting to the touch. Almost instinctively, her long, slender fingers rose, with a casual air, and gently rested on the golden tips of his hair. However, before her fingertips could feel the softness, a force so strong it felt like it could crush her bones landed on her wrist. Dan Jiying furrowed her brows slightly and followed the long, slender hands with her gaze. It was Lan Xijin. He emanated an intimidating aura, causing several students who had accidentally witnessed the scene to freeze in fear and retreat. He didn't look at her, his thin lips tightly pursed. Without a word, he grabbed her wrist and dragged her away from the crowd, heading straight for the most secluded classroom building deep within the academy. The area fell into complete silence, followed by gasps and disbelieving glances. The former president and the current president? This unusual atmosphere, there's more to their relationship than meets the eye? Dan Jiying didn't struggle. For this former lover, she still harbored a trace of patience, almost a form of charity and privilege. She simply let him drag her along in silence. Lan Xijin kicked open the door to a dilapidated classroom. It was the very same classroom where he had seen her kissing Bai Qinnan. He threw her violently onto the old desk, his towering frame instantly pinning her down, his arms braced on either side of her body, trapping her completely between his chest and the desk. Those smoky gray eyes, which had always exuded confidence in controlling everything, were now crimson, churning with suppressed rage and madness. He let out a mocking laugh, his scorching breath hitting her face, laced with biting sarcasm. "What? Just a few days? You can't even resist the little brats from the high school department? Single president, your taste is getting more and more indiscriminate?" Dan Jiying tilted her head slightly, meeting his gaze with a hint of confusion, as if she didn't understand why he was so agitated. "What are you raving about?" Her voice was cold and clearly annoyed. "You tell me what I'm going crazy about?" Lan Xijin roared, his hands trembling violently as he clenched the edge of the table, veins bulging on his knuckles. Dan Jiying. Before he could finish, his lips descended. It wasn't a kiss, it was a bite, a release. It was filled with an almost suffocating sense of possession. Dan Jiying raised her hand to push him away, but her wrist was clamped tightly by his other hand, pressed against the cold table. She bit down hard on his lower lip without mercy. The intense taste of blood filled their mouths. But the pain did not make him retreat. Instead, it seemed to fuel him further. His assault grew more ferocious, more intense, as if he were determined to conquer every inch of her lips and teeth. In the intense struggle, a button on Shanzhaing's shirt collar gave way under the pressure and fell to the ground. The collar opened slightly, revealing a sliver of delicate collarbone in the dim light. And just below that collarbone, a faint red mark was clearly visible to Lan Xijin's eyes. His breath halted abruptly in that moment. The pain in his heart was so intense he could barely breathe, and his vision began to darken. Who? His voice was hoarse and barely audible. Who is this? His gaze was fixed on that red mark. By Qin, it's him, isn't it? His tone wasn't a question, but a painful confirmation. The subtle changes in Bai Qin over the past few days, the unmistakable satisfaction he couldn't hide. Had it already come to this? It turned out that even before he had abandoned him, no, even earlier they had already? What was he then? A clueless fool who thought himself so important? Dan Xijin furrowed his brows, his tone growing colder under the possessive questioning. This seems to have nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with me? Lan Xijin laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. His eyes turned crimson, and he suddenly leaned forward, his hot breath carrying a hint of blood as it brushed against her neck. I just think, you're disgusting. He clamped his hands tightly around her slender waist, almost crushing her in his embrace, his voice straining through clenched teeth. Do you remember this classroom? Since you've already been involved with him, why provoke me? Why get into my bed? The question was filled with the pain of being toyed with and disrespected. Dan Xijin lifted a strand of black hair that had fallen onto her cheek from struggling, his movements carrying a casual indifference, as if his overwhelming pain was merely irrelevant background noise. Disgusting? She repeated the word, her lips curving into a playful smile, without a trace of anger. Then shouldn't you feel relieved? Her voice was calm. Finally free from the person who makes you feel so disgusted? Away? Lan Xijin let out a low, cold snort, tightening his arms around her waist. Don't even think about it. He would never let her have her way. She wanted him to leave, but he insisted on staying. He wanted revenge, to punish her for her reckless manipulation. Even if that revenge itself was unjustified. His hands were no longer content with restraint. They slid slowly upward along the smooth curves of her legs, causing shivers through the thin fabric. His kisses, laden with punishment, landed on her sensitive collarbone, and he intended to cover it with his own mark. Dan Xijin was about to struggle to break free from this out-of-control situation. Bang! Lan Xijin was knocked to the ground by a brutal punch, her back slamming against the floor. Bai Qin stood in front of Dan Xijin. His knuckles were slightly white from the force of the blow, and his usually calm eyes now held a rare glimpse of anger as he stared intently at the person on the ground. Lan Xijin struggled to his feet, his legs trembling. He raised his hand, wiping the blood from his split lip with the pad of his finger. Seeing the vivid red on his fingertip, he curled his lips into a defiant smile. His gaze swept past Bai Qin and landed on Dan Xijin, his expression complex. He then shifted his eyes back to Bai Qin, the curve of his lips growing even more malicious. The taste is still decent. The words were spoken lightly, but they pierced Bai Qinnan's heart like a dagger. Bai Qinnan's eyes darkened. He growled and swung his fist again, striking Lan Xijin with all his strength. Lan Xijin had been prepared, dodging the blow with a swift sideways movement. His eyes fixed on Bai Qin, his voice cold and menacing. The things we did between us. He deliberately dragged out his words, his eyes brimming with deliberate ambiguity and mockery, are far more than you could ever imagine. You are nothing more than a toy she's currently interested in. Chapter 87, Apologizing for the Bet. Bai Qin was struck as if by lightning, freezing in place as his face turned deathly pale. Lan Xijin's words pierced the deepest, darkest corners of his heart. He remembered it all. He remembered it vividly. Her cold voice had once said, "My interest in bed partners usually doesn't last very long." Those words hung over him like the sword of Damocles, tormenting him day and night. Perhaps one day soon, he too would be discarded like a worn-out shoe, just like the Lan Xijin before him. He looked into Lan Xijin's eyes, filled with pain, and saw his own future reflected there. A deep sense of sympathy, mingled with fear for his own fate, left him breathless. Suddenly, a faint sigh broke the silence in the classroom and the standoff between the two. Dan Xijin turned his gaze toward Lan Xijin. That gaze was cold and indifferent, as if he were examining an object of annoyance. Under such a gaze, Lan Xijin felt a chill creeping up his spine. "I'm sorry," a clear, melodious voice rang out, yet there was not a trace of remorse in its tone. Lan Xijin and Bai Qin both turned to look at her simultaneously, holding their breath as they waited for her next words. Her red lips parted slightly. "I apologize for rashly proposing that wager to you." She furrowed her delicate brows slightly, as if faced with a difficult problem. "No." Lan Xijin stumbled backward, his back colliding heavily with the cold wall. He shook his head, his voice hoarse and filled with despair. "Don't apologize for this. I don't need it." Was she apologizing? For the bet? That would completely negate the meaning and value of their relationship. He would rather she remain indifferent than accept this apology. Dan Xijin seemed oblivious to his breakdown, gently massaging her temples with her slender fingers. Then, even colder, more ruthless words fell. Compared to who you are now. She paused, her eyes flickering with a hint of regret and unhidden detachment. The elegant, confident, and well-mannered Lan Xijin of the past, that's the one I admire. The past Lan Xijin? Lan Xijin felt as though he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world, his lips twisting into a grimace uglier than a cry. He was elegant and confident? Because he didn't love you back then, Shang Jiying. He screamed with all his might, every word filled with accusation. How could you turn me into this, then casually tell me you like the Lan Xijin who didn't love you? Dan Xijing tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with confusion and a hint of innocence. In her view, it was simply an objective assessment based on facts. What was wrong with that? That I'm sorry again for becoming this. She paused to choose her words carefully. This disheveled mess because of you. Her gaze remained calm as she stared directly into his shattered, wounded smoky gray eyes. If you believe that in this relationship, you have suffered any loss whether emotional or physical. She bit her lips lightly, as if offering an extremely generous compensation. You can name your price, and I'll compensate you. Deep down, she even felt a bit cheated. The rules had been set long ago, and it was he who had broken them first. However, considering that she had been the one to propose the bet. Name a price? Lan Xijin sounded as though he'd heard a fairy tale, his face draining of color, almost doubting his own ears. Dan Xijing. In your eyes, my feelings, my body, are all things that can be bought with money? Dan Xijing looked at him, his brows furrowing even more tightly, his remaining patience clearly exhausted. Of course, she replied with a hint of indifference. If there is anything else I can do within my capabilities, feel free to ask. She waved her hand. All right, think about it. She jumped down from the desk with a graceful leap, landing lightly on the ground. She turned to Bai Qingnan, whose face was still pale, and extended her hand naturally. Bai Qingnan's Adam's apple bobbed violently as he looked at the slender, perfect hand reaching toward him, hesitating for a moment. In the end, he slowly placed his own hand on hers with a sense of reverence. Before leaving, he couldn't help but glance back. Lan Xijin leaned against the cold wall, her tall frame curled up, trembling slightly, like a trapped beast, immersed in endless pain and despair. The sight was pitiful and heart-wrenching. Bai Qingnan's heart sank suddenly. Could this really be his future self? As he stepped out of the abandoned classroom, Shang Jiying didn't immediately let go of Bai Qingnan's hand. Instead, she turned her head slightly toward him, her voice unusually soft. How did you find this place? Bai Qingnan bit his lips, his voice low and hoarse. The student council members saw you being forcibly taken away. I was afraid you weren't safe, so I followed you here. He omitted the fear that had made his heart nearly stop and the desperation with which he had rushed over. Dan Xijing nodded, acknowledging his explanation. She continued walking forward at a steady pace. Suddenly, she spoke again, her voice returning to its usual cool tone. Were you just feeling sorry for him? Bai Qinnan's footsteps halted. He could feel the growing pressure from the person beside him, a silent yet overwhelming force. After a few seconds, he finally spoke slowly, his voice muffled. No. He paused again. I was pitying myself. I'm afraid one day, I'll become like him. Hysterical, completely abandoned, left with nothing, fear nearly choked him. But then, as if afraid his words would provoke her annoyance or lead to his early exit, he suddenly lifted his head and forced himself to adopt an indifferent expression. His voice trembled with humility. You don't feel pressured. I'm not asking you to promise me anything. He gripped her hand tightly, his eyes filled with panic and pleading. Being able to maintain the status quo, being able to stay by your side like this. I'm already satisfied. But every word he spoke felt like a knife piercing his heart, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. Dan Jiying's footsteps came to a complete halt. She turned her head and looked up at him. Those seductive peach-colored eyes swirled with curiosity and a hint of interest stirred by this humble confession. Suddenly, the corners of her lips curled into a playful smile, so beautiful it took his breath away. At the entrance of an empty classroom in the shadow of the corridor's corner, she roughly pushed the unsuspecting Bai Qingnan inside. Chapter 88. Handle it yourself. In the dim light, Dan Jiying pressed Bai Qingnan against the door, their bodies pressed tightly together. She tilted her head slightly, her voice carrying a seductive undertone. Pity yourself? Xiao Bai, instead of worrying about that vague and uncertain future. Her red lips almost touched his trembling lips, which were trembling from tension. Why not think about how to keep the present me interested in you? Bai Qinnan's Adam's apple bobbed violently, his mind going blank as he stared blankly at the breathtakingly beautiful face mere inches away. The unease caused by the abandoned classroom environment clashed fiercely with the more hidden expectations deep within his heart. His voice was hoarse and barely audible. His rational mind tried to stop him. He couldn't do this here, he shouldn't. But the words choked in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single syllable. He even shamefully craved the touch of her fingers. Dan Xijin seemed to be thoroughly enjoying this game, savoring the conflict and struggle he displayed as his reason and desire tore at him. That desperate yet helplessly succumbing expression pleased her rare sense of perverse enjoyment. Her fingertips began to roam freely, sending waves of electricity wherever they touched. A burning sensation surged uncontrollably toward his lower abdomen, causing Bai Qinnan's breathing to grow. Sadly, he realized he even found her cruel teasing irresistible. He was truly beyond salvation. The desire suppressed to its limit finally overpowered his reason. Bai Qinnan suddenly raised his hand, his scorching palm gripping her slender waist with force. He lowered his head and kissed her tempting lips with passion. However, the next moment, Lan Xijin skillfully turned her head to avoid the kiss filled with desire. She took a step back, crossed her arms casually across her chest, and curved her lips into a mischievous smile, savoring the dazed expression of his unfulfilled desire. Punishment for daydreaming. Bai Qinnan gasped heavily, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He raised his eyes to meet hers. Those usually calm and composed eyes were now veiled in a mist of desire, tinged with a hint of hurt from being toyed with, resembling a large dog being teased by its owner. Ing. His voice was hoarse and pleading, unable to suppress his emotions. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze brimming with unhidden amusement, roaming freely over his body. When she noticed a certain uncontrollable change in his body, the smile on her lips grew even wider. Take care of it yourself. Bai Qinnan froze in place, his thin lips tightly pressed together, his ears red enough to bleed. A wave of overwhelming shame swept over him. After all, Dan Xijin's voice carried a faint hint of a smile, her gaze lingering suggestively. In this state even Minister Bai wouldn't he be able to leave gracefully, would he? Bai Qinnan muttered in response. How could he possibly allow himself to appear in such a disheveled state anywhere on campus? That would be worse than death. Alright, Dan Xijin no longer looked at him, turning toward the door, her hand resting on the doorknob as she tilted her head slightly to glance at him. Tonight, wait for me at the apartment. She paused, leaving behind a tempting remark, let me see how you plan to keep me interested. With that, the door opened, and her figure disappeared into the corridor, leaving behind a trail of desire. The most secluded corner of this abandoned classroom building. If someone were to pass by holding their breath, they might catch the muffled groans coming from behind the door, trembling with shame. No one could have imagined that the Inspector General, known for her strict discipline and impartiality, would be in such a dark, secluded corner. Could be tormented by desire to the point of committing such depraved acts. If one listened more closely, perhaps they could hear a name amidst the suppressed gasps. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lan Xijin still leaned against the wall, sitting in the corner of the classroom. The dried blood on the corners of his mouth had already crusted over. He looked like a puppet whose soul had been completely drained, staring blankly into the air with no sign of life. She actually apologized for that bet. She actually let him name his price. She actually said she admired the Lan Xijin of the past. Every word stabbed repeatedly at his already shattered heart. His long fingers unconsciously dug into the palm of his hand, blood seeping through the cracks, yet he felt no pain. The physical pain was nothing compared to the agony of his heart being torn apart. Since she liked that Lan Xijin. He staggered to his feet, his body swaying slightly from the prolonged sitting and the immense emotional blow, surrounded by an aura of despair. Then I'll just keep pretending to be that person, right? Like a perfect, heartless mannequin. Perhaps she might deign to glance at him once more? After school, at the entrance to Class S of the university department. Bai Lan had been waiting there all along, even skipping the last unimportant class of his high school day, rushing across half the campus to get there. When he saw Shanshai's figure approaching him, he immediately acted like a golden retriever being called, his eyes lighting up as he broke into a bright smile and rushed forward. Sis's voice carried unhidden affection and excitement, with no trace of the rebellious genius from the art department he had been when they first met. He gestured toward the school gate, the driver is waiting. Let us go? Dan Xijin nodded faintly in response. On the way to the parking lot, Bai Lan walked beside Dan Xijin, hesitating several times before speaking. Finally, he couldn't help but ask the question that had been on his mind, did you break up with my brother? Bai Lan couldn't think of any other reason for Bai Shi's recent demeanor besides a broken heart. Dan Xijin stared straight ahead, her steps unhurried, responding casually as if discussing the weather. Then, Bai Lan's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, the sunny smile on his face freezing in an instant. He scratched his already messy blonde hair. If that was the case, then he seemed to have no grounds left to ask her to visit Bai Shi. Dan Xijin noticed he had stopped and turned slightly to look back at him. Not leaving? What? Oh. Let's go. Bai Lan snapped back to reality and hurried after him, his mind completely in disarray. On one hand, he was deeply concerned about his older brother's condition. On the other hand, there was a hint of a secret, selfish desire that even he felt he shouldn't have, quietly surfacing. His older brother, who wore a perfect mask around everyone and had such a deep, enigmatic mind, seemed unworthy of his S. Breaking up, maybe it wasn't such a bad idea after all? But, Bai Lan sneakily glanced at the flawless profile of Lan Xijin beside him. What if they met again and their old feelings reignited? Chapter 89, By Mu's Identity. The Bai family. Walking through the luxurious hall, the sound of piano music drifted from the depths of the corridor. The melody was complex, intertwined with lingering affection and heart-wrenching pain, and deep within, a hint of suppressed obsession lurked. Lan Xijin stopped in front of the tightly closed piano room door. Lan knocked gently on the door. "Brother." The piano music did not cease, as if it existed in its own world, cutting off everything outside. Lan shook his head helplessly and raised his voice slightly. "She's here." The final note abruptly ceased. The door was violently pulled open. She stood at the doorway, her jet-black hair slightly disheveled, dark circles under her eyes, and her pale face almost translucent. The moment he saw the figure at the door, a strange glow flashed in his weary eyes. It was as if a dying person had seen the only glimmer of hope. But he quickly seemed to remember something, clearing his throat abruptly to suppress the surging emotions. "Wait a moment." His voice carried a barely perceptible hoarseness. He didn't even glance at Lan as he hurried past the two of them and rushed toward his bedroom. A few minutes later, when he reappeared at the piano room door, the defeated expression had vanished. His hair was neatly combed, his features as ever, and the corners of his mouth curved into a perfect, gentle smile. He had transformed back into the elegant heir of the Bai family, Bai Shi. He gave Lan Xijin a flawless smile, slightly turned his body, and made an inviting gesture, his gaze gentle and focused on her. As she stepped into the music room, he swiftly closed the door behind her, completely blocking out Lan, who stood outside with a mix of confusion and curiosity. Lan rubbed his nose, looked at the closed door, and pouted. "Hey, is this really necessary?" Inside the piano room, Lan Xijin walked toward the ancient piano in the center of the room as if no one else was there, sitting down on the piano bench with a lazy posture. This was Bai Shi's off-limits zone, the piano he cherished more than his own life. Once, an unsuspecting servant had dared to wipe the piano lid out of kindness, only to be ruthlessly expelled from the Bai family by Bai Shi. At that moment, those flawless hands were casually moving across the keys, producing notes that were out of tune and even a bit jarring. Bai Shi watched silently, his gaze intense, almost greedy. To be touched by her was an honor for the piano. He even hoped the keys would remember the warmth of her fingertips. Lan Xijin's elbow rested casually on the black and white keys, producing a sudden discordant sound. She finally turned her head slightly, her gaze landing on him with a hint of scrutiny. "Lan said you've been locking yourself in the piano room lately, refusing to see anyone?" Bai Shi's breath caught for a moment, then his perfect smile reappeared. "It's just that lately, the inspiration has been flowing too strongly. Pain is the most fertile soil for art." The suppressed pain in his heart had indeed found its only outlet in the piano music. He took a step forward, drawing closer to her, his voice tinged with cautious hope. "Can I interpret that as, you care about me just a little bit?" From the moment he saw her appear at the door, ecstasy nearly overwhelmed all reason. He knew that if she didn't want to, no one in the world could force her. Her appearance, did it mean she was willing? Lan Xijin only let out a faint, cold laugh. "I have a few questions for you." She paused. "About the Bai family, and your mother." Shattering all his illusions. The blood drained from Bai Shi's face, leaving him frozen in place. The fleeting glimpse of joy he had felt earlier burst like a fragile soap bubble. He forced a bitter, self-mocking smile, his voice dry. "I should have known. You came to find me, how could it be for me?" He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging pain, forcing himself to maintain his composure, his voice growing calm. "What do you want to know?" Lan Xijin raised an eyebrow slightly, seeming somewhat surprised by his cooperation, her tone tinged with curiosity. "You don't need any conditions in exchange? Like, for me to stay?" Bai Shi stared deeply into her eyes. He slowly knelt down on one knee on the floor, kneeling before her. This posture exuded absolute submission and humility. He extended his long, slightly trembling hand and carefully took her hand, which was resting on the piano keys. His lips trembled uncontrollably, like a devotee kissing a sacred object, pressing them reverently against the back of her pale, perfect hand. Then he raised his head, gazing up at her. "Everything I am is yours. Any answer you desire. No conditions." He had already. Lan Xijin lowered her eyes, her gaze deep and intense. She did not withdraw her hand, allowing him to hold it, her voice cold. "Why was your mother so obsessed with finding that incomplete score back then?" Bai Shi furrowed his brows, lost in thought. After a moment of thought, he spoke slowly. "This I truly don't know. I only remember that in the years before she passed away, that fragment of sheet music became her entire world. She poured all her heart and soul into it, almost to the point of obsession." He paused, his voice growing even softer, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of pain. "Even the bet that left her unable to play the zither again, it said that it was all because of that fragment." Lan Xijin furrowed his brow slightly. This answer was too vague, almost devoid of any substantive value. She pressed further, her questions growing more direct and blunt. "What else was she?" Bai Shi's body stiffened. This question touched on a realm even he found unfamiliar. He struggled to recall his own mother. "My childhood was fairly warm. The mother I remember seemed no different from any other ordinary mother. His voice carried a hint of nostalgic warmth. Until, around the time I was 10, she suddenly changed. She became very unfamiliar, very strict. She began treating me like an instrument to be trained. As if I wasn't her son, but a piece of work that had to be perfect. His eyes grew distant. What happened that year? I don't know. As for her identity, I only heard the old housekeeper mention it in passing once. She said she wasn't from a continent. She was spotted by my father at a banquet, and he fell in love at first sight, so he begged to marry her. Her past is a taboo subject in the Bai family, no one knows about it. Bai Shi's voice carried a hint of unease and concern. Why are you asking these things? Dan Xijin didn't answer. She leaned forward slightly, closing the distance between herself and Bai Shi, who was kneeling on the ground. Those deep, unfathomable peach blossom eyes now held a cold, murderous intent. Her fingertips slowly rose, gripping his fragile throat. Bai Shi was forced to tilt his head back, his breathing becoming labored, yet he made no attempt to struggle. So, you don't know her true identity either, do you? The pressure on his throat tightened slightly, carrying the threat of death. Chapter 90, The Self-Sacrifice Strategy. Bai Shi tilted his head back, struggling to breathe, yet his face showed no signs of struggle or fear. Instead, the corners of his lips curled into a strange, satisfied smile. To die by her hands might not be such a bad fate, a kind of final resting place. Just as the dizziness from suffocation began to overwhelm him, the hand gripping his neck suddenly let go without warning. Fresh air rushed into his lungs, causing Bai Shi to cough violently. His body swayed slightly from exhaustion. Dan Xijin stood up, towering over him, her gaze devoid of any warmth. I'm giving you a month. Her voice was icy. Figure out these issues. She paused, her calm tone tinged with murderous intent. Otherwise, what I want won't just be your life. Bai Shi's slender fingers trembled as he touched the marks on his neck. The burning pain oddly gave him a sense of being marked. He let out a low laugh, hoarse yet tinged with relief. All right, he replied, his voice weak yet devoid of any panic at the threat to his life. He felt relieved. Relieved that there was still an unbreakable connection between them. Whether it stemmed from hatred or some other motive, as long as he was in her life, not just a trivial speck of dust, that was enough. Dan Xijin didn't look at him again. She turned around and opened the music room door without hesitation. Ouch! Outside the door, Bai Lan, who had been eavesdropping through the crack, was caught off guard and hit his nose hard against the door. He let out a pained cry, clutching his nose, which had turned red and ached instantly. Feeling embarrassed and flustered, he cleared his throat twice. I'll go check on my brother. Dan Xijin didn't even spare him a glance, walking straight through the hall and leaving the Bai residence. She wasn't being merciful. She didn't immediately take action against Bai Shi or the Bai family because she still had some doubts. That song, Divine Gift, the piece Bai Shi had once asked her to listen to. He had said it was a requiem his mother had written for someone. And she had heard that melody with her own ears at her mother's funeral. The profound sorrow and mourning embedded in that melody could never be feigned. That emotion was genuine. So, was betrayal really the whole truth, as Shan Shiwan had claimed? She was never the kind of person who would lose her mind over a few words from others. She needed concrete answers, who her enemy truly was. Of course. If the evidence ultimately points to the Bai family, then she will show no mercy. In the music room, Bai Lan rushed in, rubbing his sore nose, and immediately spotted Bai Shi, who was hunched over the piano bench, her shoulders trembling slightly. Brother? Are you okay? Bai Lan rushed closer in concern, but when his gaze fell on the red marks around Bai Shi's neck, he gasped in shock. Brother! She? Cough. I'm fine. Bai Shi leaned on the piano bench and stood up unsteadily. His face remained pale, but his eyes, fixed on the direction of the door, shone with an astonishing intensity, and the corners of his mouth even curled into a satisfied smile. Bai Lan looked at his brother's expression and felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet. Madman, definitely a madman. Even though he was almost strangled to death, he was still smiling stupidly in the direction where the killer had disappeared? But, if it's S. Bai Lan furrowed his brows, his mind flashing back to her silhouette and those seductive peach blossom eyes. It seemed, almost, not so strange after all. That kind of person was born with a magnetic charm that drew others to them like moths to a flame. He shook his head impatiently, forcing the thought out of his mind. Dan grew. After leaving the Bai family, Dan Xijin drove straight to the company. This time, no one dared to stop her. As she passed by, the employees bowed their heads and greeted her respectfully. She entered the investment department manager's office without any obstacles. Dan Lichuan was sitting in his spacious office chair, fully focused on reviewing the documents on his desk, and did not immediately notice the figure at the door. He was in a terrible state. His lips had lost their color. His cheeks were flushed an abnormal red, resembling the signs of a high fever. He clenched his fists slightly, pressing them against his lips, and coughed twice, his eyes betraying his exhaustion and weakness. Dan Xijin gently knocked on the open door. Dan Lichuan finally looked up abruptly. Seeing it was her, he instinctively tried to stand up, but his movements were weak and unsteady. Cough. You're just in time, his voice was hoarse and nasal. These documents, all need your personal review and decision as soon as possible. He leaned on the desk to stand up, moving aside, but his entire body clearly lacked strength. Dan Xijin walked over, her gaze lingering on his face for a few seconds before she raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you sick? Her tone was a statement, not a question. Cough, it's nothing, just a minor issue. Lan Xijin avoided her gaze, picked up a stack of thick files from the side, and placed them on the desk in front of her. But his pale, weak appearance didn't look anything like nothing's wrong. Is it because of me? Her voice was firm. Last night, he had jumped into the icy pool without hesitation to save her, and now he was suffering from a severe cold, clearly a result of that pool water. It's not your fault. Dan Xijin denied it immediately, his tone deliberately distant and businesslike. Look at the documents first, tell me your thoughts. Dan Xijin didn't press further, picking up the top document and flipping through it quickly. After just a few pages, she had a clear understanding. These so-called key investment proposals had core projects that were closely tied to the old guard on the board of directors. The proposals were written in flowery language, appearing sound on the surface, but in reality, they required enormous investments with estimated returns that could barely be called acceptable. Most critically, these plans involved multiple layers of subcontracting, with substantial kickbacks flowing steadily into the pockets of those board members. Reject all of them. She closed the documents, her voice calm and unwavering. Dan Xijin was taken aback. Though he had expected her to be firm, he hadn't anticipated such an uncompromising stance. If all are rejected. He furrowed his brows, his voice interrupted by a cough. The board will likely become restless and may even confront you directly. Isn't that exactly what we want? Dan Xijin's lips curled into a smile. She didn't even bother to glance at the documents again, casually tossing them into the nearby trash bin. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at Lan Xijin with a look of utter indifference. Trash should be cleaned up all at once. Dan Xijin watched her, his heart racing uncontrollably. A strong surge of emotion coursed through his entire body. He recalled the chaotic dream from last night. Last night, he had stood in the cold wind for a long time, sensing that he was about to fall ill. This had been part of his plan to use a self-sacrifice tactic to make her feel guilty and bring them closer together. However, as he slipped into a feverish delirium, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure slowly approached him. Chapter 91, A Ridiculous Dream. In the dream, she was still wearing that soaked black strapless dress, clinging tightly to her perfect body, outlining her alluring curves. Her jet black hair fell across her shoulders, droplets of water trickling down her delicate collarbone and disappearing into the depths. She walked toward him barefoot, step by step, a faint smile playing on her lips. Stop. Dan Xijin tried to speak, but his throat was so dry he couldn't utter a sound. His body was immobilized, frozen in place, watching helplessly as she drew nearer. Then, she slowly climbed onto the bed, her seductive peach blossom eyes fixed on him as she straddled his legs. In that instant, all the desires he had been forcing himself to suppress erupted uncontrollably. No. Absolutely not. Dan Xijin's rational mind screamed wildly in his heart, trying to push away this deadly temptation. However, his hands betrayed his will, gripping her slender waist tightly. Not only did he not push her away, but he pressed her even deeper into his burning body. She let out a muffled moan, but showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, her eyes flickered, and she tilted her head slightly, offering her tempting red lips. His rationality completely collapsed. He no longer cared about morality or hatred, growling lowly as he flipped her onto the soft bed. Ugh! She blinked at him, as if waiting for him to continue. Tender kisses fell, carrying a mix of punishment and possession, from her eyelashes to her earlobe, all the way down to those lips that had longed for him. Then slowly downward. She didn't dodge, but instead tilted her head back in response, silently inviting more. Fragmented sounds escaped from between her lips, unconsciously biting his shoulder, as if unable to withstand the intensity, or perhaps demanding more. In the end, only their heavy, scorching breaths remained. The next morning, a severe headache accompanied by chills and dizziness from the high fever. Dan Xijin suddenly opened his eyes, the lingering sensation of that intoxicating dream still fresh in his mind. He sat up abruptly and looked down. There was only him on the bed. Though the room was in disarray, there was no sign of anyone else having been there. An overwhelming sense of shame and self-loathing engulfed him. He took a deep breath and rushed into the bathroom as if fleeing, turning on the cold shower and letting the water pour over his body. He tried to wash away the absurd and utterly ridiculous images from his mind. It was all last night's fault. It must have been that damn intimate encounter. The bodies pressed tightly together, the warmth and curves transmitted through the soaked skirt. He was a normal adult man. It wasn't unusual to have some physiological reactions and associations in such a situation. He tried to convince himself with this reasonable excuse, forcing down the faint yet undeniable flutter and panic in his heart. He hurriedly gathered his things and went downstairs, much later than usual. In the restaurant, Lan Xijin was already seated, elegantly enjoying her breakfast. Just a glimpse of her silhouette was enough to freeze him in place. The scenes from last night's dream flooded back like a tidal wave, the delicate touch, the suppressed gasps. He felt a surge of heat rush to his lower abdomen, desperate to escape the space. Therefore, he didn't even have the courage to walk over and sit down, instead leaving in a hurry, almost as if he were fleeing, after tossing out a single sentence. At that moment, in the office, Dan Lin swallowed hard, trying to suppress that ridiculous thought. Thankfully, the high fever provided the most plausible excuse for the flush on his face. And this proposal, Dan Xijin's voice snapped him back to reality. She pulled out an unremarkable document from the pile of papers. I'm very interested. It was a project proposal for a startup company, focusing on the development of holographic immersive games. Similar concepts were abundant in the market, but few had achieved success. All right. Dan Lin forced himself to focus, nodded, and spoke in a weak, faint voice, I'll have someone follow up on this. He needed to leave this place, to breathe fresh air and clear his chaotic mind. Just as he turned to leave, a sudden wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. His body swayed uncontrollably and he stumbled straight toward the nearby filing cabinet. Dan Xijin reacted swiftly, jumping to her feet and reaching out with her long arms to catch his shoulders. Dan Lin's entire weight pressed down on her. His head rested weakly against her neck, his hot breath tickling her sensitive ear. Dan Xijin raised her hand and gently touched his forehead with the back of her hand. The heat was startling. Just a minor issue? Her voice carried a hint of sarcasm, a response to his earlier stubbornness. She half supported, half carried him to the nearby leather sofa. As she moved, his silver-rimmed glasses fell to the carpet. Without the lenses to hide them, his amber-colored eyes were fully exposed. At that moment, they were veiled in a haze, losing their usual distance, leaving only a sense of confusion and vulnerability. He frowned in discomfort, his consciousness growing hazy. His fingers unconsciously tugged at his tie, fumbling to undo the top few buttons of his shirt. His delicate collarbone and a small patch of skin flushed red from fever were suddenly exposed to the air. I'm fine. He mumbled hoarsely, his voice raspy and heavy with a nasal tone, lacking any conviction. Dan Xijin looked at him, who was unrecognizable from his usual self, and couldn't help but curve his lips into a helpless smile. There was nothing to say to the stubborn patient who was so feverish he couldn't even admit it. However, since his illness was caused by her, she naturally wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Dan Lin shifted restlessly on the sofa, his eyelashes trembling as he managed to utter two words, cold, so cold. Dan Xijin glanced at him and turned to call the private doctor. However, just as she turned, her wrist was suddenly grabbed by a scorching hand. Where are you going? He half opened his dazed eyes, struggling to focus on her, his voice tinged with panic and dependence. Dan Xijin stopped in her tracks, looking down at the hand clutching hers, then at his eyes filled with vulnerability and anxiety. She softened her tone, though it still carried a hint of command, lie still. I'll go call the doctor for you. Okay. Dan Lin seemed to understand, or perhaps he was simply obeying her instinctively. He slowly let go of her hand, nodded obediently, and then lay back down on the sofa. Dan Xijin watched him, his usual aloof and distant demeanor replaced by this completely different persona, and the smile on her lips grew deeper, tinged with a hint of amusement. Really, unexpected. He actually has this side to him. Chapter 92, A Systemic Change? The butler, Chen Bo, arrived with a private doctor. A thermometer, fever-reducing injection, ice packs. They swiftly attended to Dan Lin. Young Master Lin simply caught a cold, which triggered an acute fever. The private doctor pushed his glasses up and made a quick diagnosis. He needs rest, take the medication on time, and should stabilize within 3 days. Dan Xijin sat in the office chair, tapping her fingertips unconsciously on the armrest. So fragile? Just a little cold water from the pool, and he's reduced to this? Take good care of him. Her voice was devoid of emotion, a statement as much as an order. Yes, Miss Dan, Chen Bo replied respectfully, then asked, would you like to return to the ancestral home with us? No, thank you. Dan Xijin leaned back in her chair. On the sofa, Dan Lin's brows furrowed even more tightly, unsure whether he had heard something displeasing or had a bad dream. Then I'll take the young master back first. Chen Bo signaled the doctor to help lift Dan Lin to his feet. Dan Xijin replied faintly, her gaze lingering on Dan Lin's pale face for a moment. Last night. The image of him jumping into the icy pool without hesitation, along with the tension and fear in his eyes, flashed through her mind. His slender fingers gently traced his chin, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Dan Lin, to her, he had always been a vague presence. Before those conquerors had taken over, though they were both at Morris, they were in different departments, and he wasn't in the line of succession at the time, so they had almost no interaction. She only vaguely knew that this cousin had lost his parents at a young age, leaving him alone. Later, those strategists poured all their enthusiasm into targets like Lan Xijin, Bai Shi, and Bai Qinnan. It was precisely during that period that he rose quietly, using his abilities to gradually erode her position as heir. So, what about now? Upon her return, he not only showed no signs of resentment or hostility but went out of his way to assist her, even going so far as to make an unexpected move last night. Does he have ulterior motives? Dr. Chen Bohua carefully helped Shan Lichuan out of the office, and the door closed gently behind them. Dan Jiying withdrew her gaze, propping her chin lazily with one hand while picking up the remaining documents on the desk with the other. Her eyes swept over the documents, each one meticulously handled. The annotations were detailed and clear, well organized, with even the most easily overlooked details highlighted in a prominent color, accompanied by analysis and suggestions. The corners of her lips curled into a faint, amused smile. No matter what he was thinking. At least at this moment, the nearly flawless ability he displayed, along with the fleeting tension from last night and this stark contrast just now. Even if he had ulterior motives, within certain limits, she didn't mind letting him have it. This was the privilege she granted to everyone who piqued her interest. Cough cough. A long-awaited electronic notification sound suddenly rang out in her mind. Dan Jiying raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise flitting across her eyes. This system, which had been silent for so long she had almost forgotten it, still threatened her with death. Long time no see, she said calmly, her voice betraying no emotion, neither welcome nor annoyance. The system's electronic voice hesitated briefly, sounding a bit lacking in confidence. The task was completed successfully. Its tone even carried a hint of subtle flattery. So, Dan Jiying paused her finger mid-page turn, tapping lightly on the desk, her tone tinged with mockery. Here to assign the next task? Silence spread through the air, awkwardly hanging in the air. No. The system's voice seemed even lower, with a hint of hesitation. You, do as you please. It struggled to find the right words. The previous task has been mostly completed. All affinity levels have reached the required standards. Oh? Dan Jiying let out a faint chuckle. Though she didn't understand why this high-dimensional being had suddenly changed its attitude, it clearly wasn't a bad thing. The system in her mind sensed she wasn't pressing further and finally relaxed, hurriedly adding, if you have any questions or needs, feel free to call me anytime. The tone was urgent, as if pledging loyalty, then vanished swiftly, as if it had never been there. Dan Jiying's eyes darkened. This sudden change must have deeper reasons behind it. However, for now, she had no intention of delving deeper. After reviewing the final document and signing her name, Dan Jiying stood up and walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window. The night was deep outside, and she suddenly remembered that someone had been waiting for her earlier that day. Given his personality, he was probably still waiting. A smile tinged with curiosity curved her lips. How would he please her and prolong this interest? She drove back to her penthouse apartment in the city center. The living room was lit only by a warm yellow floor lamp, casting a soft, ambiguous glow. Bai Qinnan was sitting on the sofa, clearly waiting for her. Upon hearing the door open, he stood up immediately. At that moment, he had changed out of his school uniform and was wearing a soft, white, deep V-neck shirt. Under the soft light, the perfectly tailored neckline subtly outlined the contours of his chest, as if silently inviting her. There was a clear, unmistakable hint of seduction in the air. Ing. He quickly stepped forward, his arms naturally wrapping around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. His voice was low, tinged with a hint of grievance. The shameful scene from earlier that day in the abandoned classroom had left him restless all day. Even the disciplinary committee member noticed his unusual behavior and asked if he was sick, but he could only brush it off casually. Yet, faced with the evil culprit in his arms, he had no idea what to do. Dan Jiying leaned into his embrace, her fingers gently gliding across his chest, causing him to shiver again. She raised her eyes to meet his, her gaze mischievous. How did you handle it during the day? Her tone was light and carefree, yet it stirred up his most embarrassing memories. Bai Qinnan's body stiffened slightly, tightening his arms around her. His voice was a mix of resentment and hurt. What do you think? Recalling what they had done in that dark corner, he felt like he wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl inside. Dan Jiying gently smacked her lips, her fingertips lightly brushing his waist, her eyes filled with a deliberate hint of regret. Should I stay and watch? Her words were filled with a teasing, mischievous tone. Bai Qinnan's breathing grew. He lowered his head, his lips almost touching her skin, burying his face deeply into her neck, his muffled voice carrying a sense of reckless shame yet brimming with blatant temptation. Do you want to see? Chapter 93, Teasing the Little White. Dan Jiying froze for a moment upon hearing his words. She had intended to tease him, wanting to see him blush and stammer like he always did. But unexpectedly, he turned the tables on her, teasing her back. Xiao Bai. She narrowed her seductive almond-shaped eyes slightly, her voice tinged with amusement. When did you learn to be so naughty? Her fingertips pressed firmly against his chest in a playful yet punishing manner, the force and placement perfectly calibrated to elicit a suppressed groan. Bai Qinnan's face flushed bright red, and he reflexively grabbed her wrist. I'm sorry. The apology slipped out, tinged with panic and uncertainty. Had he crossed the line? However, before he could finish his apology, her fingertips gently pressed against his lips. Her eyes held no anger, only a playful smile, as if she had discovered a new toy. Her voice was soft and low, carrying a seductive warmth. But her fingertips gently traced her own chin as she swept her gaze over him from head to toe with a suggestive look. I am indeed very interested. In her mind, she envisioned the meticulous and aloof disciplinary minister from the academy. The very thought of him succumbing to temptation carried a strong sense of taboo. What expression would he have? Would he still force himself to remain expressionless? Or would he give in to himself? How intriguing. Bai Qingnan felt his blood rushing to his face, almost burning. He turned his head away in embarrassment, unable to meet her mesmerizing eyes. That single sentence had drained him of all his courage, leaving him utterly exposed before her. It was utterly humiliating. He had been foolish to even think she might feel shy. Dan Xijin stepped out of his embrace and sat down at the long table across from him on the sofa, crossing her long legs and letting them dangle lightly in the air, exuding a lazy yet wicked beauty. A teasing smile played at the corners of her lips as she watched him calmly. Are you going to back out? Little white? Bai Qingnan took a deep breath, his heart racing wildly, feeling as though he were being roasted over a fire. He managed to utter the word with great difficulty, finally turning his head. Those beautiful eyes were now shrouded in a layer of mist, wet and glistening, filled with helplessness and struggle, resembling a small animal trapped in a villain's trap. He stopped mid-sentence, trying to evoke her last shred of mercy. Dan Xijin still tilted her head, smiling at him with endless patience. How cruel Bai Qingnan's chaotic thoughts were filled with this single thought. She clearly knew everything, yet she insisted on watching him struggle in the mud. Finally, he closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again, his gaze now filled with resolve. He moved cautiously. His gaze no longer avoided hers, instead, it narrowed slightly, the corners of his eyes flushing red. The usually cold and composed face now bore an expression of suppressed desire. The suppressed breaths echoed through the living room, sounding unusually suggestive. His voice was hoarse and broken as he locked his gaze on her. Please, help me. Dan Xijin's smile deepened, growing more seductive and dangerous. She gracefully jumped down from the long table, her bare feet touching the soft carpet, taking one step at a time toward the sofa where her prey awaited her. Amidst Bai Qingnan's increasingly heavy breathing. A night of passion. The next morning, Dan Xijin awoke to find the spot beside her still empty. She casually grabbed a loose white men's shirt and slipped it over her body. Barefoot, she lazily made her way to the living room. Faint sounds came from the kitchen. Bai Qingnan was facing away from her, focused on cooking porridge. Dan Xijin crossed her arms and leaned against the kitchen doorframe, quietly watching his busy figure. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow around him. So obedient, so well behaved. Like a large animal that had been tamed but still retained its wild nature toward strangers, it was willing to show its soft side to her. Feeling the gaze on his back, Bai Qingnan suddenly turned around. Their eyes met. His gaze first landed on the oversized white shirt she was wearing, and his expression darkened. Then, his gaze involuntarily drifted downward, sweeping over those two straight, slender legs. His breath caught for a moment. Yui quickly looked away, his ears turning red at a visible pace, his voice stiff with a forced attempt at composure. Go tidy up first. Clearly, the shameful memories from last night still lingered. What's wrong? Dan Xijin asked knowingly, stepping over the doorframe with her long legs and slowly approaching him. Still angry? No. He muttered under his breath, stirring the porridge in the pot. How could he really be angry? Everything she had given him, even the teasing, he cherished like a precious treasure. Dan Xijin had already walked over to him, exuding the lazy aura of someone who had just woken up, tilting her head slightly to look at him. Then next time I won't tease you anymore. Her tone was sincere. Right. Bai Qingnan suddenly looked up at her, his eyes brightening for a moment. However, the instant their gazes met, he caught a glimpse of her feet on the kitchen floor, and his brows immediately furrowed in disapproval. The floor is cold, he murmured. The next second, he stepped forward, his arms sweeping around her knees and back, lifting her up in a horizontal embrace. Bai Qingnan carried her, striding swiftly out of the kitchen, through the living room, and straight back to the bedroom. He carefully placed her by the bedside, then bent down and found the two slippers that had been kicked off at the corner of the bed. He knelt on one knee in front of her, one large hand gripping her slender ankle. His movements were gentle as he slipped the shoes onto her feet, as if handling a precious treasure. Wait here for me. He stood up, his gaze fixed on her face with an unwavering expression. Breakfast will be ready soon. Dan Xijin looked at his serious profile, a rare gentle smile curving her lips. All right. A simple breakfast was soon laid out on the table. Bai Qingnan had cooked rice porridge, served with a sandwich, and a small portion of salad. Dan Xijin picked up a spoon and took a spoonful of porridge into her mouth. The rice grains were soft and tender, perfectly cooked, and the taste was surprisingly good. She looked up at Bai Qingnan sitting across from her, her eyes filled with curiosity. The Bai family doesn't need the heir to cook personally, does it? Bai Qingnan nodded, but his hands continued moving. He was carefully peeling a fresh shrimp, his long fingers deftly removing the shell, and then naturally placing the shrimp meat gently by Shanzhaing's lips. I just learned how to do that. For whom did he learn this? It was obvious. Dan Xijin obediently opened her mouth and took the shrimp into her mouth. She puffed out her cheeks and chewed slowly, her gaze fixed intently on Bai Qinnan's face, filled with scrutiny. After a long moment, as Bai Qinnan felt slightly uneasy under her gaze, Dan Xijin swallowed the food in her mouth. She drawled, well, starting today, breakfast is all yours. Chapter 94, The President of Edith Academy. Morris Academy. The 8-School Alliance Tournament, as the most prestigious traditional competition among the continent's top noble academies, is held only once every 3 years. It is not only a platform for the elite heirs of each family to showcase their abilities but also a contest that determines the honor of families, the prestige of academies, and even the future landscape of the continent. The competition encompasses all fields that the elite of the financial conglomerates must master. From ancient noble sports that blend elegance and strength, to artistic competitions that showcase cultural depth, to complex strategic games, every event is truly captivating. Each academy sends only the cream of the crop, the top-tier elites selected from thousands. They not only represent themselves and their families but are also seen as the future rulers of their respective continents. For this reason, the tournament has drawn the attention of all the top powers across the continent, and its final rankings, to some extent, can even foretell the rise and fall of power across the continents for decades to come. The 14-day schedule is tightly packed and incredibly intense. The official competition will begin in 3 days, but some colleges have already arrived early to acclimate to the time zone and venue. President Shan, a student council member, hurried over to report, the delegation from Edith Academy and Sea Continent is expected to arrive at the academy around noon today. Dan Xijin replied casually, his gaze fixed on the window. Edith Academy, the second most prestigious noble academy in Sea Continent, though consistently overshadowed by St. Hui Academy, is said to have undergone a complete transformation since the new president took office. Their current president, Rui, hails from a family that monopolizes the technology industry in Sea Continent. This young heir has infused the academy with his family's fervent belief in technology since taking office. She invested heavily to transform Edith into a futuristic, ultra-modern academy. She deployed a massive supercomputer system to analyze the potential data of every student, ultimately selecting the 20 most promising individuals theoretically with the highest probability of victory to compete in the 8-School Alliance Tournament. Afternoon, Morris Academy helipad. The roar of engines echoed as 3 aircraft bearing Edith Academy's distinctive emblem landed on the smooth runway. The cabin doors opened, and the first to emerge was a young girl wearing Edith's signature white and gold trimmed uniform. She had a bold and eye-catching cherry pink short haircut, a petite and delicate figure, and moved with the grace and agility of a nimble feline, bouncing down the gangway. She appeared to be no older than a high school student. Following closely behind was another blonde girl wearing the same uniform. She wore a pair of sleek, futuristic-looking transparent glasses perched on her nose. Her eyes, hidden behind the lenses, curved into a gentle smile, her gaze fixed on the pink figure ahead. Rui, watch your step. Stop nagging, the pink-haired girl named Rui muttered without turning her head, showing no intention of slowing down. Her gaze immediately locked onto the cool figure at the edge of the helipad. Rui rushed forward and stopped in front of Dan Xijin. Her cat-like eyes, rarely seen without their playful sparkle, now held a serious expression. I know who you are, she said. Morris's current chairman, Shan Xijin. You, she tilted her head slightly, as if examining an extremely complex work of art, are quite interesting. She had, of course, utilized her pride and joy, the supercomputer, to analyze every opponent. However, the results left her stunned. Even the most powerful computational power couldn't make sense of Dan Xijin's contradictory and unpredictable life trajectory, only returning a string of error codes. She had once been exceptionally talented, but then wasted 3 years in reckless indulgence, only to suddenly return. For such an irregular life trajectory, the model could not make any meaningful predictions. Rui's curiosity was piqued. She raised her slender wrist, where a watch that appeared to be merely an expensive timepiece was resting. But it was actually a miniature terminal integrated with multiple scanning and analysis functions. A beam of light, invisible to the naked eye, swiftly swept over Shan Jiying's body. Instantly, a stream of real-time data began to scroll rapidly across her custom-designed watch face. Basic physiological indicators, muscle density, neural response speed, the numbers were astonishingly high. A flash of surprise crossed Rui's eyes. She opened her mouth, her tone tinged with the excitement of discovering a rare specimen. Perfect. From a physiological data perspective, it's a textbook-level specimen. Dan Xijin raised the corners of her lips slightly, returning the compliment, you're quite interesting too. As she spoke, she reached out her hand with casual ease and ruffled Rui's soft, pink, tousled hair. What are you doing? Rui jumped back a step, her hands shielding her hair, her face puffed up with anger, her fingers pointing at Dan Xijin. I hate it when people touch my head. Being treated like a child was an outright insult to her. Ugh, Dan Xijin withdrew his hand, showing no sign of apology, but instead a faint smile lingered on his lips. Sorry, I couldn't resist. The feel was indeed nice, just like that little dog from the Bai family. Rue glared at her angrily, then suddenly seemed to remember something. Her gaze swept over the crowd behind Dan Xijin, as if searching for a familiar figure. Not finding her target, she pouted in dissatisfaction. Hey, where's Lan? Did you kick him out of the student council? Her tone even carried a hint of schadenfreude and gossip. Dan Xijin shrugged, looking innocent and straightforward. He lost this position to me himself. That's true. Rue nodded, clearly unfazed by Lan Xijin's failure. Then, she tilted her chin slightly, her tone commanding. Where is he now? I need to talk to him. Dan Xijin shrugged. Well, I'm not really sure either. Ugh, never mind. Rue waved her hand impatiently, turning to the blonde girl behind her who had been watching her with a smile. Alia, let's go. Let's head back and rest. Alia responded gently and hurried to catch up. At that moment, the elite students of Edith Academy began to disembark from the aircraft. They were dressed in uniform, their movements exuding a sense of discipline honed through rigorous training. As they passed by Lan Xijin, they merely nodded slightly in greeting before silently following Rue and Alia away. On the tarmac, the doors of the remaining 2 aircraft also opened one after another. One carried a team of chefs and support staff in uniform. The other carried several metal containers tightly secured. Inside were the core components supporting Edith's data-driven philosophy, several supercomputer devices. Chapter 95, Cooperation Proposal. Morris Academy had prepared its top-tier luxury hotel on campus as a rest area for participating academies. Each academy was allocated 2 floors, with all rooms meeting the highest presidential suite standards. Inside the room, Rue Jean was curled up on the massive sofa, his fingers flying across the latest handheld gaming console. Not far away, through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, the college's beautiful scenery was visible. Alia sat on a wicker chair on the open-air balcony, elegantly arranging a set of teaware with graceful, fluid movements. Rue, that single president, Alia said with a serious tone, is no ordinary person. KO. With the victory sound effect from the game, Rue tossed the console aside, stretched lazily, and yawned. Come on, Alia, who among those who can compete is simple? She spoke casually, but her eyes betrayed a hint of curiosity. But Rue's lips curled into a smile filled with intense curiosity. I'm truly very interested in her. Single Xijin's nearly perfect physiological data metrics had her, as a tech enthusiast, itching to bring her back for a closer look. Of course, she dared only to think about it. Alia smiled and nodded, picking up the tea she had brewed and taking a sip. Rue watched her relaxed demeanor and, feeling suspicious, poured herself a cup as well. She mimicked Alia's actions, taking a cautious sip. Put. The next moment, the scalding hot tea was sprayed out of her mouth. Aha! Alia! You brewed this bitter tea again. Rue's face scrunched up in pain as she jumped up and down in protest. Alia, already accustomed to this, smiled and handed her a napkin. Mind your manners, President Rue. Rue angrily took the tissue, roughly wiped her mouth, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it into the trash can in the corner. I'm leaving. You've rested enough. Let us get back to work. All right. Alia set down her teacup, rose gracefully, and followed closely behind. The top-tier restaurant in the academy, a private dining room. Lan Xijin sat alone by the window, his long legs crossed, his posture lazy, his eyes as still as a pool of water, showing no emotion. His slender fingers tapped his knee absent-mindedly as his gaze fixed on the view outside. The private room door swung open, and Rue burst in with Alia in tow, sitting down across from him without a second thought. Lan! It's been ages. Rue propped her chin on her hands, her face adorned with a calculating smile. Lan Xijin's gaze swept over the two of them indifferently, his voice devoid of any emotion. The Lan family's merger plan in Sea Continent has caused quite a stir recently. Rue cut straight to the chase. The cross-continental merger plan in Sea Continent, which had once been used as a bet with Dan Xijin, had already begun. Even though Lan Xijin had won the bet, he had not disclosed the fatal flaw in the plan, allowing it to proceed smoothly. This plan directly threatened the interests of the traditional financial clans in Sea Continent led by Rue's Hill family. Lan Xijin's fingers stopped tapping, and he simply stared at her, waiting for her to continue. What do you think? Rue leaned forward slightly. How about we collaborate? Lan Xijin furrowed his brows. By their positions, they should be enemies at this moment. Rue seemed to have read his doubts, rolling her eyes. Actually, I also think that those old fossils in Sea Continent, with minds as rusty as their brains, should have been replaced long ago. She paused, her tone tinged with temptation. If you collaborate with the Hill family, I can guarantee that the slice of the pie the Lan family ultimately gets will be larger than what you originally planned to swallow. Lan Xijin's gaze lingered on her face for 2 seconds before shifting away, his expression seeming to say, no interest. Lan Xijin, Alia spoke up at the right moment, gently pushing a beautifully bound proposal document toward him. To demonstrate our sincerity, this is the preliminary cooperation agreement. Please take a look. Lan Xijin's long fingers flipped through it casually. The pages contained clear terms and conditions, with the profit distribution highly enticing, even making concessions in certain areas a display of genuine sincerity. However, he closed the document and remained silent. Hey! Ruwei slammed the table and stood up, his face brimming with anger at being disregarded. Lan Xijin. Don't push it too far. I'm telling you, there is no better option than this. Of course there is, Lan Xijin finally spoke up. Rather than personally nurturing a formidable rival who was our equal, the Lan family prefers to proceed according to the original plan and slowly devour the entire territory, bit by bit. The ambition in his tone sent a chill down one's spine. You madman. Ruwei flew into a rage, snatching the proposal off the table. Just wait and see if your plan goes smoothly. Elia. Let's go. Alia sighed helplessly, casting a lingering glance at Lan Xijin, her eyes filled with a hint of regret, before rising to her feet. However, just as she reached the door, Ruwei suddenly turned back. She slammed both hands on the table in front of Lan Xijin, leaning forward with an unmistakable sneer on her face. After all this time, how did you become so weak? Even the student council president position was taken from you. She deliberately dragged out her words. Should I be so kind as to help you think of a way to get it back? No need. Lan Xijin didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, his voice as cold as ever. That's easy for you to say. Ruwei snorted derisively, crossing her arms and looking down at him from above. Actually, you can't take it back, can you? I looked at her data, she's perfect in every way, like a human weapon. You can't beat her. After saying this, Ruwei looked at him with pride, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Lan Xijin's body stiffened. He suddenly raised his head, his lifeless eyes fixed intently on Ruwei's face. Send me the raw data. Why should I? Ruwei was startled by his sudden burst of pressure and instinctively took a step back. Because you need me now. Lan Xijin's voice was low. I'll consider your proposal. The condition is, send me the raw data and delete all your backups. That data about her must not be leaked under any circumstances. Ruwei clenched her lips, torn inside. That flawless data, which even she found astonishing, was something she truly couldn't bear to part with. But the seriousness in Lan Xijin's eyes and that almost obsessive protective instinct made her hesitate. This seemed like an excellent opportunity to collaborate. She tilted her head, studying Lan Xijin's tense face, and a bold guess suddenly crossed her mind. You care so much about her. Could it be that you like her? Lan Xijin's body trembled slightly. Ruwei keenly picked up on this subtle change, as if she had discovered a new continent. A malicious smile spread across her face. Look at your reaction. You really are, aren't you? And it's unrequited love? She leaned in closer, lowering her voice. I saw it with my own eyes today. She and that guy from the Bai family, they were very close, inseparable. What are you trying to say? Lan Xijin's breathing became chaotic, his knuckles turning white from clenching his fists. Chapter 96, I'll take care of her for you. I'll handle her for you, Rua smiled slyly, revealing a row of white teeth. In exchange, you'll collaborate with our hill family. Lan Xijin's gaze swept over her eager face, his brows furrowing slightly as he fell into a brief silence. This brief moment of contemplation only deepened the smile on Ruwei's lips. Interesting. So interesting. A man like Lan Xijin, who prioritizes interests above all else, was actually seriously considering such an absurd exchange condition? It seems that the influence of that single Zhiying on him is far deeper than she had imagined. What kind of explosive story is hidden behind this? Ruwei's curiosity was ignited, and she trembled with excitement. Why should I trust you? Lan Xijin's voice was low, and he did not outright reject the temptation. His hesitation stemmed more from his distrust of the unpredictable young woman before him than from the terms themselves. Ruwei smirked triumphantly, her pink hair swaying. Of course, no one can resist my charm. She looks, well, at least she doesn't dislike me. This conclusion was based on the fact that Shan Jiying had ruffled her hair without permission. It was a sign of familiarity. Though she was annoyed at being treated like a child. I'll help you get close to her, create opportunities for you to be alone together, and even her eyes sparkled with the excitement of a mischievous plan succeeding. Clear the obstacles for you? How about that? Just imagining the real-life romance strategy game about to unfold made her fingers tremble slightly. This was far more thrilling than playing a video game. Lan Xijin's gaze fell on Ruwei's excited face, as if assessing the credibility of her words. Finally, he spoke slowly. If you can do it. His voice grew even lower. I'll agree to any conditions you set. He had no other options left. No matter how absurd the idea sounded, he was willing to give it a try. Deal. Ha ha. Ruwei excitedly slapped the table, jumped up from her seat, and turned to rush out, her mind already racing with various game strategies. Wait. Lan Xijin's icy voice rang out. Leave the data. Ugh, how could you remember that? Ruwei pouted in annoyance but still took a chip from the side of her wristwatch and casually tossed it onto the table. Here, it's all here. Alia followed behind her, sighing helplessly with a worried tone. Rui, you haven't even figured out what kind of person she is, and you've already made such a promise. That's too reckless. Rui waved her hand dismissively, her steps light as she walked out without looking back. Anyway, that crazy woman never intended to cooperate in the first place. If it works out, everyone wins. If it fails... She suddenly stopped, turned around, and made an exaggerated face at the figure inside the booth. Then we'll just wait and see him eat his words. Isn't that satisfying? Her laughter was crisp, tinged with a hint of malicious glee. For her, this was an absolute surefire deal. Student Council President's Office. Dan Xijin sat behind her desk, flipping through the remaining participant profiles from other colleges. Her gaze swept calmly over the pages, eventually coming to rest on one particular file. B Continent, Aphrodite Royal Academy. President, Xiang Li Lin. The man in the photo had a stern expression, with a deep and refined features that exuded a strong sense of mixed heritage, yet he remained undeniably noble. Dan Xijin's fingertips gently tapped the paper, and a memory of the brief embrace after the competition ended flashed through her mind, along with his confident words, "We'll meet again soon." She raised her eyebrows slightly, a playful curve forming at the corners of her lips. It seems that this 8-school alliance competition has quite a few interesting people. Bai Qingnan, who had been standing quietly beside her, naturally noticed that she lingered on this page longer than the others. He stepped forward and leaned down to look at the documents in her hands. When he saw the photo, his pupils contracted slightly, and his fingers tightened unconsciously. Is this Xiang Li's older brother? He tried to attribute her interest in this to the fact that she had encountered the older brother of her former rival. However, a sense of unease began to grow quietly within him. He couldn't help but speak, his voice tinged with caution and panic. You aren't interested in him, are you? He felt like he was on edge, overreacting to everything. Even the slightest pause in her gaze on someone else's photo made him feel afraid. He is an interesting person too, Dan Xijin didn't deny it, and her tone even carried a hint of admiration. This casual remark sent Bai Qingnan's nerves into overdrive. Bai Qingnan's eyes dropped instantly, hiding the surging disappointment and sense of danger. In his heart, he silently added Xiang Li Lin to his highest-level watchlist. A man she had never met, yet one who could make her glance at him twice and describe him as interesting, extremely dangerous. Just then, the phone on the table vibrated several times. Dan Xijin glanced at the screen and answered the call. Hello. On the other end of the line was Shan Lingchuan's voice, hoarse from illness, with a hint of subtle embarrassment. Yesterday, thank you. Cough cough. 2 suppressed coughs followed. I'll return to the office tomorrow to handle the backlog of work. You're welcome. Dan Xijin's voice was flat and emotionless. Remember to take your medicine on time. All right. Dan Lingchuan replied briefly, and the call ended. Dan Xijin put down the phone and raised her eyes, only to meet Bai Qingnan's gaze fixed intently on her. His thin lips were tightly pursed, and he looked like an animal holding its breath, unable to vent its anger. His eyes were filled with silent accusations and questions. Who was that? His voice was muffled. Dan Xijin looked at him and couldn't help but sigh softly. Dan Lingchuan. He fell ill at the company yesterday. Oh. Bai Qingnan responded, falling into brief contemplation. Given his understanding of the relationship between Dan Xijin and the Dan family, she had no connection with Dan Lingchuan. In fact, in such a family, rivals in the struggle for inheritance should be as incompatible as water and fire, and their relationship should never be this peaceful, let alone show a hint of concern? This defied logic. However, upon hearing it was Dan Lingchuan, his tense nerves relaxed slightly. Thankfully, it was just Dan Lingchuan, not another unexpected newcomer. For a moment, he had almost thought that someone else had quietly appeared beside her, capable of diverting her attention. The weight on his heart lifted, followed by a mix of relief and fear, as if he had regained something he had lost. He walked around the desk, stepped behind her chair, bent down, and gently wrapped his arms around her from above the chair back, carefully cradling her entire body in his embrace. His chin rested gently on the top of her hair, as if afraid that the person in his arms might suddenly vanish. Chapter 97, Bastard. Qin Family Study. The air was thick with the lingering smell of gunpowder. Break off the engagement with the Su family? Qin Zhua. What are you thinking? Xinjin, the head of the Qin family, roared in uncontrollable anger, smashing the expensive teacup in his hand onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. He glared at his son, who stood nearby with his hands in his pockets, looking casual and unconcerned. Xinjua tilted his head slightly, a smirk of cynicism and mockery playing at the corners of his lips, as if the enraged father before him was nothing more than a clown. I used my brain, Xinjua snorted coldly, his voice lazy and indifferent. You. Good for nothing. Xinjin was so enraged that his entire body trembled, and the finger pointing at Xinjua shook violently with anger. His face was ashen, and his chest rose and fell violently. However, the finger pointing at Xinjua eventually dropped limply. The other 2 heirs of the Qin family, his 2 carefully cultivated sons, were completely ruined. They had failed in their attempt to assassinate Xinjua and had been personally ordered by him to be sent to the most remote branch of the family, effectively exiled. Assassination was not a crime, failure was. The failed were unworthy of family ties and deserved only to be discarded. Xinjue was now his only choice, and the sole hope for the future of the Qin family. This realization left Xinjun with no outlet for his rage. All these years, Xinjun took a deep breath, forcing down the surging anger, and tried to adopt a more reasoned tone. Those messy relationships you've been involved in outside, Xiaoya knows about them, and she doesn't mind. After the marriage alliance, you can continue to do as you please. This marriage is beneficial to you and the Qin family in every way. What are you complaining about? Play? Xinjua's lips curled into a malicious grin as he stepped closer to Xinjun, his body emanating a murderous aura that seemed to come straight from the depths of hell. Are you the same as me? What did you say? Xinjun was completely enraged by the blatant provocation and insult. Isn't that the truth? Xinjua had already reached the desk, his hands braced against the surface, leaning forward with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Then why else would I, this bastard, exist? That was your mother. She was the one who shamelessly seduced me. Xinjun slammed his hand on the desk, as if trying to drown out the shame within him with the sound. It was that who kept clinging to me. Seduced. Xinjua repeated the two words, letting out a derisive laugh, his eyes filled with pain and mockery. Seduce? That woman, who had always been so lowly and insignificant in his memory, had spent her entire life believing that this man still harbored a shred of affection for her, believing that entering the Qin family would bring her stability. What did she get in return? The word whore, and even her son was called a bastard in front of everyone. 15 years ago, a frail woman and a child stood before the gates of the Qin family's ancestral home. Rain soaked their thin clothes. The woman's eyes flickered with a desperate hope, while the boy stared at everything around him with wide, dark eyes, curious yet uneasy. The gate opened. Xinjun's figure appeared on the high steps. He didn't even bother to step down the stairs, merely glancing down at them with a look that treated them like trash, cold, indifferent, and devoid of any warmth. He was even too stingy to spare them an extra glance before turning and leaving. From that day on, they were like two stray dogs forgotten by their master, kept in the most remote corner of the Qin household. The so-called care consisted of 3 meals a day of leftovers and the unhidden contempt and disdain of the servants. Bastard, illegitimate child, lowly scum, these vicious words accompanied Xinjua throughout his dark childhood. The tacit approval of Xinjun's legitimate wife, Mrs. Qin, only made the abuse worse. The most vivid memory was of a drunken servant stumbling into the room one night. His cloudy eyes gleamed with evil intent, his breath reeking of alcohol, as he reached out to grab his mother. What are you pretending to be, a virtuous woman? You're just a whore who sells herself for money. I want to play with you too. In that moment, the bloodthirsty ferocity suppressed deep within him erupted for the first time. At just 10 years old, he mustered an unknown strength, grabbed the rusty fruit knife on the table, and with all his might, stabbed it into the man's chest. Afterward, his mother held him tightly, crying hysterically, repeating over and over, "It's my fault. It's all my fault." Xinjua didn't cry or say a word. He just stared silently at the pool of blood spreading on the ground, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief and liberation. Surprisingly, he did not receive the harsh punishment he had anticipated. Instead, it was the first time Xinjun had truly acknowledged his son. From that day onward, Xinjua was taken away from that dark corner and subjected to hellish training. Physical endurance, combat skills, political maneuvering. He gritted his teeth, channeling all his hatred into fuel, surviving the inhuman ordeal. In the end, he trampled one by one those who had once humiliated him and his mother with impunity. Those looks of contempt eventually turned into trembling fear in his presence. However, just as he thought he had finally climbed out of the abyss, his mother had left him forever. She left only a note. "Xiaozhua, Mom is gone. As long as I'm here, the gossip will never stop. If Mama's gone, your path to inheriting the Qin family will be much smoother, right? Don't hate me. Live on." She chose the most ruthless way, using death to clear the path for him, and in doing so, she also completely severed his ties to the only family he had in this world. Afterward, he became the undisputed first heir of the Qin family. Those servants who once spoke harshly to him now crawled before him in fear, daring not even to breathe loudly. Yet he felt that the overwhelming hatred in his heart had grown even more intense. He began to wear another mask, living a reckless and unrestrained life. Wasn't it said that he and his mother were dirty? Wasn't it a sign of contempt for them? Well, he would show them how dirty he could be. Why was he still so despicable now? Yet the looks in those people's eyes had shifted from contempt to awe and fear. Hypocrisy. All just excuses. He twistedly proved that as long as you possess absolute power, anything you do is right. He forces himself to play the role of a debauched playboy. He revels in the flattery of those women, yet when they try to get close, he feels an uncontrollable physical repulsion. He despises the touch, despises everyone and most of all himself. He hasn't touched a single one of those women. They think they can climb into the bed of the heir to the Qin family, but they're just deluding themselves. What's tragic is, his facade, the debauchery he used to numb himself, ultimately earned him a single word from that person, dirty. At that moment, Xinhua felt the emotion called regret for the second time in his life. The first time was when he regretted not seeing through his mother's calm exterior and the despair she harbored. This time, he regretted letting her see him in this state, a state he despised even more than himself. Chapter 98, The Arrival of Xiang Lilin. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door broke the suffocating standoff in the study at just the right moment. The door opened slightly, and Su Qingya's figure appeared in the doorway. Her face still bore that flawless, gentle smile, and her voice was soft. Uncle, Xiaozhua, did we interrupt your conversation? Xiaoya? Xinjin's anger eased slightly upon seeing Su Qingya. Su Qingya walked in, stopping in front of the large desk. Her calm gaze swept over the mess on the floor and the father and son with their differing expressions. Uncle, she said in the same gentle tone, the decision to call off the engagement was made after Xiaozhua and I discussed it together. Xinjin's brows furrowed once more. Su Qingya turned slightly, her gaze landing on Xinhua, who still stood nearby with a carefree expression. Rather than relying on a marriage alliance with the Qin family to secure my position, I would rather rely on my own abilities to firmly hold the Su family in my hands. Her words were gentle, yet they carried the ambition of someone in a position of power. Xinhua gave her a lazy glance, the playful smile on his lips deepening. Moreover, Su Qingya turned her gaze back to Xinjin, her tone gentle yet firm. Please rest assured that the future cooperation between the Su family and the Qin family will not be affected in any way by the dissolution of this marriage agreement. I can make this promise on behalf of the Su family. Her stance was unwavering, leaving no room for any attempts at reconciliation. Xinjin's gaze lingered on Su Qingya's face for a moment before sweeping over Xinhua, who stood beside him with obvious disinterest. In the end, he could only let out a heavy sigh, then waved his hand dismissively, signaling for them to leave. There was nothing more to be said at this point. As they stepped out of the Qin family's gates. There's no need to thank me, Su Qingya said flatly, her voice devoid of emotion. Thanks, Xinhua shrugged indifferently, his rebellious posture unchanged. How did you handle those old stubborn fools from the Su family? Almost done. Su Qingya didn't look at him, her gaze fixed on the black luxury car parked in the distance, her voice tinged with fatigue. We just announced the marriage alliance in such a high-profile manner, and now we're about to call it off. How do you plan to explain this to the outside world? Such inconsistency would inevitably spark unfounded speculation about the relationship between the two families. You can blame it all on me. Xinhua stuffed his hands back into his pockets, his tone indifferent, even tinged with self-destructive resignation. Anyway, his reputation was already in ruins. He didn't care if they poured a few more buckets of dirt on it. A womanizer who abandons women, what a perfect excuse. Su Qingya remained silent for a few seconds before suddenly letting out a soft laugh, her voice tinged with understanding and a hint of mockery. All right. As you wish. She took a few steps forward, then stopped, tilting her head slightly, her tone pure curiosity. But I'm still curious. What kind of person could make you act so ruthless? Xinhua's body stiffened, and he clenched his lips, refusing to answer. Su Qingya smiled knowingly, no longer waiting for an answer. It seems things aren't going smoothly, huh? She shook her head gently, her voice tinged with a hint of emotion. Well, good luck, Xiaozhua. With that, she didn't linger, walking straight toward the waiting black luxury car. The servant promptly opened the door for her. The car quickly disappeared from sight. Xinhua stood where he was, slowly withdrawing his gaze from the direction the car had disappeared. His long fingers touched the area around his waist, and through the fabric, he could still feel the faint scar left behind. Now, does he finally have the slightest qualification to approach her? Even if it's just a little closer? The next day, Morris Academy. Only 2 days remained until the official opening of the 8-School Alliance tournament. On the vast tarmac, the roar of engines echoed continuously as aircraft representing various factions arrived one after another. Sea Continent's Holy Light Academy, as the top institution in Sea Continent that had long dominated Edith, their arrival stood in stark contrast to Edith's futuristic tech aesthetic. The students who disembarked wore conservatively designed, dark uniforms with a strong classical aura, their expressions solemn and their movements stiff. Cloud Yao Academy and Morningstar Academy of D Continent, the two academies' aircraft landed almost simultaneously. When the representatives from the two schools met, they even nodded to each other and whispered quietly, showing none of the tense competition typical between academies from other continents. They seemed more like two sister academies of the same origin. The other academy to arrive was B Continent's Aphrodite Royal Academy. As the imposing aircraft, adorned with the royal crest, landed smoothly, all eyes were fixed on the cabin door. As the host representative, Shan Jiying stood at the front of the welcoming party. Bai Qinnan stood beside her, his posture as straight as a pine tree. He looked at the closed cabin door, his body unconsciously moving closer to her, as if guarding a precious treasure and vigilant against any potential threat. The cabin door slowly opened. A figure appeared at the top of the gangway. Xiang Lilin. He was dressed in a perfectly tailored pure white Royal Academy uniform, with gold-threaded insignia gleaming in the sunlight. Each step he took on the gangplank exuded the composed elegance of a nobleman. From the moment he stepped out of the cabin door, his gaze was fixed on Lan Xijin. Those peach-colored eyes sparkled with unhidden interest and a determined gleam, while the corners of his lips curled into a smile brimming with aggression. Bai Qinnan's heart skipped a beat. The possessiveness and dominance in that gaze sent a wave of unease surging through him. This man is extremely dangerous. Xiang Lilin ignored everyone around Dan Jiying, including Bai Qinnan, who was emanating a strong sense of caution. He walked down the gangplank with a clear purpose. He ignored the proper safety distance and stepped directly into the immediate vicinity of Lan Xijin. He leaned forward slightly. Amidst the astonished and curious glances of those around him, he raised his hand with remarkable ease. His long, slender fingers gently slipped into the soft strands of hair at the back of her neck, his warm palm pressing against her nape. His warm breath brushed against her ear, his voice as soft as a lover's whisper, so quiet that only the two of them could hear. "I told you, we'll meet again soon." Every word carried a possessive claim, as if declaring ownership. Just as his words fell silent, a strong force suddenly gripped his arm. Xiang Lilin raised his head in surprise. The eyes that had been fixed on Lan Xijin since the beginning finally looked directly at the person beside him, Bai Qinnan. His gaze swept quickly across Bai Qinnan's handsome face, carrying a condescending scrutiny and a touch of casual appraisal. Then, the corners of his lips curled into a faint, mocking smile, his eyes filled with amusement. He did not struggle, but instead withdrew his hand with extreme naturalness, his posture elegant as if the earlier inappropriate gesture had been nothing more than a routine, polite embrace. "Chairman Shan," Xiang Lilin nodded slightly to Lan Xijin, his voice returning to its normal volume, tinged with just the right amount of distance and composure. "Nice to meet you." He paused, the smile on his lips deepening. "In the days to come, please guide me." Chapter 99, The Primary Obstacle. Dan Jiying merely nodded faintly, making no effort to expose the deliberate pretense of the crown prince before him. "Prince Xiangli, it's a pleasure to meet you." Her voice was cold and distant, as if she were addressing any ordinary guest. "After your long journey, we will pay a visit to Mr. Shan tomorrow." Xiang Liling deliberately emphasized the word visit, infusing the ordinary courtesy with a hint of suggestive ambiguity. He gave Lan Xijin one last lingering glance before subtly glancing at Bai Qinnan, who stood beside her as if on high alert. He turned and, led by the welcoming envoys of Morris Academy, departed with the elite students of Aphrodite Royal Academy for their designated resting area. Aphrodite Royal Academy's resting area, top floor suite. Xiang Lilin leaned back against the plush velvet sofa, his long fingers casually tapping the armrest. His face showed no expression, and his voice was calm, betraying no emotion. "Go investigate everything about that man named Bai Qinnan. The more detailed, the better." The attendant standing by his side was startled and immediately bowed in response. "Yes, Your Highness." Having served Xiang Lilin for many years, he knew that the more terrifying the calm, the more anger was lurking beneath the surface. His mood was extremely foul at that moment. After the attendant left, the empty suite was left with only him. He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the meticulously arranged scenery of Morris College. He had no time to admire it, his thoughts drifted back to the scene of their meeting. Xiang Lilin narrowed his alluring almond-shaped eyes slightly. That man, his gaze toward her was filled with possession, protection, and a sense of territoriality that brooked no intrusion, which made him feel extremely displeased. More importantly, she seemed to tacitly accept his attitude. She did not reject Bai Qinnan standing beside her. This was not a good sign. Xiang Lilin was not incapable of tolerating other men by her side. Someone like her, radiating such brilliance, was bound to attract countless moths to a flame. Without these distractions, it would be odd. Therefore, even knowing about her relationship with Bai Shi, he remained unwavering in his determination to have her. Love? There was no question of who came first. He has absolute confidence that he can do better than anyone else, offering her more whether it be power or anything else. However, excessive aggressiveness might scare away the prey. He needed patience, to take things slowly. Understanding the obstacles surrounding her was the first step. Meanwhile, in the exclusive lounge area of Edith Academy, President Rue sat cross-legged before a massive holographic projection screen, his fingers darting across the virtual interface. On the screen was Bai Qinnan's basic information file, with an analysis of his relationship with Dan Jiying beside it. Before starting this love strategy game, she needed to understand the primary obstacle first. She licked her lips, her pink eyes sparkling with anticipation. Childhood sweethearts, that's a bit challenging. But, the harder the game, the more fun it is. He. On the other side, in the penthouse apartment. As soon as the door unlocked, the main obstacle couldn't contain himself anymore. As the door closed behind him, Bai Qinnan suddenly pressed Shanzhang against the wall. His kiss was fiery and urgent, as if he were trying to release all the anxiety and fear he had been holding in during the day. His long fingers tightly gripped her hands, their fingers intertwined. Only such intimate contact could give him a faint sense of security. The gaze of that bestate crown prince during the day, that blatant aggression and determination had unsettled him. But what unsettled him even more was Shan Jiying's attitude. She hadn't rejected that man's advances, in fact, she had even shown interest in him. Thinking of this, his kiss grew more intense. Dan Jiying tilted her head slightly, responding to his kiss, which carried a hint of possession. She could clearly sense that today's Xiaobai was different. Ing. Between the tangled lips, he gasped, his voice hoarse, "Don't pay attention to him, please." Shanzhang was kissed until her breath was slightly disordered, her eyes half closed, her gaze filled with a hint of confusion. Who? Don't pay attention to anyone. Bai Qinnan's long fingers traced the curves of her waist and abdomen, moving upward slowly. His movements were just the right amount of force, both teasing and gentle. He was clearly giving it his all, trying to prove his worth in another way. Xiangli Lin Lan Xijin Bai Shi, he murmured the names that mattered to him. These people, he didn't like any of them. He didn't like them being around her, didn't like the way they looked at her. I'll do better. His kiss landed by her ear. I'll make you feel better. Dan Jiying felt a sudden, intense shiver and couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Xiaobai, was it that day when she had teased him so cruelly that she accidentally triggered some hidden switch in him? That once timid, blushing Bai Xiao, how had she become so? However, Bai Qinnan's movements did not cease despite her gentle call. A day of panic had overwhelmed him, and at that moment, he only wanted to draw closer to her, feel her warmth, and listen to the sound of her voice stirred by him. He wanted to show her more, to please her more, to make her never grow tired of him. Shame and embarrassment meant nothing in the face of the fear of losing her. His clothes had long since fallen to the ground, tangled together. Bai Qinnan's kisses remained fiery, as if he wanted to touch every inch of her skin and leave a mark that was uniquely his. Spring was in full bloom. The next day, at the Morris Academy helipad. With only one day left before the official opening of the competition, the final 2 academies had also arrived. 3 aircraft adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns landed from B Continent's Uriah Academy. The cabin doors opened, and the first to step out were not the Academy's student representatives, but several middle-aged men dressed in dark robes. Following them, a young girl slowly emerged, surrounded by a crowd. She wore a long dress resembling the robes of an ancient priest, her slender figure adorned with black hair flowing down to her waist. She exuded an air of mystery. Those surrounding her, whether students or instructors, gazed at her with reverent awe, as if she were not a mortal but a divine being walking among humans. Chapter 100, The Deal is Sealed. Ji Huiyin. The Ji family, a mysterious clan that had been passed down for centuries in B Continent, bearing the devout faith of its people. And she was the highly anticipated, divine maiden heiress of the Ji family. With an air of superiority, she descended the spiral staircase, surrounded by her attendants who bowed respectfully. Finally, she came to a stop before Shan Jiying, maintaining the perfect distance. Neither disrespectful nor overly familiar, she kept an absolute sense of distance. She nodded slightly, her movements graceful, but her gaze merely swept over Dan Jiying with extreme indifference. There was no emotional fluctuation in her eyes, only the innate sense of superiority rooted in her bloodline. It was as though Dan Jiying, the president of Morris Academy, was no different from the rest of the crowd. She quickly withdrew her gaze, said nothing, and turned away. Amidst the crowd, she left the helipad, leaving behind a trail of curious whispers. Dan Jiying stood where he was, paying no heed to Ji Huiyin's almost rude indifference. She simply stroked her chin lightly and murmured to herself, the Ji family. The last to arrive was another top-tier noble academy from a continent, the Ari Academy. Their arrival was relatively low-key and did not cause much of a stir. Just as Dan Jiying was about to leave, a young staff member wearing the uniform of the Aphrodite Royal Academy hurried over and bowed respectfully. Ms. Dan, Prince Shangli has invited you to join him for afternoon tea at the restaurant this afternoon to discuss the details of tomorrow's upcoming competition in a friendly exchange. The wording was highly official. Dan Jiying nodded slightly, not refusing. She also wanted to see what this prince of B Continent had up his sleeve. A top-tier restaurant, a private dining room. Xiangli Lin leaned back in his chair with an air of leisure, his fingertips elegantly swirling a wineglass, a pleased smile playing at the corners of his lips, clearly in high spirits. He was waiting for the figure he had been longing for. The door to the private room was pushed open by a waiter. Xiangli Lin immediately stood up, walked forward to greet her personally, pulled out the chair for Shan Jiying, and fixed his intense gaze on her. "It's been a long time," he said in a low, magnetic voice. Dan Jiying sat down, glancing up at him. 2 weeks. Is that so? Xiangli Lin's smile grew deeper, tinged with an almost obsessive intensity. He pulled out the chair next to Shang Jiying and sat down beside her with remarkable ease, instantly closing the distance between them. He leaned closer, his voice low and tinged with a suggestive sigh. "I feel like it's been so long." Dan Jiying glanced at him, her expression calm, not responding. "Just kidding," Xiangli Lin chuckled, sitting up straight, as if the earlier teasing had been nothing more than a casual remark. He picked up his wine glass and took a sip, his expression suddenly turning serious and earnest. "I came to see you, Mr. Shan, because I have an important matter to discuss." I was hoping you could help me with something. Dan Xijin raised an eyebrow, gesturing for him to continue. Did you see that person from the Ji family today? At the mention of Ji family, a flash of unhidden hatred flickered in Xiang Li Lin's almond-shaped eyes. Ji Huiyin. Dan Xijin recalled the figure on the tarmac in the indifferent gaze, nodding, I saw him. The Ji family, Xiang Li Lin's voice grew solemn, has been the spiritual pillar of the entire B-continent's citizens for generations. They have enjoyed unparalleled honor and influence that can even sway the decisions of the royal court. He paused. This spiritual faith that transcends royal authority has always been a thorn in the side of every ruler of B-continent throughout history. His long fingers clenched unconsciously, his knuckles turning white. And I intend to put an end to it. His voice was not loud, but it carried a sense of resolve and ambition. He could have chosen to follow the traditional path and inherit the throne, like every ruler before him, paying utmost respect to the Ji family and collaborating with the people to put on a show of devout faith. But he scorned such a path. A traitorous family that had failed to protect the sacred relic. What right did they have to stand above the throne? Dan Xijin nodded in understanding. What he had witnessed today was that wherever Ji Huiyin went, even the most arrogant nobles showed her great respect, even reverence. Such influence was indeed a tremendous threat to any ambitious monarch. So, she said, her red lips parting slightly as she locked eyes with Xiang Li Lin's ambitious gaze, you want me to help you bring down the Ji family? Yes, Xiang Li Lin nodded without hesitation. His gaze toward Dan Xijin softened instantly. Only you can help me achieve this. Each generation of the Ji family's divine maiden candidates possessed extraordinary talents in various dimensions, all bestowed by their bloodline. This was the very foundation of their enduring dominance. Until he met Dan Xijin. Her strength, her depth. In his eyes, she was the true goddess. Rather than believing in the Ji family, he would rather believe in her. Xiang Li Lin set down his wine cup, his movements solemn and reverent. He gently took the hand she had placed on the table, bowed his head slightly, and placed an extremely gentle kiss on the back of her hand, as light as a dragonfly skimming the water. The gesture was like that of the most loyal knight swearing allegiance to his lord. In exchange, he raised his head, his voice low and seductive, you can have anything you desire. Any condition. He paused, the corners of his lips curling into a smile that was both aggressive and alluring. Including me. Dan Xijin slowly withdrew her hand, her movements elegant yet distant. She curved her lips into a smile, her red lips parting slightly, all right. Xiang Li Lin's heart skipped a beat. A surge of immense joy flooded his heart. What could she be agreeing to? Was she agreeing to help him? Or, was she accepting his condition? His Adam's apple bobbed violently as he stared at her with intense anticipation. I can help you. Xiang Li Lin's tense body relaxed instantly, a hint of disappointment overshadowed by the satisfaction of achieving a great goal. However, Dan Xijin changed the subject, I need you to help me investigate someone first. Who? Xiang Li Lin furrowed his brows slightly, his heart racing with alarm, a hint of tension flickering in his eyes. Someone from B-continent? By Shi's biological mother. Dan Xijin's voice remained calm. She's from B-state. I need to know what her exact status is there. She already had her suspicions, but she needed the most concrete evidence. By Shi. Xiang Li Lin murmured the name, his voice growing cold. According to his intelligence, Dan Xijin and Bai Shi had no recent close contact, and their relationship should have ended. Why is she still concerned about him now? Even for his mother? He suddenly leaned forward, one hand resting on the back of Dan Xijin's chair, his towering figure casting an overwhelming shadow that engulfed her. Investigate his mother? Xiang Li Lin's voice was low and dangerous, filled with accusation. Did you make this deal with me to help him? Every word was filled with resentment and jealousy. Chapter 101, Tennis Qualifiers. Just answer. Xiang Jiying's voice was calm, even a bit lazy, agree, or not? She raised her eyes slightly, her almond-shaped eyes meeting Xiang Li Lin's gaze without flinching. Xiang Li Lin stared intently into her eyes. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly sat back down in his seat, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile that held little sincerity. I agree, he said in a low voice. By Shi? Just another nuisance. Since she had spoken, he would investigate. And those obstacles standing between him and her, he would eliminate them one by one. Let us work together smoothly. Prince Xiangli, Shan Jiying raised the wine glass beside him, his movements casual and lazy. The next day, Morris Academy. After the grand opening ceremony, the entire academy had transformed into a bustling arena. Holographic screens everywhere displayed real-time updates of the points rankings for the 8 academies. In addition to the elite competitors, nobles, government officials, and media representatives from all over the mainland also flocked to the event, creating an unprecedentedly lively atmosphere throughout the academy. On the first day, preliminary rounds for some events took place, serving as both a warm-up and an initial showcase of participants' abilities. Tennis qualifying round venue. As the most prominent noble sport, tennis drew significant attention even in the preliminary rounds, with the stands packed with spectators. Shin Xingyun stood by the sidelines, gripping the custom-made racket that had accompanied her through countless days and nights, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. Her gaze swept across the central section of the stands with the best view. When she spotted that white figure, she clenched her lips and her expression grew even more determined. In this tournament, she had entered 3 events: singles, women's doubles, and mixed doubles. This meant that in the upcoming grueling schedule, she would face physical and mental exhaustion that few could imagine. Her coaching staff repeatedly urged her to withdraw from some events, as this self-sacrificing decision could jeopardize her entire career. Moreover, there were other major international competitions coming up soon, and it wasn't worth risking everything for this. But Shin Xingyun firmly refused. "I want you to lead the tennis team at the 8th School Alliance tournament. Win all the gold medals." Those words and the condescending gaze from Shang Jiying that day were etched into her heart like a brand. Over the past month, she had pushed herself to the limits of her physical endurance, training relentlessly, while also carving out time to practice tactics with her partner. Countless times, when she was so exhausted she could barely lift her arms, she would think of Shang Jiying's eyes and force herself to keep going. Now, standing on the competition stage, she would prove with her actions that her choice had been the right one. Shin Xingyun's dominance in women's tennis was no mere reputation. In the qualifying rounds, no matter how strong her opponents were, they seemed like beginners in her presence. Bang! Another deceptive ace. The ball flew like lightning, hitting the sideline so fast that her opponent couldn't react. Game, Shin Xingyun. 40-0. Ace. Game. Ace. Set point. The stands erupted in a chorus of gasps and cheers. Shin Xingyun's shots demonstrated unparalleled power, speed, and precision, leaving the audience speechless. Her match could be described as a solo performance. In the center of the stands, the prime viewing area, Dan Jiying's gaze fixed on the figure on the field, a faint smile of approval curving her lips. Suddenly, a pink figure appeared out of nowhere, blocking her view. Rui made an exaggerated face, then sat down next to Dan Jiying with such natural ease, as if they were old friends who had known each other for years. Her fingers swiftly swiped across the touchscreen of her wristwatch, bringing up the real-time data analysis interface. A few seconds later, a prominent red number lit up on the screen, 95.7%. Oof. Rui rolled her eyes, her tone tinged with boredom. It seems the probability of Morris securing the tennis project's points has already exceeded 95%. She rested her chin on her hand, watching Shin Xingyun score another point with a stunning ace, and muttered under her breath, "Why push so hard? The data shows her physical load is nearing the critical threshold." "Maybe," Dan Jiying pulled her gaze back from the court, her voice flat, "she has her own beliefs she must uphold." Rui's eyes darted around, as if she suddenly remembered something. She casually mentioned, "Oh, right, I saw that guy Lan Xijin yesterday." As she spoke, she glanced sideways at Dan Jiying's expression. However, Dan Jiying didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. The name Lan Xijin failed to stir the slightest ripple in her eyes. Rui clenched her teeth in frustration. Mission difficulty. SSS level. "You really gave that arrogant jerk a taste of his own medicine." Rui leaned in close to Dan Jiying with a natural air. "I've never liked him. The enemy of my enemy is my friend." She smiled brightly, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. "So, we're friends now." Dan Jiying looked at her self-absorbed expression and had no intention of exposing her little scheme. "Since we're friends," Rui batted her big eyes with deliberate innocence, "shouldn't you take me on a proper tour of your Morris Academy?" "The Academy has dedicated tour guides with plenty of experience." Dan Jiying remained unmoved. "No." Rui's face fell, protesting unhappily. "I'm the president of Edith. Of course you, as the president of Morris, should personally host me. That's only proper." She spoke with conviction, her reasoning airtight. Dan Jiying looked into her eyes, which were filled with determination, and sighed softly, "All right." Sure enough, when faced with such a creature that was as stubborn as a small animal yet tinged with a touch of cunning, human resistance inevitably weakened by a few notches. A crisp sound of a ball hitting something echoed from below. Golden set. Wow! The entire tennis court erupted into chaos. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers. Another match won without dropping a single point. Absolute dominance, crushing the opponent. My goodness! Every shot is an ace. This is pure art. That's terrifying. Shin Xingyun's current skill level is undoubtedly the best in women's tennis history. Watching her play is pure enjoyment. She's so strong. Shin Xingyun took a few shallow breaths, sweat trickling down her temples. She raised her hand, her fingertips gently brushing the racket that had been by her side, her gaze fixed on the center of the stands. There, only an empty seat remained. Chapter 102, Willingly? Morris College Campus. Dan Jiying followed the vibrant pink figure at a leisurely pace, walking slowly. The so-called campus tour was clearly just an excuse. Rui's mind was nowhere near the beautiful buildings or scenery. She darted around the buildings like a small animal, peering here and there, as if searching for something. Finally, her footsteps came to a halt in front of a majestic auditorium, her eyes lighting up. "This place is nice. I want to go inside and take a look." Rue's fingers were already swiftly tapping on the smartwatch screen, fiddling with something in a furtive manner. Inside the Grand Hall, an international chess tournament was underway. The two slipped in through the back door and sat down randomly in the last row. In the center of the arena. Even the chessboards were designed and crafted by international master jewelers, with each piece resembling a work of art, adorned with priceless black and white diamonds. Lan Xijin sat composedly before a chessboard. He wore a white academic uniform, his posture erect and his expression focused. His long fingers picked up a white chess piece, moving with elegance yet decisively placing it on the board. Checkmate. The entire process flows seamlessly, leaving the opponent no time to organize a defense before succumbing completely to the overwhelming pressure. A massive screen behind him projected the chessboard in real time, showcasing the final move and revealing just how one-sided the match had been. Lan Xijin stood up, his gaze piercing through the audience, landing on Shang Jiying sitting in the last row. Without a moment's hesitation, he ignored the stares from those around him and walked straight down the stage toward her. Finally, amid a sea of curious glances, he came to a stop beside Dan Jiying. His gaze fell on her face, which struggled to maintain a calm expression, but her slightly curled fingers betrayed him. He struggled to suppress the urge to embrace her, repeatedly reminding himself in his mind. She liked the elegant, confident Lan Xijin who knew his place. Not this hysterical madman. I have something for you, he said, his voice deliberately calm, though still tinged with tension. Dan Jiying raised her eyes to look at him, but didn't ask any questions, merely nodding faintly. The two of them walked one in front of the other to a secluded pavilion where no one else was around. Lan Xijin stopped, took a transparent sealed box from the inner pocket of his uniform, and placed it gently on the stone table. Rue's chip. His voice was low, still striving to maintain a calm facade. Dan Jiying picked up the small box. She tilted her head in thought. During their first meeting, that pink-haired little thing had indeed used a wristwatch terminal to perform an impolite scan on her. So, Lan Xijin had retrieved her original data from Rue? What did you trade for it? Dan Jiying asked directly, her gaze carrying a hint of curiosity. It's none of your business. Lan Xijin lowered her eyes, avoiding her gaze, and forced down the emotions surging in her heart. I don't like owing people anything. Dan Jiying's brows furrowed, her voice growing colder. Earlier, when he had told her to name her price, it was out of a desire to avoid further trouble, not because he felt he owed her anything. But this chip in front of her. Lan Xijin's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, but he remained silent. Let me guess, Dan Jiying's fingers gently stroked his chin as he slowly took a step closer to him. Agree to cede some core interests to the Hill family in the merger and acquisition plan targeting Sea Continent at the Lan family? Rue came to you for this very reason, didn't she? Her fingertips gently lifted his tense jaw, forcing him to meet her gaze. And you, actually agreed? This was completely against his nature of prioritizing his own interests. Lan Xijin was forced to meet her gaze. The madness, pain, desire, and trembling in his smoky gray eyes could no longer be concealed. He suddenly grabbed her wrist, his breathing becoming irregular. You should have calculated it. Dan Jiying let him hold her wrist, her voice still calm, tinged with confusion, how to maximize your interests. From the meticulous moves he had made on the chessboard earlier, it was clear that he was a man who calculated every gain and loss down to the bone. A rational businessman would never do anything to harm his core interests. Especially when it came to the deal with Rue, the loss would affect the entire Lan family's interests. Every choice I've made. Lan Xijin clenched his teeth, forcing the words out through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with pain, has nothing to do with you. You don't need to feel that I'm a burden, or feel burdened because of this. She had abandoned him precisely because she saw him as a burden. He would never allow himself to become her burden again. All of this was his own choice, made willingly. He did not need her pity or repayment. Dan Jiying furrowed his brows slightly. Willingly? She seemed to have heard those words many times before. Bai Qinan had said it, Bai Shi had said it, and now he was saying it too. Could he really want nothing in return? She looked into his eyes, where the surging desire was almost overflowing. Lan Xijin felt his entire body tense under her gaze, and he instinctively wanted to step back. Dan Jiying, however, slowly withdrew her hand from his jaw. She picked up the transparent box containing the chip from the table and played with it casually between her fingers. Thank you for the gift. Her voice returned to its usual cool tone, though it lacked its usual coldness. I'll take it. A huge weight lifted from Lan Xijin's heart, and a wave of relief washed over him. At least she was willing to accept what he had given her. At least she hadn't grown so disgusted with him that she wanted to erase his very existence. Think about what you want. Dan Jiying gave him one last look, her gaze lingering on his face for a moment. You can come find me anytime. With that, she didn't linger, turning and leaving the pavilion. Her slender figure quickly vanished, leaving Lan Xijin alone in the spot, feeling the immense emptiness left behind by the intense pounding of his heart. He slowly raised his hand and touched his jaw where her fingertips had just brushed against it. It still seemed to carry her scent and the sensation of her touch. Chapter 103, the remaining score appears. As Dan Jiying's figure disappeared, a pink head poked out from behind the bushes nearby. Rui frowned, looking exasperated, and walked to where Shan Jiying had been standing, then elbowed Lan Xijin hard. Hey! Are you stupid? She complained angrily. What a great opportunity! What were you doing? Though she was too far away to hear the exact words, she had seen everything clearly. Dan Jiying had approached Lan Xijin on her own, even lifting his chin with her fingers. The posture, the distance, it was so ambiguous it was almost sparking pink bubbles. She even felt a bit regretful, thinking the game was about to end so quickly. But what happened? Lan Xijin, that guy, kept a deadpan expression the entire time, as if someone owed him 800 billion. I went through so much trouble to trick her, invite her here. Rui crossed her arms and rolled her eyes at Lan Xijin. You have to know how much effort she put into finding a gap where Bai Qingnan was competing and not by Shan Jiying's side. At least. Thank you. Lan Xijin's deep voice suddenly cut her off, making Rui jump in surprise and freeze in place. What? Had she heard wrong? Lan Xijin, that guy whose own lips would poison him if he licked them, actually said thank you? Rui couldn't believe it and dug in her ears, seriously doubting whether she had the wrong person. However, Rui's big eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint. Never mind. This lady is magnanimous. Since he finally said something human, I'll be merciful and keep helping him. This real-life dating strategy game is getting more and more interesting. Student Council President's Office. The schedule for the first day was relatively relaxed, leaving room for adjustments later on. More highly anticipated events, such as racing and martial arts, and the final showdown between the ultimate academies, were all scheduled for the last few days. As Shan Jiying returned to the office entrance, he spotted a tall figure standing by the door from a distance. Bai Shi. He was leaning against the wall, the previous air of dejection completely gone, replaced by a calmness as smooth as jade, showing no signs of anything unusual. The piano preliminary round is over? Dan Jiying asked casually without stopping his steps. According to the schedule, Bai Shi, as a prominent judge, should have been there at that moment. Not yet. Bai Shi turned around, his face still adorned with his signature gentle smile, but the preliminary round doesn't require my constant supervision at this stage. He paused, his gaze fixed on Dan Jiying's face. All the follow-up procedures for the music festival have been finalized. The incomplete score that will serve as the prize, the trust company requires you to collect it in person. His voice carried a hint of solemnity, because the collector stipulated an additional clause. The trust company insists that the winner must personally complete the handover procedures. No one else may collect it on their behalf. Dan Jiying raised an eyebrow slightly. That important fragment of sheet music, coveted even by the royal family of B continent, she did indeed want to see with her own eyes. Let's go. Ha! Bai Shi was taken aback, clearly not expecting her to be so decisive. Now. The main hall is in the suburbs, and today's schedule might. We have time. Dan Jiying had already turned to leave, glancing sideways at Bai Shi. Do you have other matters? No. Bai Shi responded almost immediately, quickening his pace to catch up and walk beside her. The familiar scent of cedar drifted faintly around his nose, causing a fleeting glimpse of genuine happiness to flicker in his eyes. The last time he had walked beside her like this, it felt like a lifetime ago. As the two walked side by side through the academy, they immediately drew countless glances. Recently, Bai Shi's unusual behavior and the growing closeness between Dan Jiying and Bai Qingnan had already sparked rumors of a breakup within the academy. However, due to their status, such speculation could only be discussed in private. Among the more outrageous rumors, some even speculated that Dan Jiying had grown tired of Bai Qingnan and was looking elsewhere. At that moment, seeing the unguarded atmosphere between the two, the gossip spread rapidly once again. This doesn't look like a breakup at all, does it? The attendant responsible for managing the academy's garage had already driven Dan Jiying's silver sports car out of the garage and parked it steadily at the main entrance of the academy. Dan Jiying opened the driver's side door with a swift motion. She tilted her chin slightly, gesturing toward the passenger seat. Bai Shi opened the other door and got in, his expression filled with excitement and satisfaction. The engine roared, and the silver sports car shot out like a bolt of lightning. Dan Jiying focused intently on the road ahead, her long fingers firmly gripping the steering wheel. Bai Shi sat in the passenger seat, feeling the scenery outside the window blur by at an incredible speed. He turned his head, his gaze greedily roaming over her focused profile, showing no sign of anxiety or fear caused by the speed. The adrenaline rush from the extreme speed, mixed with her scent, made his heart race uncontrollably. Music Festival Grand Hall. The silver sports car came to a smooth stop in front of a majestic building on the outskirts of the city. The architecture blended classical and modern styles, exuding an artistic ambience. In reality, every detail had been meticulously designed by renowned architects, brimming with hidden intricacies. Located in the outskirts, the area within several kilometers was under the jurisdiction of the main hall, with strict security measures in place. Servants who had been waiting at the entrance hurried forward and respectfully opened the car doors for the two. Stepping inside, it felt as though they had entered another world. The high walls of the hall were adorned with classical murals. Long corridors were lined with red carpets, with independent glass display cases on either side. Inside, rare treasures that could drive anyone mad were quietly displayed. These included handwritten manuscripts from genius musicians of centuries past. A violin that a musician considered the treasure of his life. The value of these items had long since surpassed monetary worth to music enthusiasts. They were priceless treasures. "Miss Sean, Mr. Bai, please this way." An elderly gentleman in a tailcoat bowed slightly and led the two inside. They walked through a long corridor, leading to a heavy wooden door adorned with intricate carvings. The elderly gentleman gently pushed it open. Behind the door was an extremely private study. A middle-aged man of distinguished bearing stood behind a massive desk. His hair was meticulously combed, and his gaze was deep and penetrating. As Dan Xijin entered, his gaze fixed firmly on her. For a moment, his deep eyes seemed to lose focus, as if he were trying to see something through her. "The incomplete score is here," he said slowly, his voice low. His gaze fell on the center of the desk. There was only a small, unremarkable box sitting there. It seemed to be made of some kind of rough textured wood, with no carvings or decorations, and the edges were even slightly worn. Its simple, old-fashioned design was so plain that it might have been discarded and left on the ground without anyone noticing. Compared to the study and the rare treasures outside, it looked out of place, even a bit shabby. Dan Xijin walked over, picked up the small box, and casually flipped through it. The front of the box had a small, delicate lock, which seemed to be seamlessly integrated into the box itself, with no visible gaps or mechanisms for opening it. "When we were entrusted with this fragmentary score, it was already in this condition." The man behind the desk seemed to notice her confusion and explained calmly, "The person who entrusted it to us did not leave a key." He paused, his gaze growing more intense as he looked at Dan Xijin, but he instructed the trust company to convey a message to the ultimate recipient. "You will find its key." Chapter 104, Shelter? Or another agenda? Dan Xijin stepped out of the main hall, tossing the small box coveted by countless others behind her with a casual gesture toward Bai Shi. "The matter I agreed to is settled." Her voice was cold and devoid of emotion, as if she had no interest in what came next. This casual remark once again drew a clear line between the two of them. Bai Shi instinctively reached out to catch the wooden box. His long fingers unconsciously traced the lid, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. This was the thing his mother had sacrificed everything for, even driven herself to madness to obtain? It was just this, such an inconspicuous little box? A sense of absurdity mingled with a bittersweet sorrow, causing his heart to tighten. Dan Xijin opened the door of the sports car that had already pulled up at the entrance. Just then, the white-haired old man who had led the way earlier came running out. "Miss Dan! Miss Dan! Please wait!" Dan Xijin paused, one hand on the car door, turning her body sideways. Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, fixing on the old man. The old man stopped in front of her, took a few deep breaths to steady himself, then bowed deeply with a respectful posture. "Chairman Jiang specifically sent me to convey a message." Dan Xijin did not respond, simply staring at him in silence, waiting for him to continue. The chairman said. The old man raised his head, his eyes pleading, "If you ever encounter any difficulties in the future." He paused. "The gates of the main hall will always be open to you. You may come find him." "Chairman Jiang?" Shan Jiying's eyebrows raised slightly. She quickly searched her memory, reviewing the figures she had seen inside the hall earlier. No recollection. She was certain she had never seen this Chairman Jiang before, let alone had any prior connection with him. Why had he left such a statement, a promise that implied protection? Was it a gesture of goodwill? A test? Or did he have ulterior motives? Dan Xijin did not show much confusion on her face. She merely nodded slightly to indicate she had heard. She then swiftly sat down in the driver's seat, and the sports car roared off. Inside the car, Bai Shi's warm voice broke the brief silence, answering her unspoken questions. Jiang Wenchang, the current chairman of the Music Association. He turned his head to look at her profile. In terms of pure musical prowess, he is not among the top few in the association. However, he is upright and highly skilled in handling complex relationships and power dynamics. The elderly members of the association who are truly devoted to music have neither the heart nor the energy to deal with such complex power struggles. They need someone reliable and capable of gaining the trust of others. And Chairman Jiang is the choice they all agree on. Over the years, he has indeed been the one overseeing the association's external affairs. Dan Jiying's gaze remained fixed on the rapidly passing street scenes. After listening to Bai Shi's explanation, she merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Jiang Wenchang. Perhaps he saw your performance at the music festival competition. Bai Shi's lips curled into a proud smile as his gaze fell on her fingers gripping the steering wheel. Those hands were the most perfect treasures in the world. No one could escape the fatal charm of her performance after hearing it with their own ears. Not even Chairman Jiang could be an exception. Bai Shi was utterly convinced of this. The sports car executed a smooth drift and came to a stop in front of the Bai family's gates. Dan Xijin glanced at Bai Shi and coldly reminded him, "Remember what I asked you to investigate." Bai Shi's smile remained gentle. He turned his head and spoke in a soft voice, "Why not come in for a while?" "No, thank you," Dan Xijin replied decisively, without a moment's hesitation. Just then, a figure dashed out from inside, creating a gust of wind. "Brother, what happened today?" Bai Lan was wearing a pair of work pants covered in various colors of paint, with streaks of blue and green paint smudged on his cheeks and golden hair, looking as though he had just been pulled out of a paint bucket. When he recognized Dan Xijin in the car at the door, his words caught in his throat. The next moment, he snapped back to reality, turned around, and ran back, shouting urgently as he ran, "Wait for me. I'll be right back. Please wait for me." Bai Shi stood there, watching his younger brother's excited expression. The gentle smile on his face slowly faded, leaving only a calm expression. For this usually self-reliant Bai Lan to lose his composure like this, even using a tone that bordered on pleading. It seemed that Bai Lan had completely confirmed that S was her. He had underestimated her intelligence after all? This realization caused a fleeting, barely perceptible flash of displeasure to cross Bai Shi's eyes. Dan Xijin got out of the car and leaned against the vehicle, gazing indifferently in the direction where Bai Lan had disappeared. Not much time had passed, less than 2 minutes, when Bai Lan returned, holding a rectangular object carefully wrapped in a dustproof cloth. He stopped in front of her, still slightly out of breath. His cheeks were flushed, but his eyes shone brightly. He took a deep breath, held the painting in both hands, and handed it to Dan Xijin with great solemnity. "Please." His voice trembled from running and excitement. "Please give this to S. Please." Dan Xijin's gaze fell on the painting in his arms. A portion of the painting was visible. The overall tone was somber and dark, with various colors creating a surreal and dreamlike atmosphere. A blurry, shadowy figure appeared, as if it were mist condensing or a phantom about to vanish, exuding a mysterious allure. Both the use of color and the brushwork technique showed a significant improvement compared to the works by Bai Lan he had seen at the art exhibition last time. This painting had taken him a great deal of effort. She reached out to take the wrapped painting, opened the back door of the car, and placed the portrait inside. The engine roared again. The sports car showed no signs of lingering and vanished in an instant. Bai Lan remained standing in the same spot, watching the taillights disappear completely in the distance. The silly smile on his face grew wider and wider. It wasn't until he turned around and met a cold gaze that he snapped back to reality. Bai Shi's dark purple eyes had lost their usual gentle smile, leaving only a piercing gaze. "Brother!" Bai Lan's smile froze, and his heart tightened for no apparent reason. He instinctively shrank his neck, sensing that a storm might be approaching. The night was deep. Dan Xijin did not choose to return to the apartment in the city center, but instead turned the steering wheel and drove straight toward the nearby villa. As she pushed open the front door, the villa was pitch black inside. She reached out and flipped the switch, and the lights illuminated the entire space. Everything was neatly arranged, spotless, as if no one had ever been there. Except for a white sticky note quietly pressed down on the table in the living room. Dan Xijin walked closer and picked up the paper. The words on the paper were sharp and forceful, as if each stroke had been written with great effort. "We owe each other nothing." Only these 4 cold words, with no signature. Dan Xijin raised her eyebrows slightly. She held the paper between her fingers, twisting it casually before tossing it into the nearby trash can like discarded trash. She turned and walked toward the bathroom. However, the seemingly calm night was destined to be a long and agonizing sleepless night for some. Xijin family. Xinzhuo was practicing his martial arts techniques when suddenly, the door was knocked. "Come in." Xinzhuo's voice carried a hint of impatience. His trusted subordinate hurried in, speaking in a hushed tone, "Master, the place we were told to keep an eye on, there's movement. Someone just went there." Xinzhuo's eyes widened suddenly, his gaze sharp and intense. "Someone went inside?" His voice trembled slightly from sheer excitement. That woman who had vanished like a ghost, leaving him unable to find her. She had finally returned. Xinzhuo didn't even have time to say a word. He grabbed the car keys from the table and rushed out like a whirlwind. Chapter 105, The Chase. The engine roared as the sports car accelerated wildly down the empty streets in the dead of night. Xinzhuo gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, his heart pounding wildly. There was only one thought in his mind: see her. Now. Immediately. Finally, the sports car came to a smooth stop in front of the villa's courtyard gate. Xinzhuo nearly threw open the door and jumped out. He rushed inside in a few strides, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath. He raised his hand, trembling. However, just as his fingertips were about to touch the door panel, his movements froze. The curtains on the second floor of the villa were tightly closed, shrouding the room in darkness. She was asleep? A wave of regret for his impulsiveness washed over him. Xinzhuo's raised hand eventually dropped limply, clenching into a fist. Tomorrow, wait until tomorrow. He turned away dejectedly and sat back in the driver's seat. He sat there in the car, his body slightly leaned forward, his arms resting on the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the second floor. He felt no sleepiness, countless emotions tightened his throat. Coming here so recklessly, what was he going to say to her? He couldn't think straight now. The dim yellow light from the street lamp filtered through the window, casting a shadow on his side. The night was deep, and the street was deserted, making the wait feel endless and lonely. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in that top-floor apartment, a slender, white figure stood motionless before the large floor-to-ceiling window. He didn't know how long he had been standing there. Moonlight filtered through the glass, casting a soft glow over him. The next day, Dan Xijin rose to her feet. The morning light filtering through the curtains made her squint slightly. Just as she was about to fully open the curtains, her gaze fell first on the eye-catching red sports car below. Qingjua? Dan Xijin furrowed her brows slightly. Did he know she was looking for Ingji? But she hadn't expected him to be so persistent. Even here, he had someone stationed to keep watch. Is this really all he is capable of for revenge? How petty. However, whether it was for revenge or something else, she didn't want to have any unnecessary contact with him. If it weren't for that damn system forcing her to complete the mission, she wouldn't even spare him a glance. She washed up, changed clothes, and completed everything efficiently. She walked straight to the elevator and went down to the underground garage, starting the engine. The silver sports car glided silently out of the garage, and then she slammed the accelerator to the floor. The roar shattered the morning's tranquility as the silver car's silhouette skimmed past a red sports car and sped away. Inside the car, Qinjua's body jolted violently. Exhaustion was instantly replaced by wild excitement. It was her, definitely her. Stop. He nearly launched himself out of the car in pursuit. Two top-of-the-line sports cars engaged in a heart-pounding chase through the traffic. The silver car darted through narrow gaps with remarkable agility, each extreme lane change executed at an almost impossible angle. Qinjua clung tightly to her tail, narrowly avoiding one car after another, his adrenaline surging as a mad grin curled at the corners of his mouth. But the silver speck ahead grew increasingly distant. No matter how many times he put himself in danger and narrowly escaped death, that silver shadow remained as elusive as sand slipping through his fingers, slowly disappearing into the endless sea of cars. The red sports car screeched to a halt by the roadside, tires screeching loudly. Qinjua slammed his fist into the steering wheel, his knuckles turning white. Why, won't you even give me a single glance? His chest rose and fell violently, his bloodshot eyes filled with resentment and the agonizing pain of being completely abandoned. Just like that, wanting to get rid of him? He stared intently at the direction she had disappeared, then, after a moment, collapsed back into the seat as if all his strength had been drained from him. The engine roared to life again, and he abruptly turned the car around, heading back in the direction they had come from. Morris Academy. Dan Xijin stepped onto the campus, having just dealt with the morning's troubles. Her mood wasn't exactly great. The next moment, a tall, slender figure suddenly blocked her path. The pure white uniform was impeccably tailored, accentuating the person's tall, straight posture. However, the face beneath was marred by dark circles under the eyes, and exhaustion seemed ready to spill out of her eyes. Bai Qinnan stared deeply at her, his Adam's apple bobbed once, and his voice was hoarse. Yesterday. The Santable simulation competition had just ended, but Bai Qinnan didn't even glance at the results before standing up and leaving. Yet he had indeed received word that she had left alongside Bai Shi. Even when he rushed after her without caring about his appearance, all he saw was her sitting in the passenger seat of his car. That look of pure happiness on his face left him gasping for breath. That night was torture for him. He waited in her empty apartment until dawn. As time ticked by, his heart sank deeper and deeper. Dan Xijin looked at Bai Qinnan blocking her path. She furrowed her brows slightly, her voice calm and emotionless. Didn't get much rest? This casual remark made him pause for a moment before forcing out a self-deprecating smile that was even more painful than crying. Rest? How could he possibly rest well? The long night had been torture, every second of it. He clenched his lips tightly, as if trying to suppress something. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the pain and suffering welling up in his eyes were forced back down. I'm fine, he said, his voice hoarse. Don't question her, don't be stubborn, he repeated to himself over and over. Losing control would only push her further away. He suddenly reached out and pulled the person in front of him forcefully into his arms. He buried his forehead deeply into her neck, greedily breathing in the familiar scent, as if a dying person were inhaling their last breath of oxygen. However, a sudden voice interrupted his actions. Chairman Shan. Xiang Lilin walked over slowly with a smile on his lips, his posture relaxed as if he were merely passing by. His almond-shaped eyes swept over the two of them with interest, showing no intention of interfering, but instead carrying a hint of blatant provocation. Chapter 106, The Two Clash. Bai Qinnan's arms not only failed to relax but tightened even more, clutching the person in his arms tightly. He remained pressed against her shoulder, lifting his gaze slightly, his eyes brimming with unhidden disgust. His intentions were too obvious. From the first moment of that rude embrace to every subsequent glance he had cast her way, the possessive desire surging in his eyes had never been concealed. Meeting Bai Qinnan's gaze, Xiang Lilin's smile grew deeper, but his eyes grew colder. Standing before them, Bai Qinnan slowly released his grip and straightened his body. silent hostility filled the air. So lively here." A voice with a touch of playfulness suddenly interrupted. Rue shook her pink ponytail and hurried over, her lively eyes darting between the two men. Then she gave a mischievous smile and reached out to wrap her arm around Lan Xijin's arm in a playful manner. "What? I smell a strong whiff of gunpowder." She exaggeratedly wrinkled her delicate nose and sniffed deeply. "Ms. Rue," Xiangli Lin turned his gaze to Rue, his face once again adorned with an impeccable smile, "I've heard a lot about you. Prince Xiangli, you're a bit different from what I've heard." Rue tilted his head, rubbing his chin with one hand, feigning deep thought. "They say the new crown prince of B continent is ruthless and decisive, cold and aloof, keeping everyone at arm's length." She even raised her other hand and made a snap motion across her slender neck, her eyes twinkling mischievously, especially terrifying. "But..." Her gaze lingered on Dan Xijin, and she gave a mischievous smile. "Now that I think about it, he doesn't seem so cold after all." Xiangli Lin chuckled lightly, but there was no warmth in his eyes. Rue president also said it's just a rumor. Dan Xijin coldly glanced at the three people surrounding him and finally spoke. "You guys, got nothing better to do?" The unhidden irritation made Xiangli Lin's smile freeze, and Rue also wisely shut her mouth, loosening her grip on Dan Xijin's hand. Having already encountered Qin Zhuo's troubles in the morning, she didn't want to engage in pointless arguments with them now. Dan Xijin said no more, turning to leave, leaving behind a cold, distant figure. I'll go too. Prince Xiangli, minister we'll talk another time." Her target had already disappeared, so Rue shrugged her shoulders and skipped away. At the original spot, only Xiangli Lin and Bai Qingnan remained. All pretense shattered instantly. The faint smile on Xiangli Lin's face vanished completely, his gaze growing deep and unfathomable. The gentleness that had lingered on Bai Qingnan's body in the presence of Shanzhaing was now completely gone, replaced by the noble aura of a top-tier aristocratic heir. The pressure they emitted collided with one another. Those who had been hoping to eavesdrop on some gossip now unconsciously stepped back further, unwilling to get caught up in the two men's conflict. The atmosphere in the air was suffocating. "Can't keep up the act anymore, Minister Bai?" Xiangli Lin's gaze swept up and down Bai Qingnan, this time with the seriousness of one appraising an opponent. He had once dismissed these so-called rivals as insignificant, but now, face to face, he finally understood the true challenge before him. To remain unflinching in the face of his deliberately released pressure, which could crush an ordinary person, and even stand his ground, this was no ordinary opponent. "Acting?" Bai Qingnan's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Prince Xiangli, isn't the one truly acting the fool here?" Xiangli Lin shrugged indifferently, his posture still elegant, exuding an air of arrogance as if victory were already assured. To get what one wants, a little harmless pretense is merely a reasonable means. "I don't know what your relationship with her is now," he stepped forward, lowering his voice, "but I'm certain it won't matter soon." His confidence bordered on arrogance. "Minister Bai," Xiangli Lin's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion, "you'd better prepare yourself to be completely abandoned." Bai Qingnan's brows furrowed briefly before relaxing again. "Prince Xiangli, you're truly confident." He paused, the mocking smile on his lips deepening. "However, she doesn't seem to like confident people." He deliberately slowed his speech, enunciating each word clearly. "Is that so? Then we'll see." On the other side, Xinhua drove back to the villa he had guarded all night. The fingerprint and password for the front door remained unchanged. He still had unrestricted access. He stubbornly believed this was the one privilege she had left for him. In the days that followed, he returned periodically, searching the empty, cold rooms for any trace of her, but each time he found nothing. She had never come back. But today was different. The air seemed to carry a faint scent of cedar, like the most addictive poison. He greedily picked up the glass on the table, still damp with water droplets, and ran his fingertips along the rim with lingering affection. He felt utterly consumed by his obsession, for even the slightest trace of her existence could fill the vast emptiness in his heart, bringing a twisted yet fleeting sense of fulfillment. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a painting casually placed on the sofa. The painting depicted only a blurry silhouette, its features indistinct in the haze. However, Xinhua's pupils suddenly contracted. It was her, absolutely her. "Legend." Xinhua murmured the flowing signature in the corner of the painting, his eyes filled with darkness. Legend? Who is this new lover she's hooked up with? Using a paintbrush to record her? What a damn taste. Never mind. He suppressed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and coldly reminded himself that every clue was another rope to catch her. He carefully put the painting away. He went upstairs to the master bedroom and dialed the phone, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. "What is the update on the silver car from yesterday?" "Master, the owner of that car, it's likely not someone ordinary. We haven't been able to confirm any specific information yet. However, there are some clues. As soon as we have any concrete information, we'll report it to you immediately." Xinhua lay on the bed, closing his eyes. The extreme exhaustion from a sleepless night finally overwhelmed him, engulfing him completely. He closed his eyes, feeling the drowsiness growing heavier. The face covered in burn scars reappeared. Ing Ji. I will find you. Chapter 107, Ancient Martial Arts Tournament Rules. Inside the Student Council President's office. Only the faint sound of papers rustling could be heard. Dan Jiying's gaze fell on the contestant's file in his hand, Ji Huiyin. The rules of the 8-School Alliance tournament were designed to balance the participants' energy and the depth of the competition, imposing certain restrictions on each competitor. Except for the final college showdown, each participant can only choose up to 3 events within a single discipline. For example, Shin Qingyun, who chose tennis, could only participate in the events under the tennis category. Therefore, each academy's strategic deployment had been carefully considered, with certain sacrifices made. These heirs, nurtured by noble families with all available resources, are exceptional individuals. While some, like Shin Qingyun, have reached the pinnacle in a single field, most possess expertise in multiple disciplines. B Continent, rumored to be an artistic haven, boasts participants whose artistic prowess is truly breathtaking, even when chosen at random. This might be precisely why Ji Huiyin chose to abandon the art-related projects. Uriah Academy is determined to secure the art-related projects, and even if Ji Huiyin does not participate, it does not affect their confidence. Ji Huiyin chose ancient martial arts. Of course, this is also the field chosen by Shan Jiying, not only to fulfill her promise to Xiang Lilin. Rather, it is because ancient martial arts competitions, with their unique mechanisms and thrilling spectacles, have always been the most attention-grabbing events of all competitions. It is also a must-win project for every academy. The ancient martial arts competition is divided by gender, with individual and team events. The individual competition rules are straightforward: competitors face off in a ring, and the last remaining participant's academy is declared the winner. Team competitions combine the ring format with the elimination system, with each academy allowed to send up to 4 participants. Opponents are determined by random draw, and the order of combat is decided by each academy. The sole objective is to ensure that their members ultimately stand victorious on the stage. The outcome of each match is determined in a straightforward manner: either one admits defeat or is completely incapacitated. Team competitions will begin on the 3rd day of the tournament, while individual competitions will take place after the team competitions have concluded. Suddenly, 2 knocks sounded at the door. "Come in." Shan Jiying withdrew his gaze and looked up. Standing at the door was Shin Qingyun, dressed in her tennis competition attire, with a few beads of sweat still on her forehead. She had just secured another decisive victory, advancing to the final with the shortest possible match duration. Now, she only needed to wait for her opponent to be determined. The final, Shin Qingyun fixed her gaze on Dan Jiying behind the desk, her expression unwavering. "Will you come tomorrow morning?" Dan Jiying leaned back in her chair, tapping her fingertips on the desk, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. Let me think about it." She deliberately dragged out the last syllable. "I don't think I can make it." Shin Qingyun furrowed her brows, leaning forward with her hands on the desk edge. "President Shan. Even if you don't come," her voice grew solemn, "I will fulfill the promise I made." She took a deep breath, her eyes burning with intensity. "But I hope you'll be there to see it, to see how I fulfill my promise." Dan Jiying's smile softened. She looked at the stubborn young woman before her and nodded gently. "I understand." Upon hearing those 3 casual words, Shin Qingyun's tense body slowly relaxed. She gave Dan Jiying one last lingering look, withdrew her hand, straightened her back, and turned to leave. The office fell silent once more. Dan Jiying's gaze returned to the file on Ji Huiyin in her hands. As her fingertips turned the page, the corner of her eye caught a subtle anomaly. The position of an ornament on the desk had shifted slightly from its original angle. It was extremely subtle, almost imperceptible. Someone had been there. And with meticulous care and precision, they had returned everything to its original place, erasing all traces. To enter here without triggering the alarm system, who could have done this? Uriah Academy Rest Area. The room was filled with a heavy atmosphere, with several middle-aged men dressed in simple robes standing solemnly outside the door. "Sir," a man wearing a robe adorned with mysterious religious symbols bowed and whispered, "our men have searched. The item is not there." "Whom?" A faint voice echoed, cold and indifferent, as if mocking everything. Ji Huiyin leaned lazily against the wide sofa, her gaze casually glancing over the files spread out on the table. This was exactly as expected. That fragmentary score single Jiying wouldn't have carelessly left it in the academy office. She wasn't that foolish. Sending someone to investigate was merely to see if any other valuable information could be obtained. Unfortunately, nothing was found. Ji Huiyin tapped her fingers lightly on the sofa. Her purpose for coming here was not merely for the 8-School Alliance competition. She was determined to eliminate any obstacles that might hinder her from inheriting the Ji family. "Sir, what should we do next?" the person beside her asked cautiously. "For now, do not act rashly," Ji Huiyin said, her voice devoid of emotion. "Wait for me to go engage her true capabilities myself." She actually chose ancient martial arts too. This is an excellent opportunity. Let her see if this woman is worthy of being her opponent. The world believes that the Ji family of B continent is renowned for their artistic talent, with each generation maintaining their status through music. She naturally shares this belief. But no one knows that the new heir of the Ji family is more passionate about combat than music and art. This violent aesthetics, where every move could be fatal, held far greater power to intimidate in her eyes than art ever could. Beliefs may crumble or shift, but under the absolute threat of life, no one dares to resist. Isn't that more effective than music? The next day's schedule was still mainly preliminary rounds, with no points awarded yet. However, judging from the advancement results, the overall landscape was similar to previous years. Each academy had a clear focus. For example, the Yunyao and Chenxing academies from Region D focus on elegant and traditional disciplines like flower arrangement and tea ceremony, which have weaker competitive elements. Edith Academy, on the other hand, is focusing on intellectual and technological competitions that rely on high-tech assistance. The true competition will officially begin on the third day. Night. Xinhua stood alone at the second floor-to-ceiling window of the spacious villa, his figure almost blending into the darkness outside. His gaze was fixed on the distance, his expression distant. He was waiting. Even as his rational mind repeatedly told him that this wait was pointless, that she would never return. The woman who had made up her mind to avoid him had not given him even the slightest chance. Yet he stubbornly remained where he was, unwilling to leave. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. "Master," the voice on the other end sounded clearly frustrated and defeated. "The car you asked us to investigate all the information has been completely erased. We used every channel available to the Qin family but..." The person on the other end took a deep breath and spoke with difficulty. "In the end, we only managed to obtain a surveillance photo. It's too blurry to make out anything. Please punish me." A photo was immediately sent to Xinhua's phone. He tapped it open. The image was grainy, but the outline of a car could barely be recognized as the one he was looking for. The driver's side door was open, and a figure was stepping out. Only an extremely blurry silhouette was visible. It wasn't even a silhouette, it was more like a few pixels, barely recognizable as a human form. However, Xinhua's gaze was fixed on the outline of the blurry figure. The uniform of Morris Academy. His blood seemed to freeze in an instant, and he felt a suffocating pressure, making it difficult to breathe. The knuckles of his fingers, clenched around the phone, turned white. A bold, terrifying suspicion began to take shape in his mind, spinning uncontrollably. Two completely different faces began to overlap in his mind. Chapter 108, Final Rival. The next morning. The first point of this year's 8-school alliance was decided in the women's singles tennis match. This crucial point naturally drew everyone's attention. From early morning, the stands were already packed with people, buzzing with excitement about who would claim the first point. Of course, almost everyone believed that this point would undoubtedly be secured by Shen Xingyun. Her opponent this time was not her arch-rival but a dark horse from Uriah Academy in Region B, Yan Nuan. In the semifinals, she narrowly secured victory, with the two players even reaching a 6-6 tiebreak in the third set. The decisive set then continued with the score tied at 1 point, with the lead changing hands repeatedly. It wasn't until the professional player from Region C lost all her strength and collapsed on the court that the match finally came to an end. The intensity of this match was truly breathtaking. However, it was the stark contrast between Yan Nuan's grueling battles and Shen Xingyun's previous dominant victories that only served to reinforce everyone's belief that Shen Xingyun's victory was already a foregone conclusion. Shen Xingyun walked onto the sidelines with her racket bag on her back. Her gaze swept toward the best viewing area on the first tier of the stands, where the seat reserved for her remained empty. She casually averted her eyes and began to focus on adjusting her racket. "Xingyun, relax. This match isn't much different from the previous ones." Her private coaching team gathered around her, their voices filled with reassurance. "You've reviewed her records. She won the previous matches with great difficulty. She's not someone to be underestimated. Stay in your zone and avoid any injuries." Shen Xingyun nodded and raised her eyes to look across the court. The girl in the gray tennis outfit with a baseball cap was alone, leaning casually against the wall of the stands, not even warming up. She seemed to sense something, deftly pushing off and flipping over the railing into the stands. "Master," she said reverently, bowing to Ji Huiyin, who was surrounded by a crowd. "Give it your all." Ji Huiyin looked at her, her voice flat. But those 4 simple words caused Yan Nuan's eyes to sparkle with excitement. "Yes," she replied decisively, her voice brimming with absolute confidence. On the other side of the stands, Rua sat beside the empty seat, staring at the real-time scan data displayed on her wristwatch screen, furrowing her brows slightly. She turned to look at the smiling Alia beside her and rolled her eyes. "Hey, Alia, something doesn't feel right." Alia's smile grew even wider. "It should be an exciting match." "Humph," Rue shot her a sideways glance. "Why are you more eager to watch the show than I am?" She didn't realize that, without even realizing it, and without compromising the interests of Edith Academy, she had begun to view Morris Academy as an ally of sorts. The preparation time ended. Shen Xingyun took one last look at the stands before entering the arena. Yan Nuan followed, carrying her racket. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with confidence that they had everything under control. First serve, Lan Xijin. She channeled her explosive power and swung the racket using the technique that had earned her the most points in recent days. The ball flew straight toward the edge, landing in a highly tricky spot. However, Yan Muan made a quick sidestep, moving so fast she was almost a blur, and swung her racket to return the ball, sending it straight toward Lan Xijin's blind spot. 15:0. The first point was decided in just 2 strokes. The entire arena fell into a momentary silence before erupting into deafening cheers and whistles. Just that 1 point was enough to ignite everyone's anticipation for the intensity of this match. This newcomer is interesting. Is she evenly matched against anyone? Speaking of which, could they be holding back their true strength to avoid being studied? Come on, it's just 1 ball. Let's not get carried away. It might have been a fluke. I'm still rooting for Lan Xijin. The next few shots, however, completely defied expectations and turned everything upside down. First set. With a score of 40-0, Yan Muan swiftly ended the first set by winning 4 consecutive points. Love game? Lan Xijin got a love game? A gasp echoed from the stands. After all, in the previous 2 days' matches, only Lan Xijin had been the one to score 0 points. Lan Xijin gripped her racket tightly, her knuckles turning white, and her throat tightened. Something was off. This opponent was much stronger than her records indicated. Yan Muan curved her lips into a relaxed smile, her posture casual. Nothing special. Second set. Lan Xijin clearly grew impatient, making frequent mistakes she would never normally make. Her serves were repeatedly off target, and she even committed a double fault, handing points directly to her opponent. The match quickly turned into a 40-0 rout. Yan Muan's eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. Oof. Not only is her skill lacking, but her mindset is also weak. Boring, just like those mediocre players. The third set, fourth set, and fifth set. The final score was 1 o'clock, with the first set ending 5 o'clock. The final was a best-of-3 format, meaning that if the opponent won 5 more sets in a row, the game would be over. During the intermission, some vulgar insults could be heard from certain corners of the stage. Lan Xijin, did you bet on the other team to win, and are you intentionally fixing the match? Do you even deserve to play? Just admit defeat if you can't win. Such a high-level competition naturally attracts off-court betting. And the pre-match bets were overwhelmingly in favor of Lan Xijin winning. Given the current situation, some irrational spectators began to attack the players. Lan Xijin ignored the commotion, standing silently by the sidelines with her back straight. Xijin, don't listen to that trash talk. The coaching staff members gritted their teeth as they tried to comfort her, wishing they could rush over and tear those people's mouths apart. Fixing a match is the most vile insult one could hurl at an athlete who views tennis as their faith. I'm fine. Lan Xijin closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She tried to remind herself not to get nervous, to stay calm, to recall her usual landing spots, and to find the flaw. However, even she didn't notice that the fingers gripping the racket handle were trembling slightly. Second set, first game begins. Lan Xijin's expression was solemn. She bit her lip tightly and stared intently at her opponent's movements. Yan Muan curved her lips slightly and served. The ball flew toward her in an unexpected arc. Lan Xijin sprinted forward, barely grazing the ball as it passed. 15:0. This strategy was correct. As long as she reacted a bit faster, there would be no problem. She would definitely fulfill her promise to that person. However, the next few shots felt like she had hit a wall, each one just missing the mark. This near miss gradually eroded her confidence. In the stands, Lan Xijin slowly made her way to the best viewing spot, guided by an attendant. Rui saw her coming and her eyes lit up. If you'd come any later, the match would have been over. Lan Xijin glanced at the score on the screen, her expression unchanged. Isn't this the perfect time to arrive? From what I can see, Lan Xijin is in trouble. She's been severely drained. Her gaze shifted to the figure holding the racket on the court, and a smug smile curled the corners of her lips. But I think she won't lose. Hey, you're being irrational just because she is from your own academy. Chapter 109, the first point. Currently, Lan Xijin's win rate is less than 5%. Rui fiddled with the screen of his wristwatch, then suddenly looked up, revealing his signature white teeth, and smiled slyly. Want to make a bet? Oh? Lan Xijin raised an eyebrow slightly. If you're right, Rui glanced at the steadily declining win rate on her wristwatch. I'll give you a big gift. She paused, her tone light. If my model predicts correctly, well, you should give me a small souvenir too, right? Despite the seemingly one-sided nature of the bet, Rui didn't ask for much. After all, the expected value of the stakes must be balanced, with both parties facing equivalent risks and rewards. That's what makes a fair bet. Sounds fair. Lan Xijin's smile grew slightly wider. After the first 2 rounds, the score remained 2 o'clock. However, Lan Xijin seemed to be slowly breaking free from the oppressive situation, showing a faint glimmer of improvement. She managed to tenaciously engage in several exchanges on some tricky shots and narrowly secured a few points. The third set began. The first ball sent both players into a prolonged rally. As everyone held their breath, waiting to see the outcome of this thrilling point, the tennis ball grazed the net and landed in an utterly absurd manner, bouncing once. Yan Nuan scored the point. Shen Xingyun froze in place, her heart turning to ice. Today, had even the goddess of luck abandoned her? Was the outcome inevitably destined for failure? An overwhelming sense of defeat engulfed her. This was a complete failure, a total joke. Thankfully, she wasn't there. Otherwise, she would have seen this embarrassing mess. But the corner of her eye caught a glimpse of a figure in the stands at that moment. Dan Jiying was smiling faintly, his gaze fixed on her. Shen Xingyun's pupils contracted sharply. Her fingers, clenching the racket too tightly, turned white at the knuckles. She opened her mouth, but her throat felt blocked, and no sound came out. Player Shen Xingyun? The referee's voice carried a hint of warning, snapping her back to reality. She had been distracted for too long and had already been warned. Shen Xingyun took a deep breath, trying to force all the chaotic thoughts out of her mind. She slowly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, something had reformed deep within her eyes. She hadn't lost yet. The past month flashed before her eyes like a slideshow, every moment of exhaustion, every time she had pushed herself to the brink of collapse and forced herself to stand again. The ball, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, flew toward the blind spot behind her. In the blink of an eye, a thought flashed through her mind. If it were this ball, if it were her, how would Dan Jiying handle it? She had watched the footage of that match over 100 times, trying to analyze her ghostly playing style, but she could never pinpoint the pattern. At that moment, a gut instinct drove her. She raised her hand and swung her racket. The tennis ball traced an incredible arc, grazing the edge of Yan Nuan's racket before landing on the opposite side of the court. Yes, that's it. In the following few shots, a long-lost sense of belief re-energized her body. Her steps grew steadier, her gaze sharp and resolute. This game went back and forth for over a dozen rallies before Shen Xingyun finally secured the point with great effort. This was the first game she had won today. Yan Nuan's eyes suddenly grew sharp. She roughly wiped the sweat from her forehead and gritted her teeth, muttering, "She's really tough." She could tell that Shen Xingyun had been observing and analyzing her habits and response patterns. She was improving constantly. If this dragged on, she would only grow more and more passive. Fourth game. Yan Nuan decided to change her strategy and go for a quick, decisive victory with overwhelming force. She was certain that after the previous rounds of exhaustion, Shen Xingyun's endurance and stamina were already at their limits and couldn't withstand this style of play. However, this seemed to enter Shen Xingyun's comfort zone. Even though she was sweating profusely and her arms were trembling, every swing of her racket sent the ball flying with a terrifying force. In the end, Shen Xingyun swiftly secured this set. This brutal style of play had drained nearly half of Yan Nuan's stamina. She leaned on her knees, gasping for breath, a thick taste of blood rising in her throat. Shen Xingyun was equally out of breath, but a smile curled at the corners of her lips. This level of force pales in comparison to that person. In that match, she had ultimately lost due to her overconfidence in a violent showdown. Since then, she had trained specifically for such situations, and she never expected to put it to use so soon. In the following rounds, Shen Xingyun grew more confident with each match, ultimately securing the second set with a narrow margin. The overall score was 1-1. The match entered the decisive set. The deafening noise from the stands finally subsided completely. Everyone held their breath, afraid that even the slightest sound might disturb the players on the field. Yan Nuan gulped down several mouthfuls of water at the sidelines, her gaze fixed on the stands. Ji Huiyin was flipping through an ancient text with little interest, her mind clearly elsewhere. She couldn't lose. This was the mission entrusted to her by the deity she worshipped. Even if it meant sacrificing her life, she would do so without hesitation. The two young women, each bearing their own reasons for not being able to falter, once again stepped onto the field, beginning the final life or death match. The rules were simple: the first to win 6 games with a margin of at least 2 games would be declared the winner. If the score reached 6-6, the first to win the 7th game would be the victor. First game, Shen Xingyun wins. The second game, Yan Nuan wins. Third game, Yan Nuan wins. Fourth set, Shen Xingyun wins. Fifth game, Yan Nuan wins. Sixth game, Shen Xingyun wins. This brutal match had been going on all morning. Finally, the electronic scoreboard froze at 6-6. The next game would be the decisive one. Regardless of the outcome, this long and brutal showdown would finally reach its conclusion. In the stands, many spectators were already exhausted, but this decisive moment still compelled them to stay focused. Rue yawned, stretched lazily, and spoke in a sleepy voice. Elia, what's the situation now? The decisive set. She really managed to catch up. Rue glanced at Shanxing beside him and rolled his eyes. Well, it looks like my gift might have a chance to be given after all. The match resumed. The two on the field were both at their limits. At this point, technique was no longer the priority, willpower was the true test. The coaching staff on the sidelines looked worried, their eyes fixed on Shen Xingyun. Based on her previous training and matches, she had already reached her limit. Every movement was a struggle, and she could collapse at any moment. The first serve was taken by Shin Xingyun. It wasn't a particularly aggressive attack, just a standard, safe transition shot. However, even such a ball caused Yen Nuan to stumble and sway on the other side. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and regret. Clearly Shin Xingyun has been drained more by her. Why? Why is she still standing here? After a few more points, Shin Xingyun maintained a slight lead. Just as she took a deep breath, forcing back the excruciating pain in her muscles, preparing to serve again, Yen Nuan on the opposite side suddenly swayed violently and collapsed with a thud. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Medical personnel, who had been standing by on the sidelines, rushed onto the court, quickly checked her condition, and carried her off on a stretcher. The next moment, the stands erupted in a deafening roar of cheers. Everyone stood up, clapping with all their might, their eyes fixed on the young girl in the center of the court, who was swaying but still standing tall. She had withstood the pressure of being shut out, never giving up on thinking and fighting back, ultimately coming back to win 2 consecutive sets. This match was not just a technical upgrade, it was a spiritual rebirth. No one would ever doubt Shin Xingyun's status in the tennis world again. Every screen across Morris Academy broadcast the news simultaneously. The first points of this tournament were earned. Chapter 110, Countdown to the Fall? Shin Xingyun. Shin Xingyun. The entire tennis court erupted at the sound of her name. Shin Xingyun mustered every ounce of strength to stand straight, her gaze piercing through the surging crowd toward the stands. Then, dragging her trembling legs, she took one step at a time, moving with extraordinary difficulty toward the judges' table. The medal, she said, her voice hoarse and raspy. The match had drained her body of too much fluid. Xingyun, the ceremony will be held later. Go rest first. The coach urgently tried to stop her. Give it to me first, she insisted, spreading her palms stubbornly, refusing to budge an inch. The judges, moved by the intense match and her determination, briefly consulted among themselves before making an exception. They solemnly placed the badge symbolizing the first point in the 8-school alliance tournament into her outstretched palm. Shin Xingyun looked down at the small, delicate box in her hands, her lips struggling to form a faint smile. Under the gaze of the entire crowd, she turned around and walked toward the stands, step by step, extremely slowly yet with unwavering determination. What is she doing? Whispers echoed through the crowd. She struggled to climb the steps of the stands, each step feeling like it required every ounce of strength she had left. Finally, she came to a stop in front of Shan Jiying. Sweat soaked her hair and forehead, trickling down her pale face. With trembling hands, she handed the small box containing the badge to Shan Jiying with the utmost solemnity. Only you. Each word seemed to come from the depths of her being, deserves it. The promise I made to you. Her eyes began to lose focus, and her body shook violently beyond her control. I did it. Before she could finish, her entire body collapsed backward like a puppet whose strings had been cut. The coaching staff rushed forward, scrambling to catch her limp body and hold her steady. Dan Jiying let out a barely audible sigh, raised her eyes to look at Shin Xingyun's coaching team, and returned the badge box, still warm from her hands. Give it back to her when she wakes up. This was the honor she had won with everything she had, and it had nothing to do with anyone else. The breathtakingly competition finally came to an end. Given that both Shin Xingyun and Yen Nuan were exhausted and needed rest, the originally scheduled doubles match was kindly postponed by the organizing committee for a few days. Besides the competition itself, another incident became the talk of the town. Those near the stands clearly heard Shin Xingyun's final whisper. What does "only you deserve it" mean? Who in this world could be more deserving of this medal than Shin Xingyun herself? Especially after this legendary match, her achievements and status are beyond question. However, some Morris students who had witnessed the internal showdown a month earlier had a completely different perspective. You weren't there to see the match between Minister Shin and our president a month ago. It ended in less than 20 minutes. Shin Xingyun didn't even have a chance to fight back. That's impossible, Shin Xingyun. Clearly, those who hadn't witnessed the match in person believed the claims to be exaggerated. What's impossible about it? Just ask any Morris student, and they'll tell you. If that's the case, is that even human? That's a god. Though few believed such rumors, they successfully planted a strong curiosity about the legendary Dan Jiying in many people's minds. Dan Jiying left the bustling tennis court, with Rui hopping alongside her like a joyful little bird. It seems like my big gift is finally coming my way. I'm looking forward to it, Shan Jiying said, her voice devoid of emotion. Just then, a tall figure suddenly blocked their path. Xinjua's tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, his eyes filled with a complex mix of curiosity, pain, and resentment. I need to talk to you. His voice was hoarse and dry. Rui furrowed her brows, her gaze darting back and forth between Xinjua and Dan Jiying. Something was off. That expression, those eyes. There was definitely something going on between them. Ugh, another one? The Crown Prince of B Continent and that childhood sweetheart are already enough of a headache. Damn Lan Xijin. The intelligence report didn't mention so many rivals. This one do. This calls for a different price. I'll have to revise the contract terms to make them even more stringent when I get back. Me and you, Dan Xijin tilted her head slightly, her tone innocent yet almost cruel, seemed to have nothing to say to each other. There is Qinghua stared intently into her eyes, give me 5 minutes. Rue immediately caught on, exaggerating her tone, oh my goodness I understand. Elia, let's step aside? She dragged Elia away without waiting for a response, leaving only the two of them behind. Dan Xijin furrowed her brows and spoke slowly, you have 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. Qinghua froze for a moment, then stepped forward, her tall shadow looming over her. Yingji. You're Yingji. He stared into her eyes, trying to catch even the slightest flicker of emotion at the sound of her name. However, those peach blossom eyes remained calm and still, shattering all his hopes. How could she be so indifferent? For a moment, he doubted whether he had really misunderstood. Why? He grabbed her shoulders, his eyes red with anger, his voice filled with accusation. Why toy with him like this, even going so far as to change her identity and go to such lengths to deceive him? Dan Xijin furrowed her brows even more tightly, raising her hand to grab his wrist and force him to let go. Are you done? The cold and distant tone made Qinghua smile sarcastically. It was exactly the same. When she left back then, she had spoken in the same tone, indifferent and ruthless. Do you think I'm so bored that I'd go to the trouble of changing my identity to get close to you? The disgust in her eyes was unhidden. Qinghua met her gaze, as if struck, stumbling backward 2 steps. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. She curved her lips into an extremely faint smile, but there was no warmth in it. If I recall correctly, Mr. Qin once said that you would never look at me again in this lifetime. I hope you keep your word. Ing? A tense voice broke the suffocating silence as Bai Qinnan walked over. His gaze swept between the two of them before settling on Qinghua, his expression silent and appraising. Do you two have something to discuss? We've already finished talking. Dan Xijin turned her gaze away from Qinghua without a second glance, as if he were nothing more than a puff of air not worth looking at. Bai Qinnan's thin lips pressed tightly together. He then reached out and took Shanzhaiying's wrist in a gesture that was almost a declaration of ownership, turning her around and leading her away. I've had lunch prepared.